Yufeng lay on his back in the thick soft carpet of decayed, leaves his limbs heavy and aching. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been taken apart and roughly reassembled, leaving him sluggish and drained of strength. The air was cold and damp, and every breath that entered his nose carried the raw green scent of plants and earth. His long lashes trembled several times in slow motion before he finally managed to force open his heavy eyelids. Where on earth had he ended up? Was this still within his home country? Newly awakened Yufeng surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings around him. He had only drunk a bit too much last night. Would old Yi and the others really have tossed him into such a remote mountain forest? Just then several small blue blobs suddenly bounced out of a nearby clump of bushes. They were entirely composed of translucent, lustrous pale blue gel, round and soft, like little cushions. They had no limbs at all, and their facial features were indistinguishable. Their bodies rose and fell faintly as though breathing in slow rhythm. The surface shimmered with moist, glassy light, sleek and smooth. Even the bits of grass clinging to them failed to make them seem dirty or disordered. They lay bonelessly on the ground, and each slight sway sent out rippling circles of liquid radiance. Yufeng's pupils suddenly contracted, his long lashes freezing mid-tremor as the breath around him seemed to halt all at once. His face remained pale and cool as ever, yet could no longer conceal the storm surging in his heart. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. The blood in his veins froze in that instant, leaving him standing there stunned and unable to move. Having spent decades as a seasoned netizen, he knew these blue blobs all too well. Compared with the slimes in his memories, they were not merely similar. They were completely identical. Had he crossed into another world? A wild laugh bubbled up in him. Crossings happened every year, and this year it had finally come to him. On Blue Star, he himself had been an orphan with no family to rely on, forced to drop out of school early. At just 20 years of age, he had already been weighed down every day by housing loans and car payments, constantly struggling under the pressure from his superiors. To have crossed over now was no different from winning the grand lottery. System, where was his golden finger? Come out quickly. Yufeng fumbled about on the empty ground for quite a while, yet nothing responded. His excitement collapsed into despair. Having crossed over in his own body, he realized he might actually be worse off than back on Blue Star. He glanced down at the clothes on his body, suddenly wondering if they would get him mistaken for a heretic and executed. At that moment, thunder exploded across the sky. A streak of white lightning flashed not far away, and the tremendous shockwave flung Yufeng nearly 2 meters through the air. It was actually happening. A tingling numbness surged through every inch of his body. Had he really just been struck by lightning the moment he crossed over without even doing anything yet? With his backside almost pressed up against his head, the position was painfully uncomfortable, and Yufeng could not help muttering complaints in his heart. After a while, the tingling numbness finally faded from his body. He had just prepared to get up and leave this troublesome place when he suddenly noticed a strange figure at the very spot where the lightning had struck moments ago. Wild grass grew thick across the forest floor. She lay there collapsed and powerless, half her body sunk into the wet, soft pit of rotting leaves scoured out by lightning, her figure frail and slender. Her signature long pointed ears drooped dull and lifeless, their tips mottled with blood, torn and ragged in several places. Smooth alabaster skin, characteristic of elves, was marred by abrasions and gashes, with dark red blood seeping from multiple wounds and slowly trickling along the contours of her body. Her soft silver hair lay scattered in disarray, clinging with dust and blood, a few strands stuck to her pallid, blood-drained cheeks. Her delicate, beautiful features had lost all color, lips cracked and white, eyes tightly closed, long lashes drooping in defeated stillness. What was this? Yufeng quickly approached. The girl appeared to be around 18, her figure still slender and youthful now, lying helplessly and disheveled upon the desolate forest floor. Her eyes remained tightly shut, long lashes damp and disordered over her cheeks. The space between her brows was deeply furrowed, etched with the pain she was desperately enduring. Her bloodless lips trembled faintly, yet no sound emerged. Her chest rose and fell in shallow, feeble motions, breath broken and fragile, each inhalation an arduous effort. An elf? Yufeng's steps halted abruptly, his entire body freezing in place. His pupils shrank sharply, his gaze trembling with violent shock. His long lashes locked in place, not so much as a quiver remaining. Though his features still wore their usual mask of cool indifference, refusing to reveal any loss of composure, the faint hitch in his breathing and the unconscious tension in his shoulders betrayed the great waves crashing in his heart. In this desolate wilderness, an elf had practically been delivered straight to his face, fresh and vivid before his eyes. Even though her current condition was far from good, she was still indisputably an elf. As his gaze slowly swept over her, the initial flicker of astonishment was swallowed at once by a deep, enveloping chill. Everywhere his eyes touched was marred by savage wounds, gashes of varying depths crisscrossed her body, blood soaking through her clothes and staining the pale skin beneath in shocking splashes. Torn flesh, congealed scabs, and still flowing lines of dark red traced winding paths along her limbs, everywhere bearing the marks of brutal torment. Yu Feng's brows tightened by the slightest fraction, his breath dipped almost imperceptibly. His expression remained stern and cool, without a single exclamation, yet in the depths of his eyes surged a sudden rush of ache and unwillingness to see such cruelty. The air around him seemed to grow still as his presence drew inward, though no matter how tightly he clung to his outward shell of pride and aloofness, it could not smother the sudden dull pain that clenched his heart at the sight of such grievous injuries. He stood there in silence, shaken and full of compassion. Without time to think further, Yu Feng quickly extended a hand beneath the girl's nose. Her breath was still there, faint but present. Yet here in this desolate wilderness with no medical training to speak of, he was at a complete loss. What was he supposed to do? As a youth of the 21st century, how could he possibly allow a young girl to die before his eyes? Just as he wrestled with his helplessness, a crisp sound suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Host transmigration to an alternate world detected. Cultivation system successfully bound. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the strongest immortal emperor. System. Of course. What kind of transmigration would come without a system? System, quickly introduce yourself. What functions do you have? Ding. This system is devoted to helping every child of destiny defy fate and rewrite their path. At present, you may complete tasks issued by the system to obtain rewards. Ding. Please swiftly claim your novice gift pack. What? How am I supposed to claim it? Ding. To use any of the system's functions, simply recite your intent silently in your heart. Oh, got it. Yu Feng hurriedly voiced his claim in his mind. Ding. Claim successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special physique. Revolving eyes, Taishu derivation, Tao Heart, Sutra Mortal Chapter, 20 silver coins, and 1 great reversion pill. Revolving eyes. As a competent veteran netizen of the 21st century, he knew all too well how formidable such an ability was for cultivation. Yu Feng felt as if he had just picked up a fortune worth hundreds of millions. Revolving eyes, a supreme primordial divine gaze of ancient times, 1 in tens of thousands, a manifestation of the very origin favored by heaven. One gaze divides yin and yang, one look discerns life and death, bearing within it the twin origins of creation and annihilation. It is the innate eye of laws and the gaze that pierces illusions. Taishu derivation, Tao Heart, Sutra Mortal Chapter, a fundamental supreme scripture at the level of the greatest Tao ancestors of the myriad heavens. Without an appropriate physique, forced cultivation will shatter the soul. It is compatible with all innate variant eyes and innate Tao bodies with unparalleled inclusiveness and potential sealing. Its core takes the Taishu, the grand void, as foundation, deriving the myriad Taos, absorbing the origin of heaven and earth to cast the Tao base. It is unrestricted by slaughter or constrained by vitality, its offense and defense evolving as one walking the perfected supreme great Tao. It is divided into a total of 9 layers, its outline aligned with the Taishu great Tao, tempering the flesh, condensing true essence, nurturing the soul, comprehending the laws, created specifically for mortal cultivators seeking to prove the Tao. The 9 layers advance step by step, each layer a metamorphosis, each layer a new divine power, perfectly matching the 9 orthodox realms of cultivation. The deeper the foundation, the more terrifying the amplification of these divine abilities, might making crushing foes of the same realm and battling across realms the norm. The scripture even contained its own unique secret methods for tempering the body and cultivating the soul. Silver coins, currency with considerable purchasing power on the Acelon continent. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper coins.
我保证会让他们后悔来到这个世界上。我信奉的原则向来都是，只要把所有
Great Reversion Pill, a high-tier sacred grade healing pill recognized across the cultivation continent as a life-saving miracle, a treasured staple kept in reserve by sects and clans. It instantly replenishes depleted chi and blood, repairs ruptured meridians, heals grievous inner and outer wounds, stabilizes a shaken Tao foundation, and restores lives on the verge of being severed. Those grievously wounded and at death's door who take it can have their life force stabilized, turning death into new life. Gazing at the dazzling array of items before him, Yu Feng felt tears slip from the corner of his mouth before he even noticed. His brief astonishment faded as he suddenly remembered the dying young girl lying nearby. System, quickly extract the great rejuvenation pill for me. As his words fell, a delicate jade vial silently appeared in Yu Feng's hand. His fingertips hooked around the ancient cool surface of the bottle as he slowly tilted it. A single pill of rich crimson hue, perfectly round and full, rolled out in a slow arc and came to rest in his palm. Its body was crystal clear and lustrous natural pill patterns flowing densely across its surface, while a mellow, enduring fragrance of vitality and medicine drifted outwards, circling around him without dispersing. He lowered his gaze to the life-saving sacred pill resting in his palm, his expression calm and steady. His fingers gently closed around it as he cradled the great rejuvenation pill, then bent forward and walked slowly toward the gravely injured unconscious elf. As he drew close to the elven girl, a faint refreshing fragrance surged into his nose. He glanced down, then quickly pulled his thoughts back with a flush rising to his weathered face, inwardly rebuking himself for what had almost crossed his mind. In the past, with someone this age, his thoughts might have wandered in entirely the wrong direction. Now, however, he forced himself to avert his gaze. One must not be disrespectful. Saving her life came first. Yufeng no longer cared about appearances and simply sped up his movements. He gently parted the girl's lips just enough, and as soon as the pill touched her throat, it dissolved, sending pure vitality surging through every limb and bone. The wounds across her body quickly stopped bleeding and scabbed over. The pallor on her face warmed with a flush of color, her feeble breathing grew long and even, and the tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Vitality rekindled within her, and she sank into a deep, peaceful sleep. Seeing the elf's injuries stabilize and her breathing smooth out, the weight pressing on his heart finally lifted. He let out a long, slow breath, the tension in his shoulders and back easing as the shadow of worry quietly faded from his eyes. Even so, this was no time to truly relax. He needed to quickly find a place to settle down and claim the remainder of his rewards. He bent down and carefully hoisted the elf onto his back, one arm firmly supporting the soft bend of her knees. His movements were gentle, yet steady, as if terrified of aggravating her wounds. Yufeng himself stood nearly 1.80 meters, while the elven girl on his back was at most a little over 1.60 meters, and likely did not even weigh a full 100 jin. For him, bearing her weight was hardly any burden at all. After fixing his bearings, he strode forward through the desolate forest, stepping over tangled dead branches and withered leaves. Dusk pressed down heavily, a bleak wind whistled past, and towering trees loomed on all sides, as the low calls of wild beasts echoed faintly from the wilderness.
可是，在这个叫灵雀的少年面前，他们所有的骄傲和光环都被碾碎得一文不值。他们拼死拼活，九死一生，最终两手空空，甚至还欠了一屁股的打劫债。
Her characters were carved upon the majestic stone walls rose straight from the earth, cold blue bricks and lofty arrow towers marking Linfeng Iching as a frontier stronghold. Yet the stone was pitted and scarred, the bricks weathered and broken, many battlements crumbling and uneven, the whole structure bearing the marks of long neglect and disrepair. The flags atop the walls were faded and frayed at the edges, drooping listlessly. The soldiers beneath them stood with slumped shoulders, completely devoid of any semblance of authority. At the gate, the guards lounged against the base of the wall in loose, careless postures. Their armor was crooked and shabby, their weapons mottled with rust. Some yawned, others idly gossiped, all of them lazy and undisciplined. They watched the stream of people at the gate with casual indifference, unwilling to expend any real effort on inspections or vigilance, their manner one of utter negligence and sloth. A cold wind rushed against his face. Few travelers passed through the gate. Most were weary merchants and mercenaries wrapped in a cautious, somber air. Yufeng tightened his supporting arm beneath the elf, then stepped steadily along the gravel-strewn road toward the city gate. Before reaching the gate, Yufeng draped his own jacket over the girl's head. After all, he still knew almost nothing about this world. If trouble broke out, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Just as he stepped up to the checkpoint, several languid guards lifted their eyes to sweep over him. Seeing that his clothing was utterly different from that of this continent, strange in style and unfamiliar in material, clearly not of local make, they exchanged glances at once. Curiosity and scrutiny flickered in their eyes, tinged with wariness and disdain, as they lazily raised a hand to bar his way. "Hey, you there. Yes, you. Come over here. Where are you from? How is it we've never seen you before? Dressed so strangely. Don't tell me you're some foreign spy." Alarm bells rang in Yufeng's heart, and he hurriedly replied, "Honored sir, please see clearly. This humble one's clothes are simply the traditional style of my home. You must be joking. It's just that recently my younger sister has fallen ill with a strange disease, and I must enter the city to buy medicine for her." As he spoke, Yufeng slipped a hand into his pocket and drew out a silver coin, quietly tucking it into the guard's pouch. The guard named Karen stared as the young man produced the silver coin. His eyes went wide and unfocused. In this border city, serving as a gate guard earned him at most a single silver coin per month, and that only when things were going well. Delayed pay was an ever-present risk. "Ha ha ha, good lad, you know the rules." Karen laughed, clapping Yufeng on the shoulder, and shot a meaningful look at his fellow guards. Another guard understood at once. Clearly this was not the first time they had done such a thing. Yufeng, still bearing the elf on his back, hurried across the threshold of the gate. After Yufeng passed through a young guard beside, Karen muttered, "Boss, you're just going to let him go like that? That kid looks like a fat fish to me. From the way he carries himself, he must have plenty more on him." Karen promptly rapped the guard on the head. "Hey kid, I never took you for such a greedy one. Careful you don't end up with money in hand and no life left to spend it. Even a rabbit will bite when driven to desperation. We're just lowly gatekeepers. Once we're off duty, we're no different from ordinary folk. In this line of work, you can't afford to make enemies of people too thoroughly. Watch out, or you'll suffer revenge someday. You little brats had better remember this, and stay sharp from now on." Had Yufeng overheard his words, he would have suspected that this gate guard was following some secret script, living with a clarity far beyond his station. Once inside the city, Yufeng walked with steady, unhurried steps, carefully shielding the person on his back. His expression remained calm and composed, showing no trace of panic or unease. As he moved through the rough stone streets, his foreign attire stood out sharply, drawing frequent sidelong glances and hushed whispers from idle passers-by. Deeper within the city, he found only decay and hardship. The flagstone streets were cracked, and uneven sewage running unchecked along the base of the walls, fouling the air with a thick, acrid stench. The houses on either side were low and dilapidated, stone walls stained, and peeling thatched roofs leaking in many places. Common folk wore clothes patched all over the fabric, coarse and thin. Their faces were sallow and gaunt, their figures stooped with exhaustion. Barefoot children wandered through the mud with empty eyes. As someone from the 21st century, Yufeng had never seen such a scene. A sudden wave of desolation surged in his chest. This place seemed utterly at odds with the world he had known. Someday, when he had gained real strength, he swore he would change this world in some way. For now, he had to quickly find shelter. Once night fell, who knew what monsters and horrors might emerge? Protecting the elf on his back with utmost care, Yufeng slipped past the chaotic crowds and made straight for a street front trading agency. The shop's signboard was plain and weathered, its wooden characters faded. Inside, the air buzzed with noise as merchants and mercenaries came and went in a steady stream. Behind the counter sat a worldly old broker, deftly working an abacus as he managed his accounts. Seeing Yufeng walking straight toward him, the man's mouth stretched into a grin, revealing teeth stained deeply yellow. "Oh, honored sir, are you looking to buy or rent a house here in Linfeng Aiching? Whatever you require, just say the word. There is no property Todd cannot provide." A wave of stench rushed up to Yufeng's head, nearly making him retch up yesterday's meal. "Boss, stay a bit farther from me, please. I'm a man of particular cleanliness." Speaking as he moved, Yufeng subtly widened the distance between them. Inwardly, he grumbled that he had no desire to be choked to death by a shopkeeper before his new life in another world had even begun. Todd let out an awkward chuckle. "I need a secluded, quiet courtyard with solid walls and few visitors," Yufeng said. "I care little for luxurious furnishings, only for safety and privacy. Preferably one I can move into immediately without delay." Todd lifted his eyes to study Yufeng's foreign attire and glanced at the unconscious figure on his back. Yet he was long accustomed to the motley crowds of this border town and asked no prying questions. Instead, he smoothly listed available properties, explained rent and taxes, and laid out the terms of tenancy. "There is a place in the southern part of the city that fits your requirements perfectly. 3 rooms and 1 hall. Minimum rental is 3 months at 3 silver coins per month," he said. Seeing the broker's face crinkle into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, Yufeng hurriedly produced the money, signed his name, pressed his fingerprint, took the key, and left without looking back. Following the route Todd had described, Yufeng walked on with firm, steady steps, carefully supporting the elf on his back. Before long, he found the secluded courtyard. Its walls were solid and high, set away from the busy thoroughfares, a place of rare tranquility. He took out the key, turned it in the lock, and pushed the door open. The courtyard within was small but clean and orderly, the houses plain, yet sturdy, neither drafty nor leaky. Inside, he saw tables, chairs, and beds all in place. The furnishings were simple but sufficient, perfect for quiet recuperation. Softening his steps, he gently laid the elf down upon the wooden bed, its surface surprisingly comfortable. Casting his gaze around the room, he finally felt that he had found a place of safety, and the heart he had been holding aloft at last settled completely. "After a long day of work, I finally figured things out. However, it is too late tonight, and I fear I will have to go to bed with an empty stomach." Yufeng looked at the sleeping spirit beside him and murmured, "I have truly sacrificed a lot for you." System Ding host present. Received the dual pupils. Ding acquisition successful. A sudden pain shot through my eyes, a burning and aching sensation intertwined, and my vision trembled violently. The original color of my pupils began to fade away layer by layer, and shadows and light surged and rotated within my gaze. The 2 pupils gradually differentiated, took shape, and stabilized within the same eye socket. At first, the objects around me appeared distorted and doubled, but then my divine sense fused tightly with the bloodline origin of my dual pupils. The patterns of the dual pupils faintly revealed themselves beneath my eyes, their divine light concealed and the strange phenomenon solidified quietly. As the strange phenomenon subsided, my eyes returned to their normal appearance, yet within them the dual pupils coexisted, fully awakening the talent to see through illusions and perceive life, perfectly merging with my divine soul, without any repulsion or barrier. After feeling the changes in my body, Yufeng suddenly sensed that he could take on 100 versions of his former self. Truly, this was one of the top physiques in the cultivation world. Even without practicing, his strength already surpassed that of most ordinary cultivators. Acquired the Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra Mortal Edition. Ding rewards are being distributed. Spiritual light fell from the void ahead, the pathways of Dao flowed, and a roll of ancient jade book wrapped in misty brilliance appeared. The faint sounds of the Dao entered my ears, profound and lengthy, pointing directly to my core. I raised my hand forward and steadily supported the jade book. The moment my fingertips touched it, the jade book transformed into a stream of flowing light rushing directly into my brow and sea of consciousness. The vast and mysterious true meaning of the Tao and the principles of the universe thunderously unfolded, with thousands of scriptures and wondrous methods manifesting and rooting themselves within my divine soul. In an instant, the Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra was completely imparted to me. The foundation of the heart technique took shape, and the seed of the Tao solidified, awaiting my gradual comprehension and cultivation in the future. Yufeng hastily sat down on the ground, beginning to draw the qi into his body according to the first layer of the cultivation technique. Following the key points of the Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra, he slowly closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness. According to the system's description, breaking through to the first layer of Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra would allow him to wash marrow and cut meridians, shedding the impurities of his mortal body, greatly extending his lifespan and enhancing his senses beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, he would be able to perceive the flow of spiritual energy and the breath of living beings within several miles, discern good from evil, and identify monsters. Circulating true qi would strengthen his body, allow for self-healing of ordinary wounds, and render him unafraid of mundane weapons. Yufeng then calmed his mind and began to carefully feel the subtle spiritual energy in the world, being guided by his heart technique, threads of it gathering around him, flowing through his meridians, cleansing his flesh and nourishing his dantian. He followed the meridians, neither hurried nor anxious, refining the spiritual energy. He inhaled one by one, transforming it into rich, true qi, gradually storing it within his dantian. The circulation of true qi continued, making his meridians increasingly smooth and his body more resilient. Mysterious Tao rhythms lingered around his body, slowly understanding the profound meanings of the Heart Sutra, and his cultivation steadily settled. Was he already at the first layer of Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra? Feeling the feedback from his body, the sensation of spiritual power coursing through his meridians, his cultivation had inadvertently broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. The feeling of a top-tier physique complemented by a top-tier technique was simply unparalleled. It was not merely the concept of 112. After calming the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Yufeng continued his cultivation. Unknowingly, after several cycles, the night sky gradually faded, and the soft dawn light seeped through the window paper, illuminating the entire room. After a night of hard cultivation was finally completed, he gathered his energy and stabilized his true qi in his dantian. He slowly opened his eyes, the divine light in his gaze clear and restrained, exuding fullness of spirit and energy. After a night of meditation, his cultivation had reached the third layer of qi refinement. Yufeng, once plain in appearance, now had all the impurities of his mortal body washed away, his skin becoming clear and smooth with delicate features devoid of any roughness or weariness. His form stood tall and relaxed, shoulders squared, shedding the youthful hunch of awkwardness, his demeanor now poised and confident. An aura of ethereal grace emanated from him, every movement steady and serene as his spiritual energy remained concealed. The rhythms of the Tao self-generated. He had truly shed his mortal coil and became a genuine cultivator. The system opened the panel name Yufeng Physique Dual Pupils Development 01. Cultivation, third layer of Qi refinement technique, first layer of Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra, spell none, backpack, silver coins x10. Now he finally had some power for self-protection, but the immediate priority was to quickly buy some food and books. He needed to understand this world quickly, or otherwise he would be completely lost. Yufeng glanced at the young girl still sleeping. Could this great revitalizing pill be expired? Why is there still no sign of awakening? Forget it, I'll just go out and buy some supplies. After all, it had been almost a day since he last ate, and Yufeng was now nearly starving. He secured the courtyard door and oriented himself, steadily walking towards the city market. The morning light was just right, and the streets had already come alive with activity stalls lined up along the way. Freshly baked black bread was available for 5 copper coins each. This young master, would you like to buy a few? Yufeng couldn't help but ask, Boss, why is your bread black? Is there white bread available? The vendor replied, This young master doesn't seem to be from around here. You may not know that here only officials and some nobles can eat white bread. I remember that a white bread used to cost at least 100 copper coins. Ordinary people generally can't afford it, and those nobles often have cooks who make it at home, so they don't need to come to the market to buy it. Yufeng thought to himself, how expensive. Well, then I'll take 10. Alright, welcome to come again next time. He weighed the black bread in his hand. Each bite tasted rather subpar. 10 jean of wheat plus 1 jean of coarse salt. Wheat costs 50 copper coins per jean, and salt is even more expensive at 100 copper coins per jean. Walking into a deserted alley, Yufeng thought to himself and collected everything into the system's void. Afterward, he bought some vegetables and pork. His procurement of ingredients was complete. Passing through the bustling market, he turned into a secluded alley where an ancient and quaint bookstore came into view. The wooden storefront was old yet warm, the door panel polished to a shine, and a faded wooden sign hung above with ancient and profound characters. The shop door was half open, and a faint scent of ink and paper mixed with the aroma of aged wood wafted out, isolating the inside from the outside clamor. He stepped inside slowly. The light in the shop was soft, and the windows were clear and quiet. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, filled with layered volumes of books, their pages varying in age, exuding a strong literary atmosphere. Only a few scattered customers quietly flipped through books with no loud conversations, the only sound being the soft rustling of pages turning, creating a peaceful and tranquil ambience. Looking at the shopkeeper's leisurely demeanor, he then spoke. Boss, do you have any detailed books on history? The shopkeeper was a calm, elderly man sitting behind the counter with his eyes closed, resting. He raised his hand and slowly pointed to the far right of the bookshelf. History of the Aeslon continent, 1 silver coin, fixed price. So this world is called the Aeslon continent, Yufeng noted quietly. When he paid, the shopkeeper didn't even lift his eyelids. This boss is really bold, isn't he? Afraid he'll rob him? Forget it doesn't matter, I still have important things to do. On the way back, he casually bought a few local clothes. After all, his current outfit was rather odd. He didn't want to stand out too much, and of course there was still a young girl lying at home. He couldn't forget her. After a substantial shopping spree, he was left with just over 300 copper coins. Yufeng quickly left the bustling market and walked along familiar streets toward the rented courtyard. Along the way, he avoided passing pedestrians, circumventing the muddy and uneven roads as the gentle breeze from the outskirts of the city brushed away the noise of the market. Walking leisurely, his mind was preoccupied with the spirit resting in the house, eager to return home as soon as possible. Approaching a secluded alley, he caught sight of the walls and gate of his small courtyard in the distance. He stepped forward with one hand free, took out the key to unlock the door, stepped into the courtyard, and gently secured the door latch behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. Pushing open the door, the girl still showed no signs of waking. Yufeng took out the ingredients from the space, and after a simple meal, could hardly wait to return to his room. The book on the history of the Aeslon continent contained everything he wanted to know. After a long while, Yufeng slowly set the book down. It turned out that he was now in a place called the Silver Orchid Empire in the border town of Linfeng Pass. The Silver Orchid Empire is one of the 3 great empires of humanity, the second being the Violet Empire, known for its magic mages, and the third being the Tianwu Empire, flourishing with fighters. This world exists as a Western fantasy realm inhabited by humans, dragons, dwarves, elves, mermen, beastmen, demon beasts, and other races. The Aeslon continent is primarily divided into 2 cultivation methods. One is the rare and powerful magic mages, who are exceedingly few among the human race with the talent for magic. Most magic mages are nobles or wealthy individuals. Common people have no way to test for awakening. Even if they successfully awaken, they face exorbitant tuition fees and the cost of magic spells. Ultimately, they are left to fade away among the masses. Unless they have a miraculous opportunity, they cannot step into the realm of magic mages. In contrast, the other path is far more inclusive. Fighters cultivate battle chi with no stringent requirements for talent. For those without magical talent, cultivating battle chi seems to be an inevitable path. For common people, this is the best way to turn their fortunes around. For the classification of realms in the Aeslon continent, please refer to the end of the first chapter. As dusk approached, Yufeng gradually grasped the nature of this world, though he remained uncertain whether the local mage's sorcery surpassed his own immortal arts. Yet one question lingered. The system had been with him for nearly 2 days. Why had it issued no task? Ding! Task distribution is entirely random. If no mission has manifested recently, it simply means your auspicious resonance remains insufficient. So even you, a system, are a petty detractor. I'll file a formal complaint. After a spirited verbal sparring match with the system, his stomach surrendered first, issuing its white flag of hunger. Fine. I'll spare you the indignity of further debate. Humming a light, carefree tune, he ambled slowly toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, in another chamber. Upon the sleeping platform, the elf's long lashes trembled almost imperceptibly, like a butterfly entangled in an endless dream straining to break free. Her pallid complexion gradually flushed with faint color, her once cool skin warmed with gentle, life-giving radiance. First her fingertips curled softly, then her steady, deep breath paused briefly before exhaling fully and evenly. Beneath her tightly closed eyelids, her pupils stirred slowly. Her lashes fluttered several times before her eyes finally lifted. Her gaze upon waking was hazy and unfocused, dazed, disoriented, unable to discern where she lay or recall her own identity. Her brow furrowed faintly as she turned her neck with effort, testing her limbs, only to feel profound weakness, aching exhaustion, and the dull throb of lingering wounds. Gradually her vision sharpened, consciousness seeped back like tide returning to shore. She took in the unfamiliar austere room, and fragmented memories surged forth one after another. The fog of confusion receded from her eyes, replaced by wariness and quiet inquiry as she surveyed this strange abode. Where am I? Ugh, my head aches terribly. Wasn't I abducted by that vile abyssal archmage? Then, something triggered an ancient spell whisking me away. Shaoli, that voice, but mother passed away long ago. Yu Lingli. Just as bewilderment settled over her, the pendant at her chest pulsed with ever brighter white light. As Yu Lingli stood entranced, the radiant light coalesced gently before her, flowing forward like liquid moonlight. She stood tall and graceful within the humble dwelling, bearing the innate majesty and noble poise of elven royalty. She wore a flowing silver-white gown embroidered with delicate silver leaves. The fabric shimmered with soft, luminous warmth. The patterns were refined and understated. The hem fell like still clouds and placid water, unassuming, yet radiating sovereign dignity. Her hair cascaded in pure, translucent hues of gilded green, as if spun from moonlight filtering through ancient forests, loosely gathered into the royal elven coiffure, secured only by slender, luminous jade hairpins. A few stray strands framed her shoulders, tender and stately alike. Her elongated, elegantly tapered elven ears gleamed with quiet beauty. Tiny emerald spirit beads dangled from her earlobes, casting fleeting glimmers of clarity with every subtle motion. Mother, truly, it is you, mother. Wah, how could you vanish without a word all those years ago? Do you know how desperately I worried? I thought you were gone forever. My foolish child, you've endured so much hardship. It is I who failed you as a mother. Gazing upon her daughter's tear-streaked face, her own heart swelled with sorrow, regret, and love, yet time pressed urgently. Little Lee, listen closely. Every word I speak now must be etched into your memory. Seeing her mother's sudden solemnity, Yu Lingli hastily wiped away her tears. My departure all those years ago entangled forces far too vast. Knowing the truth would bring you only peril, not benefit. I remain alive, not fallen, but imprisoned in the far western reaches of the continent. I appeared here now because you were seized by the abyssal archmage and inadvertently activated the pendant's emergency protocol. Thus we managed, barely, to establish this fleeting communion. That pendant I gave you bears a spatial formation I inscribed myself, designed to forcibly teleport you to safety in moments across 10,000 li. It was meant to carry you to the roots of the primordial life tree, but the abyssal archmage sensed its activation and intervened violently. You escaped, but the coordinates destabilized. Now even I cannot determine where you have landed. Mother, what must I do to aid you? Yu Lingli pleaded, her voice thick with tears. Little Lee, reaching that place remains far too dangerous for you even now. Only when you ascend to the peak of 10th rank archmage will you possess the strength to tread there. Still, your abduction by the abyssal archmage proved against all odds a stroke of fortune. The one who rescued you administered some extraordinary healing elixir. Otherwise, time has run out. I must depart now. Take care of yourself, Little Lee. No, don't leave me, mother. Ainchi, Yu Lingli cried out, a raw, shattering wail. The pendant around her throat, having fulfilled its final purpose, shattered silently, its fragments dissolving into shimmering motes of light before vanishing entirely. Yufeng, stirring a pot in the kitchen, jolted violently at the sudden scream. What on earth? Which child's screaming like that at this hour? Something fell off. Wait, where exactly did that voice come from? Her. That elven maiden. She's awake. Twin pupils, activate. Though the twin pupils' manifestation rate stood at a mere 0, one of their power defied expectation. Basic clairvoyance was but the faintest whisper of their potential. His gaze swept toward the bed, where the maiden now lay trembling faintly, as if emerging from a vast, exhausting dream, weeping softly, her sorrow piercing the heart. Yufeng, get a grip. He silently chanted, prosperity, democracy, civilization. Moments later, as her sobs subsided, he carried a tray of simple fare and approached the door with cautious steps. 3 measured, unhurried knocks echoed, firm yet restrained, shattering the room's quietude. Yu Lingli recalled, this is not the Elven Empire. I was rescued by a human, yet he'd done nothing dishonorable. Indeed, he'd saved her life with some rare potent healing medicine. Perhaps this human was not evil after all. With serene composure, she murmured softly, "Please enter." Yu Feng granted permission, eased the door open, and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he froze, stunned. Her eyes, soft lavender misted with gentle light, were like polished crystal bathed in moonbeams, tender, luminous, unforgettable. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her jawline clean and harmonious, her skin the luminous alabaster hue unique to elves, tinged faintly with pastellness pallor, yet enhancing rather than diminishing her ethereal grace. A finely sculpted nose rose with quiet elegance, her lips were pale, subtly tinted with warm natural softness. Her elongated elven ears, graceful, finely wrought, glowed faintly with the verdant luminescence of ancient woodland spirits. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, spilling silkily across pillow and sheets, her frame slender and fragile, waist and shoulders poised with quiet symmetry. Illness lent her movements a languid, vulnerable tenderness. Caught beneath Yu Feng's unblinking gaze, Yu Lingli's cheeks flushed faintly. Have you finished looking yet?" Oh. It took him several breaths to regain his senses. "Forgive me, I'm just startled. You're utterly transformed from before. Then you lay unconscious, grievously wounded. So you're awake now. I've prepared some mild congee with lean pork and greens. You've just awakened. Would you like to replenish your strength?" Watching this flustered human, Yu Lingli felt her grief and fear dissolve like morning mist, leaving only quiet warmth. She smiled faintly, eyes soft with gentle light, serene, radiant, profoundly beautiful. "Thank you, you are truly kind. Wait, did I just get the nice guy card?" Yu Feng stood rooted, his expression frozen in awkward disbelief. Fearing she'd offended him, Yu Lingli hurriedly added, I beg your pardon. Did I speak wrongly? I confess, I know little of human etiquette." Yu Feng watched her frantic apology, and the vivid crimson blooming at the tips of her ears. "Why do I suddenly feel like some suspicious elder? Is the interdimensional police about to kick down the door and arrest me on the spot?" No harm done. I was simply struck speechless. You're breathtakingly beautiful." That remark, meant to soothe, only deepened the blush staining her ears. To dispel the mounting tension, Yu Feng quickly offered the steaming bowl. Let me know if you need more. I should go extinguish the stove, else I might set the house ablaze." Without waiting for a reply, he fled, leaving Yu Lingli watching his clumsy retreat, her heart lifting, her smile widening, warmth flooding her chest. Humans, it seemed, were not as cruel or treacherous as she'd imagined. Certainly this one was not. In silence, she savored each spoonful, until the entire bowl of warm congee was gone. After a while, Yu Feng composed himself and turned back. At this moment, Yu Lingli, weakened from her recent awakening, succumbed to her fatigue and fell into a deep slumber after consuming the bowl of warm congee. Yet the trace of sorrow upon her face could not be concealed. He stood silently by the bedside, gazing at the slumbering elf. Her countenance was fair and pure, her long lashes lowered, serene and tranquil, radiating a quiet grace. He carefully gathered the bowls and chopsticks, and as he exited the room, he whispered softly, "Good night." Yu Feng then closed the door, sat down in meditation, and focused his mind on circulating his true qi in an unending cycle. As the night wore on, moonlight flooded the chamber, and he immersed himself in arduous cultivation, losing all track of time. It was not until the eastern sky lightened and the morning rays streamed through the window that he ceased his practice, gathering all his true qi back into his dantian. This breakthrough from the 3rd layer of qi condensation to the 4th layer took me an entire night. I wonder if it was because of my unsettled state of mind last night. Fortunately, I succeeded in breaking through. The true qi at the 3rd layer of qi condensation is shallow, its circulation sluggish, and its endurance short. At the 4th layer, the true qi is rich and abundant, flowing smoothly with a solid foundation and a greatly enhanced combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the middle stage of qi condensation. Quest triggered. That elf lady seems to harbor some worries in her heart. Please, host, soothe her troubled mind. Reward upon completion: sword control, art, 10 silver coins. Worries. The system's words were not without reason. From the moment he met her, she exuded an air of mystery. She was definitely no ordinary elf. This is troubling. In the other room, long lashes trembled slightly before slowly revealing a slit of an eye. Her translucent violet pupils were veiled with a thick mist, listless and feeble, having lost their former sharp brilliance. Her shoulders and back were slender, her breathing light and prolonged. Her body leaned weakly, lacking even the strength to rise. Her face was pale and fair, stripped of all arrogance, leaving only fragility and vulnerability, like a violet flower about to break in the wind, quiet and pitiable. Yulongli slowly sat up, sensing the changes in her body. As consciousness gradually returned, her weakness, not yet faded, she raised her hand in bewilderment. What met her eyes was a slender, tender palm, much smaller in size, with fair and smooth skin completely unlike its former long and powerful form. Her heart jolted violently, panic spreading across her features. She struggled to sit up, her thin shoulders and delicate frame apparent. Looking down at her limbs and body, she realized that her once tall and dignified form had shrunk into that of an 18-year-old maiden. Her violet pupils constricted, filled with shock and dismay. The weak body combined with the youthful figure brought an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How could this be? Why has my body shrunk a little? Previously, Yulangli's figure was not like this. In modern terms, she was a standard Onisan type. Now her body had shrunk, as frail as a sprout. She forcibly suppressed her panic and mustered her remaining strength to channel her innate magic power. A faint purple light slowly rippled around her. As it just began to flow through her meridians, a sudden dull pain and stabbing sensation hit her. Her shoulders trembled slightly, a stifled groan caught in her throat, and her fair face instantly drained of all color, taking on a pallid hue. The light in her violet eyes flickered, her magic power dissipating somewhat. A dull ache spread through her veins to her limbs, causing her form to sway slightly, as she barely managed to steady herself. A layer of weariness settled upon her features. Yulongli was enveloped in dark, demonic energy, the power of the abyss surging and flowing, utterly incompatible with the elf's innate nature. Damn it, although her injuries had healed, but her innate magic power seemed to have been eroded by the abyss. If she forcibly channeled it, she would surely suffer a backlash. The abyssal magic clung to Yulongli like a stubborn parasite. Sensing the change in the room, with his spiritual sense, Yufeng knew the elf maiden had finally awakened. He gently knocked on the door, and after a moment, pushed it open. As soon as he entered, Yufeng noticed that the maiden was surrounded by a murky black radiance, the malevolent abyssal energy, surging heavily, devouring the vitality around her. Yufeng immediately activated the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra, spreading a pure and harmonious Tao resonance. At the same time, he activated his dual pupils to observe the situation within the maiden's body. His pupils split into double-layered patterns, a clear light swirling within, seeing through all mundane. He knew not what magic power was, only that within the maiden's body resided a vast, profound, dense, and pure strength, like an abyss or a sea, endlessly generating its intensity, terrifying to the extreme, as if it had accumulated boundless potential and reached the absolute pinnacle of some realm. At the same time, within the depths of that vast power, a wisp of cold, viscous black mist coiled, dark and sinister, utterly incompatible with the pure energy, like a venomous shadow lurking in the dark, silently adhering to her flesh, blood, and meridians. Astonished, he realized that two opposing energies coexisted within the maiden's body, one powerful and vast, the other cold and sinister, and he could not fathom what they were. A vast, mysterious light enveloped the maiden's body, layer by layer, gently coursing through her meridians. The righteous Tao force was steady and profound, step by step, restraining the surging and turbulent abyssal demonic energy, dissolving the cold, bone-eroding malevolence, protecting the elf's innate nature, and firmly suppressing and containing the evil force. Yufeng, at merely the fourth layer of qi condensation, forcibly acted to suppress the abyssal demonic energy. The righteous Tao force was instantly depleted, his internal spiritual energy dried up, his dantian empty, his limbs weak and powerless, and his figure staggered, unable to muster even a shred of his cultivation. What? The abyssal demonic energy was suppressed by this ordinary human before me. Yulangli's violet pupils widened suddenly, her eyes filled with disbelief. For she knew that abyssal demonic energy was pitch black and foul, corroding the soul and rotting the veins, devouring vitality and disrupting the spiritual root. Where it passed, sanctity withered the Tao foundation, decayed, it lured evil thoughts to devour the original heart, fierce and unruly, dedicated to destruction and ruin. Moreover, this was the abyssal magic left by a ninth-tier abyssal archmage. Even if only residual, it should not be something an ordinary human could handle. Furthermore, the aura this human just emitted belonged neither to magic nor to battle chi. Just now, Yufeng had radiated a vast and righteous Tao resonance, as steady as a mountain, profound and imposing. The Tao resonance was pure and neutral, its pressure introverted and deep, carrying the rules of heaven and earth. Who exactly is he? Oh my god, I feel completely drained. Yufeng's dantian spiritual energy was utterly exhausted, all his strength spent, his limbs soft and limp. His body felt heavy and weak, leaving only an empty weariness, and standing straight was a struggle. If not for his cultivation of the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra and his dual pupils stabilizing his mind, any ordinary cultivator contaminated by this evil aura would surely have faced certain death. But this young lady, what exactly is her background? Now that Yulingli's abyssal demonic energy had been suppressed, as long as she didn't rashly channel it, she would be fine. Looking at the nearly exhausted human before her heart was filled with remorse. Fat Hat, are you alright? Oh, I'm fine. What was that black evil gas, just now? Yufeng asked weakly. That is the magic power of an abyssal mage, the natural enemy of our elven race. Yulingli said indignantly. An abyssal mage? Yufeng recalled the historical records of the Iserland continent he had read yesterday. In the far west of the Iserland continent, a rift stretched for thousands of miles known as the Abyssal Barrier. Black fog shrouded the area, perpetually filled with fierce and malevolent energy, cutting off the light of the sun and moon. In this place, the laws were inverted, life was severed, and evil spirits thrived. The abyssal tribes were entrenched there, coveting the lands of the continent, constantly plotting to break through the barrier and overthrow all sanctity and order in the world. Thank you for saving me. Our elven race will surely repay you handsomely in the future. It's nothing. But before that, may I ask for the lattice name? I am Yufeng, a traveler. A warmth filled Yulingli's heart, and her previous fear and panic completely dissipated. Her violet pupils shimmered with a soft light, her brows relaxed, and a faint smile played on her lips as she spoke her name with calm grace. My name is Inshi Yulingli, the eldest princess of the Elven Empire. As the words fell, Yufeng's mind shook violently, and his eyes suddenly focused. He had never imagined that this youthful, fragile maiden entwined with abyssal evil power was actually the revered eldest princess of the Elven Empire. On no way, folks. On the very first day of my transmigration to this other world, I ended up bringing home the eldest princess of the Elven Empire. The eastern region of the Iserland continent, with its vast stretches of verdant forests, was the ancestral home of the Elven Empire. The western border of the empire was closely adjacent to the territory of the Violet Empire, with interconnected fields and border cities facing each other. Within the realm, ancient trees towered to the sky, moonlight cascaded down, spirit springs were everywhere, and all plants and trees were imbued with spiritual energy. Since you are the princess of the Elven Empire, how did you end up in such a remote place? Yulingli pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. A few days ago, I received an urgent mission within the Elven Royal Palace. Dozens of deep cracks had appeared near the Elven Royal City. Whenever an abyssal rift opened, countless abyssal beasts would pour out. As the Elven princess, it was my bounden duty. But who would have thought I would be captured by that abyssal archmage? Later, relying on the jade pendant my mother left me, I teleported here. However, I was supposed to teleport to the side of the World Tree, but due to the interference of the abyssal archmage, I ended up who knows where. By the way, Yufeng, where is this place? Yufeng listened to Yulingli's tragic experience and clicked his tongue in amazement. This is the Windfrost Pass, a border town of the Silver Orchid Empire, at least 10,000 miles away from the Elven Kingdom. Yulingli learned that this place was separated from the Elven Empire by countless miles, vast distances with mountains, rivers, and natural chasms in between. Her jade-like face dimmed slightly, the gentle light in her eyes fading as a wave of bewildered melancholy washed over her heart. Her homeland was far beyond reach, and for a moment, she knew not where to go or what to do. In her heyday as a peak 7th-tier archmage, this distance, though troublesome, would have been nothing too difficult for her. But now, weak in body, and with her magic power restricted, knowing that her homeland was 10,000 miles away, and the path home seemed hopeless, a sharp pang of bitterness seized Yulingli's heart. Her previously forced composure completely crumbled. Unable to hold back her grievances and fear any longer, she lowered her eyes, and crystal tears silently rolled down, soaking her clothes. She could only weep in secret, not daring to make a sound. Seeing her weeping so pitifully, Yufeng could not bear it any longer. When her sobs subsided slightly, he lowered his voice, firm and gentle. Don't cry. Think of it differently. A journey of 10,000 miles is just like traveling while going home. Princess Yulingli, do you trust me? Once you've recovered your health, we'll figure out a way to return together. Yulingli stared blankly at his steady and reliable features, listening to his sincere promises. The fear and loneliness in her heart gradually faded, replaced by a warm, soothing comfort. Drifting without anchor with a hopeless path home, the person before her was her only support now. She gently wiped the remaining tears from her cheeks, adjusted her robes, and slightly bowed. Her violet eyes shimmered with trust and gratitude as she nodded softly, accepting his invitation with a gentle voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Sword Control, Art, 10 silver coins. Ding! Epic mission triggered. Mission: Guard the Royal with Sword. Escort this elven princess safely to the elven capital, delivering her intact, without losing a single part. Reward 1 random divine beast, 1 random top-grade spiritual artifact, a mysterious gift from the Elven Empire, and 9,999 gold coins. Accept. Accept, quickly accept. Yufeng's mouth almost watered at the sight of these rewards, eager to fly to the Elven Empire with Yulongli, traveling through a different world with a beauty and getting rewards too. This was the real, otherworldly life. Bring it on. A mere 10,000 miles. Let's see how hard it really is. Yulongli watched Yufeng suddenly become so excited. Why would taking her home make him so happy? What a strange person. Wouldn't anyone else be full of worry? For now she decided to promise him some benefits to facilitate her eventual return home. Then she said softly, Yufeng, I won't let you save me for nothing. Once you and I reach the Elven Empire, I can give you wealth and status. Yufeng's expression changed abruptly at her words. Frowning, he said, Do you think I saved you just for those illusory things? I am a traveler. On this continent of Iserland, rather than mere gold, I prefer to see the sights I have never seen before. So, Princess Lingli, if you want to repay me, remember to take me to the sea of moon-infused serenity flowers unique to your Elven Empire. He then rattled off the Starfire secluded valley and several other sacred sites of the Elven Empire as recorded in the history of the Iserland continent. Hearing that Yufeng coveted no titles, lands, divine weapons, or treasures, but only wished to tour the scenic wonders of the Elven Empire, Yulongli was momentarily stunned. Her violet eyes flickered, filled with surprise and a surge of warmth, followed by a wave of shame. Ordinary humans encountering such good fortune would crave high-level techniques, rare, spiritual treasures, power, and blessings. But he with a pure heart regarded fame and fortune as nothing, only cherishing the beautiful landscapes. A gentle smile slowly curved on Yulangli's lips, her eyes brimming with trust and delight. Lifting her gaze to him, her voice was soft yet earnest. So you seek no reward, only to tour my people's sacred lands. Very well. When we return safely to the Empire, I shall personally guide you through the moon-infused sacred forest, the Starfire, secluded valley, and the silver-winged heavenly falls. I will show you every breathtaking spiritual domain of the Empire. Ha ha ha, great. Pinky swear, or you're a dog. Yulongli watched him suddenly act like a child, seriously wanting to pinky swear. Her violet eyes first showed surprise, then overflowed with warm laughter. All right. A wave of warmth surged in her heart. All solemn gratitude melted into soft tenderness. Casting aside her royal status, she willingly lowered all her reserve and earnestly extended her finger to interlock with his. She sighed inwardly, thinking such an honest and kind person was truly rare and precious. How fortunate she was to travel with him. After the pinky swear, Yufeng said to Yulongli, Princess Lingli's top priority now is to recuperate. Once you are fully recovered, we can set off. Hearing the word princess, a flicker of displeasure passed through Yulangli's eyes. Yufeng, you and I are now companions. Please, no more talk of princess. Just call me Lingli. All right, little sister Lingli, your big brother Yufeng will always have a bite for you, even if it's just a bowl to wash. Of course there will be a bite for you, he. Yulongli looked at this unserious man and felt a headache coming on, even beginning to regret her earlier words. After assessing her physical condition for a moment, Yulongli said solemnly, In my current state, I should be able to set out to find a way home within a month at most. However, along the way I cannot freely use my magic power. At the very least, I would suffer backlash from the abyssal magic. At worst, it would draw the abyssal mage here. This would be disadvantageous for both of you and me. Yulongli frowned in contemplation, her brow bearing the steady thoughtfulness of royalty, every move reflecting the grace and responsibility befitting a long princess. But as Yufeng looked closely, her clothes were stained with dust and mud, the edges frayed and messy, still clinging to a faint lingering trace of demonic aura far from the pristine elegance of her former courtly attire. This dignified planning demeanor, coupled with her thoroughly disheveled state, created a stark contrast that was especially pitiable. Maybe Lingli should freshen up first. After all, Yulangli's once splendid robes were now tattered with multiple tears and loose frayed edges looking like rags. The fabric was covered in dust and mud, with large patches of dark dried bloodstains layered upon each other, shocking to behold. Wispy strands of stagnant demonic aura clung to her sleeves. The once elegant and noble royal robes were now battered and ruined, a miserable picture of one who had suffered calamity. Yulongli followed his gaze down to herself. Realizing that her torn, blood-stained, and disheveled state had been fully seen by him, her jade-like cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning with a mix of shame and embarrassment. Her former dignity as a precious princess was utterly shattered. Unable to maintain her composure, her heart churned with both annoyance and bitterness. She hurriedly gathered her torn robes, lowered her red-rimmed eyes, and urged in a voice tinged with coquettish indignation, "Turn around quickly and get out. No more looking. Let me go heat some water for you." Yufeng quickly made his escape, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The moment the door closed, Yulingla's tense body relaxed, though her cheeks still burned. The sight of her in tattered, blood-stained clothes with her modesty exposed had been completely seen by him. The reserve and dignity of royalty shattered into pieces, leaving her heart tangled in shame that lingered long. Recalling how she had harshly driven him away, her tone sharp and urgent, she later felt remorse. He had only been concerned for her with no hint of impropriety. It was her own panic and embarrassment that had made her lose her composure. At this thought, her heart softened and ached. Having been pampered since childhood within the deep palace, she was always impeccably dressed and dignified. Never had she been so utterly disheveled, allowing anyone to witness her distress. Now stranded in a foreign land with no maids to attend her and no fine clothes to change into, she could only face her blood-stained, hole-ridden garments alone. A wave of helplessness washed over her. But he seemed like an honest man, and he wouldn't do anything to her, would he? It was just her thin skin and inability to let go of her royal status. As the shame and annoyance gradually faded, what remained was embarrassment, helplessness, and a faint, unspeakable sense of security. At least she had him to rely on now, and only he had witnessed her in such a state. That was a small mercy in the midst of misfortune. She bit her lip, gently, quietly calming her emotions, and slowly began to tidy her ruined robes, hoping to regain some cleanliness and dignity soon, so as not to be so awkward and flustered again. An hour later, Yufeng finally managed to heat a large pot of water. He did not step inside the room, but stood at the doorway, his tone sincere and gentle. Take a good bath. First, wash away all that grime and bloodstains from your body. It must be terribly uncomfortable to feel so sticky all over. After a wash, you'll feel refreshed all over, and your wounds will be cleaner too. He'll stand guard outside. No one will disturb you. Take your time, and don't worry. Hearing his gentle voice from beyond the door, Yuling's body stiffened slightly. She had been filled with embarrassment, flustered, and panicked just moments before, and now her cheeks slowly began to burn once more. Yufeng's considerate kindness harbored not a single improper thought, yet here, she was letting her imagination run wild. But the thought of her own appearance covered in blood and with tattered clothes still made her feel a little awkward. She clutched her worn, once splendid robe, her mind in a turmoil, a mix of shyness and emotion. She knew he genuinely cared for her, afraid that the filth clinging to her would make her wounds sting, which was why he had specifically offered his advice. There were no frivolous glances, not a hint of impropriety, only pure and sincere concern. The shame slowly faded, replaced by a warm, soothing sense of security in her heart. Her voice, soft and delicate, carried a lingering shyness as she responded softly from behind the door. Just as the warmth of the feeling spread through her heart, Yulingli suddenly snapped back to reality, her expression shifting. So preoccupied with her embarrassment and worry about dignity, she had completely forgotten her own situation. Having been severely injured by the demon earlier, her body had not yet healed. She was weak and limp all over, every bone feeling like it was coming apart. Forget getting up to wash. Even sitting steadily for long was an effort. She simply couldn't get out of bed and move on her own. With this sudden clarity, her predicament deepened, a mix of helplessness and embarrassment. She had been so firm just moments ago, sending him out, yet now she lacked even the strength to get out of bed, let alone bathe by herself. Her heart was filled with shame and helplessness. Her voice, thin and soft, carried immense distress as it passed through the door. That hat. I still can't get out of bed. Yulingli's jade-like face was completely flushed, the rosy hue spreading from her cheeks to her ears and neck, a thick, vibrant blush. Yufeng had no choice. A sudden urge rose in his heart. How about I carry you to the bathhouse? He'll wait outside the door then. Hearing his suggestion from outside, Yulingli felt as if she were on fire. Her face was drenched in a deep crimson blush, and her ears burned so hot they seemed ready to bleed. Her hands fluttered nervously, tightly clutching her torn and soiled robe. Her body curled up awkwardly, a storm of shame raging within her heart. Having lived long in the deep palace, honored as the grand princess of the royal clan, she had never been close to any member of the opposite sex since childhood, let alone been carried in a man's arms. Torn by 1,000 conflicting emotions, she was so embarrassed her breathing grew tight. Yulingli, what are you thinking? He's kindly trying to help you. How can your thoughts be so impure? All right, Yufeng, you can come in. Yufeng pushed the door open gently, his movements slow and steady, his gaze upright and open, not wandering around. He whispered gentle reassurances, telling her to relax and not be nervous. Then, bending down with a gentle and steady motion, he carefully wrapped his arms around her waist and the crook of her knees, lifting her securely into a horizontal carry. Yulingli's entire body stiffened. Her small face was a brilliant, delicate red. Her long lashes were tightly shut, not daring to open even a sliver. Her head instinctively drooped, slightly resting gently against his shoulder. Her hands were restless and uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, she gently grasped the front of his robe. Her body was taut, and even her breathing was slow and shallow. The once lofty and proud princess, a delicate golden flower, now lay softly and limply resting securely in his arms. Yufeng's pace was steady and unhurried. He walked calmly, his steps sure and without a jolt or a bump, carefully mindful of her wounds, afraid that any sudden movement might aggravate her injuries. The journey was silent save for the silent flow of the maiden's shyness and her complete trust. His heart was upright, his conduct proper. He was purely dedicated to caring for her and ensuring her safety. She set aside all her royal pride and maidenly reserve, allowing him to hold her steadily step by step towards the bathing chamber. After sending Yu Lingli into the bathhouse, Yufeng settled her securely, closed the bathhouse door, and leaned against the wall outside to rest. He muttered to himself, this elf princess is way too shy. It was just a hug, and look, she's blushing from head to toe, not even daring to lift her head. But I can understand. She was raised in the deep palace with so many rules, she has a thin skin. Besides, she's hurt so badly, she can't even move. Anyone would be embarrassed in her place. But there were more important things to do now. System claimed the sword control art. Then congratulations, host, you have obtained the sword control art. The sword control art is divided into 3 levels. First level, using chi to control the sword. The sword's momentum is swift, breaking through defenses and armor. Second level, transforming spiritual power into a sword. The sword light flows, balancing offense and defense. Third level, sword flight, extreme speed, a booming roar that splits the air. To cultivate this art, one must first have a sword. It seemed he would have to go to the city tomorrow to forge a flying sword. It was also very inconvenient now. He had many things to do, but he couldn't just abandon Yu Lingli. He felt stretched thin, unable to be in 2 places at once. He cultivated quietly, while keeping part of his mind on the sounds from the bathhouse, his ears listening carefully for any noise. The environment was peaceful and calm. He focused on honing his cultivation while firmly guarding the door, afraid that she might need something and he wouldn't be able to answer in time. After a long while, a weak voice came from inside the room. Yufeng, I'm done washing. You can come in now. Hearing this, Yufeng quickly walked into the bathhouse. After her bath, all the dust, filth, and bloodstains had been washed away completely. Her previously tangled and dry silver hair was now damp and soft, strands shimmering with a warm luster cascading over her shoulders and back. Her skin, soaked by the warm water, was fair and translucent with a faint, delicate pink flush. It had shed its earlier sickly pallor, appearing warm, smooth, and fine. She wore a clean, soft purple plain robe. The fabric clung comfortably to her skin, elegant and understated. A faint mist of water and the sweet scent of herbs clung to her with no trace of any unpleasant odor. The fatigue, pain, and dishevelment that had clung to her earlier had mostly dissipated. Her brows were relaxed, her complexion much more vibrant. She was refreshingly clean, gentle, and pure, exuding a delicate vulnerability that inspired affection. Yufeng quickly bent down, his movements gentle and steady, carefully lifting her into a horizontal. Now free of grime and blood, she was enveloped in a warm, moist air, surrounded by the faint, elegant scent of herbs. Her long, wet hair hung down softly, clinging to her shoulders and back. She was light, fragile, and delicate. Yufeng slowed his pace, his posture steady and calm. Every step was slow and gentle, carefully avoiding any jolts, afraid of aggravating her unhealed wounds. The maiden in his arms still had a faint pink blush on her cheeks. Her expression was gentle and obedient as she quietly leaned against him, her hands lightly holding her robe, a picture of complete trust. He gently laid Yu Lingli down on the bed, pulled a thin blanket over her, and stood a few steps away from the bed, his posture upright and open without a trace of impropriety. The room was silent save for a breeze seeping through the window crack. The earlier embarrassment slowly faded, and Yu Lingli's mind was much calmer. Looking at this reliable young man before her, she finally set aside all the wariness and barriers of royalty. The spirit she had mustered earlier gradually waned. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, her long lashes drooping incessantly. Her body relaxed, her expression softened, a serene and satisfied smile on her lips. Soon she fell into a deep sleep. Hey, how can this girl be so carefree? Here I am, a grown man standing right in front of her, and she just falls asleep. Perhaps Yu Lingli herself didn't know, but facing this human she had known for less than 2 days, the tightly shut door of her heart seemed to have cracked open a sliver. After settling Yu Lingli, Yufeng gently closed the door and slowly walked to the center of the small courtyard. Now that he had broken through to the midstage of Qi refinement, he could learn the accompanying spells from the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra for the Qi refinement stage. The first layer of the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra had 5 matching spells: Taishu, Sword, Finger, Void, Step, Qi, Absorption, and Concealment, Art Minor, 5 elements, Spell, and Taishu Slash. With my current cultivation, I can't be greedy and try to learn too much at once. He'll start with Taishu, Sword, Finger, and Void Step. That should give me a balance of offense and defense. Taishu, Sword, Finger, joining fingers to form a sword, condensing void energy into a blade. A faint gray light appears at the fingertips. It can turn stone to powder, break the spiritual light of low-grade artifacts. It can strike from a distance of 3 zhang, silent and invisible, useful for both self-defense and surprise attacks. It'll start with you the first step to cutting through cabbages in this other world. Dawn's first light pierced the mist. Yufeng, having cultivated throughout the night, stood radiant and vigorous. No trace of fatigue clouded his bearing. All that arduous practice was not in vain. My fingers nearly wore raw. Last night, I drilled relentlessly, jabbing at tree stumps, striking stones. Each motion a sharp, stinging symphony of soreness. Woo woo woo, the Tai Su sword finger is finally perfected. Yufeng stood poised in the courtyard, centering his spirit and calming his mind as he silently channeled the Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra. Ethereal chi surged from his dantian, racing along meridians to gather at his fingertips. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, sealed the incantation, and thrust forward. A translucent sword light coalesced at his fingertips, shimmering with quiet intensity. With effortless grace, he executed aerial jabs, horizontal cuts, and diagonal thrusts. The sword finger techniques flowed like water, each movement accompanied by a low, resonant hum as cleaving chi sliced through the air. At times he projected the blade light, several chi, shattering stone fragments with pinpoint precision. At others, he sustained the luminous edge, its clarity and refinement unwavering. Every posture unfolded with composure and mastery. Mind-aligned, intent-focused chi, harmonized sword essence manifest. Each motion balanced restraint and release. The Tai Su sword finger reached consummate perfection. His surrounding spiritual energy settled into profound stillness, and the subtle resonance of the Tao spontaneously emanated from his being. Only after depleting over half his chi reserves did Yufeng finally lower his guard and breathe easy. He entered the kitchen and prepared a simple meal, then placed it outside Yu Lingli's chamber door, leaving behind a note before striding purposefully outward. Yu Lingli stirred awake, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Morning light bathed the room in gentle warmth. Beside her bed rested a modest, yet thoughtful breakfast, freshly prepared and perfectly arranged. Her gaze swept the room, and there, tucked beneath her pillow, lay a folded note. She reached for it, unfolded the paper, and as she read its playful, candid words, a soft smile curled her lips, and a delicate flush rose to her cheeks. She gently bit her lower lip, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn. The handwriting was carefree, yet laced with mischievous charm. I'm stepping out briefly. I'll be back in the blink of an eye. Stay put and rest properly. No wandering off or reckless exertion. Wait for me obediently. Yufeng departed the small courtyard and made his way into the city. Bustling streets teemed with life. Merchants, martial cultivators, commoners, nobles, all weaving through the vibrant tapestry of daily existence. Guided by the rhythmic clang of hammer on metal, he arrived directly at the blacksmith's forge, nestled in a street corner. Its facade was rustic and unadorned. Within the furnace blazed fiercely crimson flames, dancing, the iron anvil gleaming under heat. The blacksmith swung his hammer in powerful arcs, sparks cascading like falling stars, waves of scorching heat rolling forth. Yufeng stepped inside, stood calmly, and prepared to repair his sword and procure necessary gear. Master, craft me an exceptional flying sword. Spare no expense on materials. Use only the finest. A flying sword? The blacksmith asked, puzzled. What kind of weapon is that? Well, similar to a one-handed sword, but refined in certain crucial details. Specifications: total length, 3 chi 2 cun, blade length, 2 chi 4 cun, hilt length, 8 cun ao weight, 3 jin 4 liang. Perfectly balanced for both single and double-handed grip. Hearing this precise litany of measurements, the blacksmith's expression brightened instantly. No problem. I'll handle it personally. As for materials, we carry premium 100-fold refined mundane iron, and I'll alloy in a touch of meteoric iron ore. This composition ranks among the finest available across Linfeng Pass City. Though regarding price is negotiable, master. Yufeng hurriedly interjected. After a moment's rough calculation, the blacksmith's gruff voice boomed, 100 silver coins. Yufeng's eyes widened. His entire fortune amounted to barely 10 silver coins. Might it be reduced slightly? Impossible, young master. This is already our rock-bottom price. Any lower, and I'd be operating at a loss. After brief deliberation, Yufeng clenched his teeth. I'll take it. 10 silver coins now as deposit. I'll return in 3 days to collect it. If I fail to settle the balance, consider those 10 coins your drinking money. Agreed. No issue. Safe travels, young master. Upon exiting the forge, Yufeng's expression collapsed. He possessed fewer than 200 copper coins. Yet he had long prepared a contingency. Amidst the flow of pedestrians, traders, warriors, common folk, aristocrats, he followed the swell of lively chatter toward the Adventurers' Guild at the city's heart. The guild hall's entrance was grand and spacious, its ancient weighty plaque hung solemnly above. At the threshold, warriors of all stripes streamed in and out, seeking livelihood and purpose. Inside, voices overlapped in cheerful chaos. Assignment boards covered every wall, missions categorized meticulously. Mercenaries gathered in clusters debating terms, attendants darted between tables, the air thrummed with industrious energy. Yufeng strode across the threshold, his gaze sweeping the hall with quiet confidence. He intended to accept suitable commissions, to earn cultivation resources, and quietly survey the land's customs and political currents. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild, sir. My name is Catherine. How may I assist you? Ah, hello. I am Yufeng, a traveler. I wish to register as an adventurer and earn supplementary income. The Adventurers Guild spanned all three great human empires, an organization teeming with diversity. It answered to no kingdom's law, pledged allegiance to no noble house, bowed to no aristocrat. Its members acted according to conscience and lived by skill, accepting contracts, slaying demonic beasts, exploring ruins, recovering relics, escorting caravans. Any endeavor yielding coin supplies or cultivation materials fell within their purview. So it's essentially a mercenary order from another realm, Yufeng mused inwardly. Very well, Mr. Yufeng, please follow me to complete your registration. Our guild operates with great autonomy. Accepting or declining missions remains entirely at your. Moreover, we accept diverse resources, monster parts, cultivation materials, intelligence, and we guarantee fair valuation. Moments later, Yufeng handed his completed form to Catherine, who retrieved from beneath the counter his newly issued adventurer's credential and insignia. Congratulations, Mr. Yufeng. You are now an esteemed member of the Adventurers Guild. We urge you to undertake missions promptly to elevate your rank, thereby unlocking access to higher-tier assignments and rare cultivation resources. The Guild's ranking system comprised Novice Adventurer, Elite Adventurer, Epic Adventurer, Legendary Adventurer. Higher ranks conferred distinct privileges, such as priority exchange rights for rare herbs unavailable on the open market. Thank you. Yufeng secured his credential and documents, then strode decisively toward the assignment board, where most tasks proved trivial and poorly compensated. A dozen Tier 1 Earth Element slimes have appeared near Shirtion village outside Linfeng Pass. Dispatch or eradicate them, 500 copper coins. Drive away stray wolves and wild dogs harassing poultry at Luolin village's gate. No serious injury permitted, mere expulsion suffices, 50 copper coins. Most assignments were labor-intensive yet meagerly rewarded. Only the slime eradication held marginal appeal. Just as Yufeng turned to leave, a crisp, commanding voice rang through the hall. A tall, sharply defined figure entered. Upright, poised, shoulders broad and steady. Clad in streamlined battle attire, she moved with decisive efficiency, utterly devoid of conventional feminine delicacy. Her golden hair was drawn high into a tight knot with only a few strands framing her cheeks. Her features were clear and striking, her gaze piercing. Though her stance appeared relaxed, her entire presence radiated resolute vigor and unyielding spirit. Every gesture exuded bold elegance, especially the proud curve of her silhouette. A Tier 2 mid-rank Corruptwood Wolf King has appeared outside Anshi Manor, accompanied by over 20 Tier 1 mid to high rank Corruptwood Wolves, devastating the wheat fields beyond the estate. Our Longwind Drifters squad currently lacks sufficient manpower. We urgently seek a courageous, meticulous, and formidable ally to join us in completing this urgent commission. 10 silver coins per person upon completion. A Corruptwood Wolf King. That's no ordinary threat, 20+ minions flanking it. Even seasoned Tier 2 high-rank martial cultivators hesitate to confront it alone. No wonder they're recruiting widely, and indeed the reward is substantial. A Corruptwood Wolf King. Yufeng immediately opened the guild's basic compendium. Corruptwood Wolf King, typically Tier 2 low to Tier 2 high. Larger than common wilderness wolves, shoulder height approaching 1.8 meters, body length approximately 3.5 meters. Its frame is broad-boned, muscles taut and sinewy. Fur mottled gray-black and decay green, tangled like rotting moss. Patches of baldness reveal blackened, hardened hide streaked with decaying leaves and debris. Its head bears dark green spectral flames within its pupils, its muzzle and nostrils cracked, and blackened yellowed fangs dripping necrotic fluid. Atop its skull sprouts a tuft of stiff ash-white bristles, like splintered deadwood. Its foreclaws are long and powerful, tips black as rusted nails. Its tail is short, sparsely furred, resembling a frayed, rotting rope. Highly hazardous to novice adventurers. Encounter warrants immediate cautious withdrawal. Yufeng quietly closed the compendium. Truth be told, given his current state, group operations were best avoided. As Yufeng prepared to depart, a crystalline chime echoed within his mind. Ding. Host detected. Random quest activated. Incomplete the Longwind Drifters' extermination of the Corruptwood Wolf Pack and investigate the true motive behind their trampling of the wheat fields. In reward upon completion, 10 Tier 1 mid-grade chi accumulating pills, 100 silver coins. An accept quest. An accepted. In within Ethylene Continent, every monstrous beast harbors a core, the most precious essence within its body. Yufeng initially thought it would be difficult to trigger the system's task in a short time, but unexpectedly it happened just in time. It seems that the mission to exterminate the wolf pack is not as simple as it appears. However, he is unsure what the criteria for triggering a task by this system might be. Meanwhile, the Changfeng team has already recruited 3 or 4 members. That striking female fighter who seems to be the leader appears ready to leave, as she finds it hard to recruit anyone. Wait. Seeing them prepare to leave, Yufeng hurriedly stepped forward. This sister, I also want to join you in taking on this task. Velez looked at the young man who suddenly stepped out from the crowd, her eyes shifting as if deep in thought. However, another team member chuckled lightly. An ordinary person without any aura circulating around him actually thinks of exterminating magical beasts. He must not know how to write the word death. Huh. This contemptuous voice triggered laughter among the nearby onlookers. How could an utterly worthless ordinary boy have the guts to come here? Yufeng's hand, which hung at his side, slowly tightened into a fist, knuckles turning white. Yet there was no sign of embarrassment or retreat on his face. He suppressed his swirling emotions, his expression growing increasingly calm and resolute. Spiritual energy surrounded his fingertips, ready to show this person in front of him what he was capable of. Enough, Tom. We are here to gather people to exterminate the wolf pack, not to let you cause trouble. Velez, standing beside him, said sharply. Tom, taken aback by this sudden reprimand, opened his mouth slightly, but said nothing more. Yufeng observed this scene from the side and thought to himself, although he seemed to have calmed down on the surface, it was hard to believe he was genuinely convinced. If I don't get him to yield now, it might affect my ability to complete the task later. With this thought in mind, Yufeng slightly nodded to Velez to express his gratitude. You keep saying I am worthless, I dare you to compete with me. Let me see if some people are even worse than garbage. Tom was incited by these words, stepping forward heavily, the soles of his boots thudding against the stone floor, the short axe handle rattling in his hand, his face filled with arrogance and disdain. He squinted his eyes, sizing up Yufeng, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer, his coarse voice deliberately raised high to ensure everyone could hear him clearly. Look at this delicate appearance, unable to carry a shoulder, unable to fight. He looks just like a pampered village youth. How dare he get involved in the extermination of the Rottenwood wolf pack? He would probably enter the forest, and upon hearing the wolf howls would have his legs soften, crying and fleeing. Yufeng, standing in the hall, said, unperturbed, verbal mockery is useless. You wouldn't be saying all this out of fear of not being able to defeat me, would you? The gazes of the surrounding companions immediately focused on Tom, who suddenly felt embarrassed, his neck flushed, red veins bulging, utterly furious. He gripped the axe handle tightly, knuckles turning white, the earlier mockery and taunts completely fading, leaving only anger and ferocity on his face. Good. Very well. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. He suddenly stepped forward, chest puffed up high, his imposing aura roaring, as he shouted, I won't bully you for being unarmed. Saying this, he handed the iron axe to a teammate beside him. When I throw you down, you must not cry, beg for mercy, or go back on your word. I want to teach you in public what battlefield skills are, and what it means to keep a low profile. Today I will thoroughly crush your arrogant spirit. After saying this, he shook off the hands of those trying to pull him back, firmly planted his stance, and assumed a combat posture, his eyes fierce, just waiting to strike. Velez stood outside the circle, her brows furrowing slightly, not immediately stopping him. She quietly observed, unsure of the confidence this person had, as he didn't exhibit any aura, nor did he behave like a mage. Tom from the Changfeng wandering team, a latest-stage first-rank fighter. Yufeng, an ordinary traveler. Before the uproar had settled, Tom lunged forward with a roar, his strong arms charging with brute strength, swinging his fist directly at Yufeng's face, his moves rough and fierce, characteristic of street brawling. Around them, the adventurers raised their voices, all convinced that this newcomer would soon be knocked down. Yet Yufeng remained steadfast in place, as stable as an ancient pine, his expression calm and undisturbed. His cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement was deeply rooted in his physical frame, his bones were strong, and his strength long-lasting, far beyond what an ordinary martial artist could compare to. Without using any spells or special techniques, relying solely on his pure physical foundation, he calmly sidestepped Tom's heavy punch and precisely grabbed Tom's wrist. With a slight exertion, he twisted, and with a pained grunt, Tom's entire arm was immobilized, his brute force rendered useless. Before Tom could struggle or retaliate, the protagonist leaned in, using the momentum to throw him down. With a loud thud, the once arrogant Tom crashed heavily onto the stone floor, dust flying everywhere. Yufeng stepped forward, firmly kneeling on his back, his hand pressing down on Tom's neck and shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground, unable to move an inch. How could this guy be so strong? Am I going to capsize today? Tom struggled with all his might, his face turning red, muscles taut, using all his strength to bump and twist, yet it was as if he were locked in an iron vice, unable to budge Yufeng even slightly. The previous arrogance had completely vanished, leaving only a frustrated groan. The entire process was clean and swift, restrained, yet not brutal, but it thoroughly settled the contest, a true display of overwhelming dominance. The surroundings fell into an instant silence, all taunts, disdain, and jeering stuck in their throats, as everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. A glimmer of brightness flashed in Valessa's eyes. She nodded secretly, believing she had seen through Yufeng's true strength. Yufeng slowly released his restraining arm, standing upright, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his expression calm and composed, no longer carrying any trace of hostility. Tom, who had just been arrogant, lay in the dirt, gasping for breath, looking utterly miserable, no longer daring to utter a word. The whole place fell silent, and the adventurers looked at the protagonist with expressions of shock, their views entirely transformed. Yufeng turned around confidently, walking to Valessa's side, standing tall, his tone earnest and steady, neither arrogant nor impatient. "Captain, now that the strengths have been distinguished, may I join this task?" Valessa looked at him, seeing his calm demeanor and genuine strength, filled with appreciation. She nodded readily, her tone decisive, and without hesitation. "Having such a capable hand join us is a stroke of luck for our Changfeng wandering team. You can join us immediately for this wolf extermination mission." She then relaxed her expression slightly, shedding some of the captain's sternness, and introduced herself. "My name is Valessa, captain of the Changfeng wandering team, a mid-level second-rank fighter. I specialize in archery, single-handed swordsmanship, and forest tracking, adept in tracing trails and setting traps, and I usually coordinate the team's actions and make decisions during battles. I am Yufeng, an ordinary traveler. I apologize on behalf of Tom." Yufeng hurriedly waved his hands. "No need, Captain Valessa. He has already received the punishment he deserves." With this, Valessa wasted no time and quickly tightened the team, heading towards the direction of the wolf pack. Dust settled as Tom struggled to push himself up from the ground, his arms sore and tingling, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. The previous arrogance deflated considerably. He no longer dared to provoke, openly shrinking to the back of the team with his head down, pretending to adjust his clothes to hide his embarrassment. Yet from the corner of his eye he was fixated on the figures of Yufeng and Valessa conversing ahead, a flicker of cold, vicious light flashing through his lowered gaze. Humiliation, unwillingness, and resentment tangled together, surging silently in his heart. Why? How could I be defeated by a delicate young boy? And that Valessa, that foul woman, actually helping an outsider. Once my brother breaks through to the latest stage second-rank fighter, I will definitely make you pay. As for Yufeng, he is just a country bumpkin. No matter how strong he is, he cannot be stronger than my brother, a latest stage second-rank fighter." With this thought, a vicious gaze flashed in his eyes as he quietly left the team. The team stepped into the outskirts of the manor, where the grass and trees lay withered, and a faint stench of decay lingered in the air. The group remained vigilant along the path, spreading out as they advanced cautiously. Yufeng walked side by side with Valessa at the forefront of the team, tasked with scouting ahead and keeping watch, creating a relaxed atmosphere as they distanced themselves from the other team members. Valessa held her longbow, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding trees. She spoke first, her tone serious as it lost its earlier calmness. "The corrupted wood wolf pack is just ahead. Everyone be cautious and prepare yourselves." As dusk fell, the setting sun dyed the vast fields of wheat a dark yellow. The abandoned old manor stood at the end of the fields, its walls mottled and crumbling, the houses dilapidated and desolate, long devoid of human presence. The endless wheat field grew wildly, with dry stalks lying flat, overgrown with weeds, the rich scent of earth mingling with a foul odor of decay. A pack of corrupted wood wolves stealthily prowled among the fields, their fur moldy, dry, and rough, adhering to their bodies like rotten bark. Their forms emanated an ashen aura of death, with dark, dull claws and exposed fangs dripping saliva that stained the wheat stalks black. They did not form a neat formation, but wandered scattered between the wheat rows, keeping low to the ground as they moved slowly, devoid of any reckless howling or commotion, instead exuding an eerie calm. The wolves' heads constantly turned back and forth, their nostrils flaring as they sniffed the air around them, their crimson murky eyes fixating on the ground, the remnants of the ridges and the gaps in the manor's broken walls, searching attentively and scrutinizing. Valessa called everyone together, forming a circle to discuss strategies. She proposed her plan. "Let's create a semi-encirclement and quietly approach from both sides. First, we'll drive these vicious wolves together, cutting off their escape routes. Once they are gathered tightly, we will strike all at once and eliminate them without leaving a single one behind. If there are no objections, let's proceed. By the way, Yufeng, you'll stay close to me. Be cautious of the cunning mon." Feeling the goodwill emanating from Valessa, Yufeng couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. "Sure thing, Captain. I promise to stick by your side, haha." Seeing the somewhat odd Yufeng before her, Valessa instinctively adjusted her headgear, unsure if bringing him along was the right decision. Valessa raised her hand to issue orders, and the Long Wind Drifter team immediately spread out, positioning themselves according to the planned semi-encirclement, silently closing in. The archers knocked arrows and drew their bows aiming at the wandering corrupted wood wolves in the wheat field. The shield-wielding swordsman stepped forward firmly, standing resolutely at the front. The alchemist huddled in the middle of the team, ready to heal and assist at any moment. Yufeng steadied his breath, stepping forward to guard his assigned side, sealing off the wolves' escape routes. Once everyone was in position, Veles shouted a command to officially commence the battle. Arrows flew through the air, targeting the wolf pack. The shield soldiers charged forward, engaging Hedon. The corrupted wood wolves, previously rummaging through the wheat field, panicked and turned to retaliate, howling in alarm. The entire Long Wind Drifter team pooled their strength, leveraging the encirclement to launch a fierce assault on the corrupted wood wolves, igniting a fierce battle on the spot. Yufeng activated his rebirth eye and charged alongside the team. The corrupted wood wolves pounced at him with bared fangs, looking fearsome. He relied solely on his formidable physical strength, taking down each wolf he encountered. With a swift block and a powerful strike, the sounds of bones cracking accompanied the howls of the wolves as they fell one after another. He easily dispatched 3 corrupted wood wolves cleanly and efficiently, without any hesitation. A large amount of foul blood stained his hands, but Yufeng suppressed his discomfort and continued to fight. An ordinary cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement possessed only about 2,000 pounds of strength. However, burdened with the rebirth eye and having cultivated the Tai, Su, Yin, Dao Heart Sutra, he had already transformed beyond his peers, his raw strength reaching over 8,000 pounds. It is known that an ordinary early-stage 2nd-level fighter possesses merely over 5,000 pounds of strength, while his physical power was already approaching that of a mid-stage 2nd-level fighter. Veles wielded her single-handed sword, slashing at the attacking wolves, while keeping an eye on the battlefield's dynamics. She turned her head just in time to see Yufeng charging ahead, relying solely on his overwhelming brute strength, without any flashy techniques, easily taking down 3 corrupted wood wolves in quick succession, resolving the battle in the blink of an eye. She felt a sudden jolt of surprise, inwardly lamenting, this traveler is truly too formidable. Even an ordinary early-stage 2nd-level fighter cannot compare to him and his peculiar eyes. Who is he? Before she could gather her thoughts, a massive corrupted wood wolf king clad in dark fur, like rotten wood armor, charged furiously towards the crowd. Veles' expression shifted and she stepped forward to meet it, concentrating her energy as she engaged in a fierce struggle with the ferocious wolf king. The sword light flashed, and every strike was ruthless. However, after just a short exchange, she sensed something was wrong. This wolf king was no ordinary corrupted wood wolf. Dark green gas swirled around it, its skin and flesh as hard as iron, with speed and strength far surpassing its kin. It was clearly mutated. As the mutated wolf king's attacks grew more violent, its claws slashed with a foul and cold wind, each move clever and brutal. Veles gradually began to tire her defenses, revealing flaws, and she retreated step by step. In a moment of miscalculation, she was struck by a wolf's claw on her shoulder, stumbling and falling into a precarious situation. Yufeng, who was nearby dealing with the remaining wolves, observed the scene and immediately acted without hesitation. He halted his close-quarters assault, gathering Qi at his fingertips to activate the Void Sword spell. Compressing all the spiritual energy within his body, a sharp and invisible sword aura materialized from thin air, locking onto the Wolf King's head with his heavy eye silently shooting forward. Sensing a deadly threat, the Wolf King instinctively turned its head to look back, and as it raised its eyes, it saw an ethereal sword point shining like moonlight, slicing through the air with pure, overwhelming spiritual force, swiftly headed for its vital point between the brows. The sword light frigid and unstoppable, with no way to evade. It could only watch helplessly as the sword tip pierced through its skull. The Wolf King was severely injured by the sword aura, letting out a pained howl that caused its furious assault to abruptly halt, freezing in its tracks. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yufeng swiftly stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Veles, blocking the subsequent attacks and rescuing her from the brink of danger. After a brief struggle, the Wolf King fell heavily to the ground. Veles, clutching her injured shoulder, remained shaken, still immersed in the shock of the invisible sword aura's sudden assault. She stared blankly at Yufeng, who had defended her, her eyes filled with astonishment, her thoughts in turmoil. In her understanding, only a wizard could wield such invisible power and harm others from afar. In this continent, only wizards could cast various magical spells, as she had never seen a fighter with such means. After a moment of shock, she looked at him with suspicion and asked softly, "So you are a wizard? Was that invisible force you unleashed earlier a spell you cast?" It is known that the entire Linfeng Isle city does not even have a single wizard. But wait, if you are a wizard, how can your physical strength be so formidable? Is it possible that your cultivation method is a combination of magic and martial arts? A combination of magic and martial arts. What is that? Yufeng asked in surprise, and Veles rolled her eyes as she explained. In this continent, there are two main foundations for cultivation. One focuses on mental strength, harnessing elemental forces and casting spells known as wizards. The other refines physical bodies, accumulating inner fighting energy, and engages in close combat, known as fighters. Historically, these two paths have been distinctly separated with completely different systems of cultivation. Wizards are physically weak and not adept at close combat, relying on elemental spells for ranged attacks. Fighters possess weak mental strength and cannot sense elemental forces, unable to wield magic their entire lives. Ordinary cultivators can only choose one path to follow throughout their lives: to simultaneously master elemental magic while diligently training their physical bodies. Achieving success in both disciplines is the rarest and most esteemed practice, known as the combination of magic and martial arts. Such individuals are 1 in 10,000, requiring not only the talent of a wizard, but also the endurance to withstand the arduous trials of physical training, along with the ability to cultivate powerful mental strength to manipulate elements. Talent, perseverance, and opportunity are all essential. Yufeng quietly listened as Velez elaborated on the magic and martial arts system of the ethereal continent, feeling a sense of clarity within. He understood that the path of cultivation he followed was entirely unknown to this world, and revealing it would undoubtedly invite endless scrutiny and disaster. At this moment, it was just right to use the other's understanding to cover up his own, saving him from extensive explanations. After Velez finished speaking, Yufeng slightly nodded, his expression calm and composed, neither arrogant nor anxious, and replied straightforwardly, "You are correct. EY indeed practiced the combination of magic and martial arts." He neither exaggerated nor flaunted, nor did he make a deliberate defense, simply accepting this identity according to the continent's accepted narrative, securely hiding the foundations of his chi, refinement, cultivation, rebirth, I talent, and Tai Su Heart Sutra beneath the shell of the combination of magic and martial arts. The reason you cannot sense my fighting energy is that I used a concealment spell. Seeing this, Velez's eyes widened in surprise, her expression filled with a hint of respect and admiration. When she looked at Yufeng, her gaze was now entirely that of someone observing a top-tier powerhouse. Yufeng extended his hand to steady the injured Velez, slowly retreating to the clean ridge of the field, allowing her to lean against the broken wall and sit down to rest. He eased his movements, helping her inspect the wound on her shoulder, quietly accompanying her as she adjusted her breath. Meanwhile, the remaining team members were performing their duties, with the shield bearers resisting the onslaught of the corrupted wolves, while the archers provided precise covering fire. United in purpose, they swiftly vanquished the remaining corrupted wood wolves, clearing the battlefield. Once the battle was over, everyone sheathed their weapons and hurriedly gathered around their leader Velez and Yufeng, each bearing a respectful demeanor, their faces filled with gratitude and relief. The team members quickly surrounded them, clearly recalling the fierce battle they had just witnessed, remembering how their leader and Yufeng had fought valiantly against the mutated Wolf King and ultimately defeated it. However, to everyone else, Yufeng was merely a physically formidable and remarkably skilled warrior, viewed as an exceptionally talented fighter with no awareness of his unique ability to control enemies from a distance, nor did they realize he was a rare practitioner of both martial and magical arts. Noticing this, Yufeng remained composed and subtly conveyed a hint to Velez, signaling her not to reveal the truth about his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. Velez understood immediately and suppressed her astonishment, keeping this secret well guarded, displaying only a normal expression without revealing a word about the technique used from afar. The team members gathered all the beast cores from the corrupted wood wolves, organized, and counted them, readying their spoils as they planned to return together to Linfeng Iching to report back. As the group discussed their departure, Yufeng suddenly felt a movement in his heart, and his divine sense quietly expanded, probing the surroundings. He vaguely sensed an unusual aura of pure and gentle energy hidden deep within the nearby forest, one that was definitely not from ordinary plants or beasts, emanating the unique spiritual light of a treasure. He immediately activated his innate ability, opening his heavy pupil. With his unique eyes, he peered deeply, penetrating through the tangled trees and undergrowth, accurately locking onto the source of the spiritual energy. Yufeng maintained his composure, leaning closer to Velez and lowering his voice to find a plausible excuse. "Captain, I need to take a moment to relieve myself nearby and check for any remaining wolves. I will catch up with you shortly. Please wait a moment." Velez, trusting him, accepted this without suspicion, nodding in agreement and reminding him to be careful. Yufeng bid farewell to the others, avoiding their gazes, and followed the direction locked by his heavy pupil, moving swiftly and stealthily. Following the sense of spiritual energy, Yufeng quietly advanced, avoiding the dense underbrush and slipping into a very secluded, low-lying valley. Here vines intertwined and wild grass concealed the ground, surrounded by ancient trees, making it impossible for ordinary people to find the entrance. It was tranquil and remote. With a sweep of his heavy pupils' divine light, nothing could escape his perception. Beneath the soil, a warm azure light lay quietly dormant, radiating a gentle and rich aura filled with pure wood energy. Yufeng approached, clearing away the surface of rotting soil and dead branches, revealing a jade-green, lustrous wooden bead. The bead emitted a faint green glow, embodying the vitality of plants, cool and smooth to the touch. The bead lay quietly in its earthen nest, unnoticed by anyone, perfectly locked in by both his heavy pupil and divine sense, steadily landing in his hand. What exactly is this thing? Why did it react when I approached with my spiritual energy? Ding detected the host has picked up the main task item, the wood spirit bead. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of exterminating the wolf pack and verifying its purpose. Reward grade 1 mid-quality, Chi gathering pill X 10, silver coins X 100. Wood spirit bead. Could this be the item the corrupted wood wolves were seeking? And does the mutation of the Wolf King have anything to do? The system explained with spirit bead. A low-grade spiritual treasure, a pure source treasure of the wood, a tribute naturally formed, without human refinement, considered a top-tier cultivation resource in the mundane realm. It contains rich and pure wood attributes, spiritual energy free from any impurities, perfectly compatible with wood-based techniques, body tempering and meridian nurturing. Yufeng tightly grasped the warm and lustrous wood spirit bead, filled with joy, secretly marveling at the worth of this trip. This expedition with the team to hunt wolves not only successfully completed the task assigned by the system, securing the rewards, but also enhanced his cultivation foundation and unexpectedly led him to find such a rare and pure wood attribute treasure. With this wood spirit bead, future meditation meridian nurturing and stabilizing his foundation would have an excellent support, making the challenge of reaching the 5th level of Chi refinement much easier. Compared to the meager rewards offered by the team, this windfall is a genuine colossal gain. Yufeng sighed, inwardly realizing this expedition was truly an incredible value. As the sun set, the remnants of red painted the sky and the distant mountains gradually shrouded in twilight. The group successfully entered Linfeng Aiching just before the city gates were locked. Upon entering the city gates, Velez spoke to Yufeng regarding the spoils of war. This time, you can go to the Adventurers Association tomorrow to collect them. It's too late now. I will leave your share of the reward at the Adventurers Association for you to pick up tomorrow. All right then, thank you, Captain. Hee. You call me Captain? Oh, I can't bear such a title. Velez covered her forehead and said, you should just call me by my name. After bowing to say goodbye to Velez and parting ways, Yufeng walked towards his residence in the south of the city, silently evaluating and scoring this captain in his heart. In terms of temperament, she is calm and rational, leading the team in an orderly manner, remaining composed in critical situations and being able to consider her subordinates. She is a reliable and competent leader. In terms of skill, her combat prowess is solid and her swordsmanship is dexterous and sharp, but unfortunately, she was at a disadvantage against the mutated Wolf King, limited by the inherent constraints of an ordinary martial artist. In terms of character, she is upright and righteous, grateful and considerate. She saved her life, so she kept the secret without probing further, understanding boundaries and not prying into others' secrets. Overall, she is a worthy acquaintance and a reliable partner for task cooperation. If suitable tasks arise in the future, it would not be unfeasible to collaborate again. Turning the corner, the familiar door came into view. I'm back. Today has truly exhausted me. Ooh, I must cook a delicious meal tonight as a reward for myself. Moon Lingley was resting in her room, her keen hearing already alert to his arrival. Upon hearing familiar footsteps outside, she immediately raised her gaze, her pretty face showing a hint of concern as she quietly looked towards the courtyard door, waiting for Yufeng to enter. Yufeng placed all the items in the living room, then walked to the princess' door, steadying his steps and slowing his movements. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the wooden door, producing a few soft taps. Then he pushed the door open. Inside, the soft light was tranquil, and as Moon Lingley looked up, her eyebrows and eyes relaxed, shedding all aloofness. You're back. Her voice gently flowed out, soft and soothing, warm and gentle, not loud or harsh, wrapped in genuine concern and tranquility, with a relaxed tone full of the warmth of home. Where did you run off to this morning? Why did you return so late? I was originally thinking of going to the Adventurers Association to register an identity and then take on some tasks to earn some pocket money. After all, in a month we have many expenses to cover and the journey to the Elf Empire won't be cheap. I received an urgent task today which delayed me a bit. As Yufeng spoke, while walking, he glanced around the room and moved closer to the table, pulling out a chair to sit down. Upon hearing this, Moon Lingley felt warmth and a pang of sorrow in her heart, realizing that Yufeng had gone out early and returned late just to gather enough fare to escort her home. Her eyebrows softened, filled with emotion as she looked at Yufeng, unable to express her gratitude, and Moon Lingley lowered her gaze, her expression revealing a hint of guilt, and softly spoke. I'm sorry, it's my fault for being a burden to you. Yufeng looked at Moon Lingli, whose mood resembled that of a wilted flower lacking vitality. An ordinary person might have rushed over to comfort her upon seeing such a weak, delicate girl. However, Yufeng understood that in such circumstances excessive consolation would be counterproductive. He needed to find a way to help Moon Lingli overcome this self-denying emotion. He then spoke softly. It's not really a burden, but I do have some questions that I need to consult Princess Lingli. Yu Lingli noticed the hesitation on his face, clearly harboring doubts and indecision, so she softened her expression and gently signaled him to speak freely. Yufeng, you have helped me so much, feel free to ask me anything you wish. Yufeng raised his gaze to the princess, only to see her previously sullen expression gradually fade, replaced by a serious and earnest demeanor, looking particularly solemn. Seeing Yu Lingli suddenly become serious, he couldn't help but smile faintly in his heart. However, he indeed had some matters to inquire of Yu Lingli. Princess Lingli, are you aware of the current situation on the continent and the distribution of the top powers among the major factions? Yu Lingli instantly shed her previous gentle demeanor, assuming the posture of a small teacher. She straightened her back, slightly sitting upright, her lazy warmth replaced by a more serious and solemn expression. Her slender fingers lightly rested on her knees, her gaze calm and gentle, fixed intently on the protagonist, her expression patient and sincere. Speaking at a steady pace, she began. This vast territory is home to numerous races, with various nations coexisting, their powers interwoven, each balancing and restraining one another, maintaining a fragile yet subtle equilibrium. In the human faction of the continent, 3 prominent empires stand tall, each with its own strengths and solid foundations. The Violet Empire specializes in profound magic, with mages spread throughout the nation and academies flourishing. The elemental powers permeate the land, recognized as the source of magic for all humanity on the continent, unmatched in mastery of spells. The Tianwu Empire embraces a bloody and iron-fisted martial spirit, with a national culture of rigorous training producing valiant soldiers. Its martial prowess is fierce, renowned for its formidable physical strength and potent fighting spirit. The Silver Orchid Empire, characterized by its moderation and peace, does not favor expansion or conflict. It maintains stability in agriculture and commerce, promoting a culture of tolerance, making it the most tranquil and comfortable among the 3 human empires. Looking at the geographical borders, the divisions are clear. The Silver Orchid Empire borders the Dwarf Kingdom to one side and is near the ocean. Its inland territory is closely connected to the Violet Empire, maintaining harmonious trade with little border conflict. The Violet Empire occupies a strategic location neighboring 3 directions: the Tianwu Empire to the north, the Elven Empire to the south, and the untamed Orc Empire to the east, surrounded by various powers. The Tianwu Empire also shares borders with the Violet Empire and the Orc Empire, with most of its territory bordering the vast ocean, directly facing the Fishman Empire that rules the seas, leading to constant maritime frictions and frequent conflicts, with no true peace at the borders. Apart from the 3 major human empires, various other races control their own territories. The ancient and distant Elven Empire is hidden within dense forests, guarding the essence of nature, indifferent to worldly affairs, yet its depth is unfathomable. The Dwarf clan occupies mountain fortresses, skilled in forging and smelting, guarding the mines with stubborn courage. The Orc Empire dominates the vast wilderness, valuing strength and fiercely competing for survival. The Fishman Empire rules the seas, commanding the azure waves and tightly controlling maritime routes, undeniably the overlords of the oceans. At the extreme western end of the continent lies the abyssal Forbidden Land, feared by all and a haven for countless evils. There dark mists linger year-round, demonic energy surges and dark creatures have taken root for generations, posing a dire threat to all living beings and representing the ultimate peril shared by the entire Acelon continent. Every year, news of abyssal mages wreaking havoc spreads across the continent. Moreover, each top race possesses at least one 9th-tier divine-level powerhouse within their borders. For instance, the human race has one 9th-tier divine-level powerhouse each in the Violet Empire and the Violet Empire has a peak 9th-tier Grand Mage. The Tianwu Empire has a mid-9th-tier Battle Emperor. The Silver Orchid Empire is slightly weaker, possessing only one peak 8th-tier Sage Mage who was injured years ago and is not as powerful as before. Ordinary 7th and 8th tier powerhouses rarely show themselves, mostly remaining in seclusion for their training, making it difficult for common people to encounter them. The highest visible powers usually range from 5th to 6th tier king-level powerhouses, often holding important positions. The 3rd to 4th tier cultivators are particularly considered the backbone of each faction, but their numbers are not. The limitations of 1st to 2nd tier cultivators are too great, with most practitioners stuck at this stage, falling short of the top, while still above the bottom. Yufeng listened eagerly, full of admiration, and immediately expressed his genuine praise with a sincere and fervent tone. That's incredible. With such a complex web of territorial powers you've organized it clearly knowing which overlaps with which, and what each nation excels at laid out with perfect clarity, not a bit confused. He gazed at Yu Lingli, his eyes filled with admiration, and then sincerely exclaimed, "Indeed you are worthy of being a princess of royal blood. Your perspective and knowledge are beyond what ordinary people like us can compare to." If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to comprehend these entangled situations at all. It is truly impressive. Being sincerely praised like this made Yu Lingli's ears subtly flush a light red, but her face maintained a semblance of modest pride, feigning nonchalance. She slightly turned her head to avoid his eager gaze, her lips holding back an uncontainable hint of a smile, her tone carrying a hint of playful arrogance. "It's nothing remarkable, it's just knowledge I've absorbed and memorized since childhood." As she waved her hand, lightly pretending to be indifferent, it was hard to conceal the joy in her heart. "It's all basic territorial knowledge that anyone who studies diligently can understand. You needn't exaggerate my abilities so much. Besides, even if I have vast knowledge, I still cannot see through you. Moreover, Yufeng, the things you reveal are so out of place with this world. The techniques you practice, I have yet to see a trace of familiarity, even if I were to scour the entire continent." Yu Lingli's face flushed slightly as she propped her small face, staring blankly at Yufeng. Yufeng didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, however the excuse of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts would suffice to deceive ordinary people. In the presence of true powerhouses these reasons seemed somewhat flimsy. Yufeng smiled awkwardly and said, "The matters concerning me were never intended to be concealed. However, now that I mention it, it would do more harm than good, but rest assured in the future, if the opportunity arises, I will ensure not to hide anything from you." Seeing his earnest expression, Yu Lingli ceased to press further. "Everyone has their own secrets, and I can understand. Moreover, with the favor you have shown me, even if your secret is discovered in the future, my elven empire will surely open its doors to you." Yufeng looked up and saw that the playful pride on Yu Lingli's face had faded away, her expression suddenly serious, her brows and eyes calm and solemn. Her lips pressed together lightly, her gaze firm and determined, her expression conveyed an unwavering resolve with no hesitation, as she had firmly etched her promise in her heart. A warm feeling surged from Yufeng's heart. Both of them fell silent, quietly gazing at each other. The room was so quiet that only their shallow breaths remained while the moonlight outside spilled into the room, rendering the surroundings fresh and untainted. Silent gazes intertwined between them, an unspoken tenderness, quietly overflowing, slowly fermenting, strands of ambiguous warmth enveloped the entire room. Their eyes were locked in a lingering gaze filled with ambiguity that tightened Yufeng's heart. Unable to endure any longer, his ears burned crimson, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, clearing his throat twice to break the silence. He appeared flustered, feeling awkward with his limbs, quickly finding an excuse. It's getting late, he'll go outside to patrol around, see if the surroundings are safe." As soon as he finished speaking, he dared not linger, quickly stood up, turned, and hurriedly left the room. "What was that situation just now? Yufeng, where's your morality? What were you thinking in your head just now? The girl is still young. You need to clear out those inappropriate thoughts." He quickly recited in his heart, "Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony." Yufeng hurriedly pushed the door and left, gently closing it behind him. The dignified calm that Yu Lingli had just maintained suddenly relaxed, by half her tense shoulders gradually easing. Her previously composed face slowly became flushed from her cheeks to her ears, feeling extremely hot. What on earth was she doing? She was never like this before. Could it be that after her body shrank, her intelligence also diminished? In the past, she seemed to be wrapped in an unmelting frost. Her demeanor was cold and solitary, her eyes often shrouded in indifference, never smiling or softening her expression, always calm and distant, keeping strangers at bay. She maintained a considerable distance from others, her words succinct, her demeanor aloof, with an imposing aura that made her seem proud and unapproachable, never revealing a hint of softness or warmth. Why was it that when facing Yufeng she became? Yet it seemed she didn't entirely dislike this feeling. She lowered her long eyelashes, no longer deliberately maintaining her posture, her gaze soft as water, and even she herself was unaware of the slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, carrying a hint of sweet and gentle smile. Her fingers unconsciously fiddled with her clothes, her heart racing like a deer, filled with shyness and confusion along with an uncontainable warmth and joy, quietly gazing at the closed door, unable to divert her gaze for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yufeng was sitting cross-legged in meditation, murmuring to himself, "Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, integrity, kindness." In the latter half of the night, Yu Lingli found herself in a desperate situation that she could no longer hide. Simple daily tasks such as washing up, bathing, and using the restroom had become impossible for her to manage alone. The once proud and noble elven princess now felt as heavy as if her body were filled with lead. Even the slightest exertion left her breathless, her cheeks pale. All her usual composure was stripped away by her illness, leaving her with nothing but shyness and helplessness in her eyes. With no one else to rely on, she could only call for Yufeng, her ears flushed red with embarrassment. Yufeng, could you come in for a moment? I have something to tell you. What's wrong, Lingli? Are you feeling unwell? Yufeng strode into the room, completely oblivious to Yu Lingli's embarrassment. Yu Lingli was sunk deep into the soft bedding, her body too weak to move. Her cheeks flushed from her jawline to the tips of her ears, her long lashes trembled in panic as she bit her lip, her restraint stretched to its limits. Unable to endure any longer, she tensed her body, her voice faint and trembling, filled with urgency and choked with shame. She dared not raise her eyes to meet his gaze, tilting her head slightly, her tone awkward and aggrieved, each word fragmented. I can't hold on any longer. Her fingers twisted the corner of the blanket tightly, the knuckles turning white as she felt both shame and guilt. All her pride was crushed, and she had no choice but to confess her predicament in a tight and trembling voice. I can't move. I can't get up by myself. Her eyes were slightly red with shame and anger, her breath ragged as she forced out the most humiliating sentence. Please, help me up. I need. The remaining words were stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, helplessly frozen in place on the bed, a picture of lost dignity. Yufeng looked at her, twisting the blanket, her face flushed and words on the tip of her tongue, yet unspoken, noticing her tense body and the discomfort in her demeanor. A flash of insight struck him, and he understood in an instant. Thus he approached without further hesitation, carefully supporting her arm. Yu Lingli shivered all over her neck and ears, instantly turning crimson. She lowered her gaze, afraid to look up, her breath short and panicked. Although they had shared similar contacts before, she still felt extremely unaccustomed. After all, in her 500 years of life, she had rarely interacted with the opposite sex. Yufeng was as restrained as possible, carefully helping her to sit up, his arms securely supporting her each point of contact, carrying an unspoken intimacy. He maintained his composure, behaving with decorum, and ensured that he helped her appropriately, adhering to propriety throughout, never overstepping his bounds. As they walked slowly together, their bodies closed, their warm breaths intertwined. The quiet room was filled only with the soft sounds of their breathing. Yu Lingli buried her face, utterly embarrassed, her body tense and unable to escape, relying completely on his support. Once they arrived at their destination, her body trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking pitifully delicate. Her flushed face was hidden, her voice soft and weak, laced with pleading and profound shyness. You need to turn your head away. Don't look this way. Her thin shoulders quivered slightly, devoid of the prince's usual pride, leaving only helplessness and vulnerability. Her tone was timid and filled with pleading, fearing that he might not comply. Please, don't look at me. Just for a moment. Okay. At this moment, Yufeng felt overwhelmed and simply stepped outside, waiting quietly. All he wanted was to focus on his cultivation, not to deal with matters of romance. Though he said this, Yufeng's face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Once all was done, he gently and steadily carried her back to the bed, carefully flattening the blanket. Being close together, their breaths mingling, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other. Throughout, the two of them spoke little, only the lingering warmth of unspoken affection in the room intertwined, refusing to dissipate. Yu Lingli's heart raced with confusion, yet there was also a sense of unexplainable comfort. The next 2 days passed quietly without a hitch. Yufeng dedicated himself to intense cultivation, utilizing the first-tier mid-grade gathering chi pill awarded by the system, diligently advancing his techniques day and night, maintaining a regular schedule, and focusing entirely on his practice. He continued to arrive punctually, meticulously bringing fresh water and preparing meals, delivering them to Yu Lingli's room without delay. Yet occasionally he needed to assist Yu Lingli. Their interactions now carried a greater sense of restraint. Conversations lacked the previous casualness, and they would instinctively avert their gazes when making eye contact, responding briefly and politely, their gestures proper and restrained. Although they interacted as usual with daily tasks, a layer of unspoken feelings loomed between them, causing both to be cautious and reserved, creating a subtle atmosphere of unease beneath their calm demeanor. This tranquil tension did not last long. It was soon abruptly shattered. On this particular morning, as dawn broke, soft light spilled into the courtyard. The protagonist had been sitting in meditation for 2 days, and after focusing intently to solidify his foundation, he finally broke through his shackles, at this moment steadily reaching the 5th level of chi refinement. Now his range of divine sense extended approximately 50 meters. If he exerted himself, he estimated it could reach up to 80 meters. His spiritual power flowed smoothly and abundantly, his meridians were open and relaxed, and his cultivation realm was renewed. This gathering chi pill was indeed useful, though every breakthrough in the Taishu Yin Dao Heart Sutra required an immense amount of spiritual energy, yet the benefits were even more astonishing. System panel, open name, Yufeng Physique, double pupils development 0. 3. Cultivation 5th level of Qi refinement technique Taishu, Yin, Dao Heart Sutra, first layer spells, Taishu sword finger, void step, Qi gathering breath concealment technique. Inventory with spirit pearl silver coins x100. In the past 2 days he not only broke through a level in cultivation, but also learned 2 additional supporting spells of the Taishu, Yin Dao Heart Sutra. Qi gathering breath concealment technique can completely conceal one's own spiritual power specifically used to mask one's origin or is suitable for stealthy movement and disguise. If necessary, it can mimic the aura of others. In future battles with others, he could disguise his abilities as magic or fighting energy, which would alleviate his immediate concerns. Void step involves sinking energy into the ground, allowing the spirit to resonate with the void. Movement follows the principles of yin and yang. Shadows chase the tangible and intangible. Using Qi to control his steps, he moves lightly as a shadow. Yufeng focused his mind, activating the Taishu, Yin Dao Heart Sutra's spiritual energy, sinking into the ground. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, his body suddenly feeling lighter, like willows in the breeze, silently gliding several feet. When he landed, no dust was stirred, only a fleeting glimmer of pale blue light beneath his feet. Although he had only recently gained initial control, he was already several times swifter than before, moving with grace and fluidity, no longer burdened by past clumsiness. During his trips back and forth delivering food, he deliberately practiced his figure, flickering between fast and slow, occasionally darting to the side, as nimble as a ghost. Yu Lingli observed him, moving silently and effortlessly, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes, her cold demeanor softening slightly, revealing a trace of curiosity. However, compared to the secrets he carried, she was not overly shocked, but rather intrigued. At this moment, Yufeng contemplated quietly as the time agreed upon with the blacksmith shop owner approached. It was time for him to set off and collect his flying sword. Lingli, I need to step out for a bit. He'll bring you some candied hawthorn when I return. Upon hearing Yufeng's intention to go out, Yu Lingli quickly hid her surprise, restoring her calm and gentle demeanor. She watched Yufeng, whose movements had become increasingly graceful, her tone relaxed and natural, shedding the restraint they had shared in recent days, breaking the subtle barrier that had lingered. She nodded slightly, her expression composed, no longer carrying the shyness of their earlier eye contact, and generously reminded him, "You just focus on your business outside, be careful, and return early." Yufeng closed the door behind him, turning to step onto the path to the blacksmith shop in the city. At this moment, he had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, having mastered the initial stage of the void step, his footsteps light as the wind. As he walked, his pace was both steady and swift, leaving no trace on the ground, his movements fluid and graceful, no longer burdened by the clumsiness of his past travels. The streets were bustling with people, the market lively and noisy. He walked at a measured pace, silently circulating the spiritual energy in his body to stabilize his newly achieved level. He also secretly planned to stop by the Adventurers Guild to collect his rewards from the previous 2 days. The previous restraint from their interactions had long since vanished, and with a calm and stable mindset, he focused solely on moving forward, heading straight toward the blacksmith shop. "Boss, I'm here to pick up my flying sword." The blacksmith paused his hammering, looked up with a serious expression, and said, "Young master, you've come at just the right time. The sword you ordered has finally been fully tempered and shaped last night." As he spoke, he walked into the room, brushed off the dust on the wooden rack, firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, and slowly lifted the flying sword out, then handed it to Yufeng. Yufeng casually drew the flying sword from its sheath, and in an instant a cold light splashed everywhere, exuding an imposing aura. A gentle breeze stirred his clothing and hair, and behind him the flying sword faintly shimmered with a spiritual glow. Yufeng stood there quietly, surrounded by a faint aura of immortality from practicing the supreme transcendence, Dao Heart Sutra, his figure appearing ethereal and transcendent. At this moment he felt as though he embodied the grace and charm of the legendary immortal practitioners from ancient texts. The blacksmith, observing from the side, was also secretly astonished. He then spoke, "Young master, with this sword you truly possess the demeanor of a great hero." Yufeng, returning to his senses, smiled, awkwardly expressing gratitude for the blacksmith's superb craftsmanship. After promptly paying the remaining balance, he left the alley without delay. As Yufeng walked towards the Adventurers Guild, he secretly examined the flying sword. This was his first weapon in this other world. What should he name it? The blade gleamed like moonlight, drawing out a flow of clear light. Its elegance was undeniable. Let's call it Moonstream. Soon the Adventurers Guild came into view. Stepping into the hall, the spacious and bright interior revealed Miss Catherine, the guild clerk, behind the counter. She was methodically checking accounts and tasks. Yufeng stepped forward confidently and said in a calm tone, "Miss Catherine, I am here to collect my reward. A few days ago I accepted the commission to exterminate the Rottenwood Wolf Pack, and Captain Valisa said to leave my share of the reward at the Adventurers Guild." Catherine lifted her gaze to assess him, noticing the extraordinary flying sword behind him. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, and she nodded with a smile. Yes, Miss Valisa indeed left a reward for you a few days ago, instructing me to pass it to an adventurer named Yufeng. Sir, could you please take out your adventurer's badge for verification? Every adventurer's badge bears the registration date and name on its back. Seeing this, Yufeng reached into his pocket, secretly communicating with the system to manifest the badge in his hand. After verifying it, Miss Catherine took out a bag filled with coins. Congratulations, adventurer, for completing the task of exterminating the wolf pack. This is the sum left by Miss Valisa, totaling 126 silver coins. Please count and keep. Moreover, she left a message for you saying that if you need help in the Frostwind outpost in the future, you can find her at the small stone building behind the guard barracks in the West District. At this moment, Yufeng felt that his judgment was indeed good. Captain Valisa was worth befriending. Not far from the Adventurers Guild, he heard a commotion that drew his attention. He quickly focused his divine sense and moved forward. A man who appeared to have trained in combat energy was loudly berating a girl around 12 years old. You little bastard. Do you know how much my clothes cost? You mud-legged peasant shouldn't be in the city staining my eyes. Today I will make you see what it means to be put in your place. This girl truly has bad luck getting involved with him. Everyone in Frostwind Outpost knows that Paul Gallo is a notorious upstart. A few years ago, he was just like that girl, poorly dressed and living on the streets. He must have stumbled upon a combat energy cultivation technique and fortunately had decent aptitude. In just 5 years, he reached the peak of a first-level combat master. In the entire Frostwind Outpost, few could make Paul Gallo lower his head. With furious eyes wide open, Paul Gallo raised his hand and violently swung it towards the girl's face, about to strike her. The little girl had long been completely terrified by the ferocious scene before her, standing frozen in place, her limbs stiff and unable to move. She stared with a pair of vacant, terrified eyes, her face pale, forgetting to even sob, standing there dazed, filled with fear of the nobles, as if she were frozen in place. Is this how I'm going to die here? Yufeng's figure flashed, and with a light tap on the ground, he firmly grasped the merchant's wrist with a solid, yet non-violent grip, preventing the latter from striking. The fierce momentum abruptly halted in midair. The raging anger was forcefully cut off, and Paul Gallo looked shocked, staring at Yufeng in disbelief. I simply cannot understand why someone would confront me for a mud-legged peasant. Brother, she merely brushed against your clothes. Why the need for such fury? One should show mercy when possible. If you had let that slap fall, would there have been any way for that little girl to survive? Yufeng said quietly from the side. His nature was initially one of avoiding unnecessary trouble, but after crossing over and practicing the supreme immortal technique, he felt a slight change in his heart. In the past, I chose to endure and suppress my anger in certain situations because I lacked the ability. However, now that I have the strength, it's time to make some changes. Paul Gallo initially intended to shake off Yufeng's grasp on his wrist, but Yufeng's hand was like an iron hoop tightly clamped around Paul Gallo's wrist. Paul Gallo's face turned pale, yet he continued to shout defiantly. You are just a lowly mud-legged peasant who dirted my valuable clothes. A dying would be too good for you. If you don't let go, I swear to make your life in Frostwind Outpost a living hell. Hearing his threats, Yufeng felt a chill in his heart, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Within his eyes, an anomaly occurred, and his twin pupils suddenly opened. A natural pressure of a cultivator wrapped in a faint aura of immortality quietly spread out, penetrating straight into Paul Gallo's soul. Paul Gallo instantly felt like an ant facing a giant, looking up in fear at Yufeng. What kind of person is this kid? He clearly has no combat energy on him. Why is he so terrifying? His previous threats were abruptly choked in his throat. An overwhelming sense of despair enveloped him, as if he had circled death itself. Seeing the villain in front of him shaken by fear, Yufeng felt a hint of disdain. With such little power, he dared to act arrogantly. He then flung Paul Gallo away. I detest being threatened. If you think you still have other tricks up your sleeve, go ahead and try them. But if you dare strike me from the shadows, I will make you understand what true suffering feels like. With that said, he ignored him and walked straight towards the little girl. As Yufeng approached her, the girl trembled slightly. In her mind, those dressed in fine clothes could easily decide the lives of people like her. Though Yufeng had just helped her, the fear deep inside her still subtly affected her body. Yufeng looked up and quietly observed the little girl in front of him. She appeared to be around 12 years old, a typical child of the city's poor. She wore a faded patched burlap dress, oversized and ill-fitting, hanging loosely on her frail figure, unable to conceal her delicate skeleton. With bare thin ankles, she wore a pair of worn-out, misshapen cloth shoes, revealing the hardships and difficulties of life. Yet her thick, bright red hair stood out remarkably in the dim street. Her red pupils were clear and bright, usually indicative of a passionate and vibrant personality, but now they were filled with anxiety and fear, wet with helplessness, resembling a frightened little monster. Ding, detecting host contact with an extraordinary talent from another world. The journey in the other world cannot lack a good assistant. Please use your charm to win over this talented individual before you. Task completion reward Shadow Ring. A special secretive hand ring that when worn disguises one's appearance as an ordinary human, concealing all aura, which cannot be seen through by practitioners below the 7th rank. A detailed map of the Etherland continent. 100 gold coins. Will you accept this task? What? A genius. Looking at the girl deemed a genius by the system, Yufeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, seriously doubting whether the system was playing tricks on him. Why does it feel like this dog of a system simply wants me to deceive a child? Despite the complaints, this reward is quite significant for his future journey. Whether it's the Shadow Ring or the detailed map of the Etherland continent, the former would be immensely helpful for Yu Lingli, reducing a lot of trouble on the road. The latter, a detailed map of the entire continent, is something only the royal nobility of various races possess, and it's unlikely to be found elsewhere. So I will accept this system task. Celafina stared at Yufeng, watching the colors of his face change repeatedly, like a chameleon. She felt a pang of worry and frowned, thinking this kind-hearted big brother in front of her might be speaking in a soft tone. Brother Yufeng, what's wrong? Are you sick like my mother? I know where the herbal doctor in Linfeng Pass is. Do you want me to take you there? Father once said that if sick one should seek treatment quickly, or it could lead to conditions like my mother's. This girl spoke with such care, yet Yufeng felt insulted. Yufeng quickly composed himself, fearing that Celafina would think of him as someone with issues. It's nothing, I just ate too much of the black bread and have a stomachache. Yufeng said awkwardly. Black bread. Celafina stood there in stunned silence, her clear eyes filled with disbelief. She looked at Yufeng, who was clutching his stomach and pretending to be in great discomfort, and thought of how her meals mostly consisted of bland, thin vegetable porridge, where even the hard, dry black bread was a rare treat, something she rarely got to see. The little girl pursed her pale lips, her heart filled with complexity and a hint of tender pity, softly saying, so it was the black bread that upset your stomach. I rarely get to eat black bread. Ooh, I always thought it was the best food in the world. Who knew that something treasured by my family could make this big brother feel so unwell? Oh no. Yufeng was filled with astonishment. He never expected that the coarse, hard-to-swallow black bread he found unpalatable would be regarded as such a precious food by this little girl who struggled daily with only vegetable porridge to eat. Pity and heartache surged within him. Even if the system had not issued the task, he would still want to take her out. Yufeng made up his mind, looking at her with determination as he said, so that's it. It's definitely not the black bread's fault. It must be that my stomach is just not good. Yes, it must be. However, compared to black bread, I've heard that white bread is softer. Would you like to try some Celafina? Yufeng had just stood up, planning to take the little pitiful girl to find a restaurant for a good meal. White bread. A seed was quietly planted in Celafina's heart. At this moment, Celafina suddenly remembered she had important matters to attend to, holding a bundle of neatly tied herbs. She recalled that she had to hurry back to make soup for her mother and could not delay even for a moment. Thank you, big brother. Today, I will treat you to white bread if I have the chance. Saying this, she did not wait for Yufeng's response, hurriedly making her way home. They were country girls from the herbal field outside the city, and this trip to the city was merely to help their mother gather herbs. She had to return quickly to make medicine for her mother. Yufeng watched Celafina run off quickly, unsure whether to follow her. Oh well, no rush. There will always be opportunities. Oh, one cannot rush these things. But what does the system mean by win over? Is it to provide benefits or to deceive and trick? However, now that the person has run off, Yufeng could only walk in the direction of home, his face gloomy. Outside Linfeng Pass, in the herbal field, Celafina's little short legs moved quickly, not daring to slow down. Soon a crooked and dilapidated bamboo fence barely encircled the courtyard came into view. In the courtyard, several bamboo strips had already broken and slanted, with holes visible everywhere. The house was a low, simple earthen structure with walls mottled and cracked, with much of the mud peeling off, revealing the rough yellow earth underneath. The thatched roof was dry and old, with several sparse areas allowing one to see the wooden beams inside. Upon entering the courtyard, she called out loudly, "Father, I've brought back mother's medicine." At this moment, a simple, honest-looking middle-aged man walked out of the house, but his other leg was clearly weak, causing him to lean slightly to one side as he walked, taking heavy, slow steps, a result of a leg ailment he suffered many years ago. Celafina hurriedly went up to support her father, afraid he would fall. "Why are you back so late today?" Usually the daughter should have returned home early, but today she was several hours late. Thus, Celafina briefly explained everything that happened today to her father. Celafina's father leaned on a rough wooden cane, his body slightly hunched, quietly listening to the entire story. His weary brows suddenly furrowed, feeling a mix of bitterness and anger with heartache intertwining. He felt both resentment towards the harshness of the world and sorrow for his daughter, who at such a young age had to suffer hardships, struggling to even get a decent piece of black bread. He gripped the wooden cane tightly, his knuckles turning white, filled with frustration, with nowhere to vent, only gazing at his obedient daughter, his eyes swirling with pain and pity. "Father, I'm fine really," Selefina said, pretending to be unconcerned. She didn't want her family to worry too much about her, wishing only for her family to live steadily. "By the way, how is mother?" "Sai still the same. She has been coughing severely since you left this morning. She has coughed up several blood clots." Hearing this, Selefina hurriedly took out the herbs from her arms and said, "Father, please go help mother make the medicine. I'll check if the wheat in the field needs weeding or watering." Then she returned to the house, standing at the door looking at her mother's frail body, picking up a hoe and heading towards the field. Samuel looked at his daughter's back, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. On her way to her own thin field, Selefina walked slowly, stepping lightly. Her little head hung low, her mind swirling with thoughts from that day. She remembered the kindness of the big brother she met today. Without him, she might not have been able to safely bring her mother's medicine back. She thought about digging some wild vegetables in the back mountain early tomorrow morning to exchange for some copper coins at the village market. In the afternoon, she would help the wealthy households in the village mend rough clothes and do odd jobs to earn some small change. Selefina had heard the village elders say that a piece of white bread would cost about 100 copper coins, which left a deep impression on her. 100 copper coins, subtracting what was left after buying medicine for her mother, she still needed 74 more. Now Selefina was filled with simple, yet stubborn thoughts, determined to earn money with her own strength, to treat her benefactor to sweet and soft white bread. Even though she had never eaten it herself, she wanted to treat the kind big brother who saved her today to a soft and delicious white bread, believing it would not upset his stomach. At this moment, Selefina was determined to buy Yufeng a portion. Imagining him enjoying the white bread, she offered with a smile on his face. After parting ways with Fina, Yufeng's face was etched with worry. On his way home, he had intended to bring a candied hawthorn stick for Yu Lingli, but the vendor was nowhere to be seen today. Passing by a bakery, the fragrant aroma of white bread wafted out, so he decided to buy some to take back. "Boss, give me 100 white loaves." The owner, overjoyed at the large customer, replied, "Right away, young master. 100 white loaves freshly baked will be packed in no time." The palm-sized white loaves filled only 2 large bags. "How much, boss?" "That'll be 1,200 copper coins. For such a large order, young master, it'll make it 1,100. Are you trying to cheat me, boss? I recall a white loaf costing only 100 copper coins, didn't it?" Yufeng asked in surprise. "Heavens no, young master. We run an honest business. The price you mentioned was from years ago." Yufeng certainly wasn't unable to afford it, only puzzled. After understanding the reason, he paid readily and returned home. Yufeng soon reached the familiar courtyard, lifting his eyes to the dwelling he saw day and night. Every detail was etched into his heart. "Lingli, I'm back. The candied hawthorn vendor was nowhere to be found today. But I brought white bread instead. It's definitely just as good as candied hawthorn." Yu Lingli was sitting quietly on the bed inside the room, resting with her eyes closed. Hearing the clear call from outside, a faint, gentle smile curled at the corners of her lips. Warm light shimmered in her eyes, her mood bright and free of any vexation. Unhurried and unruffled by the sound, she waited with a light and relaxed heart for him to enter. Soon Yufeng came into Yu Lingli's room, carrying 2 large bags of white bread, complaining as he walked. "That candied hawthorn vendor. When I don't feel like eating, he's always in my face. Now that I want some, he's vanished. Serves him right if he never makes a penny." Yu Lingli sat quietly, her brows soft and relaxed, her good mood undisturbed. She neither interrupted nor cut him off, simply listening peacefully to Yufeng's rambling and muttering. A light smile rippled in her clear eyes, her demeanor leisurely and tender, as she let those trivial, homely words drift into her ears. Everything felt so serene and comforting. If things could stay like this forever, it wouldn't be so bad. No, what am I thinking? Yu Lingli quickly cast aside that impractical thought, her peripheral vision inadvertently catching the flying sword on Yufeng's back. A flicker of curiosity passed through her eyes as she asked softly, "Did you go out today for this sword?" Yufeng took down Yuelian from his back and, like a child showing off a hard-won toy, said, "I searched all over Linfeng Pass City for the finest smith to craft this with great care." As he spoke, he handed Yuelian to her. Yu Lingli's eyes brightened slightly, and her delicate fair hand reached out gently to take the sword. Her fingertips touched the cool, smooth scabbard, solid and well-balanced, with a warm texture that concealed a hint of sharpness. Yet the sword was indeed peculiar, quite unlike the standard single-handed swords of the island continent. She examined its form and structure closely, genuine fondness gathering in her brows. Her expression was gentle and focused as she caressed and studied it. Then she said slowly, "The standard single-handed swords of the island continent are usually broad and heavy, with a thick, solid spine and slightly wider blades, emphasizing slashing and armor breaking. The grip is stout, and the whole weapon feels weighty and imposing. But this flying sword of yours is an entirely different style. The blade is long and sleek with smooth, clean lines. The The spine is slender without being bulky, the guard simple and exquisite with no redundant ornate carvings, plain and efficient. The grip is moderately sized, fitting the curve of the palm, light and handy. How is such a sword supposed to be used in battle? You'll keep that a secret. You'll find out in a few days, Yu Feng said with a grin, sitting to the side. Yu Lingli rolled her eyes, hoping he wouldn't end up crying while modifying the sword. I didn't know you cared so much about me, little sister Lingli. Could it be? He. Seizing the chance to counter her teasing, Yu Feng struck back, though perhaps a bit too hard. Yu Lingli was momentarily stunned, then a blush spread across her delicate face. Her earlier calm and gentle demeanor vanished completely, her ears turning crimson all the way down to her neck. She hastily lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering in panic. Her hands unconsciously tightened around the scabbard, flustered and embarrassed, unsure where to place herself. After a while, Yu Feng was once again successfully driven out of the room. It was just a joke. Why can't she take a little teasing? Yu Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly, then headed to the kitchen to heat some water for a bath. Though he now cultivated immortal arts, he still kept his body spotless as always. He was used to taking a hot bath. It left him feeling refreshed and clear-headed. This habit had been with him for over. On the other side, Yu Lingli buried her entire head under the covers. She muttered to herself, pervert, lecher, narcissist. After his bath, Yu Feng felt invigorated. But now it was time for business. Standing in the center of the courtyard, he straightened his back, closed his eyes, slowly cast aside distractions, and focused his mind. He took out this sword control art from the system, studied it carefully for an hour, and then began to practice. He practiced until the dead of night. Forming the sword control hand seal, spiritual energy within his dantian flowed, slowly coursing through his meridians to all his limbs. With a low, silent incantation and a slight movement of his mind, the flying sword placed beside him suddenly trembled lightly. The scabbard emitted a clear, crisp hum, and a faint spiritual light enveloped the blade. In an instant, the flying sword Yuelian freed itself from its scabbard and slowly rose into the air. It first hovered steadily 3 feet in front of him, vibrating slightly, its body gleaming with a soft luster as strands of spiritual energy emanated outward. Left, now right. At this moment, Yu Feng was like a child playing with a new toy, the scene taking a playful. Only when his spiritual energy was completely depleted did Yu Feng stop. The first layer of the sword control art, using chi to control the sword's swift and fierce breaking through armor. I've finally mastered it. Soon I'll be able to materialize swords from spiritual energy. When I encounter enemies, I'll just stand there, he thought. Shout 10,000 swords return to the sect and pierce them like a sieve. Yu Feng felt a surge of motivation. But truly manifesting 10,000 spiritual swords with his current cultivation might drain him dry. The revolution is not yet complete. I must keep striving. He opened the system panel. Name Yu Feng Physique, double pupils development 0. 3. Cultivation Chi refining 5th layer technique, Tai, Su Mystic Dao Heart Sutra, 1st layer spells Tai Su, sword finger void step Chi attraction, and concealment art sword control art, 1st layer inventory, with spirit pearl silver coins, x 135, copper coins. His pills were all used up, leaving only the wood spirit pearl to aid his cultivation. With a thought, the wood spirit pearl appeared in his hand. Feeling the pure wood spiritual energy in his palm, he immediately sat cross-legged, activated his technique, and carefully extracted the essence from the pearl. Since learning the sword control technique in the courtyard, that day Yu Feng had stayed indoors, rarely stepping out of the courtyard for 7 whole days. On the few occasions he went out for supplies, he never saw that vibrant, fiery red hair on the street. Where could that little girl have gone? She couldn't have just sprouted wings and flown away, could she? Day and night he remained in the small courtyard, cutting off all external disturbances, devoting himself entirely to cultivation. During the day he meditated and cultivated, and in his spare time, he tried to tease the elf princess Yu, but each time he was driven out of her room. Yet Yu Feng seemed to find it endlessly amusing. Through repeated practice, he corrected minor flaws and refined the spiritual connection between himself and the sword. From clumsy execution to effortless control, he meticulously studied and mastered many intricate and agile sword techniques. The 7 days passed quietly, with Yu Feng ignoring all worldly affairs outside. He focused solely on advancing his cultivation and honing his sword skills, silently accumulating strength through solitary hard training. Yu Lingli was currently in the courtyard watching Yu Feng's sword control technique as he trained. At a critical moment, her heart filled with awe. She had been utterly bored lying in bed these past few days. Yu Feng noticed this and, taking matters into his own hands, crafted the first wooden wheelchair in this strange world. Yu Feng was now diligently cultivating his technique on the side. At that very moment, the barrier to his sword control technique shattered with a resounding crack, allowing him to step firmly into the 2nd level. Holding the moon ripple sword, his spiritual energy surged and churned, strands of it condensing from the ethereal into the tangible, forging a sword shape out of thin air. Yet this spiritual energy longsword did not hold its form for long. In an instant it scattered and divided, transforming into over a dozen spiritual swords that hovered in a staggered formation. The shadows of the swords swirled with a grim intensity, crisscrossing and flying back and forth in a cycle, executing a sharp and exquisite entangling sword art. The sword light wove into an impenetrable killing formation, and the sound of air being torn was faintly audible. Yu Lingli, watching from the side, was utterly captivated and slowly spoke. "You Feng, this sword technique of yours. I've scoured the ancient texts of the elves, and even the entire human empire has never seen anything like it. The moon ripple sword divides into multiple blades, its sword path clear and structured. The entangling and killing are balanced in offense and defense with solid foundations. The skill and timing of the moves are all of the highest caliber. With your current strength, an ordinary early third-stage great warrior is no longer your match. However, against an early third-stage great mage, it would likely be a 50-50 outcome." Hehe. Thanks for the praise. Yu Feng stood in the courtyard grinning without a care. Someone once said I'd be crying and going back. That forge master melted the moon ripple down to recast it. Lingli, you're experienced. Take a look and tell me, does the moon ripple still need to be recast now? Yu Lingli suddenly felt that Yu Feng now exuded a roguish, mischievous aura, a stark contrast to his previously gentle and refined image, forming two extreme opposites. Not wanting to deal with Yu Feng any longer, she let out a huff of resentment, pushed the wooden wheels of her wheelchair herself, and headed inside. Watching Yu Lingli's sulking figure as she retreated, Yu Feng's mood instantly improved. System, open the panel. Name Yu Feng, physique, double pupils, development 0. 3 cultivation, Qi refining, 6th layer technique, Taishu, Dao Heart Sutra, 1st layer spells, Taishu, sword, finger, void step, Qi attraction, and breath concealment art, sword control technique, 2nd layer inventory, silver coins, X130E copper coins. These past few days of dedicated cultivation have yielded no small gains. However, looking at the wooden spirit orb in his hand, its light had dimmed the once vibrant green, fading away completely, and the gentle spiritual energy within had all drained out. In the end, only a dull, ordinary stone bead remained, utterly unremarkable, with not a trace of spiritual power to be sensed. The spiritual energy within had been completely drained dry. Yu Feng spread his palm looking at this now useless orb, then tucked it away. Seeing that the sky was still early, he bid Yu Lingli farewell, and slowly made his way toward the western district. Upon arriving at the garrison camp, Yu Feng stopped, his gaze sweeping over the scattered stone houses of the camp. He raised a hand to gently halt a passing patrol. He asked the patrol leader, "Excuse me, brother, do you know which courtyard Captain Valles lives in? I'm her friend, and I have some business with her today. Could you kindly point the way?" The patrol leader, initially irritated at being stopped, had his anger vanish into thin air at the mention of Valles, as if an unpleasant memory flickered through his mind. "Oh, so you're a friend of Miss Valles? Come this way, I'll take you there." Watching the guard's face change as quickly as turning a page, Yu Feng marveled inwardly, though he couldn't help but wonder why the patrol leader seemed so afraid of Valles. Soon they arrived at a small stone courtyard, its walls built of rough-hewn stones, uniform in height and neatly stacked. The courtyard gate was a simple wooden frame, sturdy and stable, without any ornate carvings. The ground inside was paved with gravel, swept clean and tidy with no stray weeds. The main house had thick stone walls with ordinary windows and doors arranged symmetrically. In the corner of the yard were a few sparse clumps of wild grass and flowers growing obediently without spreading. Overall, it was simple and clean. "Young man, Miss Valles lives here. I won't disturb you any further." The guard finished speaking and left without looking back. Or rather, it was more like he fled in haste, as if escaping from some monstrous beast. "Seriously, is it that bad?" Before he could dwell on it, a light, ethereal voice reached his ears. "Yu Feng, what are you doing here?" She approached slowly, her expression relaxed, and spoke first in a gentle tone. "Waiting for me to come back, huh?" Valles had just finished her errands and was turning into the courtyard entrance when she spotted Yu Feng standing stiffly before the yard, looking dazed and silly. She couldn't help but tease him. Today she had changed her attire, shedding her usual sharp and capable uniform for a simple yet well-tailored dress. Gone was the commanding sharpness she had when leading a team. Her brows were soft, her figure gentle, making her look more like a kind and approachable older sister from next door, warm, genial, and exceptionally friendly. Yu Feng lowered his voice, leaning slowly toward Valles' face, and said, "I'm starting to wonder if there's some abyssal beast living in there. I stopped a patrol brother just now." He was a bit impatient at first, but after I mentioned the name of this house's owner, his attitude did a complete 180. After escorting me here, he didn't dare stay a second longer. "What do you think? Am I right?" Yu Feng said, winking and smirking at Valles. Valles, caught off guard by his sudden proximity, unconsciously blushed slightly. She explained instinctively, "The man you mentioned must be Toby Yuan." When I first arrived at this Windchill Pass city, he saw that I was pretty, and relying on his father being a city defense officer harassed me quite a bit back then. I initially thought we'd run into each other often, so I let it slide. But later that guy went even further and started spreading rumors that I was his girlfriend. How could I tolerate that? I stormed into his house, beat him up in front of his father, then dragged him around Windchill Pass for a tour, only letting him go after he explained the truth. Yufeng listened quietly to Valez recounting the past, growing more astonished with each word. Seriously, was this girl that fierce? Storming into someone's house and beating them up in front of their old man. Good heavens, he thought, recalling his own earlier actions. I'm not going to be the next Yuan MIA. The thought made him quickly change the subject. Didn't his father try to stop you? Valez, seeing the shock on Yufeng's face, felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. His father is just a phony. He can bully ordinary people, but when I brought up the name of the Castel family, she suddenly caught herself stammering and unable to finish. Anyway, his father couldn't beat me. In the end, I guess I did the town a favor by getting rid of a pest. Yufeng listened to the hints Valez had inadvertently dropped, but chose not to press further. After all, everyone has their secrets these days. After a moment of silence in the air, Valez quickly changed the subject. By the way, is there an urgent matter that brought you to find me today? At this moment, Yufeng also came back to his senses and decided not to delve deeper. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to ask if there are places outside the Linfeng Iching where there are many suitable magical beasts for training and testing strength. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Come on in, friends, shouldn't chat outside. Saying this, she took Yufeng's hand and walked towards the stone courtyard. As expected of a girl who defines herself as a tiger girl, Valez acted with vigor and was unconventional. She walked ahead, gently, her skirt sweeping over the steps without making a sound. Yufeng was pulled along closely behind her, stepping over the layers of stone steps and entering the ancient stone courtyard. The courtyard walls were built of entire massive stones, rough and thick, exuding a cold solemnity that spoke of years gone by. Reaching the center of the courtyard, they faced a stone-built hall. Valez paused in front of the hall door, turned sideways, and released Yufeng's hand. Looking ahead, Yufeng saw that the hall door was simple and heavy, made entirely of stone, with no flashy carvings, only radiating a sense of calm and tranquility as he stepped inside. Please sit in the living room for a moment, I'll go find something to eat and drink. Just wait a bit. With that, she hurried away. Shortly after, she returned with dried hazelnuts, walnuts, dried fruits, and some fruit wine. Come eat as you like, there's no need to be polite with me. Thank you, Captain Valez. After tasting the offerings, Yufeng had to bring up the purpose of his visit once more. Oh, I'm sorry. It's been so long since we had guests at home that I didn't notice and almost forgot. From what I know, there is indeed a place that fits your description near Linfeng Iching, right in the Heiji wilderness, about 20 miles away from the city. This cursed place has no official military presence and is completely in a lawless, wild state. The entire Heiji wilderness is also layered. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes, with magical beasts becoming increasingly formidable. The outermost edges are filled with low-level magical beasts that are hardly a threat. You'll find wild mice with fangs, black-striped wild rabbits, and spiny lizards scattered everywhere. They are not large and just somewhat aggressive. Even ordinary combat cultivators can easily handle them. At most, they might sneak attack some ordinary people, but cultivators need not worry. They don't even bother to fight them when passing by. There's nothing to pay attention to, but if you go further in, the intermediate level contains genuinely deadly creatures. The most common are the Heiji wild boars, which move in packs and never act alone. Their tusks are very sharp, and they run extremely fast. Anyone caught alone is bound to suffer. Even ordinary second-tier cultivators find it challenging to deal with these beasts, so one must not be careless. As for what lies deeper, I can't say, as I haven't been there myself. However, I've heard from the older cultivators in the city that at the deepest part of the Heiji wilderness, there are several third-tier magical beasts which are extremely dangerous. Yufeng quietly took a seat nearby, leaning slightly forward, fully engrossed in listening. His eyes on every description he heard was fresh and useful. He listened with great interest, afraid of missing any critical information, and silently noted various perilous places and details about the magical beasts. This information from Captain Valez is very important to me. I thank you, and in the future, if you need my help, Yufeng will definitely not refuse. Oh, it's nothing. Just some local rumors. Just remember not to venture too deep if you plan to go there later. After bidding farewell to Valez, Yufeng walked leisurely through the streets of the town, where pedestrians came and went in a steady stream, women carrying vegetable baskets, craftsmen with tools, and neighbors chatting in pairs, all moving leisurely, full of the warmth of life. The day was already getting late, and he planned to visit the Heiji wilderness tomorrow. First, to test the strength he had cultivated over the past few days, and second, to save up some money for the journey with Yu Lingli to the Elven Empire. After making up his mind, Yufeng withdrew his thoughts and looked around the bustling city, yet he still couldn't spot that girl with the striking red hair. This little girl, could she really have disappeared? To be honest, I do feel quite sympathetic towards her. After I return from the Heiji wilderness, I should look for her in the nearby villages. If I really can't find her, then there's nothing I can do. Meanwhile, just as Serafina finished cleaning at the tavern, she held her earnings for the day. As she walked along the city streets, she calculated, I earned 8 copper coins today, and with the money I saved these past few days, I'm just 12 coins short. Come on, Serafina. At worst, I'll work an extra shift tomorrow, and then I can save enough money to buy white bread for Brother Yufeng. But it seems like I've forgotten something important. I seem to not know where Brother Yufeng lives. Serafina carefully recalled the place where she had met Yufeng, hoping to find some clues. Let me think. Just then an adventurer, wearing a badge, passed in front of her. Suddenly memories flooded into Serafina's mind. The Adventurers Guild. I can go to the Adventurers Guild later and ask them carefully. There will definitely be clues about Brother Yufeng there. Serafina looked up at the sun and confirmed the time. There's still time today, though I might as well go look for him now. After some thought, she quickened her pace and headed towards the Adventurers Guild in the city. After passing through several winding alleys, she arrived with little effort. However, looking at the bustling street filled with people coming and going, Serafina suddenly didn't know where to start to inquire about Brother Yufeng's whereabouts. Having no choice but to use the most straightforward method, she stood among the crowd, her figure delicate, and despite the surrounding noise, she quietly asked each passerby, hoping to find out about Yufeng's name and where he was staying. She approached a kindly-looking middle-aged man and asked, Excuse me, sir, do you know an adventurer named... However, the previously friendly middle-aged man, with a face full of impatience, pushed her away. Get lost. Get out of my way. I don't know any Yufeng or anything like that. With that, he impatiently walked around Serafina, fearing to be entangled by this little brat. Serafina instinctively clutched her clothes, trying to control her tears from falling. After all these years, have I not gotten used to such harsh words? Clearly, I always pretend to be indifferent, but during those quiet nights, I secretly let it all out. However, thinking of that day when Yufeng stepped up to protect her, it was the only time in all these years that she felt supported and no longer had to face this cold world alone. No matter how bitter and exhausting it is, I must find a way to repay this kindness. Raising her eyes again, she looked for a solitary target to inquire. Where did this outsider come from? Stop asking around and leave quickly. Don't come over to talk, though I don't have time for you. If you don't leave, I'll make you taste my fists. Hurry up and get out of my way, don't delay me. Who knows what you're thinking? Just because you say you know someone doesn't mean you do. Stop inquiring about others' residences. The townsfolk saw her looking dirty and smelly. Most of them had unfriendly expressions. Some mocked her with harsh words, while others coldly reprimanded her, filled with rejection. One after another, hostile and prejudiced remarks rained down. What exactly did I do wrong? Why does everyone hate me so much? I just want to find my benefactor's residence. Why does everyone have to hate me? Just as Serafina was about to lose control of her emotions, Tom, who had just gotten drunk with a few friends, upon hearing the name Yufeng, he was struck as if by lightning, standing still, without moving. Soon his face twisted with hatred as he recalled the events of the past few days. Looking at the girl quietly sobbing by the street, an evil thought surged forth, and a wave of hatred flooded Tom's mind. Tom had already formulated a complete plan in his mind. Gentlemen, you may return for today. As for me, I have a significant matter to attend to. Agreed. The companions traveling with Tom were already too intoxicated to find their bearings, let alone concern themselves with him. After they had wandered far away, Tom strode directly towards Serafina. He then adjusted his facial expression to appear more amiable. Little miss, I heard you're looking for a man named Yufeng, is that correct? Upon hearing this, Serafina felt as if her hardships had finally borne fruit, and her tears ceased. She choked out, Sir, do you know Brother Yufeng? Tom bristled at being called sir, nearly striking the ragged girl before him. How dare she speak so improperly? However, she was still useful to him, so he forcibly suppressed his rage. Yes, this Yufeng. Does he have black hair and black eyes with a tall and slender build? Serafina nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Yes. Sir, can you tell me where Brother Yufeng lives? Seeing the hopeful gleam in the ragged girl's eyes, Tom felt his anger surge uncontrollably. Know him. He and I are far more than mere acquaintances. We are practically brothers bound by life and death. But before I tell you, could you answer a few questions for me? Of course, sir. Go ahead. Tom cleared his throat and lowered his voice to inquire, what is your relationship with Yufeng? Relationship? After a moment's thought, Serafina quickly replied, Brother Yufeng is my savior. Sir, please tell me where he lives now. I beg you. Having confirmed that this person was inextricably linked to Yufeng, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tom's eyes. That Yufeng lives in the greenstone alley east of the city, in the very last house of the lane. However, he has been away for the past few days. He should return in about 2 days. Go find him then, and he'll be there for sure. Learning of Yufeng's whereabouts, a great weight lifted from Serafina's heart. Thank you, sir. You are a good man. After ensuring that Serafina would go to the east side of the city in 2 days to find Yufeng, Tom took his leave. He planned that 2 days later he would kidnap that ragged girl and use her as leverage to lure Yufeng out of the city and finally exact his revenge. He dared not act recklessly within the city due to the many eyes and patrolling guards. But once outside the city, everything would be under his control. The reason he hadn't sent the girl immediately was that he needed time to prepare, specifically to investigate Yufeng's residence thoroughly. I need to find some help outside the city. I refuse to believe that one man can overturn the heavens. Though his elder brother had yet to emerge from seclusion, Tom could no longer contain his desire for vengeance. Even if Yufeng didn't show up, it wouldn't matter. Although that wretched girl was infuriating, he had to admit she possessed a certain charm. He would then have his way with her. The next day, as dawn's light barely broke and morning mist still shrouded the entire city, Yufeng had already set out on his journey to the Black Thorn Wild Forest. Wild grass grew rampant along the path, half burying the road's edge, and tangled branches and vines sprawled across the slopes. During last night's cultivation, his eyelids had twitched incessantly for no apparent reason, leaving him unsettled. After much thought, he could only attribute it to insufficient rest. Following the winding dirt road for another stretch, the last few scattered farmhouses disappeared completely from view. An hour later, Yufeng finally reached his destination. Yufeng looked up and took in the entire periphery of the Black Thorn Wild Forest. An endless sea of forests spanned the horizon. Dense ancient trees stood sturdy and gnarled, their branches intertwining, while layered foliage blocked the sky and sun. The dark, somber forest evoked a chill in the heart upon first sight. Within the forest, clumps of black thorn vines grew everywhere, densely covered with sharp spikes. They coiled around tree trunks and blocked the paths, creating an eerie and desolate atmosphere. At the forest's edge, wild plants grew wildly, and horizontal vines obstructed the way, isolating the woods from the outside world. A thick mist hung in the forest, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind. The faint roars of wild beasts could be heard, exuding a primal and ferocious aura. Undaunted, Yufeng took large strides deeper into the Black Thorn Wild Forest. After penetrating 2 or 3 kilometers inward, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a violent rustling came from the bushes on the left. As dry twigs and broken grass crackled, a magical beast burst forth, blocking his path. What emerged was a poison-patterned giant lizard, already at the late second-order stage. Its body was thick and elongated, with a mottled hard hide covered in dark purple venomous patterns. Its powerful tail lashed out, sending dirt and stones flying. It flicked its forked tongue, and dripping saliva corroded the ground, leaving shallow marks. The beast possessed formidable venom and strong defenses. Am I being taken for a soft target? Interesting. Yufeng calmly circulated his true chi, and in an instant his pupils transformed. Deep within his irises, 2 profound, overlapping shadows emerged. His double pupils suddenly activated, revealing an inner light that was both restrained and sharply concealed. Seeing that its prey not only refused to flee, but even showed a hint of contempt, the poison-patterned giant lizard's eyes blazed with ferocious light. Its massive body slammed against the ground, sending gravel and dead branches flying as it lunged forward with a foul, gusting wind. Welcome. Let me show you the power of my sword control art. In that instant, the lizard's chi and blood flow, attack trajectory, scale, armor weaknesses, and power exertion points were all exposed to his double pupils, leaving no secrets in its every move. Relying on its immense physique, the giant lizard pounced fiercely. Its venomous mouth gaped wide, spewing foul, toxic saliva. Its thick tail lashed out with a whistling wind, delivering a brutal and violent assault. Yufeng neither dodged nor avoided. With one hand, he swiftly formed a spell seal, light glowing at his fingertips as the sword control art sigil instantly coalesced. Hum! A crisp, resonant sword cry echoed through the forest. The moonlit sword, his personal blade, instantly unsheathed and flew out. Its blade, wrapped in condensed true chi, circled in the air, transforming into a cold beam that slashed directly at the weak joint between the scales on the lizard's flank. Its once prized armor was pierced as easily as tofu. Blood splattered across the ground, staining the nearby soil a deep red. Realizing the dire situation, the poison-patterned giant lizard attempted to flee. Since you've come, how can you leave? The flying sword, moonlit, instantly multiplied into over a dozen, converging to mince the lizard. In an instant, the poison-patterned giant lizard was carved into scattered pieces beyond even the most miraculous reassembly. Yufeng slowly withdrew his spell seal. The flying sword, moonlit, hummed once and obediently returned to its sheath. He dissipated the double pupil phenomenon, his expression calm. His aura only slightly fluctuated as he stood steadily in the forest, concluding the battle with composure. With his full use of the sword control art, even a late second-order magical beast could be effortlessly sliced to pieces, though this was also inseparable from the aid of his double pupils. After all, with his double pupils, no enemy of Yufeng could harbor any secrets. Having regulated his breathing, Yufeng walked over to the giant lizard's carcass and amidst the mass of flesh retrieved the valuable beast core. A late second-order magical beast core was worth at least several hundred silver coins. The harvest was indeed substantial. As they ventured deeper into the wild forest, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense and oppressive, with the sounds of beastly roars echoing throughout the savage aura thickening. After Yufeng had been walking steadily for a while, a sudden cacophony of chaotic and violent earth-shaking sounds emerged from ahead, accompanied by heavy and hurried grunting. A group of black thorn magic pigs suddenly burst out of the dense forest, each one robust and heavy-set, their bodies adorned with rough and thick hides, their backs bristling with hard thorns, sharp tusks gleaming, and their eyes filled with a fierce and violent wrath, charging in unison, trampling the ground and scattering dry branches and stones, exuding an overwhelming and aggressive force. The black thorn magic pigs that Veles mentioned were encountered so quickly. Yufeng immediately felt an increase in pressure. While each individual black thorn magic pig might not be particularly strong, the issue was that they appeared in large numbers. Too many ants can inflict painful bites. At this moment, the black thorn magic pigs also discovered Yufeng, the unwelcome guest, and immediately charged forward. Yufeng's expression changed. Confronting them head-on was unfeasible, as the pig herd held an absolute numerical advantage. Feeling the impending danger, Yufeng quickly concentrated and activated his heavy pupils, stepping lightly, with exquisite footwork, his figure flickering and agile, dodging left and right, never making direct contact with the raging pig herd, instead maneuvering gracefully around the periphery. "Ha, can't catch me. Are you angry? Are you angry?" The second senior brothers felt humiliated at this moment, intensifying their pursuit with even greater effort. While Yufeng created distance between them, he carefully observed with his heavy pupil. There were a total of 12 pigs, 2 in the mid-phase of the second stage, while the remaining 10 were likely in the late first stage. After circling around the second senior brothers for a while, and grasping the rhythm of their movements and attack patterns, Yufeng no longer hesitated, swiftly forming a spell with one hand and unleashing his sword technique with full force. The flying sword Moon Lian unsheathed with a clear ringing sound, its blade gleaming coldly as it soared and danced through the forest. He could not afford to disperse his spiritual energy. He needed to concentrate his power to strike them down one by one. Controlling the sword with his mind, he executed skillful and cunning moves, avoiding a direct clash with their tough hides, specifically targeting the magic pigs' eyes, mouths, underbellies, and other vulnerable spots in succession. The flying sword flitted back and forth, its cold light flickering, perfectly restraining the entire area with its agile movements. Soon after, all the second senior brothers fell victim to Yufeng's deadly skills. Some were bisected, others had their heads severed, and some were left limbless on the ground, emitting tragic cries. One in particular suffered the most, enduring 2 or 3 dozen strikes from Yufeng, skillfully avoiding any fatal injuries. This was purely a mental torture, completely unbeknownst to the fact that Yufeng was using it to practice controlling the flying sword. After 5 minutes, this second senior brother finally could not withstand Yufeng's torment and collapsed under the strain. "Not a bro. If you had said earlier that you played so cruelly, who would want to fight you?" Some were bisected, others reduced to pig sticks. As a pig myself, I experienced what it felt like to be dismembered. Looking at the scene of devastation on the ground, with the black, thorned magic pig corpses strewn about, thorns broken and hides torn, the previously violent and ferocious aura had completely dissipated. After wiping the blood off the flying sword Moon Lian, he looked around to ensure there were no other beasts. Yufeng took out a sharp short dagger he always carried, targeting the cranial positions of each black, thorn magic pig, his movements swift and decisive, slicing through the hides and separating the flesh to precisely reach the core. With a gentle twist of his wrist, he carefully peeled away the surrounding tendons and flesh, extracting one after another the magical beast cores that glowed with a dark spiritual light. After collecting all the beast materials, Yufeng raised his gaze toward the deep forest. The sky gradually darkened, and the light in the forest became increasingly dim, with the evening wind rustling through the trees, the beast roars echoing, making the night in the wild forest even more perilous. "It's better to find a safe place to rest first. I've already informed the one back home, so there's no need to worry about it. Short as 1 day, long as 2 days. I will definitely return by then." Yufeng focused his mind slightly, opened his heavy pupils, scanning the surrounding mountains and forests for hidden beasts and potential dangers. He avoided the main beast trails, steering clear of lowlying windy spots, and sought high ground with good visibility that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Moving slowly and carefully, he examined the terrain on either side, checking the rock faces and tree hollows, but found nothing satisfactory. After proceeding a bit further, Yufeng finally discovered an ideal spot beneath a mountain wall. It was a natural recessed cave with the entrance concealed by dense vines and low trees, making it hard to spot from outside, providing excellent concealment. The ground inside was dry and flat, free from dampness, and just spacious enough for one person to rest. Leaning against the solid rock wall at the back, there was no need to worry about danger from behind. As long as he guarded the entrance, he could withstand any nighttime beast attacks. Yufeng stepped forward to clear the vines, carefully checking inside and confirming that there were no traces of beasts residing within, ensuring the area was safe. He then collected some dry branches and stones, simply blocking the entrance on both sides, leaving only a gap for observation and entry before cleaning up the debris inside the cave and laying down a layer of dry leaves as bedding. After arranging everything, he sat down to the side of the entrance, keeping a vigilant eye on the dark forest, his true energy slowly circulating while he adjusted his breathing to recover his depleted cultivation, all the while remaining on guard. Having found this stable resting place, he could safely spend the night waiting for dawn to continue deeper into the black, thorned wilderness. Inside the city of Linfeng, in a small courtyard in the south of the city, Yu Lingli was also busy at this moment. These past few days, she had clearly felt that the abyssal magic energy within her had lessened somewhat. She then cast several low-tier spells, and seeing no special magic backlash, sighed in relief. After all this past half-month, she had fallen from a renowned pinnacle 7th-stage magic saint in her clan to an ordinary mortal. The feeling was quite unpleasant. Whenever she had free time, she would seek ways to restore her magical power. Yu Lingli estimated that as long as her output of magical energy did not exceed the 2nd tier, she need not worry about backlash from the abyssal magic. She wondered how Yufeng was doing. He claimed to be out training, but the truth was that a significant part of the reason was to earn travel expenses back to the Elven Empire. Alas, it was unfortunate that her storage ring had been lost during the teleportation. Otherwise, she could have easily retrieved something without so much trouble. Just as Yu Lingli was feeling sentimental, a sudden sensation arose from her magical energy, as a mysterious figure, sneaky and cautious, was lurking outside in the courtyard, peering in with ill intentions. This person was Tom, who had come to scout after gathering intelligence. Yu Lingli frowned slightly, sitting on her bed, her slender fingers raised subtly, as she quietly formed a simple magic seal, her gentle magical energy flowing silently. Yu Lingli did not wish to kill and cause trouble for Yufeng. She only wanted to teach this audacious peeper a lesson with a light punishment. A wisp of faint light silently drifted out through the crack under the door, precisely wrapping around the figure outside. Without using any magical spells, it was purely an application of controlling her magical energy. In an instant, Tom felt his entire body grow weak and numb, his limbs unresponsive, and as he stumbled, a gentle force tugged at him, causing him to awkwardly fall to the ground, paralyzed and embarrassed. No way is this a ghost at this hour. Clearly there was no one beside him, yet he felt as if countless pairs of eyes were watching him. Tom immediately decided not to linger any longer and quickly left the place. Yu Lingli sensed the person's departure and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Consider yourself fortunate, otherwise you wouldn't even know how to write the word death. In the Scienstone alley east of the city, morning light spilled over the mottled stone walls. A shock of fiery red hair, vibrant and lustrous, suddenly burst into view. Fluffy and dazzling, a red so translucent and blazing it seemed to burn with an unending warm flame. Seraphina stood in the alley, her vivid hair making the cold, quiet lane seem even more desolate. She was so strikingly beautiful that she seized one's gaze at once. Arriving at the entrance of a secluded courtyard at the deepest end of the Scienstone alley, Seraphina was in exceptionally high spirits today. Just yesterday, she had finally saved up 100 copper coins, and she could see her wish about to come true. Last night she had been too excited to sleep. Today, before dawn had even broken, she had left home early, following the memories in her mind toward a bakery in the southern part of the city. She had passed by that place more than once, and each time she would stop to gaze. The warm white bread, freshly baked, released a sweet, mellow fragrance of wheat that drifted gently, soft, warm, and comforting, tickling her nose and filling her heart with a secure, craving warmth. This was the very shop where Yufeng had on a whim bought 100 white loaves. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, she saw not a single customer. It was so quiet that only the faint hum of the oven's residual heat could be heard. The counter was spotless and gleaming, the wooden shelves neat and elegant, the glass display case immaculate. The decor was exquisite and gentle, exuding an air of clean, refined coziness everywhere. And then there was Fina standing in the middle of the shop. Her clothes were plain and worn, the fabric rough and frayed, her whole appearance marked by the dust and fatigue of travel, carrying a rugged sense of wilderness and wind. The delicate, spotless little shop and the coarse, travel-worn attire, set against each other, the stark sense of alienation and isolation was especially pronounced. Is the owner here? I want to buy a white loaf. I've saved up enough money. The owner emerged from the baking room upon hearing her voice and saw a travel-worn girl in the shop. Oh, all right. 1 white loaf. Little miss, wait a moment. He'll get a bag to wrap it for you. He recognized the girl before him. For several years he had seen her figure outside the shop, every time. She never entered the shop, never begged, just stood there quietly gazing through the window at the soft fragrant bread, inside her eyes timid, yet longing. Today she had finally pushed open the door, her worn, dusty clothes clashing with the shop's elegant and cozy decor, yet it stirred a soft tenderness in the owner's heart. The owner's hands moved quickly, and soon a white loaf wrapped in oil paper was handed to Fina. Fina hastily took out her worn-out purse, or rather it was more like a money pouch woven from coarse hemp cloth. Then Fina placed the money on the counter. Sir, 100 copper coins. Please count them. The owner looked at the slender little figure before him, and couldn't help but think of his own days learning the trade under his master. It was exactly the same. So the girl didn't have enough money, but the owner didn't point it out. He simply smiled and gathered the copper coins from the counter. Little miss, you're welcome to come again, next time. Looking at the warm-hearted owner, Fina said shyly, thank you, sir. Thank you for serving me. They'll definitely come again if I have the chance. Fina then withdrew her thoughts and looked at the large courtyard before her. Clutching the hard-earned white loaf tightly against her chest, she gently knocked on the courtyard door. Before long the door opened. But the person inside was not Yufeng, it was Tom, who had given directions earlier. Huh. Uncle, why are you at Brother Yufeng's house? Oh well. Yufeng came back injured last night, so I'm here to take care of him. Hearing that Yufeng was injured, Fina was filled with anxiety. Uncle, how bad is Brother Yufeng's injury? Is it serious? Tom wore a sly grin. Why don't you go in and see for yourself? Fina was too anxious to notice his miss. She strode straight into the courtyard and opened the inner door, but there was no trace of Yufeng. Instead, several unfamiliar thugs were lurking inside, each with a cold, fierce demeanor and an oppressive aura that warned strangers to keep away. They leered at Fina with malicious grins, cackling wickedly. Only then did Fina realize she had been tricked, and she turned to flee. But a pair of deadly hands locked around her from behind. Before she could scream or struggle, a cloth soaked in knockout drops was pressed tightly over her mouth and nosed the pungent, acrid smell, instantly invading her breath. Her body suddenly went limp and weak, a fog of confusion rapidly consuming her senses. Her consciousness faded swiftly, and the warm white loaf slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground with a thud and rolling away. My white loaf! In the last moment before her consciousness dissolved, she saw the white loaf lying in a dirty corner, filthy beyond recognition. Before she could feel sorrow, a heavy drowsiness swept over her mind. In the main room, the group of fierce men stood with arms crossed, their eyes all fixed on Tom, filled with amusement and anticipation, as if watching a good show. Tom, don't tell me you went to all this trouble just for this little girl. Tom was not angered by the remark. He bound Fina's hands and feet and securely stuffed her into a burlap sack. Captain Gar, you jest. This is just an important part of the plan. The real main course is still to come. It turned out that Tom had long since colluded with the Swiftwind bandit gang outside Frostwind Pass. All of this was thanks to a favor from his older brother. Years ago, Tom's older brother had once spared a bandit from the Swiftwind gang. Who would have thought that in just a short time, that very bandit had overthrown the old gang leader and firmly taken the top spot for himself? Later, the two became partners in crime. Using the Swiftwind gang as his black glove, Tom's brother eliminated many of his thorns in his side. And with an insider in the city, every time the garrison of Frostwind Pass planned to move against them, the Swiftwind gang could always flee far away in time and even tear a piece of flesh from the garrison. Now the bandit gang boasted 100 or so ordinary thugs, and over a dozen who had cultivated battle chi to a proper rank. This time Tom intended to use the Swiftwind bandit gang to completely eliminate Yufeng, to vent the hatred in his heart. Since it's still early, let's hurry up, Gar said lazily. Soon the place was empty. Meanwhile, Yufeng was locked in a fierce battle with a peak second-tier ironback giant bear, fighting with all his concentration. The ironback giant bear was as massive as a mountain, its fur as coarse as iron armor, its limbs as thick as stone pillars. When it opened its mouth, its roar shook the forest, bringing a blast of foul wind and an overwhelming murderous aura. Yufeng found it difficult to inflict damage on it. His flying sword Moon Ripple posed little threat. He immediately decided to withdraw his techniques, ceasing the prolonged aerial swordplay. He dispersed the countless sword shadows and abandoned the drawn-out offensive. He calmed his mind, channeling all the meridians in his body, drawing forth every bit of spiritual energy and mana from the depths of his dantian. He condensed, concentrated, and gathered it all into 2 fingers, preparing to unleash the lethal secret art, Void Finger's sword. The Berserk Peak second-tier ironback giant bear, sensing the lull in the attack, unleashed its full ferocity. Its mountain-like body lunged forward with a mighty leap, claws spread wide, carrying a gale and stench, with an overbearing momentum that sought to crush everything into pulp. In that critical moment, Yufeng's pupils suddenly transformed. The divine pattern of his double pupils flared to life, seeing through every flaw in the bear's movements and locking onto all its vital points. Without dodging or evading, he formed his fingers into a sword. The vast reservoir of mana was fully infused into his fingertips, and a condensed void sword energy shot forth, piercing precisely through the giant bear's vital spot. The roar ceased abruptly. The massive body suddenly stiffened, then crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. A single concentrated strike sealing its life force. Killed on the spot. Phew, I'm exhausted. This big bear was clearly the overlord of this area. My cultivation hasn't yet broken through to the late chi refining stage, so I could only fight it to a standstill, unable to kill it instantly. This was the third peak second-tier magical beast he had killed today, but this one was by far the most troublesome. This big bear must have put all its attributes into defense and strength. With his current strength, confronting ordinary peak second-tier magical beasts poses little challenge. However, facing beasts of even higher rank would likely prove insurmountable. Yufeng lifted his gaze, focusing intently on the distant depths of the Hejiang wilderness. The dense black forest layers intertwined so thickly that they sealed out the sky, though a heavy mist churned ominously without dispersing, and even the wind carried a chilling, intimidating coldness. That territory was silent and lifeless, devoid of the chirping of birds or cries of beasts. Ordinary monsters would detour far away, avoiding the area, and even the plants seemed to have stifled all vitality. Deep within that gloomy heartland resided the true overlord of this primordial forest ocean, a forbidden land revered by all spirits where none dared tread lightly. Third-tier magical beasts inhabited there. Perhaps next time Yufeng would venture forth to confront them. For now it was wiser to remain cautious. After collecting the valuable materials from Bear, Yufeng ceased lingering, packed his belongings, and turned to bid farewell to the wilderness, calmly retracing his steps under the dusk. Before sunset, Yufeng finally arrived below the city gates, just in time before they closed. The exhaustion from traversing perilous wilderness and bloody battles eased significantly, and a heavy stone of anxiety slowly descended from his heart. A sense of peace and longing blossomed in his eyes. At last, there was a city to rest and a place to escape the wild beasts of the forest, and to breathe and recuperate. As Yufeng approached the city gate, the lingering scent of blood still clung to him, the fierce and chilling aura born from battle radiating outward. Karen and the gate guards on duty that day suddenly stiffened, turning their gaze sharply with expressions of astonishment. Though they guarded the gate daily and saw countless travelers, few bore such a blood-stained, lethal presence as this youth. Despite Yufeng appearing no older than 20, the ferocious battle aura infused to his very bones marked him far beyond an ordinary passerby gathering herbs or undergoing trials, provoking their surprise. "Stop! Who are you?" It was no wonder Karen and the others failed to recognize him. These days he had diligently cultivated immortal techniques, his very being transformed, having waged continuous blood-soaked battles in the wilderness, his aura steeped in killing intent, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned survivor. Unable to resist, teasing, Yufeng said, "Brother, don't you recognize me? I was the one who brought my sister into the city for medicine a few days ago. You even patted me on the shoulder then." Hearing his words, Karen gradually recalled the ragged figure at the city gate that day. The two disparate images merged slowly until realization dawned suddenly. "It's you." Karen's face was filled with disbelief as he scrutinized Yufeng repeatedly, a wave of astonishment surging in his eyes. The nearby subordinates nearly dropped their eyes in shock. The ordinary person they had extorted days ago had changed so drastically. Karen's complexion shifted awkwardly as he said, "I told you this young brother carries an extraordinary aura. Yet you all doubted him." The guards nearby hurriedly chimed in, "Indeed, when this brother entered the city that day, I already believed in him." Yes, that's exactly right." Yufeng glanced coolly at the guards scrambling to flatter and curry favor, his expression unmoved. Truly, strength was the ultimate truth. If you were weak, others would disdain you. If strong, respect and reverence naturally followed. "Brother, aren't you going to let me in? The city gate is about to close." Karen and the guards suddenly snapped back to reality, having been so caught up in amazement and flattery that they forgot their duty. They quickly smiled apologetically and stepped aside, hastily gesturing, "Excuse my forgetfulness. Please come in quickly. Don't delay. The gates will be closing any moment now. Also, young brother, stop calling me big brother. Karen can't bear it. Should you encounter trouble at the Linfeng Pass gate, just mention my name. It will work wonders." "Then I thank you all in advance," Yufeng said, stepping inside without looking back. His figure was tall and steady, indifferent to the guards' repeated polite calls behind him, his steps unwavering as he leisurely blended into the city's bustling crowds. Once Yufeng was out of sight, Karen finally allowed himself to relax completely. "Thankfully, this one doesn't hold grudges about the past, or else." A young guard hurried over. "Boss, you have good eyes. You truly saved my entire family." After a brief episode, Yufeng finally returned to his residence. Entering the door, the tightly wound nerves of the past few days finally eased. The ever-present vigilance melted away, leaving only a calm tranquility. He closed the door behind him and walked slowly into the house, finally arriving at a place where he could rest assured, free from constant threats. Upon entering, a strange figure appeared on the living room floor. Yu Lingli leaned against her wheelchair nearby, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Lingli, what happened? Are you hurt? Who is this person? Just as the words left his lips, Yu Feng's expression darkened sharply, his gaze turning as piercing as a blade as he fixed his eyes on the figure crouched on the floor. The coldness and killing aura he had just shed surged back, his features hardened, his demeanor forbidding, his eyes filled with wariness and hostility, locking the other firmly in his sight. Thomas trembled violently under Yu Feng's frigid, penetrating gaze, his legs weakening, his entire body curling tightly on the ground. His face drained of color, pale as paper, pupils constricted, eyes brimming with bone-chilling terror, afraid even to draw a breath. His body shrank backward uncontrollably, hands scrambling to push against the ground as he retreated, his spirit nearly fleeing, eyes wild and trembling with despair and fear, utterly devoid of any will to resist. He regretted accepting this task, which was supposed to involve only an ordinary family familiar with some martial arts. Yet the two before him were stranger than the other, one wielding some unknown technique that rendered him immobile. The other's gaze was as fierce as a magical beast's, his body reeking of blood, frenziedly assaulting Thomas's nerves. Yu Lingli, seeing Yu Feng's return, immediately moved closer to him, her expression heavy with concern. Yu Feng, look at this first. She then produced a crumpled note. Yu Feng took the note and unfolded it. The handwriting was sharp and threatening, clearly conveying coercion. The red-haired girl you saved earlier is now in my hands. If you want her unharmed, come alone to Hafing Ridge outside the city at noon tomorrow. If you're late, or bring others, prepare to collect her corpse. Time waits for no one. A red-haired girl. Could this letter be referring to Serafina? Who exactly was the sender of this note? Why did they know Serafina and threaten him through her? While you were away these past days, my magic power recovered somewhat. Yesterday, a sneaky figure lurked in front of the yard. This afternoon, a man suddenly broke into the yard and nailed this note to the door. I then subdued him, awaiting your return to decide what to do. Yu Lingli recounted the events of the past 2 days in a low voice. Yu Feng's expression grew increasingly grim as he read the note. His face turned ashen and taut teeth clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the force. Suddenly, he snapped his head toward Thomas on the ground, his cold eyes locking fiercely on him, radiating a murderous aura. Gritting his teeth, he spoke each word with icy ruthlessness. I will ask, and you will answer honestly. If you dare lie, I will tear you to pieces and toss you outside the city to feed the dogs. Thomas trembled violently, his limbs weak and his body collapsing into a heap on the ground. His face was as pale as paper, all traces of bravado gone, as he nodded frantically, like a pestle pounding garlic. His voice quivered and softened, tinged with sobs, as he hurriedly agreed, fearing that even a moment's delay would invite disaster. Ill answer. I swear I'll tell the truth. I dare not lie. Please spare my life, I beg you, don't strike me. The first matter, who wrote this letter? Yu Feng asked while activating his double pupils, observing Thomas' every move. If anything seemed amiss, a beating was inevitable. To answer, your honor, this letter was written by Tom of the Longwind Wandering Team in the Windy Pass. I was merely threatened into delivering the paper. To answer, your honor, this letter was written by Tom of the Longwind Wandering Team in the Windy Pass. I was merely threatened into delivering the paper. And this note, what is Blackwind Ridge? Why did Tom specifically ask me to go there? Hearing this, Thomas was at a loss, his eyes darting evasively, unable to meet Yu Feng's gaze. Seeing Thomas hesitating and unwilling to confess, Yu Feng wasted no words. He swiftly drew the dagger at his waist. With a flash of cold light, he drove it deep into Thomas' thigh. Ow! 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 Thomas let out a heart-wrenching scream, his shrill wails piercing the courtyard and echoing far and wide, sending chills down the spine. Yu Lingli was startled by Yu Feng's sudden move. Fearing it might attract the guards, she quickly used magic to cast a simple soundproofing spell. Thomas writhed on the ground, convulsing in agony, blood pooling beneath him as cold sweat soaked his clothes. His cries for mercy were unbearable to hear. If you don't confess honestly, the next strike will target your third leg. Thomas, trembling in pain and seeing the ferocity in the man's face, screamed desperately, He'll talk. He'll confess everything. He'll tell you all. The Blackwind Ridge outside the city is the stronghold of the Swiftwind Bandits. Tom kidnapped a red-haired girl to lure you there and kill you. The Swiftwind Bandits. What kind of force are they? Thomas hurriedly replied, the Swiftwind Bandits are a gang of ruthless outlaws, desperate men who have turned to evil. They lurk in the mountains and forests, roving and committing crimes, defying the law and acting with wanton abandon. They specialize in ambushing travelers, plundering villages, taking hostages, and oppressing common folk and merchants. They act with brute force and merciless cruelty driven by greed and bloodlust, caring only for their own gain. They stop at nothing no matter how heinous the deed, and have long plagued this region. Their infamy spreads far and wide, inspiring both fear and hatred. Thomas, drenched in sweat from pain, clutched his bleeding wound and trembled, pleading with a heavy sob, "I had no choice. I was forced to join the bandits because I was desperate. I'm not a bad person at heart. I was coerced by them. Spare me, my lord. Please show mercy and let me go. I'll never follow them in evil again. From now on, I'll live an honest life and do no wrong." Yu Lingli stood quietly by, watching Yu Feng, whose aura was thick with murderous intent and cold resolve. Seeing his decisive and ruthless actions unmarred by hesitation, she secretly admired him, her fondness for him growing. In her eyes, such a demeanor, decisive and unyielding in the face of danger, was the true mark of a formidable warrior. Yu Feng stood still, slowly steadying his breath as he suppressed the surging rage and killing intent within him. "One last question. How did Tom find out about Fina and me and then kidnap her?" Thomas' face instantly turned pale, his eyes darting frantically, unable to meet the other's gaze. His hands instinctively clutched the hem of his clothes, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. Then he hastily spilled the entire story of how Tom had kidnapped Serafina. It turned out that Fina, eager to repay his kindness, had stood on the street asking everyone about his residence, stubbornly refusing to give up. By chance, Tom overheard her and fabricated an address, luring her into a trap. After hearing the full account of the kidnapping, Yu Feng fell into a profound silence. He said nothing, his aura growing icy cold, the air around him stagnating into a suffocating stillness. After a long pause, Yu Feng spoke to Thomas, enunciating each word, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The words struck like a blade, sending a violent shudder through Thomas. All color drained from his face as he hurriedly exclaimed, "I know of a Swiftwind bandits hideout in Windy Pass. This month the third leader is on duty. The key is that inside the hideout there's a map of the Swiftwind bandits base at Blackwind Ridge. And the entire bandit group has only 4 second-rank combat masters, a few dozen first-rank leaders, and the rest are just ordinary men." Thomas laid out all the intelligence he knew, recounting every detail without omission. His nerves, stretched to the breaking point, suddenly relaxed as if all his strength had been drained. He let out a long pent-up breath, his shoulders slumping in exhaustion. Though the color had not yet returned to his face, the mortal terror had faded from his eyes. He seemed to shed a heavy burden filled with the relief and exhaustion of a survivor. Ding. Detected that the host has triggered a hidden mission. Mission objective: eradicate the Swiftwind bandits. Lurking on the main road outside Blackwind Ridge, they have long preyed upon traveling merchants and wayfarers, plundering goods and injuring countless lives. In secret, they trade contraband, collude with dark forces, harm the innocent, and have amassed a mountain of blood debts, their infamy spreading far and wide. Mission requirement: eliminate all key members of the Swiftwind bandits, crush every rogue in the gang, and completely uproot this scourge. Mission completion reward: the Green Talisman Mystic Cannon 1 300-year-old Spirit Fungus 10 first-grade Superior Clear Herb Regeneration Pills. Detected the host's deep resolve. Mission has been automatically accepted. Yu Feng lowered his voice and asked Yu Lingli, "In your current state, can you cast some basic healing magic?" Yu Lingli nodded, gently indicating she could manage. Then, furrowing her delicate brows, she looked at him with confusion and asked, "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" He glanced at Thomas, who was sprawled on the ground, and said flatly, "I can't let him die until I find the bandits' hideout in Windy Pass." Hearing Yu Feng's words, Yu Lingli instantly grasped his plan. Her gaze swept over Thomas, who lay limp and terrified on the floor, and she understood without further questions. Silently, she began to cast her magic. Thomas stared wide-eyed at Yu Lingli, his face a mask of utter disbelief. He saw the bleeding wound on his leg stop in an instant. Such miraculous skill was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Shocked and awed, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You're a mage." "You're not that strong, but you're quite knowledgeable," Yu Feng remarked sarcastically from the side. "Since you still have the strength to talk, get up and lead the way." Startled by the sharp command, Thomas shuddered violently and dared not delay. He scrambled to his feet, using his hands and knees to push himself up, hunched over with his head bowed low, not even daring to breathe loudly. Yu Feng turned to Yu Lingli, his voice steady and soothing as he instructed softly, "Close the doors and windows. Stay here safely and wait for my return." Before Yu Lingli could respond, Yu Feng grabbed Thomas and rushed outside. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger for Serafina. The night was heavy and the entire city was engulfed in a thick darkness, the streets and houses cloaked in deep tranquility with dim light scattered everywhere. Yu Feng's eyes flickered and his dual pupils suddenly activated, a faint light swirling within them. No darkness could obstruct his vision, and the surroundings instantly became clear. With a step of virtual movement, his figure became as light as the wind. He lifted Thomas with one hand, lightly tapping the edge of the roof, and began parkouring across the rooftops. "Take it easy, my lord." Thomas nearly vomited. However, Yufeng paid him no mind. The sound of wind howled in his ears as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop, swiftly traversing the dark city. Soon they arrived at Stone Alley in the east of the city. The base of the Gale Bandit group is right at the innermost part of this Stone Alley. The base of the Gale Bandit group was hidden deep within a secluded courtyard with tall walls and tightly closed wooden doors emanating a sense of eerie vigilance. A few bandits had already been stationed outside the courtyard, lazily leaning against the wall and whispering to each other while keeping an eye on the alley. Yufeng entered Stone Alley with Thomas in tow. As they approached the courtyard, they were immediately spotted by the lookout bandits. The bandits' expressions tightened, shaking off their casual demeanor as they stood upright, their eyes vigilantly fixed on Yufeng, already preparing to signal for action. The leader shouted immediately, "Who are you?" Yufeng, too lazy to waste words with him, firmly held Thomas by his side, his dual pupils suddenly opening and the depths of his gaze pierced through all illusions. With spiritual energy surging within him, he activated his sword technique, and the flying sword moon ripple hummed as it unsheathed, its clear light flowing with a fierce sword aura. In a flash, the sword split into dozens of sword shadows, sweeping towards the courtyard entrance like a sudden downpour. The bandits at the entrance had no time to scream or evade. The myriad sword shadows crisscrossed, and where the sword light passed, the bandits were utterly defenseless, their bodies torn apart by the sharp sword energy, limbs, heads, and thighs scattered, leaving a horrifying scene of carnage. In an instant, all the bandits fell to the ground, no signs of life remaining. Within moments, the sentinels outside the courtyard were completely cleared, and there were no more arrogant figures in sight. The moon ripple sword shadows converged back into one, transforming into a streak of flowing light that circled back and quietly hovered beside Yufeng. His expression was indifferent as he carried Thomas and stepped deeper into the courtyard. As Yufeng stepped into the courtyard, the high walls and corridors around him suddenly erupted with a large group of bandits. 20 to 30 men surrounded him from all sides, closing and creating a situation where the courtyard was completely sealed off with a palpable killing intent in the air. In front of the crowd stood a burly man with a face full of scars, the second-in-command of the Gale Bandit group. He wore sturdy armor, and his aura of fighting spirit subtly fluctuated. As a mid-stage second-tier battle master, he was arrogant in the city, staring fiercely at Yufeng. Beside him stood 4 or 5 imposing team leaders, each at the first tier of battlemaster level, their fighting spirit solidified, wielding weapons, and with cold, ruthless gazes they surrounded Yufeng, cutting off all his escape routes. "Dare to cause trouble in my territory." Jeffrey shouted, "You have a lot of guts." He barked, "Someone dismember this kid." With a fierce command, Jeffrey ordered the attack. Immediately 20 to 30 bandits in the courtyard howled and rushed forward, weapons drawn, their momentum overwhelming as they charged from all directions. The first-tier team leaders pressed into the fray, their fighting spirits surging, leading the bandits in a relentless assault. Facing the swarm of charging bandits, Yufeng's dual pupils suddenly shone with a cold light, his icy gaze sweeping across the circle of people, his expression unperturbed as he tossed Thomas aside and unleashed his full power. With a step on the virtual path, his figure glided like an eel, moving gracefully among the dense crowd of bandits. As he moved, his fierce spiritual energy erupted. Where he passed, the bandits screamed and fell, weapons scattering, and the formation collapsed, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Yufeng remained expressionless, only feeling the cacophony of screams around him. Jeffrey stared intently at the flying sword, controlled with such ease a shockwave coursed through him as his expression suddenly changed. Having roamed the world for many years, he was only familiar with fighting spirit and close combat, never having seen such mysterious and unpredictable techniques. The flying sword was manipulated from thin air, gathering and dispersing at will, striking with ferocity completely beyond his comprehension. Such an extraordinary sword manipulation technique was not something an ordinary warrior of the continent could master, nor could a loose cultivator achieve it. Ordinary battle masters relied solely on physical strength and close combat. How could they have witnessed the exquisite methods of turning spiritual energy into swords and striking enemies from the air? Just as Jeffrey suppressed his growing panic and was about to test the waters, he saw Yufeng multitasking calmly, controlling the myriad flying swords to continue eliminating the remaining resistant bandits, the sword light crisscrossing, the killing never ceasing, while simultaneously gathering pure spiritual energy at his fingertips, ready to unleash. In the next moment, his figure suddenly broke through the air, using the power of the virtual step to traverse the distance of several dozen meters in the courtyard, instantly closing in on Jeffrey. A finger filled with spiritual energy suddenly thrust out, executing the void sword finger. A fierce force erupted, piercing through Jeffrey's chest. With a dull roar, Jeffrey's massive body, like a broken marionette, spewed blood wildly as he was sent flying backwards, soaring dozens of meters through the air, crashing heavily into the inner courtyard, dust swirling and movement becoming difficult. Jeffrey coughed up blood in torrents, splattering onto the hard, dusty white bread on the ground. The crimson blood gradually seeped and spreading along the rough texture of the bread, staining half of the plain, white loaf a shocking scarlet, the contrast of red and white striking, conveying an unspeakable sense of despair and cruelty. Jeffrey's pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time he felt the chill of death. Lying in the dust, his body ached all over, blood surging, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. He recalled his past, and in this desolate city, aside from the top-tier stronghold of the city lord, he was a famous and dominant figure, and ordinary warriors did not dare to provoke him. Who would have thought that today he would fall at the hands of an unknown youth without even having the chance to engage in a proper fight, being heavily injured and knocked away in a single move? All his past arrogance was crushed, and an icy dread swept over him. Moments later, the sounds of fighting and screams outside the courtyard fell silent, and the surroundings descended into deathly stillness. Yufeng was half drenched in the blood of bandits, his robes stained with mottled blood, as he slowly walked into the inner courtyard. His expression was cold and hard, devoid of emotion, his gaze locking onto the fallen Jeffrey. His voice was icy and piercing, without a hint of fluctuation. "Where is the defensive map of the Gale Bandit group of Blackwind Ridge? Speak, and I can make your death a bit quicker." At this moment, the third-in-command knew he was certainly not going to survive, so he deliberately taunted Yufeng. "Today, I misjudged you, but wanting the map is simply wishful thinking. If I blink today, I will be raised like a dog." Seeing him remain stubborn and mock him, Yufeng no longer spoke further and directly fulfilled his wish. With a swift stroke of the sword, he decapitated him. The head of the third-in-command rolled to the ground, blood spraying everywhere, creating a scene both brutal and chilling. Afterward, Yufeng activated his dual pupils, the faint light swirling in his gaze, revealing every corner of the courtyard, walls, beams, cabinets, and floor cracks, leaving no hidden traps or blind spots. Yufeng seized the deployment map and tucked it away carelessly, then bent down to lift the third chief's blood. He had no desire to linger a moment longer. Activating his void-stepping technique, he whirled and sped away from the ravaged bandit lair, leaving Thomas cowering unnoticed in the corner, vanishing into the night toward the city gate. The thunderous clash that had just erupted within the courtyard had already drawn every patrolling guard in the city. Leading them was Toby Yewen, a man Yufeng had met once before. But Yufeng was long gone. No trace remained save for the ghastly ruin of the courtyard, severed limbs scattered across the ground, arms and thighs, and heads strewn haphazardly, blood soaking deep into the bluestone slabs, chilling the guards to their very marrow. Many guards had never witnessed such carnage. Accustomed only to placid patrols and mundane urban order, they had never beheld dismembered bodies or flesh-strewn earth. Those with weaker constitutions broke down instantly, bending over, retching, violently vomiting where they stood, flustered and humiliated. A few bolder, steadier ones suppressed their dread, stepped forward resolutely, and meticulously examined the scene, scanning for traces, assessing the devastation, hunting for clues. Toby Yewen strode into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across mangled corpses and blood-drenched bluestone, his face drained, pale as parchment. Though he had spent years patrolling the city walls, witnessing street quarrels and martial brawls, he had never seen slaughter so absolute, so unspeakably brutal. His aura darkened instantly, his brows knotted tight, eyes wide with shock and grim solemnity. His hands trembled faintly. "Captain, over here, there's still a survivor." Upon hearing of the survivor, Yewen immediately ordered him brought forth. By then Thomas stood frozen in the corner, his spirit shattered, his body rigid and numb, too terrified even to breathe. The arriving guards rushed forward, seizing his arms, one on each side, and half-dragged, half-supported him out of that horrifying, desolate courtyard. Thomas was utterly undone, his expression blank and vacant, his eyes unfocused and hollow, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably. He stared dumbly at the blood-soaked yard, whispering hoarsely over and over, "A demon. He is a demon." Watching Thomas's hollow, broken state, Toby Yewen knew his courage had been utterly obliterated. Wait, what use is this living witness? Yet he could not simply abandon him. With firm authority, he commanded his men to escort the man to the city prison and hold him securely. He then issued immediate orders, seal off the entire courtyard and all surrounding areas, prohibiting any approach or movement. Gazing upon the grisly aftermath, he understood this level of ruthless precision lay far beyond his jurisdiction and capacity. It demanded urgent reporting to the city lord for higher-level investigation and adjudication. Yufeng raced to the base of the city wall, then activated his void-stepping technique once more. With most guards summoned to the crime scene, the city's defenses were thin, its vigilance slack and fragmented. His figure flickered through shadows, gliding silently beneath the cover of night, evading hidden sentinels, bypassing every patrol checkpoint. After several agile maneuvers, Without alerting a single soul, he slipped unseen over the towering ramparts of Linfeng Pass and vanished into the wilderness beyond. Feina, you must hold on. No matter how perilous the road ahead, or how many formidable foes stand in his way, he would reach her. He would save her. Yufeng suppressed the surging malevolence born of slaughter, extinguishing all traces of icy lethality. His heart now thrummed only with urgency and unwavering resolve. Silently, he repeated, hold on, just a little longer. Don't be afraid. I'm coming for you, brother is here. After running nonstop for nearly an hour, Yufeng, dust-cloaked and breathless, finally reached the outer reaches of Haifeng Ridge. Night was nearing its end. Within 2 hours, dawn would break. The sky's first pale light would soon bleed across the horizon. The mountain forest lay wrapped in profound darkness, cold and silent. Yufeng gazed upon Haifeng Ridge's looming, forbidding silhouette, his spirit sharp and determined to seize these final hours of darkness to enter the mountains and rescue her. Meanwhile, deep within the Windstorm Bandit's gloomy, frigid dungeon, Seraphina slowly opened her eyes. Consciousness returned gradually. Her vision fell upon damp, crumbling stone walls and a flickering, feeble candle revealing an utterly alien, unfamiliar place. Fear seized her instantly. Her young heart spiraled into panic, overwhelmed by terror and helplessness. Her wrists and ankles were bound tightly with coarse rope. She couldn't move. No matter how frantic or frightened she grew, she could do nothing but curl up powerless and small. At just 12 years old, still a child untouched by worldly harshness, this sudden imprisonment, this life-threatening peril struck her with unbearable cruelty, a trauma far exceeding what her tender years could bear. Moments later, childish instinct overwhelmed restraint. Grief, terror, and panic surged forth, and Seraphina burst into desperate, piercing sobs, her cries sharp and raw, echoing shrilly through the icy, silent dungeon. The wailing instantly roused the bandits guarding outside. Their eyes snapped open, irritated, as they rose and glanced toward the dungeon entrance. Damn it! Can't we get a moment's peace at night? The guards, enraged by the noise, scowled fiercely, eyebrows knotted, and bellowed with guttural menace, shut your mouth. Scream again, and you'll taste real pain. Sit still and behave, or you'll wish you hadn't. Yet the louder the threats, the more terrified the girl became. Her sobs intensified, tearing from her throat with raw, heartrending anguish. The bandits lost all patience. Their faces twisted with fury as they cursed and stormed toward the cell door, ready to drag her out and beat her into silence. Seeing the monstrous figures advancing upon her, Seraphina trembled violently. She recoiled, tears streaming down her cheeks, shrieking in a high, fragile voice, "Don't come near me. Don't touch me. Please don't touch me." Her voice, youthful, trembling, utterly defenseless, tightened hearts with sorrow. Just as the thugs raised their hands to strike and Seraphina squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for death, sudden calamity struck. A spirit-forged sword pierced his chest and pinned him writhing to the wall. The bandits crowding the cell entrance, faces contorted with malice, had no time to react, no chance to utter another curse, when cold brilliance flashed. A razor-sharp blade cleaved the air, swift, merciless. In an instant, each bandit was skewered clean through. Half-formed screams died in their throats as they stiffened, then collapsed one after another, spirits already racing toward the underworld. Feina, are you unharmed? At the critical moment, Yufeng arrived, rushing in just in time. Using the stolen bandit deployment map, coupled with Kai-concealing techniques, to mask his presence, and activating his twin spirit eyes to pierce through layered walls and barriers. He moved like a phantom, his void-stepping technique carrying him soundlessly past every watchtower and hidden post, effortlessly breaching the Windstorm Bandits' layered defenses. Following the map's precise route, he descended deep into the mountain stronghold, straight to the dungeon where hostages were held. He had anticipated it. Feina, as a captive of supreme importance, would surely be confined in the deepest, most secure chamber. So he headed there without hesitation, and arrived precisely when needed. Seeing the thugs about to assault the helpless child, Yufeng's pent-up fury and lethal intent exploded, shattering every restraint. Witnessing Feina's terror and the bandits' grotesque, snarling visages, his mind flooded with crimson rage. Without pause, he blurred forward, striking. His sword flashed, swift, decisive, pitiless, ending the villain's lives in one seamless motion, shielding Feina from imminent doom. Just when Feina was on the verge of despair and about to give in, a familiar voice that could penetrate the chaos clearly reached her ears. "Feina, are you okay?" She dared to open her eyes, tremblingly, slowly lifting her heavy, drooping eyelids. Her pupils were filled with tears, but upon seeing that familiar and upright figure the moment she realized it was Yufeng, all her defenses crumbled in an instant. She choked back sobs and slumped her shoulders, her face filled with sorrow, her voice soft, timid, and trembling. "Brother Yufeng." Sob. "It's my fault. I accidentally got you into trouble." Feina. Sob. Feina really didn't mean to. Yufeng hurriedly approached, gently patting Feina's back, and softly saying, "It's not your fault, it's my own issue." Just then Faina seemed to remember something. She touched her bosom and discovered the white bread was gone. She hurriedly spoke, "Where's the white bread I left for you, brother? The white bread I prepared with such effort." Sob, sob, sob. "It's gone." Seeing that Faina was most concerned about her white bread at this moment, Yufeng felt a pang in his chest, and the anger he had just suppressed flared up again. "It's okay, Faina, I've already received your white bread. It's at my home. If you don't believe me, come back home with me." Upon hearing this, Faina finally stopped crying weakly, saying, "Really, brother Yufeng, please don't lie to me." Yufeng quickly raised his finger to swear, "Lying to you is like a puppy." After hearing this, Faina finally felt relieved and immediately smiled brightly. "Then brother Yufeng, shall we go back now?" "Yes, we should indeed return. But before we go back, we need to collect some interest first." After speaking, Yufeng glared fiercely outside the dungeon. He had forcefully broken into the dungeon, already attracting the attention of the Swift Wind bandits outside. At this moment, the entire Black Wind Ridge was ablaze with lights, and a large group of bandits from the Swift Wind bandits were swarming towards the dungeon, where Yufeng and Faina were. "Everyone get up quickly. Someone has sneaked into the camp. Hurry and grab your weapons. Gal, you go notify the boss and the others. Just say someone has invaded the camp, and ask them to come quickly to make a decision." At this time, Yufeng had already picked up Faina and was slowly walking out of the dungeon, his dual pupils scanning the guards surrounding the dungeon. "Faina, close your eyes first, and wait until I tell you to open them, okay?" Okay, Faina obediently closed her eyes, "But brother Yufeng, you have to be quick. I'm a little afraid of the dark." "No problem. If I can't break through this group of guards in a minute, count me as a loser." At this moment, Faina was wondering what a loser was. However, she didn't disturb Yufeng. As the numerous squad leaders from the Swift Wind bandits saw Yufeng and Faina emerge, they immediately looked at him, with eyes gleaming like hungry wolves that hadn't eaten for days. "As long as we capture this person and hand him over to the boss, there will definitely be a reward for ourselves." Without much communication, a group of guards charged towards Yufeng. Yufeng held Faina securely with one hand, shielding her closely, while his other hand gripped the flying sword Moon Lotus. His dual pupils gleamed with an eerie light, radiating a cold and mesmerizing glow, while his magical powers surged and poured into the sword. As several squad leaders rushed towards Yufeng, they saw him standing there foolishly and thought that he had been scared silly by their intimidating presence. They immediately burst into wild laughter, believing that capturing this foolish boy would earn them generous rewards from the boss. However, they quickly stopped laughing. Yufeng's expression remained calm, not the least bit flustered. He urged his magical power to envelop the flying sword and lightly swung it forward. A flash of cold light appeared, and the few squad leaders at the forefront were instantly cut in half, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Before they died, they could hardly believe that they dignified latest-stage first-level warriors had been treated like me. After slaying these elite foes, Yufeng took a steady step forward, swinging his sword down in succession, unleashing a fierce sword energy that shot out like a bolt. The bandits following closely behind the squad leaders hadn't reacted yet, when they were suddenly sliced into pieces by this unexpected sword energy. With each step Yufeng took, several bandits fell to the ground dead, becoming an unstoppable force. The scattered commoners behind finally reacted. "This person is someone we cannot provoke at all. He's a monster. He's simply a monster. Everyone run." A dozen bandits, seeing this, were terrified and turned to flee in all directions. Yufeng snorted coldly. "Want to run? Did I allow you to?" He urged his spiritual power, transforming it into swords, imprisoning all those attempting to escape. At this moment, the bandit leader rushed in with his subordinates. Upon seeing the remaining dozen men, each impaled by swords formed from spiritual power, like skewered candied hawthorns, they fell silent. The leader Gangster was immediately taken aback. "What kind of attack is this? Why have I never seen it before? Oh, the main character has arrived. Hand over Tom to me, and I can make your deaths a bit more painless." Yufeng pointed his sword at the crowd, the blade gleaming coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the bandits as he spoke threateningly. The second-in-command, hot-tempered, turned purple with rage upon hearing Yufeng provoke him in his territory, shouting, "With just you alone, do you dare to cause trouble here? When I was rampaging in this Black Wind Ridge, you were still nursing at your mother's breast. Today I shall teach you a lesson." As he finished speaking, he charged forward, determined to give this ignorant young man a harsh lesson. The surrounding bandits, stirred by these words, raised their weapons, closely following the second-in-command, fearing they would miss out on the feast. With over 200 people rushing together, it was a terrifying sight. Looking at the chaos in the crowd, people were often trampled underfoot. Only the leader Gangster remained still, his expression grim, his gaze fixed on Yufeng as he contemplated. Yufeng glanced at the Faina in his arms, softening his voice, "Just wait a moment, brother, we'll be quick." Faina didn't open her eyes, only softly murmuring and her small hand gripping his clothing tightly. "It will be over soon." Upon hearing this, Faina did not open her eyes or speak, just gently nodded. After dealing with these, Yufeng's gaze swept over the reckless bandits, the chill in his eyes deepening as he stopped wasting words. His dual pupils suddenly lit up, capturing all the movements and flaws of everyone around him with clarity, as if he had activated a cheat mode. He stepped lightly, his figure appearing erratic, dodging layer upon layer of attacks, as if walking on the wind, making it impossible for ordinary people to touch him. Fully activating the sword technique, the flying sword Moon Lotus flew out of his hand, instantly transforming into 18 spiritual swords that darted through the crowd. A strong smell of blood mixed with sweat assaulted the senses, and the shouts of killing pierced the eardrums. The sound of spiritual swords slicing through flesh and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground continued incessantly. Currently, Yufeng could control up to 18 spiritual swords simultaneously. His fingertips flicked, and the sword shot out like lightning, piercing through each bandit in the front row, instantly clearing a space. Seeing that Yufeng had no weapon on him, the second-in-command charged forward with all his might. Looking at this ignorant figure before him, Yufeng drew upon all his cultivation to unleash a powerful void sword finger. With a flick of his fingertip, the formless sword chi shot out. The second-in-command at this moment gathered all his battle chi to protect himself, but it was of no use. The void sword finger broke through the protective battle chi around him like glass. The second-in-command was instantly taken down, and the remaining energy knocked down a large number of bandits behind him. With divine sense predicting the path ahead, he stepped lightly to evade the attacks while his dual pupils locked onto the vital spots, the sword technique weaving through and killing the void sword finger, sweeping the field. He moved freely among the more than 200 bandits, invulnerable. The blades of the front row bandits were only half a foot away from Feina, but Yufeng sidestepped the attack, though he was accidentally struck on the shoulder. Blood gushed forth because he was holding Feina with one hand, leaving an opening. He then swiftly turned around and threw a punch at the man's face. He sent the man flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground unconscious. In the crowd, some people were trampled by their own, screaming as they were stabbed by errant blades. Some sharp-witted individuals in the crowd sensed danger and hurriedly dispersed. Run! He is not human. He is a demon from hell. Seeing the situation turn dire, his subordinates scattered in fear, completely intimidated by Yufeng. Yufeng now walked step by step towards Gang Se, his clothes stained with blood, exuding a strong scent of gore. Where is Tom? Hand him over. At this moment, Gang Se regretted his decision, wishing he had never taken this job. He truly wanted to pry open Tom's mind and see what he was thinking. It's one thing to provoke a young demon, but he even planned to retaliate. Is his brain not functioning right? But at this point, he had no choice. Young hero, let's talk this out. I will go fetch Tom right away. Can you spare me this time? I will definitely repent and ensure I never cause trouble again. Yufeng looked at him with mockery, realizing that the notorious leader of the Gale bandits outside Linfeng Pass was just a coward at heart. Gang Se's face turned extremely ugly, but he suppressed his anger. After all, he was the overlord of this region. He had never been insulted like this before. What does this mean, young hero? Do you plan to let me go? And if not, what can you do about it? Gang Se felt a mix of shock and anger. He knew he was no match for Yufeng, yet he couldn't swallow his pride and submit this way. His eyes flickered, calculating whether there was still a chance for a comeback. But as he looked around, his subordinates had all fled, leaving him alone. You're just a wet behinthiers kid. Don't think you're impressive just because you killed a few of my men. Gang Se forced himself to appear calm, trying to provoke Yufeng with words, searching for a flaw. However, Yufeng remained unfazed and continued to approach step by step. Gang Se's heart raced more and more, and his legs trembled involuntarily. He began to regret his recklessness, lamenting that he hadn't recognized Yufeng's strength sooner. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only brace himself, gripping his weapon tightly, ready for a final struggle. Suddenly, Gang Se erupted with fighting spirit, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a peak second-tier fighter. His veins bulged as he tightly gripped the heavy black iron sword, channeling all his fighting spirit into the blade. Manchon Strike. This move was a high-level second-tier combat technique that Gang Se had practiced for many years. The Manchon Strike consisted of 6 strikes, each more powerful than the last. The sword, wrapped in a howling gale, surged forward with an unadorned yet incredibly domineering force. Seeing this, Yufeng did not dare to take it heed and hurriedly executed the void step to retreat. Gang Se could not believe that his sudden deadly strike had been easily dodged by Yufeng. Due to the strike missing its target, the exhaustion of old strength and the lack of new strength left him vulnerable. Yufeng, with his heavy eyes, saw through Gang Se's flaw. He aimed his flying sword at Gang Se's wrist, precisely disarming him. At that moment, as Gang Se was stunned, he suddenly saw his legs below him. In a moment of realization, he thought, was he really beheaded by a single sword? He then collected the heads of the leaders present and stored them in the system space. After that, Yufeng shook off the blood on his sword. Suddenly sensing something, he quickly ran towards the foot of Black Wind Ridge. At this moment, Tom could only curse himself for not having an extra leg. Now he was like a lost dog focused solely on escaping. The visibility was poor, and he nearly stumbled several times. With only thoughts of escape in his mind, he sprinted with all his might, hoping to return to Linfeng Pass before Yufeng could catch up with him. Faster, even faster. Suddenly a sound of air being sliced came from behind, a flash of cold light, and a spirit sword shot forth, piercing through his thigh completely. "Oh, my leg!" A sharp scream echoed throughout Blackwind Ridge, startling all the nearby sleeping birds. Tom was now convulsing all over, blood gushing from his thigh, staining the grass and trees crimson. At this moment Yufeng had finally caught up to the culprit Tom, accompanied by Feina. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore? You were so quick just now." Yufeng's gaze was filled with a desire to devour Tom alive. At this moment Feina, who was in Yufeng's arms, also quietly opened her eyes. With a quivering voice she asked Tom, "Uncle, why did you deceive me back then? Why did you have to tie me up in this deep mountain? I clearly did nothing wrong." Tom knew he wouldn't survive today, so he responded defiantly, "Humph, so what if I deceived you? Blame it on you, knowing that bastard Yufeng." Back then, in front of so many people, he was slapped in the face by this ordinary person, losing all his face. If he had known, he should have killed you earlier. "Ha ha." Yufeng coldly watched him, gently covering Feina's eyes with one hand. "Have you finished your Next it's time for you to be sent on your way." Suddenly several spirit swords converged around him, thrusting. Tom looked helplessly at the several spirit swords whizzing toward him, and an intense hatred filled his eyes as he glared at Yufeng. Tom looked helplessly at the several spirit swords whizzing toward him, and an intense hatred filled his eye. Life slipped away rapidly, and excruciating pain engulfed his senses. He exerted the last bit of his strength and hoarsely shouted, "My brother will definitely avenge me. When the time comes, none of you will escape." With those last words his head drooped heavily, filled with unwillingness and obsession, and he completely lost his breath. "If he has the ability, let him come so you two can reunite down below." He then left without looking back, halfway through suddenly turning around. Again using his sword technique, he chopped Tom's corpse into pieces before stopping. He had read too many novels like this before crossing over, fearing Tom might have some unexpected opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued to the system space. Please check it. Now he had no time to check the reward. There were more important matters waiting for him. After eliminating all hidden dangers, Yufeng returned to the Gale Bandits base. After a fight, one should loot the spoils. He had no habit of leaving the spoils to others. Using the perspective function of his heavy eyes, he quickly packed a large amount of valuables. Once back in Linfeng Pass, he would examine them closely. "Let's go, Feina, we can go home now." Yufeng reached out to Feina, who stood quietly to the side, his tone light and reassuring. Upon hearing Yufeng call him, Serafina hurriedly came forward to grasp his hand. Without saying a word, she seemed still lost from the series of events. Yufeng picked up Feina and sprinted toward Linfeng Pass, needing to return quietly before dawn. Otherwise, his bloodstained clothes would certainly attract unnecessary trouble. Just as dawn broke, Yufeng finally arrived. "I'm exhausted. I was out training for 2 days. In the Blackthorn Wilderness, I slept under the sky and worried about monster ambushes." As soon as he returned home, without resting for a moment, he learned that Feina had been kidnapped by Tom because of him. Most people would have been exhausted by running here and there. "I must eat a big meal, take a nice bath, and sleep well. I've put you through too much these past few days." He ran to a familiar corner of Linfeng Pass, easily climbing over the wall toward home. However, suddenly, Yufeng thought of something and disposed of the heads of the leaders of the Gale Bandits at the corner of the city. By clearing out the evil forces outside Linfeng Pass, it could be considered a service to the people. He then brushed off his clothes and left, hiding his achievements and fame. Looking at the familiar small courtyard, I couldn't help but quicken my pace. I was truly exhausted and needed to return to my sheltered haven. As I entered the courtyard with Fiona, I saw that Yu Lingli had been waiting for me. It turned out she hadn't slept all night, sitting quietly in the courtyard just to wait for Yufeng's return. "You're back. Did you resolve everything?" As she spoke, she pushed her wheelchair closer to Yufeng. "Hehe, you should take a look at who's the one taking action. Once I made my move, those little scoundrels scattered in all directions." Looking at Yufeng's smug expression, Yu Lingli felt a headache coming on. How did a perfectly good person become so arrogant? At that moment, Fiona poked her little head out from behind Yufeng, her crimson eyes blinking with curiosity as she looked at Yu Lingli. "This beautiful sister is so strange. Oh, why does she have pointy ears? Oh, right, the one on my back is Fiona. The person I went to rescue is her. This sister Fiona is my good friend named Inshi Yu Lingli. You can just call her Sister Lingli." The little one hurriedly chirped, "Sister Lingli, hello. Wow, you're so pretty." At that moment, Yu Lingli noticed the little one behind Yufeng. "Haha, this little one has such sweet words, unlike some people who can choke someone with a single sentence." Yufeng stood aside, feeling a bit offended. I could only helplessly put Fiona down, but as I crouched down, I accidentally tugged at the wound on my shoulder. I couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It wasn't this painful when I came back. "Are you hurt? Let me see how serious it is." It's nothing, just a small cut. I'm in great health and will recover. Yufeng pretended to be unconcerned. Yu Lingli didn't want to bicker with him and quickly cast some low-level healing magic. Yufeng immediately felt a slight itch on his shoulder as the pain began to subside. Fiona stood shyly to the side looking at the wound on her brother Yufeng's shoulder, feeling guilty. She murmured, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for Yufeng guarding me, he wouldn't have gotten hurt like this. This is not your fault. It's because your brother Yufeng is not strong enough and loves to show off. This injury will serve as a lesson for him. In short, he's weak and loves to play." Though Yu Lingli complained about Yufeng, her gaze never left the wound on his shoulder. She continuously increased the magical energy output, and after a while the wound on Yufeng's shoulder began to scab and heal. Fortunately, it was just a simple external injury that wouldn't take long to recover. "Hurry up and take a shower. You smell like fish." After the treatment, Yu Lingli started urging him to leave, completely contrasting her earlier gentle demeanor. Yufeng suddenly felt like crying without tears. His family was upset. How could they treat a benefactor like this? After confirming he was fine, Yu Lingli turned to Fiona and asked her, "You hungry, little Fiona? How about we go inside and eat something delicious?" Upon hearing this, Fiona's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly. After all, she had almost gone a whole day without eating, and was now so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back. Okay, thank you, Sister Lingli." Watching the two figures, one big and one small, walking into the house, Yufeng felt abandoned. Yufeng, but he didn't think too much about it, because he knew Yu Lingli might be angry with him for recklessly rushing. Yufeng could sense that maybe he should wait for another time to appease her. He then headed to the washroom, planning to clean himself up first. At this moment, Yu Lingli was happily enjoying a feast at the wooden table with Fiona. "Sister Lingli, can I really eat all this?" Ham, eggs, and all sorts of dried fruits along with her favorite white bread were piled up like a small mountain. Yu Lingli chuckled softly. "Don't worry, your brother Yufeng is quite capable. This little bit of food won't overwhelm him." Saying this, she handed a large sausage to Fiona. Only then did Fiona dare to cautiously eat the tempting sausage in her hand. However, her way of eating was quite special, like a little hamster stuffing her cheeks full. It was utterly adorable. Yu Lingli quietly watched Fiona, occasionally handing her more. While eating, Fiona said to Yu Lingli, "Sister Lingli, you seemed really concerned about brother Yufeng just now. Why did you act like you disliked him so much?" "Huh, did I seem very concerned about him? I might not have even realized it myself, but this little newcomer keenly picked up on it." Yes. Just like the uncles and aunts in the village, it's like your eyes are only on him." Yu Lingli's cheeks turned bright red, her heart racing as she hurriedly defended herself, her tone full of guilt. "How could that be? It's totally not like that. He's clearly a jerk and annoying guy. How could I possibly have I? It must be that this little one saw it wrong. Yes, it has to be that way." After her panic, Yu Lingli quickly found a reason to comfort herself. But her flushed and hot ears had already exposed her conflicting thoughts completely. Just then Yufeng's teasing voice came over. "Oh, you all are sneaking delicious food without me. This is just too wicked. I want to eat too." Yufeng walked straight to the wooden table and sat down, but when he turned his head to look, he saw Yu Lingli's face was as red as a boiling teapot, and she had been keeping her head down, not daring to meet his gaze. Yufeng thought she had caught a cold from sitting in the courtyard all night. He immediately reached out to touch Yu Lingli's forehead. Yu Lingli's mind went blank, and she froze completely. Why is it so hot? Lingli, are you feeling unwell?" At that moment, she felt as if her face had been thoroughly cooked, not daring to raise her head to meet his gaze. She hurriedly pushed her wheelchair and fled the dining table. Watching Yu Lingli leave in a hurry, Yufeng was filled with confusion. He could only ask the other figure at the dining table, "Fiona, what's wrong with your sister Lingli? Why does it feel like after I took a shower Lingli became strange?" Fiona didn't know. "Sister Lingli was just fine. Could it be that I ate too much? Did Sister Lingli get upset?" Yufeng stroked Fiona's head and gently comforted her. "It shouldn't be. Your sister Lingli isn't that petty. Maybe she's still mad at brother. Don't worry about it. You just enjoy your meal. Consider this a temporary compensation from brother to you." "But, okay." Fiona looked at Yufeng's unrefusable gaze and could only start her little hamster eating mode again. In another room, Yu Lingli had already burrowed under the covers, hugging a soft, fragrant pillow covering her flush. However, Fiona's words echoed in her mind like a 3D loop, refusing to fade. She felt her heart racing, both shy and annoyed. The scene of Yufeng reaching out to touch her forehead kept flashing in her mind. The more she thought about it, the hotter her cheeks became, and even her ears were burning. Just a moment ago, she had pretended to be calm in front of Fiona, but the moment Yufeng gently touched her forehead, her heart was thrown into chaos. Yu Lingli hurriedly escaped from the dining table, feeling quite puzzled. Could it be that No, absolutely impossible. After being well fed and satisfied, Yufeng turned to Feina and asked, "Feina, what are your plans for the future?" Feina, who had just finished her meal with a smile, suddenly froze, and her expression quickly fell. Her family conditions were not good. Her mother was ill, her father was lame, and she was broken herself. Moreover, she had not returned home all night, and her family must be very worried. I am not very clear right now, but I just hope to find more odd jobs each day to treat my mother sooner. Then I will save up money to buy lots of delicious food to take back home, so my father won't have that worried look on his face every day. Faina hadn't seen a smile on her family's faces for a long time. She just wanted to stabilize this home. Yufeng was also a bit troubled at this moment. If he directly gave Faina money, her strong-willed nature would likely lead her to refuse. Moreover, giving money directly would feel like charity, which could easily hurt Faina's pride. Sigh, how did I not think of this earlier? Faina, how much do you usually earn from odd jobs in the city each day? She picked at her fingers and said that under good conditions she could earn about 30 copper coins a day. This was the most she had ever earned. Usually, she could not reach this amount. She said this to show Yufeng that she could support herself, as she didn't want to trouble him. Ah, what did you think of Sister Lingli just now, Faina? Suddenly hearing Yufeng mention Sister Lingli, Faina was a bit surprised, but still answered honestly. Sister Lingli is very beautiful. She is the prettiest sister I have ever seen since childhood, and she is really gentle. She treats me very well, and I like Sister Lingli a lot. Hearing the little one say this, Yufeng felt relieved. Faina, you see, Sister Lingli can only use a wheelchair for some reason, and I often have to go out, not at home. Isn't it very inconvenient for Sister Lingli to be home alone? Doesn't she need someone to take care of her? At this point, Faina finally reacted. Are you asking me to help take care of Sister Lingli, sometimes brother Yufeng? No, I mean I want to hire you to be our family's caregiver. How about it? Faina, would you consider it? Huh, wouldn't that be inappropriate? I really like Sister Lingli, but shouldn't we ask for her opinion on this? Wouldn't she dislike me for this? Faina jumped down from the table, speaking with a lack of confidence. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Our little Faina is so adorable. Sister Lingli would definitely not refuse, and she is very knowledgeable and cultured. Then you can learn a lot from her. In the future, if we are not around, you can still do some easy and well-paying work, right? Well, okay then. I just hope that brother Yufeng won't find me too troublesome later. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Recruit the first genius from another world with great potential in the future. Reward Shadow Ring X1, a detailed map of Etherland X1, 100 gold coins. Rewards have been issued, host space. Please check it yourself. As expected, even if he just hired Faina to work under him, it would still be considered completing a mission by the system. Coming back to his senses from the system's notification, Yufeng said, Alright, then it's settled. From now on, please take good care of Sister Lingli, and you must do your best. I will definitely take good care of her. Looking at little Faina, who agreed without even asking about her salary. For a moment, Yufeng felt a sense of guilt wrap around him. He thought he would explain the salary issue to Faina in a few days, letting her adapt for now. Brother Yufeng, can I go home first? I'm afraid my father will be too worried about me. After all, she has never stayed out all night no matter how busy she is. Yufeng thought for a moment and gently asked, How about this, Faina? You can take a shower first and then sleep here for a while. When I wake up later, I'll take you home, okay? Now the city is probably under martial law. If you go back alone, I'm afraid you might encounter some danger again. Faina, not wanting to trouble brother Yufeng any longer, could only agree. After a while, after Faina finished her shower, Yufeng took her to another room in the courtyard to rest. After Faina fell asleep, he finally slipped away. He originally wanted to find Yu Lingli to explain the situation, but after opening the door he found that she had also fallen asleep, her face slightly flushed. Yu Lingli had not fully recovered and had frequently used magic in the past few days. After returning to her room, she fell asleep shortly after. Yufeng did not disturb her. He quietly approached and covered her with a blanket before leaving. After finishing all this, he could finally return to his room to sleep. He had been exhausted from the frequent running and fighting over the past few days, and the system rewards had long been thrown to the back of his mind. In this vast world, sleeping was the most important. However, he was unaware that while he was fast asleep, a huge upheaval had already begun within Linfeng Pass. The heads that Yufeng casually tossed at the corner of the city were soon discovered by the on-duty guards. After careful inspection, they found that these heads belonged to the hated leaders of the Gale Thieves gang. Although the guards tried hard to conceal the news, it still spread. Have you heard? The Gale Thieves gang was wiped out last night just outside the city. Huh, is that true? We have sent troops to encircle them many times over the years, but each time returned empty-handed. How did they suddenly disappear today? I'm not sure about that either, but I can assure you that the Gale Thieves gang is definitely gone. Over a dozen heads were tossed at the wall corner of Linfeng Pass. Moreover, among them was their leader Gangzer. Is it that explosive eye? In no time, various versions of the news about the destruction of the Gale Thieves gang emerged within the city. Some said the Gale Thieves gang provoked someone they shouldn't have and brought disaster upon themselves. Others said that a family member was harmed by the Gale Thieves gang years ago and has now returned after achieving success, all to avenge the grievances of the past. However, regardless of how the civilians discussed, there was a unanimous acknowledgement of Yu Feng's extermination of the Gale Thieves gang. The ordinary people in the city had all more or less been oppressed by the Gale Thieves gang. At this moment in a magnificent hall within Linfeng Pass, a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke slowly. Have you uncovered the truth about the news of the Gale Thieves gang's destruction outside? Don't tell me it was because some powerful person passed by here and found the Gale Thieves gang displeasing, kicking them to death. Below the hall, a crowd of people knelt, most of whom were the patrol leaders from last night along with some civil officials. At this time, as the city's political officer in Linfeng Pass, he quickly raised his head from the crowd. Lord Sevian, the city's patrol team, is already intensively investigating, and we believe there will be results soon. Soon we will catch the culprit. What? Did I hear that wrong? My dear political officer, you want those patrol officers who can barely protect themselves to catch someone who could wipe out the Gale Thieves gang. Sevian Lauren looked at Florent with a caring expression for the foolish. If it weren't for the fact that he came from a minor noble family and rose to the position of political officer through connections, Sevian would have loved to chop him down right now. A bunch of useless fools. I only give you 3 days. If you can't find out the news about the Gale Thieves gang's destruction, then you can go to the stables and drink horse urine. Besides, even if you find out this person's identity, don't search for them everywhere and don't disturb them, let them notice. Everything will be decided by me after the information is thoroughly investigated. The group of people kneeling below quickly echoed the order. We will obey the Lord's command. Sevian watched as a bunch of useless people retreated and couldn't help but bow his head, secretly feeling a headache over the matter. At this moment, his standing in the hearts of the people in the city had significantly declined, which was unfavorable for future developments. He was eager to find that person, to win them over and have an explanation for the people of Linfeng Pass. As for why he cared so much about the thoughts of those commoners, it was just for show. If a city lord were truly foolish enough to treat the hearts of the people under his command as garbage, then I can only say they have eaten too much coarse food. After all, in this world, not everyone can be a fool. Inside a small stone tower near the West City garrison, an aged voice echoed, "Young mistress, it is time to return. Do you truly believe that fleeing here would render your family blind to your whereabouts? You underestimate your father, and the lands surrounding Linfeng Pass are far from peaceful. The infamous Gale bandits who once entrenched themselves beyond the city walls have been utterly eradicated by a mysterious figure." Valis scoffed coldly. Return? Return for what? To witness that wretch consorting with some stranger outside our gates. Her mother had passed away only recently, yet her father had already brought home an unfamiliar woman from beyond the household. Even the child she bore was nearly Valis's own age, a grim testament that even while her mother still lived, her seemingly kind-hearted father had already strayed. No matter how Lord Cain attempted to explain himself, Valis refused to listen, not even a word. In fury, she gathered every coin she had saved since childhood and fled, seeking anonymity in Linfeng Pass as an ordinary citizen. Sigh. Young mistress, Lord Cain bears burdens you do not yet comprehend. It is not as simple as you imagine. Moreover, he is deeply anxious for your safety. Please return with this old servant at once. Valis waved her hand dismissively, her impatience plain. Enough, Garen. I have made myself perfectly clear. I will not return. You may leave now. If you persist in this course, then this old servant shall be compelled to resort to extreme measures. As he spoke, a flash of ruthless resolve flickered deep within Garen's eyes. This mission had been entrusted to Garen by Viscount Cain Castor himself, with full autonomy and explicit instruction: bring young Mistress Valis home by any means necessary. What do you intend, Garen? Valis demanded. You know, I've dwelled in Linfeng Pass for half a year at least, and given my nature, I've surely forged friendships along the way. Surely you wouldn't wish them harmed on your account, your squadmates for instance, or that enigmatic Euphome whose origins remain unknown. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across the cold stone floor of the hall, yet it failed utterly to thaw the icy tension coiled tight within Valis's heart. Garen's words wrapped around her throat like frozen chains, constricting each breath. Valis clenched her fingers at her sides until her knuckles whitened, her gaze smoldering with defiance, wrath, and a quiet, desperate helplessness. Garen, do you fear punishment upon our return? He merely shrugged, his expression indifferent, almost serene in its fatal resolve. You would never enact such retribution, young mistress. I have watched you grow since infancy. You possess too gentle a heart. So today I shall play the villain without hesitation. Once back within the Castor estate, punish me however you see fit. I swear before heaven not a single complaint shall cross my lips. After a long, brittle silence, Valis slowly lowered her lashes, suppressing every sharp edge of resistance and pride. Then, teeth gritted, gave the faintest, most reluctant nod. Not a trace of willingness, only coercion. Just as Garen moved to escort her away, Valis uttered one final glacial sentence. I will return, but only under one condition. Speak, young mistress. So long as it remains reasonable, this old servant shall fulfill it without fail. Grant me 3 days. I wish to bid farewell properly to my friends. After all, we shall likely never meet again. A noble request. For a young lady of such compassion, I grant it willingly. Yet pray do not test this old servant's trust. Very well, withdraw now. I wish not to lay eyes upon you. Once Garin departed, the chamber sank into profound silence. Alone at last, Valis stood motionless, no longer shielded by pretense or presence. The dam she'd held firm finally broke. Her eyes flooded crimson, tears unshed but burning. Her slender fingers twisted helplessly at the hem of her skirt, knuckles fading pale. Humiliation churned in her chest, bitter, raw, suffocating, alongside fury and a crushing sense of powerlessness. Though every fiber recoiled, she had been forced step by step to bow. The vast room stretched empty and frigid around her, amplifying her solitude. No confidant, no refuge, no hand to hold. The sun began its slow descent, its midday blaze softened into muted gold. Brother Euphome, wake up quickly. Fina must hurry home, or she'll miss her chance. She stood beside his bed, speaking urgently, while shaking him with all her strength. After prolonged coaxing, Euphome finally stirred awake. Seeing Fina's anxious face, he recalled, just this morning, he had promised to escort her home. He rose swiftly, washed and dressed with haste, then instinctively moved toward Yu Lingli's door to offer a greeting before departure. But after knocking repeatedly, no reply came. Still asleep, perhaps. No matter, I'll check later. Right now, delivering Fina safely home takes precedence. Walking there normally would certainly be too late. Fina, climb onto my back. Brother will carry you home. Yay, Jay. Just before reaching the city gate, Euphome noticed something unusual. The usually lax sentries now stood twice as numerous, and markedly more alert, their bearing sharper, their focus unwavering. As he stepped forward, a voice halted him. Why, if it isn't Brother Euphome, heading out of town? He turned and grinned. Well, old friend Carlin. Surprised to see you on duty again so soon. Didn't your shift just rotate yesterday? Indeed it did, but this morning a shocking crime surfaced. Every corner of the city is short-handed, so we've been summoned back. No pay, no perks, just sheer exhaustion. A shocking crime. Euphome seized the phrase, feigning ignorance. What could possibly warrant such urgency across the entire city? You haven't heard, Brother Euphome. The news has swept Linfone Pass like wildfire. The notorious Gale bandits, long entrenched beyond our walls, have been annihilated by a shadowy figure. We've already apprehended dozens of their surviving members today. Hearing how widely the rumor had spread, Euphome deduced the bandits' infamy, but outwardly his composure remained flawless. After a brief, easy exchange with Carlin, Euphome prepared to depart. The guards, seeing their captain speak so familiarly with him, waived inspection entirely. Only once Euphome had walked far enough did Fina dare whisper, Brother Euphome, your deeds have truly spread wide. Truly remarkable. Yet, why does Brother Euphome seem so subdued? It's nothing grave, merely concern over whether those captured might reveal traces of me. But that night was veiled in thick darkness, surely no harm done. Soon they reached Herbal Dock beyond the city walls. Brother Euphome, take this path. It leads straight home faster than the main road. Guided by Fina, Euphome found a thatched cottage nestled against the mountain's base, and gently set her down. Father, I'm home. Hearing his daughter's voice, Samuel hurried outside, leaning heavily on his cane. Upon seeing her safe, his eyes glistened faintly. Fina, at last you're back. I feared something dreadful had befallen you. Come, let me look at you properly. Fina darted forward, spinning before him. There, I'm perfectly fine. Truth be told, we owe it all to Brother Euphome. Only then did Samuel notice the stranger standing quietly beyond the yard, and immediately beckoned Euphome inside. Ah, a savior to my daughter. Please come in, don't linger outside. Then, limping stiffly, he fetched the sole chair in his humble home and placed it in the courtyard. Honored guest, please sit here. My dwelling is modest, I beg your indulgence. Euphome waved his hands in protest. Elder, please, you must sit. Your health demands rest. Do not strain yourself further. After polite insistence, Samuel firmly guided Euphome onto the seat, a gesture of reverence transcending age or station. Fina then recounted every detail of the past few days, her voice tumbling forth without pause, laying bare every trial and triumph. The moment her tale ended, Samuel cast aside his cane and dropped to both knees before Euphome, without hesitation, without reserve. Euphome leapt upright, horrified. Elder, no. Please rise. I cannot bear such honor. Then turning sharply to Fina, come here, now. Kneel, bow deeply to this benefactor. Fina, struck by her father's uncharacteristic gravity, obeyed instantly. Euphome tried to refuse, but Samuel, unmoved as weathered stone, would not relent. With resignation, Euphome accepted. My humble station forbids such ceremony, so let my daughter convey my gratitude in my stead. When I was young, I was naive and thought myself extraordinary. Later, I joined a few brothers to struggle in the city of Linfone, Iching, hoping to break through the plight of my empty home with a single punch. However, reality often contradicts ideals. Not only did I fail to earn money, but I also accidentally offended some fighters in the city. If it weren't for the patrol passing by, I might have met my end there. Nevertheless, I was left with a lifelong disability. Later those brothers carried me back to my hometown, where I spent my days filled with gloom. Fina's mother, who had known me since childhood, not only did not despise me for my disability, but also married me against her family's opposition. I suppose my life is quite tragic. Eventually Fina was born. Her mother and I loved her dearly, but later my parents passed away one after another. All the household chores fell on her mother. After enduring for 7 or 8 years, she ultimately succumbed to illness and lay in bed. If it weren't for my daughter being wise since childhood, this family would have truly fallen apart. Therefore, I hope you, my benefactor, can take her under your wing and nurture her. Fina has been smart since she was little and will definitely not cause trouble for you, my benefactor. Samuel thanks you here. As Fina knelt on the ground, seeing her father disregard his pride just to secure a future for her, tears streamed down her face. Yufeng watched Samuel desperately trying to provide his daughter with a way out, and he recalled the videos he watched before his crossing. A mentor in personal growth is exemplified by this father's humility, putting aside all pride just to fight for a path for his daughter. At this moment Fina was staring blankly, yet deep inside her heart, there was an indescribable sadness. Yufeng's heart was also filled with mixed emotions. Although he seemed superior in Fina's father's eyes, who could have imagined that he was once a lonely orphan before crossing over. All right, uncle, please get up. I agree to your request. Fina will come to work with me from now on. He did not intend to mention that he had already planned to take Fina in wanting to leave this father with a final shred of dignity. Fina, you should get up too. Remember to visit me in the city when you have time. Suddenly Yufeng thought of something. He recalled that the system previously had a reward for healing potions. He hurriedly took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from the system space, pretending to retrieve it from his bosom. Since I have taken Fina, and I naturally want to ensure she has no worries, perhaps I can cure Fina's mother. Upon hearing Yufeng's brother say he could heal her mother, the tears that had been flowing suddenly stopped. Brother Yufeng, are you serious? You can really heal my mother's illness. Samuel stood dazed next to them, his face filled with disbelief. Whether it can be cured or not, we will find out by trying. Fina, take me to see your mother. Perhaps it will really work. She hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, bringing Yufeng into the room. As soon as the door was pushed open, the room was filled with the smell of traditional Chinese medicine, and then they saw a frail figure lying on the bed. Yufeng approached the bedside, looking at the pale woman, feeling a pang of compassion. He opened the porcelain bottle, took out a pill, and gently pried open the woman's mouth to feed it to her. This pill was the first-grade, top-quality Xingji Dan, a reward from the system for eliminating the Gale Bandit group, used by cultivators to recover from injuries. However, even for mortals, it should be able to dispel most ailments. After a while, something miraculous happened. The woman's previously tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a hint of color returned to her face. Fina excitedly rushed to her mother's side, sobbing, "Mother, how do you feel?" The woman smiled weakly. "Much better. I feel some strength returning to my body." Samuel's eyes turned red as he knelt on the ground, bowing to Yufeng. "Benefactor, you are truly our family's great benefactor." Wait, why did he start bowing again without realizing it? Yufeng quickly turned around to help him up. After a while, Fina's mother was able to get out of bed and walk around while Samuel's tears and snot were flowing in excitement. Fina looked at her father's face, which finally revealed a smile not seen in a long time. She then glanced at her brother Yufeng beside her, and her heart suddenly felt a color she couldn't quite see, like a seed planted in her heart waiting for time to take root and sprout. Seeing the pill take effect, Yufeng felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that as long as the pill isn't of too high a grade, mortals can indeed consume it. He waved to Fina, signaling her to step out and talk, so as not to disturb the two inside the room. Outside the thatched cottage, he said, "As it stands, your mother's illness should be largely manageable. Just pay attention to her rest for now. I will head back soon, so you should spend some time chatting with your family these days. In a couple of days, it'll come to take you to the city to help care for your sister Lingley. When the time comes, make sure to tidy up a bit and stay at your brother's house for the time being." Fina looked at Yufeng, who was chattering away, and a warmth surged in her heart that she hadn't experienced in over a decade. This was different from the love of parents. It was an indescribable feeling. The usually poised Fina became shy at this moment. Yufeng assumed she was just so excited about her mother's recovery that she was at a loss for words. He stepped forward to ruffle her fiery red hair, and then placed a prepared cloth bag in Fina's hands before walking out of the courtyard. "After all, if I don't go back now, I'll have to climb the wall again later." Fina stood at the door, unwilling to look at the figure under the sunset until she could no longer see his back. She quietly returned to the courtyard, remembering the cloth bag that brother Yufeng had just given her. When she opened it, her emotions could no longer be contained. There were 100 shiny silver coins which could inject a strong dose of reassurance into her family on the brink of collapse. On the way back, Yufeng felt quite uneasy. What would Fina's life have been like if he hadn't crossed over? Even if he exerted all his efforts, he couldn't restore his own family and parents ultimately falling ill in bed, like her mother, which might have been the best outcome. Upon reaching the city gates, Karen was nowhere to be found, but thankfully the guards recognized Yufeng and did not make things difficult. Otherwise, if it were someone else in such a severe atmosphere attempting to exit or enter the city, would have led to being detained as a suspect by the guards. The streets now had fewer lively sounds and more of a quiet desolation. After traversing a few familiar alleys, Yufeng was suddenly surprised to see a figure. A small, slender vendor was aimlessly wandering the streets carrying a bunch of candied hawthorns. "Isn't that my buddy? Usually bustling, why don't I see you selling candied hawthorns? Now the whole city is under martial law and you're wandering around in the streets." But jokes aside, I had promised to bring candied hawthorns to Yulingli, so it was just the right time to fulfill that promise. After Yufeng cleared out all the vendors' candied hawthorns and walked away, he suddenly heard something that made him feel dizzy. Haha, it turns out what the novels say is true. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Normally only 2 copper coins for a skewer, and now selling them for 10 copper coins, and people still think I'm not charging enough. Haha, I'll have to keep doing this in the future. Yufeng felt his fists clenching a bit. Although he didn't care about that little money, being treated as a big fool was truly unpleasant. Yufeng returned to the familiar courtyard feeling a bit dejected, while carrying more than a dozen skewers of candied hawthorn. Logically speaking, Yulingli should have woken up by now. After getting her a wheelchair, she generally preferred not to stay indoors, and liked wandering outside. Yufeng suddenly felt that something might have happened to Yulingli. He didn't even care about the candied hawthorn, tossing it aside as he hurried towards her room, pushing the door open without knocking. Fortunately, Yulingli was not missing. She was quietly lying on the bed, but her face was flushed and her expression was quite strange. He quickly reached out to feel her forehead, and a scorching temperature radiated through his skin. How could she be burning so severely? He hurriedly placed his hand on his own forehead for comparison. Yulingli's temperature was nearly twice as high as his. Moreover, her breathing was rapid. It seemed that Yulingli sensed Yufeng's return as she tremblingly opened her eyes. "Feng, you're back." Her tightly pursed lips released faint groans resembling unconscious murmurs. "Lingli, don't speak for now, it will be all right soon." He squatted down, supporting Yulingli as she leaned against him, reaching out to check her neck, where her pulse was racing alarmingly. The cool touch provided Yulingli with some relief. Her furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and she instinctively leaned closer into Yufeng's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yufeng, cold. I know it will not be cold soon." He then gently placed Lingli back on the bed and quickly ran to his room to fetch some blankets. He immediately searched the entire house for fever medicine, turning the place upside down until he finally found some. But he wondered if the human fever medicine would work on someone with the special physique of the spirit race. After a while, Yufeng returned to Yulingli's room with a bowl of medicinal soup. The room was quiet, with only Yulingli's weak and slightly rapid breathing. Yufeng gently placed the bowl of soup at the bedside, then bent down carefully to lift her up. He let her upper body lean against his shoulder, pulling a soft cushion behind her to support her weak form. He then picked up the bowl of medicine, blowing gently on its surface again and again, waiting for the heat and bitter scent to dissipate slightly. Once he confirmed the temperature was just right, he pinched a small wooden spoon, scooped up half a spoonful of the medicinal liquid, and brought it close to her pale lips. "Lingli, open your mouth and take the medicine, you'll feel better afterward." Hearing the call, Yulingli slowly opened her eyes a bit. Her body felt completely weak. Upon seeing the bowl of soup with a faint bitter scent in Yufeng's hand, she instinctively turned her face away. Her expression was as if she would rather die here today than touch what was in the bowl. Seeing her like this, Yufeng couldn't bear to urge her. He had to soften his tone like he was coaxing a child. "Lingli, be good, just endure for a bit, and it will be over soon. This way you can recover faster." However, Yulingli still shook her head in full resistance, her expression stubborn like a mule. Seeing that soft coaxing wasn't working, Yufeng had no choice but to take a firmer approach. "Yulingli, now is not the time for you to throw a tantrum. Do you know how serious your fever is right now? If you don't drink it after I count to 3, I will leave immediately, and it's up to whoever cares about you." Seeing Yufeng's determination to leave because of her refusal to take her medicine, she didn't know where the strength came from, but she fiercely clutched Yufeng's sleeve. "Don't go." Her voice was choked like a frightened rabbit. "Don't leave me." Yufeng had no choice but to soften his heart again, leaning down to her ear, his voice as light as a feather. "I won't leave. I'm not going anywhere, just here to accompany you. But you have to promise me to take this medicine quickly." "Okay, as long as you don't go," Yulingli weakly responded at that moment. He carefully held the wooden spoon, slowly bringing it to her lips, feeding it to her bit by bit. As the medicinal liquid slid down her throat, Yulingli let out a soft whimper, her brows furrowed tighter, and her small hands instinctively clenched his clothes, her fingertips trembling slightly. Fearing she would choke, Yufeng fed her very slowly, pausing after each spoonful, waiting for her to swallow before offering the next. He patiently attended to her, afraid he missed something. After finishing the bowl of medicine, he immediately set down the wooden bowl and picked up the thermos of warm water beside the table, giving her 2 sips to wash away the bitter taste. Once all that was done, Yufeng noticed her body leaning tiredly against his shoulder. Her breathing still somewhat heated, her complexion pale with a sickly flush. Yufeng hurriedly cleaned the medicinal stains from the corner of his mouth, then gently laid her flat, covering her with blankets, quietly sitting by the bed, not daring to leave for even a moment. Time passed slowly until the early hours of the morning. Feeling her temperature gradually decrease, his anxious heart also slowly eased, and unknowingly, he dozed off at the bedside. The morning sunlight gradually poured into the room. Yu Lingli lay quietly on the bed, her complexion much more normal compared to the unhealthy flush from the previous night. The temperature on her forehead had dropped significantly, her breathing was calm, and she was sleeping exceptionally soundly. By the bedside, Yufeng was deeply asleep, resting his head on the edge of the bed. Having stayed up all night, he hardly changed positions, clearly relieved that her fever had subsided, but he didn't dare to leave, fearing it might return. Morning light gently fell upon the room, exuding a tranquil warmth, but enveloped in an atmosphere of unparalleled stability. Yu Lingli's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Having just woken up, her head felt dizzy, and it took a moment for her to regain her senses. What happened to me? She only remembered feeling stimulated by Fina's words yesterday, returning to her room to rest. And then her mind became hazy, leading her to faint. In fact, the main reason for her fever was that her body had just recovered not long ago, and she had frequently used magic, while also being exposed to cold winds all night. Her body wasn't fully healed yet, and coupled with her emotional fluctuations in the morning, she ended up with a fever. It seems that until her body fully recovers, she should minimize the use of magic. By the way, where is Yufeng? As she looked towards the door, she just happened to catch sight of Yufeng sleeping beside her bed. The young man's brows and eyes carried a hint of fatigue, with faint dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well all night. Upon seeing him, Yu Lingli felt as if a switch had been flipped, and the events of last night began to become clearer. She recalled how she had held tightly onto his sleeve, refusing to let go while suffering from a high fever, and how patiently he had coaxed her, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. The thought made her ears flush slightly, and warmth and shyness surged within her. She quietly watched his profile, not daring to move for fear of disturbing Yufeng's rest. Remembering how clumsy he had been last night, a hint of a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yufeng, you really are a fool, it's a wonder you haven't made yourself dumb. Yu Lingli quietly gazed at him, letting the morning light gently envelop the entire little room. At times she would internally criticize him, but if asked what she truly thought in her heart, who could possibly know? After a while, Yufeng slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yu Lingli looking at him with a sly smile, teasingly, saying, Yufeng, you finally woke up. It's already past the 3rd watch of the night, you're such a lazy pig. However, Yufeng unusually refrained from retorting. At this moment, he was most concerned about Yu Lingli's health. Lingli, are you feeling better? While speaking, he reached out to Yu Lingli's forehead, and after feeling for a moment, he finally felt relieved. However, what Yufeng didn't know was that his sudden action caused a huge emotional stir in Yu Lingli. Seeing Yufeng's face so close, Yu Lingli's body instantly tensed up, and she became flustered and at a loss. Her long eyelashes fluttered violently, and her heart raced. It was as if she desperately wanted to leap out of her body and fly into Yufeng's embrace. You, what are you doing? Don't suddenly get so close. Yu Lingli instantly shrank back, her breathing became rapid, and her cheeks turned as red as a... Yufeng, seeing Yu Lingli's sudden surprise, immediately realized that his earlier action seemed to have frightened her. But seeing her so spirited now, he felt relieved. He quickly returned to his usual teasing self, and joked, Lingli, who cooked your face? It's so red you can't possibly be shy, can you? Yu Lingli looked at Yufeng with a shameless expression, feeling that her face was so red it could bleed. However, she didn't say anything more, and just shyly responded with a soft mm. Yufeng was taken aback. Why was this girl suddenly so soft today? Normally she would have kicked him out of the room. No matter who you are, get off Yu Lingli's body immediately. Yufeng didn't know how he walked out of her room. No matter how he tried to tease Yu Lingli, all he got in response were simple oh ah and mm. It was as if he had said everything and yet nothing at all. He could only escape under the pretense of cooking for her, clearly realizing that he had suffered a defeat today. Yufeng was defeated. After simply feeding Yu Lingli, he finally had some free time. He hurried to check the spoils from the past few days, starting with counting the loot from the Gale bandits. There were roughly over 1,000 silver coins, a considerable fortune, but compared to the system rewards, it seemed rather insignificant. After all, the money rewarded for completing 2 consecutive tasks was 100 gold coins, which was hardly worth mentioning compared to the relocation fees he had given Fina. First, there was this Qinglu Xuanfu Zongdian. It contained most of the methods for producing talismans from the qi refining to nascent soul stages in the cultivation world. After briefly skimming through its contents, he felt more confident for future confrontations. There was also a 300-year-old Lingji, which would help him break through to the late qi refining stage. Without hesitation, he adjusted his state and slowly consumed the Lingji. In an instant, the rich medicinal power surged through him, flowing down his throat and throughout his limbs. Feeling the spiritual energy filling his meridians, he hastily began to refine it with his cultivation technique. A vast amount of spiritual energy was violently crashing against his spiritual barrier, surrounding him in a faint shimmering aura. Time flew by quickly as a massive force of medicinal power surged madly against the layer of shackles in his body, causing his dantian to operate rapidly, absorbing endless spiritual energy. Then a crisp shattering sound emerged from within him as his aura suddenly surged. He had firmly stepped into the 7th layer of qi refinement. His spiritual energy became increasingly solid and rich, his physical strength greatly improved, and his aura became calm and sharp, successfully entering the late qi refinement stage with a renewed cultivation. System: open the panel. Name: Yufeng Physique, double pupils, development 0. 5. Cultivation: 7th layer of qi refinement technique, Tai, Su, Yin, Dao Heart Sutra. 1st layer spells: Tai Su, sword point, void step, qi drawing and breath stopping technique, sword control technique. 2nd layer backpack, Qinglu Xuanfu, Zhongyan, ghostly ring, detailed map of Asilon continent, gold coins, x 100 silver coins, x 1112. Not bad. My cultivation has not only risen a level, but the development of my double pupils has also increased by 0. 2. Yufeng had a premonition that when the development of his double pupils reached 1, it might bring about a qualitative change compared to now. After breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he could practice more spells. After all, the spells he could currently use were still too few, with too many limitations. The accompanying techniques for the 1st layer of the Tai Su, Yin, Dao Heart Sutra were only the minor 5-element spells and the Tai Su slash that he had yet to cultivate. Taking advantage of the remaining time today, Yufeng returned to the familiar courtyard and began to circulate his spiritual energy to practice according to the spell descriptions. Meanwhile, Valeries was at the Adventurers Association announcing the disbandment of the Longwind Wandering Team. No matter how the team members tried to persuade her, Valeries was resolute, for she had to do so. After solemnly bidding farewell to her teammates, a wave of indescribable sadness surged in her heart. After all, in just one more day, she would be leaving this place. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the big cities, it was indeed a peaceful place. Valeries walked alone on the street, but she couldn't find Yufeng anywhere. Though they had only recently met, she really wanted to say goodbye to him. Valeries herself didn't know why the thoughts of a young girl were often unfathomable. After walking for a while, seeing the sun setting, she had no choice but to give up. I'll check again tomorrow morning. If she couldn't find him, she would have to leave without saying goodbye. At this moment, Yufeng was completely unaware that Valeries was preparing to leave and was wholeheartedly studying spells. His fingers frequently moved through the intricate spell gestures, feeling the flow of his spiritual energy. A series of obscure and difficult spell patterns were being constantly deconstructed, deduced, and integrated in his mind. Suddenly, a basketball-sized fireball emerged from Yufeng's palm, enveloping the entire courtyard in its scorching heat. However, Yufeng felt that this was not his limit. Tightening the spell gestures again, more and more fireballs surged around him. Meanwhile, Yulingli, resting in her room, sensed the wave of energy and couldn't help but curiously move her wheelchair out of the room. Upon entering the courtyard, she immediately saw Yufeng surrounded by 7 or 8 large fireballs, rapidly increasing the temperature around him. Was he trying out something new again? It looked just like the basic fireball spell in magic, but its power was several times greater. To avoid causing too much commotion, Yufeng controlled the fireballs to circle around the courtyard a few times before dispersing them. In the blink of an eye, he noticed Yulingli quietly watching him from the side. "Lingli, why are you out? Are you hungry? They'll make you egg fried rice in a bit. I used to love that. I promise it will be so fragrant you'll want to swallow your tongue." Seeing that Yufeng didn't intend to explain to her, Yulingli couldn't ask further and gently said, "I'm not that hungry. It's just that it was too stuffy in the room, so I came out for a stroll. But what is this egg fried rice you mentioned? Is it really that delicious? Will it really make me want to swallow my tongue?" Yulingli expressed her doubt, as she had eaten plenty of delicacies from childhood to adulthood. How could a mere bowl of fried rice be that good? But she never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. This fried rice was just too delicious. At this moment, the two were engaged in a contest at the dining table, seemingly in the midst of some sort of eating competition, each determined not to eat less than the other. Yulingli devoured the fragrant fried rice in her bowl, showing no trace of the decorum expected of a princess. After finishing her meal, she wore a satisfied expression. Before she could compose herself, her throat moved slightly, and she instinctively let out a delicate burp. As soon as the sound escaped, Yulingli instantly felt incredibly nervous. The satisfaction that had been on her face was now tinged with a slight blush, and her gaze quickly turned to Yufeng. Seeing that he hadn't noticed her, she quickly let out a sigh of relief. She certainly did not want Yufeng to see her embarrassing expression, lest he say something infuriating. After a while, Yufeng finally finished his meal. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to look at her and said, "By the way, Lingli, there's something I want to discuss with you regarding Fina. I'd like to know your opinion on it." Hearing him suddenly mention that slender figure from the other day, her curiosity was piqued. Why was he suddenly asking for her opinion? "The thing is, I plan to have that little girl Fina come help take care of you at our house in the future, as there are indeed some matters I find inconvenient to handle myself. Moreover, Fina is very sensible, and I feel she has quite a bit of talent in certain areas. I'd like to ask you to help her out as well." Upon hearing Yufeng mention certain inconvenient matters, Yu Lingli's face flushed slightly, and she could only softly agree, "That's indeed the case. But how do you know that Fina has talent in certain areas?" Yu Lingli looked at him with suspicion. How did you figure that out?" "Never mind that, I just want to know what your thoughts are on this. I don't have any major objections, and Fina is indeed quite adorable. Just handle it as you see fit. However, you must ensure that you don't make any more embarrassing gestures like before." Although Yu Lingli wasn't particularly averse to it, she still felt that a girl should maintain some modesty. She didn't want Yufeng to think of her as a very casual person, but why was she suddenly so concerned about his opinion of her? Thinking of this made her quickly suppress her inner thoughts. Fearing that Yufeng might see through her, the mind of a young girl could be quite fickle. Though Yu Lingli couldn't be called a typical girl, as she was an elf and had lived for over 500 years. "No worries, I assure you this kind of thing won't happen again in the future." He knew Yu Lingli would not refuse him, and Fina was indeed very likable. Yu Lingli looked at Yufeng, who agreed without hesitation, and she should have felt happy about it, right? However, she suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as her internal thoughts were in full swing, Yufeng had already stood up to clear the dishes from the table and take them back to the kitchen to wash. Unaware of the unusual feelings she was experiencing, Yu Lingli sat alone at the dining table, her mind racing with thoughts, but even her CPU was overheating, failing to come to any conclusions. Perhaps she was just too tired lately, or why was she overthinking everything? After adjusting her state of mind, Yu Lingli slowly pushed her wheelchair back to her room. But did she really come to a realization? Once Yufeng had taken care of the various matters, he decided to head to the courtyard to continue practicing his spells. He had only mastered one small elemental spell that allowed him to convert his spiritual energy into fire attributes, enabling him to attack in various ways. As for the fireball he had just used, it was merely an appetizer. Once he became proficient, he could use it however he wished. There were still 4 other elemental techniques he had yet to learn. Improving his strength was urgent. A sleepless night was akin to imprisonment for an ordinary person, but for a cultivator, it was merely routine. It was quite impressive to already be experiencing such confinement at a young age. After dawn, Yufeng had already grasped the small elemental spell quite well, and only needed to practice diligently in the future. As for the effects of each attribute, they would surely give his enemies a tremendous surprise in actual combat. Thanks to his special eyes, he was fully aware of even the slightest flow of spiritual energy within him, making his spell cultivation feel like riding a rocket. He wasn't in a hurry to learn the Void Slash because it required compressing all the spiritual energy in his body and merging it with a trace of void power from the technique. When unleashing a slash that could tear apart anything, Yufeng was concerned that he might not control it well and end up destroying the hard-earned items. Forget it, it wasn't urgent right now. He could wait until he had time to go to the Blackthorn Wilds to find some cute magical beasts to practice on. If the magical beasts in the Blackthorn Wilds knew his thoughts, they would surely be infuriated. Huh, how selfish can you be? What do you mean by using them for practice? Isn't a magical beast's life still a life? However, today was the day to pick up Fina. It was likely that she had already made arrangements at home over the past few days, just waiting for him to come and get her. After a quick wash, he prepared a simple breakfast for Lingli and placed it on the dining table before striding out the door. After 2 days, the once desolate streets had finally regained some liveliness. Once he picked up Fina, there would also be places to buy some items to take back. Thinking of the tattered and faded clothes that Fina wore, Yufeng felt a pang in his heart and hurried his pace. However, to his surprise, upon reaching the city gate, he encountered a familiar face. Standing at the city gate were 2 figures, one a neat and refined old man, and the other was none other than Valas. "Captain Valas, where are you off to so early in the morning?" Upon hearing this, Valas quickly turned around, and upon seeing Yufeng, who had been absent these past few days, a relieved smile spread across her face. "Galen, can you give me a little more time?" "Just a moment." After saying this, she didn't care whether he agreed or not, and walked towards the figure behind her. Before leaving the city, she could see the previously despondent mood of the person in front of her change, becoming a bit more pleasant. "Yufeng, where have you been these past few days? I wanted to find you, but you never told me where you live." "You really are terrible," Valas complained lightly. "Ha ha, it's because the entire city has been under lockdown for the past few days. I had no choice but to stay at home and cultivate alone. By the way, where are you headed so early? You look like you're going on a long journey. Did you receive a task to escort? Haha, you're half right. I do plan to go on a long journey, but I probably won't be coming back. Valles pretended to be indifferent and said, ah. So suddenly, did you encounter some trouble and need my help? After saying this, Yufeng's gaze fell on the old man not far from the city gate, who he had just seen accompanying. Seeing Yufeng's sudden seriousness, Valles chuckled. It's not as bad as you think. I've just been out for too long and my family misses me, so I plan to go back. So goodbye, Yufeng. Though Valles didn't say it, Yufeng had already guessed something. This farewell might truly be a final farewell. Before Yufeng could say anything, Valles had already turned away without looking back. Returning to Galen's side, Valles' smile gradually faded, and she coldly said, Let's go, there's nothing here worth my attachment anymore. As you wish, miss. Yufeng stood at the entrance of the Linfeng narrow pass, watching the two figures gradually depart, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. Yufeng only knew that he hated parting with friends. After watching Valles leave, Yufeng once again headed to Fina's home, but his mood was not as cheerful as when he first left the house. In the herb shop, Fina had already packed her luggage, most of which consisted of patched clothing. Samuel and her mother stood by, their eyes filled with reluctance. All right, father and mother, please don't be sad. I'm not going away forever, and the conditions at home are much better than before, aren't they? Nevertheless, for Fina's mother, it was still a kind of torment. After all, who would want their daughter to venture out and struggle at such a young age? And as a mother, there was nothing she could do. Father Samuel quietly stood by, saying little, merely helping his daughter check if she had packed everything. It seems every father is somewhat inarticulate. They prefer to demonstrate their paternal love for their children through actions. After some time, Yufeng followed the route from his memory and arrived once more at the simple thatched cottage. Unlike before, today there was a hint of vitality compared to the previously lifeless scene. Fina, I'm here. Yufeng stood at the gate, softly calling for Fina. Initially, she was inside the house listening to her mother's nagging, but upon hearing the voice she had been longing for, she hurriedly grabbed her luggage, solemnly bid farewell to her parents, and with her short legs quickly ran out. Upon seeing the tall and familiar figure of brother Yufeng again, Fina instantly cast aside her earlier feelings of reluctance to leave home. Her eyes sparkled and her lips could not help but curve upward, filled with joy and excitement. Brother Yufeng, you finally came. She immediately dashed into Yufeng's embrace, feeling the reassuring scent emanating from him, her heart brimming with happiness. You little girl, don't you fear that you'll knock brother Yufeng down. Then you'll have nowhere to cry. Since you're all set, let's go find your sister Ling Li. She likes you very much. Really? Is that true? Fina's fiery red eyes blinked with excitement, her joy nearly overflowing. All right, you'll find out when we go back. This time there was no rush. Fina walked slowly beside Yufeng, obediently following him, her heart filled with anticipation for their future life. The two walked side by side along the muddy path of the countryside, with a gentle breeze sweeping by, seemingly carrying away the sadness of leaving home. Before noon, the two slowly entered the bustling streets of Linfeng Pass, but their figures were still too conspicuous. Yufeng, dressed appropriately, exuded a refreshing and clean aura, while Fina beside him seemed out of place. Her clothing was relatively thin, made from ordinary coarse cloth, the color having faded slightly, with several noticeable signs of wear at the edges. Feeling the unusual gazes from the surrounding residents, Fina tightened her small hand, holding Yufeng's. Yufeng had already noticed the peculiar stares beside him. He immediately glared back fiercely. During this process, he even used a hint of divine sense and spiritual energy, pressing down on the group of idle onlookers with a faint oppressive force. Among that group, feeling the faint pressure emanating from Yufeng, anyone with a bit of sense had already fled. It was unlikely that any fool would jump in front of him and say something. What are you looking at? After intimidating those annoying people with such a threatening aura, Fina felt a little. After walking for a while, they arrived at the most prosperous street in the city, where the shops were filled with a dazzling array of clothing, truly eye-catching. Fina, before we go back, let me take you in to pick out a few nice-fitting clothes. When she heard brother Yufeng's proposal, she instinctively wanted to refuse, but could not withstand his stubborn nature. She could only timidly follow behind Yufeng, and slowly walked into the shop with the most foot traffic, where colorful clothes immediately captivated her attention. A shop assistant, seeing the two, quickly approached to guide them. There was not a trace of condescension in their demeanor. What style of clothing do you two guests need? Our rose silk tailoring business is not only famous in Linfeng Pass, but also has branches in almost every city of the Yilan Empire. Yufeng immediately became interested. Didn't this young man want to ask if they could afford it? He thought that after he said this, the shop assistant would no longer pay him any attention. However, his subsequent response surprised Yufeng. So you're joking? Our store always upholds the principle that the customer is God. Even if a guest only wants to look, we should wholeheartedly accommodate them. While given their uniform treatment of different customers, it is no wonder that their store can open branches throughout the entire Elon empire. In that case, do you have ready-made women's clothing? Yes, sir, our store has measured various sizes of clothing for many different body types, and we guarantee to have something you will be satisfied with. Please follow me. Following the shop assistant to the second floor, they found rows of exquisite clothing available for selection, ranging from simple and plain to extravagantly luxurious and impressively elegant garments. The women's clothing on the second floor includes all the sizes and styles currently available in our shop. Since this young lady is somewhat slender, please walk towards the left corridor where you will find what you need. I won't disturb you too much, please take your time selecting. However, intentionally damaging the clothing will incur a tenfold compensation. Come on, I need to help you pick out some nice outfits today. Upon hearing this, Fina's face flushed slightly, her delicate fingers gently grasping the hem of her clothes, her crimson eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness as she nodded lightly. This one is too flashy, it doesn't suit you. This one looks nice, but it seems too mature. Next one. Isn't everything in this shop up for grabs? Yufeng's face turned red as he hurriedly led Fina away. After selecting for quite some time, he finally spotted a plain white fitted long dress with red patterns. He took it down and held it up next to Fina. This one feels good, Fina, go try it on quickly. Fina gazed at the red and white dress with her fiery eyes, and although she really liked it, she held back from saying so out of embarrassment. After Yufeng insisted, she finally agreed to try it on. Her fiery red hair fell over her shoulders. She gently bit her lip, feeling a bit nervous as she clutched the hem of her clothes, nodding her head obediently and shyly. After a while, Fina emerged wearing a brand new dress. The primary color of the gown was plain white, accentuated with sharp red patterns on the hem, its style simple yet elegant. The fitted design highlighted her slender figure, and the snow-white dress made her fiery red hair shine even brighter with her pair of crimson eyes sparkling brightly. The once plain and impoverished appearance faded significantly as she looked like a completely different person, exuding a unique charm. She slightly lowered her gaze, feeling a bit shy, standing there timidly. Brother Yufeng, does it look good? His eyes lit up immediately, and he made up his mind to get this dress. Fina, this dress suits you very well. Keep wearing it for now, and we'll go look at others later. Before she could react, Yufeng had already taken her hand and was heading towards the next wardrobe. After a major shopping spree, including the dress Fina was wearing, he ended up buying a total of 5 different outfits for her daily wear. Of course, he didn't forget about the person back home and casually bought several pieces to take back. But he uniquely forgot about himself. At the time of payment, the shop assistant who had just served them had a smile that could reach his ears. Just this commission alone was equivalent to his monthly salary. Yes, for fewer than 10 pieces of clothing. It cost Yufeng over 300 silver coins. Truly, it's easier to earn a girl's money. After stepping out of the loser Jinkai Trading Company, he noticed that it was still early and immediately headed towards the Adventurers Association with Fina. The numerous beast cores he had previously hunted in the Blackthorn Wilderness, along with those seized from the Gale Bandits, had accumulated into a substantial number. On the way to the Adventurers Association, the afternoon sunlight fell on Fina, momentarily dazzling the eyes of passers-by. Her simple white dress with a red pattern made of soft cotton blend shimmered gently in the sunlight. The bright red trim around the neckline and sleeves accentuated her fiery red hair, making it even more striking. The simple red ribbon at her waist highlighted her slender figure, and she appeared more lively and charming than when she wore her old coarse cloth shirt. Sometimes clothing truly can transform a person. Fina's delicate features had gone unnoticed before, as her previous attire was too plain. This time the gazes from passers-by were filled not with disdain, but with surprise and admiration. At such a young age her beauty was exceptional. She would surely captivate many when she grew up. Brother Yufeng, are these clothes really not expensive? Such nice clothing, is it really buy one get 3 free? Fina's questions came rushing towards Yufeng, who felt a moment of guilt, but affirmed, yes, that store is having a promotion today. Just as we happen to run into each other, little girl, try not to overthink things every day. Oh, the owner of that store is quite nice too. So many beautiful clothes are actually for giveaways. Yufeng gently wiped the non-existent sweat from his face, feeling quite guilty. Soon they arrived at the Adventurers Association and gazed at the familiar place, though missing was a heroic figure prompting a sigh within. At the front desk was still our diligent Miss Catherine, truly a natural talent of this world. Miss Catherine, I would like to sell some beast cores and purchase some cultivation materials. Could you please assess the value of these beast cores for me? He said as he took out a prepared bag from his pocket. Upon hearing that there were a large number of beast cores for purchase, Catherine's face lit up with joy as she softly addressed Yufeng. Adventurer, please follow me to the back to assess. Oh, our Adventurers Association will definitely give you a fair price. She led Yufeng and Fina to a more secluded room in the back, which was simply and quietly decorated, unlike the noisy hall outside. Inside the room sat an elderly man, a master responsible for item and cultivation assessments at the Adventurers Association. The old man appeared to be around 50 or 60 years old with graying hair and a face marked by the passage of time, exuding a demeanor that was both steady and amiable. Senior Leonard, this adventurer claims to have a large batch of beast cores to sell to the Adventurers Association. Please assess them. Upon hearing Catherine's voice, Leonard slowly raised his head, looking at them calmly, as he set down the object he had been fiddling with. In a steady tone, he said, Miss Catherine, as always, is diligent. Even such a small matter requires her personal attention. But since it is Miss Catherine's request, I shall take care of it. His tone carried both affirmation and a hint of pride towards Catherine. After all, he was the most experienced appraiser in the area, having verified nearly 1,000 treasures. This adventurer can take out your beast cores, as long as there are no significant issues, we will accept them. Faina sat nearby, feeling quite out of place, as such an environment was too formal for her. She preferred a more relaxed setting, but to avoid being belittled by Brother Yufeng, she forced herself to sit calmly, while inwardly, she was already quite flustered. Of course, such small actions could not escape Yufeng's notice. He thought it best to conclude quickly, so she wouldn't be left waiting anxiously. He slowly opened the cloth bag in his arms and poured out all the beast cores inside, instantly illuminating the room with a dazzling array of colors. Catherine couldn't help but be slightly surprised, as the quantity was indeed considerable. Yet Leonard immediately spotted several peak-quality second-tier beast cores among the pile, quickly setting aside his earlier dismissiveness. Initially, he thought these young children would only have a few second-tier beast cores, but reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. After a quick assessment, a result that made his palms sweat appeared in his hands. Sir, this batch of beast cores contains exactly 4 peak-quality second-tier cores. Additionally, there are 12 beast cores of varying second-tier quality, along with 42 first-tier cores. The total value amounts to 2568 silver coins. What does over 2500 silver coins signify? Last year, the Adventurers Association in Linfeng Abyss City only collected over 500 silver coins worth of various materials. Just gathering these beast cores today nearly matched last year's total performance. He couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his palms, yet he respectfully said, Sir, please review and assess. After Leonard finished speaking, he wanted to hand the list to Yufeng, but Yufeng merely waved his hand and replied slowly, I trust the Adventurers Association, and I believe Miss Catherine would never deceive adventurers. So just go ahead and give me what's on the list. Catherine listened quietly from the side, her admiration for Yufeng growing immensely in her heart. After all, such a large transaction was based on trust, without even a glance at the list before agreeing to the stated amount. What kind of trust and recognition is this? Faina, upon hearing the long string of large numbers, felt her head spinning. Brother Yufeng is truly amazing. He can earn so much money at once. Her admiration for Yufeng deepened even further. In truth, Yufeng was merely thinking that a quick monetary settlement would be preferable, simply too lazy to look, as he wasn't particularly in need of these silver coins. Then he casually found a nice excuse which deeply moved Catherine. After a few minutes, Leonard walked in holding a slightly bulky cloth bag. He then respectfully handed it to Yufeng, saying, Esteemed sir, due to the large amount you are settling, the Adventurers Association simply does not have that many silver coins available. So this bag contains only 568 silver coins, with the remainder being converted to gold coins. He said this while solemnly pulling out 2 shiny gold coins from his pocket and respectfully offering them to Yufeng. However, Yufeng's expression at that moment disappointed them. There was no surprise or excitement, and his face remained exceedingly calm, as if he were simply accepting 2 copper coins. Leonard couldn't help but further solidify his judgment. This person before him was either a young noble sneaking out for fun or one of the top talents in the Silver Orchid Empire. After all, at such a young age, he could single-handedly slay so many magical beasts. With time, he could become a dominant figure or even establish an entirely new family. After counting the wealth, Yufeng said to the somewhat dazed Catherine beside him, Miss Catherine, please take me to the Adventurers Association's materials storage. I intend to purchase some cultivation materials. After all, I currently have plenty of funds, so the Adventurers Association should hurry up with the monetary collection. Catherine looked at Yufeng, who bore a somewhat jaded expression, feeling somewhat overwhelmed compared to the clever and composed demeanor he had just shown. Which one of them was the real him? However, she wasn't foolish enough to point it out. She simply said respectfully, Mr. Yufeng, please follow me. Our Linfeng Abyss City's Adventurers Association's materials storage is securely kept underground. I'm sure there will be items that will satisfy you. After passing through several hidden doors, an entrance leading underground came into Yufeng's view. Catherine led Yufeng and the others to the materials storage of the Adventurers Association and respectfully said, Mr. Yufeng, this is the storeroom containing all the materials collected by the Linfeng Iching Adventurers Association. Mr. Yufeng, if there are any items you need, our Adventurers Association plans to offer you a 20% discount for this transaction. Offering discounts on cultivation materials is a privilege unique to Catherine, and she rarely takes the initiative to propose it. However, today this charming young man had given her such affirmation and trust that she felt she should respond in kind. Yufeng and Fina looked around the room where the shelves were filled with various cultivation materials mostly related to fighting qi, with very few materials concerning magic. Although the quality wasn't very high, the variety was quite complete. Weapons and cultivation materials were basically all available. Seeing so many items displayed together, Yufeng couldn't help but admire the operational methods of the Adventurers Association. Fina, meanwhile, was particularly curious, exploring with a naive and innocent demeanor. Yufeng maintained his expression, subtly activating his divine sense to carefully sense the items that contained spiritual energy, which was the true purpose of his visit. Rather than aimlessly searching on his own, it would be more economical to find someone to purchase items. As his divine sense slowly covered the entire room, he sought out items that met his preferences. However, he quickly became disappointed. Most of the materials in the room lacked spiritual energy, making them useless for him. Although he couldn't find items with spiritual energy, he could buy some materials for making talismans which would increase. After pondering for a moment, he said to Catherine, "Miss Catherine, I need 3 pieces of second-tier spirit foxtail hair materials and 3 of the best bamboo poles from the second-tier green leaf bamboo beast. Also pack all the second-tier Xian iron condensed jade powder. That's what I currently need. Please help me pack them up." Seeing that most of the materials Yufeng chose were unrelated to cultivation, Catherine felt a bit puzzled, but could only. Now that he had the materials for making spirit talismans, he just needed suitable spirit paper, but for now he could make do with monster skins. After all, he still had plenty of first to second-tier monster skins in his system space, especially from the numerous black spike magic pigs, even if they weren't particularly intact. Yufeng regretted that he hadn't gone easier on them back then. Thinking about how he had dealt with those pigs so ruthlessly made him sigh. "Pigs, you're so high and mighty, thinking you're so great." While he was having this internal dialogue, Catherine had already finished packaging all the items. "Mr. Yufeng, the 3 items you selected cost 256 silver coins, and after the discount, it's 204 silver coins. You can just give me 200 coins. Hehe, that would be too much." Although Yufeng said this, he quickly pulled out 200 silver coins from the pouch he had just received, clearly saying one thing, but meaning another. Catherine was momentarily taken aback by Yufeng's actions, and instinctively smiled softly. "Haha, Mr. Yufeng, your behavior and handling of matters are truly unique. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. If it weren't for my work, I would love to have a drink with you at a tavern in the city." Fina, who had been playing nearby, immediately became unsettled upon hearing Catherine's intention to invite her brother Yufeng for a drink. What does this big sister want? Why does she suddenly want to go for drinks? Thinking of Catherine's not-so-bad appearance, she became flustered, fearing her brother Yufeng might be tempted to agree. "No, I must stop her." She immediately stepped forward, grabbing Yufeng's hand, her words full of hints. "Brother Yufeng, are you done shopping? If we don't go back soon, Sister Ling Li will be waiting anxiously at home." Yufeng suddenly came back to his senses. "Oh right, I almost forgot about the person at home." He then stopped chatting with Catherine and hurriedly took Fina away. Fina, pleased that her plan had succeeded, turned around to make a funny face at Catherine as they left. Catherine not only wasn't angry, but looked at the duo with a playful expression. "Haha, what a cute little girl." After Yufeng and Fina emerged from the adventurer's basement, they planned to return home and report their safety to Yu Lingli. However, just as they reached the door, his divine sense sensed a young adventurer member holding a pockmarked stone, animatedly gesturing towards another association member at the front desk. "I say, big brother, this stone in my hand is a treasure passed down from my ancestors. My great-grandfather found it in a ruin. Oh, how could it possibly be a worthless stone? If I weren't short on money, I wouldn't sell it." The purchasing member looked impatient as he dismissed him. "Adventurer, are you questioning my professionalism? This is just a piece of ordinary broken stone. Our Adventurers Association doesn't take in rubbish like this. Now please take this so-called treasure and go elsewhere to find a buyer." "You, a clueless fool." Just as the adventurer was about to leave, Yufeng stepped forward to stop him. "Hello, my friend. I'm quite interested in the stone you have. Could you please let me take a closer look?" Upon hearing Yufeng's intention, the adventurer relaxed and generously handed him the stone. "Brother, you have good eyesight. Don't be fooled by how ordinary this stone looks. It has an extraordinary background. Just take a good look. Many never lie." Yufeng was also inspecting the oddly shaped stone. When he first came out, he hadn't retracted his divine sense and habitually swept it around. As he scanned over the stone, he surprisingly felt his divine sense being blocked by it, as if something inside was interfering with his perception. If something could block his current divine sense, it certainly wouldn't be something simple. Taking advantage of the adventurer's boasting, Yufeng slowly activated his dual pupils to get a good look at this mysterious stone. As the power of his eyes flowed, he saw that at the center of the stone was a golden mineral only the size of a fingertip, yet it contained a terrifying amount of gold attribute spiritual energy. He had struck gold. My friend, I'm very interested in this ancestral stone of yours. How much do you plan to sell it for? Before Minnie could state a price, the purchasing member burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you must be kidding. Is there really someone who would buy that piece of broken stone? What a wasteful person, having money but not knowing how to spend it. Upon hearing this, Minnie's mind heated up and he intended to teach this foul-mouthed guy a lesson. Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Yufeng, whose grip was as strong as a vice, preventing him from moving even an inch. Just as he felt puzzled, Yufeng whispered to him, "There's no need to trouble yourself over such a person. Just leave it to me." After pondering for a moment, Minnie immediately relaxed his tightly clenched fist, indicating his support. Seeing Minnie's reaction, Yufeng merely smiled faintly. He turned his attention back to the purchasing member, but this time there was no smile on his face, only a thick hostility in his eyes. I thought the Adventurers Association was comprised of rational individuals, but now I realize that among them is not just a person, but also a barking dog. I really don't understand how you were allowed to stay in the Adventurers Association. Could it be that you sold your rear end? But looking at you like this, I suppose your master has a very peculiar taste. The adventurers coming and going around them burst into laughter upon hearing Yufeng's remarks. Ha ha, selling your rear end to rise up, that's too amusing. Who would have thought? With a look like that, how big of a preference must his superior have? At this moment, Fina asked Yufeng with a puzzled expression, "Brother Yufeng, what does selling one's rear end mean?" As soon as she asked this, the surrounding laughter grew even louder, with everyone doubled over in mirth. Raymond listened to the incessant laughter surrounding him, his face turning as red as pig liver. If looks could kill, he would have liked nothing more than to dismember the two people before him. "You little brat, you have some nerve. Do you know where this place is? This is the Adventurers Association. How dare you cause a ruckus here? Do you believe I can call a crowd to capture you in no time?" Yufeng meanwhile wore a face of regret as he looked at Raymond. "Well, why don't you go and call your friends? But I kindly remind you to be careful not to offend anyone you can't handle." "Raymond, what's going on here? Why are there so many people gathered?" The newcomer was Catherine, and upon seeing her, his temper instantly softened like a frostbitten eggplant. "That Catherine is in charge here, let me explain." The reason Raymond was a bit scared was that Catherine held absolute power in the Adventurers Association. He immediately decided to shift the trouble onto Yufeng and the others, completely unaware of the immense trouble this decision would soon bring him. "It's these two people causing a scene in broad daylight in our establishment. I was just about to report to you, but your arrival is quite timely. Please take action and throw them out." Following Raymond's pointed finger, Catherine looked at Yufeng and the others, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Minnie, being impatient, immediately retorted loudly, "You're talking nonsense. Clearly you were the one barking insults at us, and now you're trying to turn the tables. How dare you play the victim? No wonder my friend says you're inhuman. You're even worse than a beast." Raymond couldn't believe that after Catherine arrived, this reckless youth not only refused to leave, but dared to confront him. After listening to Minnie's description, Catherine seemed to grasp the situation and strode toward Yufeng. Raymond thought Catherine was going to teach these people a lesson, and a look of vengeance filled his face. However, the next scene left him utterly unprepared. Catherine approached Yufeng and slightly bowed, revealing her ample cleavage, her tone full of regret. "I apologize, Mr. Yufeng. It is our Adventurers Association's negligence that allowed a rogue to infiltrate." She then turned and said to Raymond sternly, "Raymond, you're expelled. Our Adventurers Association is too small to accommodate someone like you, so you'd best watch yourself." Upon hearing this, Raymond felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. The crowd around them also began to realize that the man who had just spoken in a sarcastic tone was not an ordinary person. The noisy atmosphere quieted down significantly. Raymond's face turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago he had thought himself invincible, but now he felt as if he had been slapped hard across the face. He could hardly believe that he had been expelled over such a trivial matter. For many years in this Frostwind Pass, he had relied on his status as an internal member of the Adventurers Association to assert dominance. Now that he had lost the most reliable job he had, those he had offended before would surely come after him. Thinking of this, Raymond couldn't help but tremble, immediately dropping to his knees and repeatedly bowing to beg for mercy. "Catherine, please spare me this time. I have family and dependents in the city. Oh, how can I survive without this job? I beg you to show mercy and let me go this once." He hurriedly began to slap his own face with his hands in a desperate plea. Fina, standing next to Yufeng, looked at this sudden act in fear and hid behind him, gripping his clothing tightly. Yufeng was quite amused by his performance, waiting until he had thoroughly swollen his own face. He exchanged a glance with Catherine. Understanding immediately, she waved to the nearby security team, indicating for them to throw Raymond out. Several burly security personnel stepped forward, showing no mercy as they lifted the limp Raymond. Ignoring his panicked pleas, they dragged him out and swiftly tossed him out of the Adventurers Association. In the crowd, adventurers who had previously been humiliated by Raymond suddenly glared with vengeance, quietly slipping out of the group. Mr. Yufeng, are you satisfied with our handling of this matter? Haha, Miss Catherine, I would like to thank you on behalf of this adventurer beside me. If any good fortune comes my way, I will definitely seek you out first. Yufeng, with little shame, slightly cupped his hands toward Catherine. Haha, I look forward to it. Her tone was playful. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Yufeng. Wishing you a safe journey. With that, she walked deeper into the Adventurers Association. Yufeng secretly mused, she's indeed decisive and efficient, clearly a strong woman. At this moment, Minnie looked at Yufeng with admiration, considering him a role model. Alright, now we should discuss business. How much do you intend to sell that ancestral stone for? Minnie had regained her composure, the anger from earlier having dissipated. Senior, I was blind earlier and didn't know your identity. She said respectfully. I hope you can forgive me. Oh, as for this broken stone, I will sell it to you for 100 silver coins. After the transaction, Yufeng finally took Fina back to their little courtyard. Why are there so many things going on every day? However, the gains were quite good, and he felt immensely pleased. Watching Yufeng's departing figure, Minnie couldn't help but think that she too must become someone like her senior in the future. Returning to the small courtyard in the south of the city from the Adventurers Association, it was already afternoon. As soon as Yufeng brought Fina home, he saw Yu Lingli looking at him with a displeased expression. It seemed to say, you took so long just to pick up someone. Were you off fooling around again? However, for little Fina, she was completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the courtyard. Bouncing over to Yu Lingli. Sister Lingli, I missed you so much these past few days. She gently wrapped her little arm around Yu Lingli's slender arm, resting her head affectionately on her shoulder, her tone exuding sweetness. Sister Lingli, look at the new clothes brother Yufeng bought for me today. Yu Lingli smiled upon hearing this, reaching out to gently stroke her fiery red hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. Fina is still so well-behaved and cute, unlike someone who has a mouth, but only speaks irritating words. Yufeng felt wronged. Oh, why was he being criticized just because Fina arrived? He hurriedly stepped forward to make his presence known. I just helped buy 2 pieces of clothing for Fina when we returned to the city, so I came back a little late. But Lingli, look, I also prepared your share. When you wear it in a while, you will definitely look like a little fairy. Hey. Yu Lingli didn't expect that there would be a gift for her, and her tone softened a bit. You still have a bit of conscience. Go cook now, I'm starving. By the way, I also want the fried rice from last night. Yufeng, knowing he would no longer be held accountable, immediately praised his own wit. His body exclaimed that his cleverness was exceptional, and he would definitely stick with her in the next life. Lingli, does your elven clan have any method to directly test a person's cultivation talent? At the cheerful dining table, Yufeng suddenly broke the serene atmosphere with this unexpected question. Yu Lingli paused in her motion of serving food to Fina, then said with a hint of pride, yes, we do, and it's not just magic. We can clearly detect even the talent for cultivating qi. In our elven empire, this secret technique is not something just any elf is qualified to learn. Oh, it involves too much, and I won't go into detail. However, Yu Lingli seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at him with suspicion as she slowly spoke. Yufeng, did you suddenly ask this because of Fina? After all, you mentioned her before. Fina, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, suddenly felt a bit confused as the topic shifted to her. Yes, because I feel that Fina has outstanding talent in certain areas, and it is highly likely related to magic. Yu Lingli observed Yufeng's serious expression, seemingly not joking, and couldn't help but believe him a little. Why overthink it? We can just try and find out. Then her fingers, as white as jade, gently pointed towards Fina's forehead. A faint green-gold light suddenly enveloped Fina, and she cast a weak spell, causing a light golden-green beam to instantly penetrate her brow. This is a unique secret technique of their elven clan's spirit guidance. It injects the exclusive source power of the elven royal family into her body, allowing for a thorough examination of the root and meridians for qi cultivation. Moreover, it can also stimulate the awakening of magical talent. However, ordinary people with magical talent are rare, truly a 1 in a million occurrence. Yu Lingli carefully sensed the flow of her source power, noticing that Fina's body was severely malnourished and her vitality was greatly depleted. She spoke slowly and calmly. Given Fina's current physical condition, she is not capable of cultivating qi at all. If she were to forcefully cultivate, it would only harm her. Upon hearing Sister Lingli's words, Fina's eyes dimmed instantly, and her appetite for food diminished. If Fina cannot cultivate qi, what about magic? I can give it a try, but this process may be a bit harsh for... At this moment, Yuling Li hesitated. To stimulate the awakening of magical talent, she must touch Fina's spiritual barrier with her source power, which is extremely dangerous for an ordinary person. Just as the two were hesitating about whether to proceed with the secret technique, Fina, who had been silent at the table, suddenly lifted her head gently and said calmly, "Sister Ling Li, brother Yufeng, I want to try." Her crimson pupils were filled with determination. After spending time with them, she gradually understood the gap between herself and brother Yufeng. She didn't want to be protected behind others forever, as she wanted to be capable of protecting those she cared about, rather than hiding behind Yufeng, a burden every time trouble arose. The two, pondering this, turned to look at Fina's determined face and could only reluctantly agree after much thought. "But Fina, we must agree that if you feel uncomfortable at any point, you must speak up immediately. Brother Yufeng is right. Without a suitable magic awakening array, forcibly stimulating the awakening of your spiritual talent is extremely dangerous for you. Even for Yuling Li of the Elven royal family, given her current condition, she cannot guarantee absolute safety. Sister Ling Li, brother Yufeng, thank you, but Fina has already made up her mind." Taking a slight breath, she stood up straight after stepping away from the dining table, showing no sign of retreat. "However, I have truly made up my mind on this matter, and will not change it. I don't want to always rely on you for protection. Oh, I also want to become stronger quickly, so I won't be helpless in the future." Yuling Li looked deeply at the determined girl before her heart no longer hesitating. She slowly closed her eyes, her fingers gently raised again. She began to cautiously probe towards the hidden spiritual location within Fina. As Yuling Li's faint green-gold source power just touched Fina's spirit, the girl shivered slightly. Fina instantly felt as if her head had been torn open, and she clutched her head tightly with both hands. But before she could cry out, an indistinct force surged through her mind, as if breaking some kind of shackles bursting forth from the depths of her spirit. The pain in her head suddenly lessened, followed by a warm sensation sweeping through her delicate and fragile. Yufeng had already opened his heavy pupils, constantly observing Fina's every movement, and soon he sensed that the air around Fina was stirring. The nearby space continuously distorted and deformed, the distances fluctuating between near and far. An invisible force spread out naturally, impacting the surrounding space with a unique, overwhelming aura. This was not the end. Immediately afterward, another powerful force surged from the opposite side of her body, matching the earlier aura. The bowls and chopsticks that had been vibrating beside the table were, as if supported by some invisible force. Within the room, the operation of all things suddenly slowed down at that moment. Yuling Li's face was filled with shock and astonished expression. How is this possible? This completely defies logic. In the Acelon continent, is there really someone who can awaken both time and space attributes of magical talent simultaneously? Genius is an understatement for Fina. Truly unprecedented and unparalleled. Upon hearing Yuling Li's description, Yufeng's heart revealed a thought. It truly is as he suspected. How could the talent awakened by someone defined as a genius by the system be anything ordinary? However, the situation at Fina's side was becoming precarious, with two massive forces wildly surging within her. It seemed they were fighting to the death within Fina. Not good, Yufeng. This is the attribute repulsion during the awakening of magic. Both space and time belong to top-tier magical talents, each one dominating its own realm, but now they were simultaneously awakening within Fina's body. It had reached a point of no return, though a massive force was needed to suppress them. Otherwise, Fina would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yufeng realized the severity of the situation upon hearing this. Just as he was about to act, he seemed to think of something. He immediately infused all his spiritual power and divine sense into his heavy pupils. The pitch-black pupils immediately revealed deep dark purple patterns, even though his development of the heavy pupils was only a pitiful 0.5. These eyes were originally meant to transcend the laws of the world, possessing supreme attributes that surpass all time and space. An indifferent yet majestic, overlooking all beings, invisible aura erupted instantly, enveloping Fina. This was not about the strength of power, but an absolute suppression of rank. The two forces that had been restless within Fina's body, upon sensing this absolute pressure, instantly became as still as a mouse encountering a cat. The spatial forces that had been stirring the room were instantly suppressed. The time forces that had been spreading and colliding also gradually quieted down, no longer acting wildly. After sensing that the two forces within Fina's body began to calm down, the stone in Yufeng and Yuling Li's hearts finally fell. At this moment, Fina could no longer endure and fell into a deep sleep. Already malnourished, her body was severely impacted by these two powerful forces. Had it not been for Yuling Li desperately protecting her body with her weak source power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It can be said that Fina's successful awakening was impossible without either Yufeng or Yuling Li. Yufeng gently carried Fina into the new room he had prepared for her. After covering her with a blanket and confirming her condition with his divine sense, he finally dared to step outside. In contrast to Yufeng's calm demeanor, Yu Lingli, still in the living room, seemed to be lost in thought. The simultaneous awakening of both time and space magical attributes led her to encounter this miracle in such a remote city, and she was the one who helped her awaken. Yet against all odds, she succeeded in her awakening. Feina was not torn apart by these two violent forces. Instead, she was forcibly subdued by Yufeng's extraordinarily eerie gaze. What kind of power is capable of achieving this? After being transported here, Yu Lingli felt her worldview undergoing a significant upheaval. Not to mention the strange cultivation system that Yufeng possessed. Just looking at his eyes today was enough. They were even more terrifying than the life eyes recorded in the ancient texts of the Elven Empire. What are the life eyes? According to the ancient records, they symbolize the highest nobility and strength within the Elven Empire. Only those with extraordinary luck and pure bloodlines among the elves can awaken. After awakening their bloodlines, they would develop an eye known as the life eye on their forehead. Even though the life eye is incredibly powerful, it could never easily suppress two top-tier magical attributes like Yufeng did. Abba. At this moment, Yufeng had also arrived in the living room. Seeing Yu Lingli's distressed expression, even her gaze began to drift. Goodness, it looks like she's really shaken up. He quickly approached and waved his hand in front of her face, but no matter how he moved his arm, Yu Lingli seemed to be enchanted, completely oblivious to Yufeng's movements. Her eyes glazed over. After a long pause, she finally snapped back to reality. Just as she regained her senses, she saw Yufeng sitting in front of her with a beaming smile, saying, "What's wrong? Our elven princess seems to be stunned today." Seeing his familiar yet cheeky expression, Yu Lingli was immediately filled with anger. She clenched her delicate fist and struck down towards Yufeng's head. "Oh, why are you suddenly hitting me, Lingli? If you deserve it. Who told you to look so cheeky and scare me? Do you have any idea how important Feina's awakened talents are? I haven't even heard of anything like this in the past tens of thousands of years on the Acelon continent. You're so optimistic, still joking with me here." Watching Yu Lingli's tightly clenched fist and her murderous glare, Yufeng hurriedly reached out and grasped her small hand. "Lingli, I was wrong. If I get hit again, I'll be knocked silly." As Yu Lingli felt the warmth from his hand, and her earlier anger slowly dissipated. Following that was a faint blush that adorned her delicate face. This idiot, always so sudden. She turned her face aside to avoid letting Yufeng see her embarrassment. Seeing his goal achieved, Yufeng quickly released Yu Lingli's hands. After a while, Yu Lingli pouted and said, "Yufeng, we absolutely cannot expose Feina's talents. Otherwise, even the mighty Elven Empire cannot guarantee Feina's safety. After all, this continent is full of lunatics. If Feina gets captured by them, who can say whether it's good or bad?" Hearing the seriousness of the situation, Yufeng also put away his nonchalant demeanor. "When Feina wakes up tomorrow, I'll talk to her properly and ensure that no one else knows about this. If any news leaks out, those who come to take Feina will have to ask whether my sword agrees first. Who knows if you will be the first to run away." Though Yu Lingli said this, she knew very well what kind of person Yufeng. Who knows if you will be the first to run away? Though Yu Lingli said this, she knew very well what kind of person Yufeng was, or running away alone was impossible. "But I still have to act tough. So Miss Yu Lingli, you better keep an eye on me, or else one day, when you're not paying attention, I might just disappear." So disorganized every day. I wasn't finished with my earlier point. The two top-tier attributes that Feina awakened are very troublesome to cultivate. Although after cultivation, she would have no rivals among peers, if she is even slightly careless during practice, she won't be able to suppress those two forces, leading to incidents like tonight. The reason you can suppress them now is that those two forces have just been born. If Feina becomes stronger than both of us in the future, what will we have to deal with? At this moment, Yufeng also came to understand. It was clearly a pity not to cultivate, yet after cultivation, it would be like a bomb, very unstable. After a moment of brief distress, he soon regained his composure. What does it mean that Feina's strength will... I am a man with a cheat. How can I possibly lose to a genius from another world? Lingli, just rest assured. As long as Feina follows me in the future, she will never have to worry about cultivation. I have that confidence. I can absolutely suppress the two top-tier powers within her. Besides, there's also an older sister like you. Looking at Yufeng, who suddenly became full of confidence, Yu Lingli could not help but feel somewhat inspired. Yes, for all these years, she has also been hailed as the absolute genius of the elven race. How could she just fall into despair? Alright, I understand. It's just two top-tier forces clashing. I refuse to believe that things can turn upside down. In just another week like this, I won't need to sit in a wooden wheelchair anymore. I don't believe in this evil. Haha, that's more like it. This matches the impression I have of you. Not only beautiful and generous, but also absolutely powerful. Yufeng looked at the revitalized Yu Lingli and generously praised her. By the way, what was your cultivation level before you got injured? It barely reached the peak of a 7th tier mage saint. At my age, it's just about enough. Though she spoke casually, the pride emanating from her was unmistakable. After all, the elves are a long-lived race, and compared to humans, she has plenty of time to cultivate without worrying too much about lifespan. After all, the lifespan of an ordinary human at the 7th to 8th tier is only around 300 to 400 years, so Yulingli indeed has ample reasons to feel proud. Wow, big shot. Let me cling to your thigh. Saying this, he suddenly slid forward, tightly hugging Yulingli's legs, as if saying, if you don't protect me from now on, I won't let go. Feeling the warm sensation from his legs, Yulingli's heart was immediately flooded with a strong sense of shame. She had grown up without ever letting someone else hug her legs. Even if someone glanced at her a bit too long, she would ensure that person would be severely punished. However, she couldn't bring herself to hate Yufeng, and she didn't know if it was a recent habit. Initially, she wanted to take a step back, but the more she thought about Yufeng's actions, the angrier she became. After a chaotic ruckus, Yufeng successfully obtained a limited-time experience card for a bruised face, gloomily returning to his room to cultivate. Yulingli's face was flushed as she watched his departing figure. This fool is really getting more and more excessive. Can a girl's legs just be hugged whenever? When I recover my cultivation, I must trample him down and humiliate him properly. If Yufeng knew what she was thinking, he might be even more excited than she was. The next morning, the originally quiet courtyard. With the addition of Feina, the atmosphere has become more cheerful than usual, though it may not feel the same for her. Sister Ling, can we really become stronger by reading and writing like this, eh? Feina sat beside Yuling, her head drooping as the words on the book overwhelmed her. She had thought that after successfully awakening last night, she could learn magic from Sister Ling, but upon waking up and having breakfast this morning, Yuling had pulled out a pile of books from somewhere and began to educate her. Feina, you have definitely met the requirements for learning magic. It's just that your cultural foundation is still too weak, and this is for your own consideration in the future. Yuling gently brushed her hair and spoke, seeming to enjoy the process of teaching her student. Then her gaze turned toward Yufeng, who had been quietly holding back laughter. Yufeng exclaimed, "Danger! I have something else to do, you all take your time studying." He then shot Feina a look of self-preservation and quickly returned to his room, intending to make the magic pen first. Don't blame your brother. Feina looked at Yufeng's retreating figure, feeling a bit overwhelmed. As for hard work, she had no problem, but reading and writing was still too torturous for her. Yuling watched Feina, who was in the same state she had been in during her childhood homework, and couldn't help but smile. However, she knew that this method was not suitable for learning at the moment and prepared to coax Feina into drawing a grand vision. Alright Feina, don't lose heart. The reason I'm not letting you learn magic now is that I haven't prepared the corresponding elemental magic for you to practice. After all, I need to consider the 2 low-tier attributes you have carefully. By the afternoon, I will teach you how to meditate and cultivate your magic power, because without magic power, how can you learn magic? Shh. Alright. Feina's weak voice came out, but not long after she suddenly perked up, her curiosity piqued as she asked Yuling. By the way, Sister Ling, what level of magician are you now, and what are your attributes? Yuling was caught off guard by Feina's sudden question. After thinking for a moment, she decided to give her a simple answer. Otherwise, how would Feina learn in her current state? I was a level 7 magician, but after getting injured, my strength is now probably at the peak of level 1, and I should slowly recover later. As for attributes, there are 7 of them: magical attributes, quality, quantity, talent, potential. Level 7. And Sister Ling awakened so many magical attributes back then. No wonder Brother Yufeng is so afraid of you. Feina had suspected that Sister Ling was quite powerful, especially since even Brother Yufeng listened to her. Upon hearing Feina's words, Yuling couldn't help but feel a bit smug after being downplayed by Yufeng and Feina in recent days. I almost forgot that I am also one of the top talents in this continent. It's all Yufeng's fault, humph. Yufeng, who was in his room making the magic pen, suddenly sneezed and cautiously rubbed his nose. It's strange, how could I catch a cold with my current physical condition? Is it Yuling messing with me outside? So I forget it. I should hurry up and make the magic pen. This is crucial for whether I can quickly learn to create talismans. However, in a place unseen by Yufeng and the others, information about him was being investigated little by little. The gaze quietly swept over the bustling streets, passing through rows of houses and walls, slowly falling to the center of the city. The grand and solemn city lord's mansion sat quietly here, and no one could have imagined that beneath this seemingly peaceful surface lay hidden schemes and changes. The absolute ruler of Linfeng Alley City, Sevian Lolan, was sitting with his legs crossed without any semblance of decorum, and spoke to Florin in a tone full of amusement. My dear city official, have you found any results for the matter I asked you to investigate these past few days? Florin felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing this teasing remark. If he didn't deliver some decent intelligence today, it would be hard for him to walk out of the city lord's mansion standing. Fortunately, he had not come back empty-handed after these days of investigation. He quickly suppressed his chaotic emotions, stepped forward, and respectfully replied. City Lord, I have already found out some news. The Gale bandits that have been rampant in the surrounding area recently are not locals. The person behind it is a young man named Yufeng. He arrived at Linfeng Alley City half a month ago and rented a moderately sized courtyard in the southern part of the city, apparently with a sick younger sister. Oh, an outsider. Have you investigated his background or the reason why he came to our city? Sevain's tone became a bit deeper as he grew concerned about this outsider and what his true purpose was for coming to his territory. Florin, hearing the city lord's question, mentally cursed himself for not having more time to investigate this person's origins. It was like asking him to speak without any pain while standing, just like the current and scrupulous boss exploiting his employees. However, he dared not show any sign of discontent, only lowering his head, afraid to meet Sevain's gaze. I am incompetent, and after so long of investigation, I still couldn't clarify this person's background. His tone was filled with fear, afraid that his city lord would turn against him in the next second. Sevain looked at Florin's miserable appearance and knew that no matter how much he asked, he wouldn't find out anything about Yufeng's background. Have you investigated the reason? Why did this person, shortly after arriving in Linfeng Alley City, wipe out the Gale bandits outside the city? Seeing that the city lord did not delve further into this topic, Florin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then slowly replied, City Lord, I actually found out about this matter. The younger brother of Tolan, the steward of the city lord's treasury, contacted the Gale bandits outside the city and kidnapped a girl named Serafina. Yufeng acted to completely eradicate the entire bandit group in order to rescue her. Seeing Sevain's displeased expression, he rearranged his words and continued to report in a low voice. After saving the girl, Yufeng did not leave, but stayed in Linfeng Alley City, behaving himself, never causing trouble, and only going out with a few companions. Moreover, he seems to have a connection with a certain young lady from the Castor family. The day she left, based on the guards' descriptions, it was clear that they knew each other, though it's unknown how close their relationship is. After hearing this, Sevain lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, his eyes flashing with understanding, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. How interesting, he even has ties with that young lady from the clan, leaving me unsure of how to respond. But it's strange that this matter involves our own people, and why did Tolan's brother have any dealings with the Gale bandits outside the city? If you say it has nothing to do with his brother, I can hardly believe that. Upon hearing Sevain's familiar tone, Florin involuntarily shivered slightly, knowing that someone was going to get into trouble. He lowered his head, not daring to look up, his back already drenched in cold sweat, his breathing cautious, feeling anxious and afraid to let out a breath. No wonder the Swiftwind bandits always fled at the first sign whenever I led a raid outside the city. Turns out the leak came from within our own ranks. Florin, even a mere warehouse steward of the city lord's mansion, has committed such vile deeds. Then what of the others holding official posts, including you? Could you too? Florin's legs buckled instantly upon hearing Severin's words. Thick with undisguised menace, he collapsed hard onto the floor. He knew full well that though born to minor nobility, once entangled in this affair, no one, not even his lineage, could shield him. My lord, city lord, please see reason. I was utterly unaware of this matter. I only uncovered its hidden truth after conducting a thorough investigation. With that, he prostrated himself fully on the ground, daring not to lift his gaze. Seconds ticked by in silence. The figure seated upon the high dais remained mute, fingers tapping rhythmically upon the armrest, a sound piercingly sharp in the hushed hall. After a long pause, Severin finally spoke. Enough. Look at you, cringing like a broken reed. You've disgraced your family's name beyond measure. Still, I shall grant you one chance to redeem yourself through service. Bring me Torin. Let us see just how bold his courage truly is. And send an invitation to a certain Yufeng requesting his presence tonight at my residence for a private audience. I confess I am deeply intrigued by this young man, youthful yet decisive in action. Perhaps he may yet be persuaded to join our cause. As for the remaining Swiftwind bandits, no need to spare them. They are merely wasted grain. Sell the fit ones to slavers, those too maimed or broken. Dispose of them quietly somewhere. That commanding voice, brooking no dissent, descended from the dais. Florin's face burned with shame, but at least his life had been spared. Not daring to utter protest, he bowed deeply and withdrew without delay. This task must be executed flawlessly, or he would suffer the same fate as those bandits. Silence fell again, so profound a pin's fall would have echoed, while Severin's earlier ferocity melted into an air of relaxed composure. That youth named Yufeng had stirred his curiosity, fiercely acquainted with Lady Castor, matching him in third-tier martial prowess, and possessing rarest of all an unblemished Dao heart. Yufeng, I eagerly await our meeting. May your strength prove worthy of your deeds. Do not disappoint me, especially now as the Grand Assembly draws near and capable hands grow scarce. Should his power satisfy me, well and good. But should it fall short? Severin lived by one immutable creed: only the strong earn his respect. All A hollow laugh suffices. Unaware he had drawn such dangerous attention, Yu Feng stood before his latest creation, his spirit ink brush now fully forged. Though outwardly unimpressive, it functioned perfectly. He stowed the artifact into his system space and turned to check on Yu Lingli and the others. Entering the parlor, he found Feina seated cross-legged upon a cushion, while Yu Lingli observed her closely from nearby, attuned to every subtle shift in her aura. The moment Yu Feng emerged from his chamber, Yu Lingli glanced up and raised a delicate hand, silencing him before. Puzzled, why impose silence so abruptly? He dared only tiptoe to a chair and settle in quietly. Then extending his divine sense toward Feina, he felt it surge forward, only to vanish without trace. His spiritual sense, normally potent enough to perceive everything within 200 meters, vanished as if swallowed by an unfathomable vortex. What? At Foundation Establishment 7th layer, his divine sense had never faltered, yet here against Feina it met absolute resistance. I refuse to be thwarted. His single black pupil darkened, then layered upon itself, revealing concentric pupils one within another. His gaze shimmered with commanding authority, no longer monochrome, but deep, mysterious, razor-sharp, his entire presence transformed. Gazing again at Feina, he saw threads of temporal and spatial energy seeping forth from her, intangible, formless, yet overwhelmingly potent. They encased her completely, carving out a sovereign realm apart, severed utterly from the world beyond. No wonder his 7th-layer divine sense failed. He might wield a peerless cultivation art, yet before time and space, the twin supreme laws, he remained but a fledgling. Only his twin pupils could pierce that veil, revealing Feina's true transformation, not the system. Then tell me, is Feina the protagonist, or am I? After observing Feina's cultivation with quiet fascination, her body suddenly trembled. Something within her shattered its bounds, and her previously faint magical energy surged violently. Within moments it stabilized at the threshold of first-rank mage, her magic once turbulent now flowing calm and steady. Feina opened her eyes slowly, immediately spotting brother Yu Feng and sister Lingli, both silently watching her all along. Flustered, she whispered timidly, "Did Feina do something wrong? Why is everyone so quiet?" Yu Feng's expression brimmed with curiosity, but having no knowledge of mage cultivation on the Ethelran continent, he could offer no answer. He nudged Yu Lingli gently with his shoulder. Her vacant stare snapped back to focus. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she replied, Feina, your cultivation posed no real danger. I simply drifted into thought. Still, you must never train alone without our explicit permission, understood?" Her own progress had been extraordinary from childhood, yet even she had never ascended to first-rank mage within mere hours. Relieved she'd committed no transgression, Feina broke into a sweet, radiant smile. "Understood, Sister Lingli. I'm the most obedient girl in the world." As Yu Feng watched them converse, his expression hardened. He turned sharply toward the door. "Lingli, do not step outside unless I grant permission." Yu Lingli and Feina recoiled, startled by his sudden severity. "What's wrong, Yu Feng?" "Visitors have arrived, though whether guests or foes remains unclear. I'll assess the situation first. Stay inside with Feina. Should anything occur, I'll inform you instantly." He rose, seized his flying sword Yu Lian, and strode resolutely toward the gate, sensing portents of grave consequence. Outside the courtyard, a squad of elite guards stood arrayed. Their leader was none other than City Magistrate Florin, originally intending only to dispatch subordinates to deliver the invitation to Yu Feng's residence. Yet after careful deliberation, he decided to come himself, knowing full well the resident was a merciless killer, fearing any misstep might cost him his position and his head before the city lord. He smoothed his robes, lifted his hand to knock. When mid-motion, the courtyard gate exploded inward. A 3-chi blade pressed cold and unwavering against his temple, its wielder Yu Feng. Florin's guards drew weapons instantly, eyes locked on Yu Feng with lethal intensity. These were no ordinary city watchmen. They were elite cadres trained directly by the city lord's residents, tasked with guarding and supervising high-value personnel. They did not know this man was the very one who had nearly annihilated the Swiftwind bandits days prior. Steel rang out across the courtyard, the air thick with imminent violence. Florent at this moment was surprisingly clever, quickly raising his voice to stop everyone. "Don't move. Put down your weapons." The guards of the city lord's mansion were puzzled, but they could only obey, honestly, slowly lowering their weapons. Then, feigning calmness with a tone of flattery, he said to Yu Feng, "My friend, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? We don't need to resort to weapons right away, do we?" Although Yu Feng had seen the guards put down their weapons, his guard was still firmly in place. One must always be cautious. This was a lesson he learned long before his reincarnation. "Misunderstanding? I think not. Who visits a home with a large entourage of guards, and I don't even know you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure radiating from Yu Feng intensified, as if he would resort to violence if the person before him did not provide an explanation. Yufeng felt he had no choice, but if he did not appear resolute, he might not find peace in Linfeng Alley in the future. Florent's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the second tier, yet the aura exuded by Yufeng made it hard for him to breathe. He was increasingly certain that Yufeng was the ruthless man who had annihilated the Gale bandits a few days prior. Misunderstanding. I am Florent, the city official of Linfeng Alley. I come today on the orders of the city lord to invite this friend to a banquet at the city lord's mansion tomorrow evening. There is absolutely no other intention. Yufeng was somewhat surprised by these words. Why would the city lord suddenly invite him to a banquet? Could it be that the news of the Gale bandits' extermination had leaked? He had been careless that day, focusing solely on eliminating the main culprits while the remnants had already fled. Seeing Yufeng deep in thought, Florent's heart finally eased a little. Day after day, he was either facing the exploitation of an unscrupulous superior or dealing with ruthless people. If he were not a branch member of his family, he wouldn't have to endure such treatment. While Yufeng was still pondering, he hurriedly took out the prepared invitation and respectfully handed it over. This ruthless man. This esteemed friend, my task is complete. Please consider it carefully. I won't disturb you any longer. After hesitating for a moment, Yufeng took the invitation, but he still did not lower his flying sword. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Florent quickly signaled his subordinates to leave, not daring to stay a moment longer. Once he sensed that the other party had completely exited the alley, Yufeng did not pursue them, but instead closed the door with a gloomy expression and slowly walked into the room. As soon as he entered the living room, Yu Lingli and Fina rushed over with anxious faces. Yufeng, are you okay? Brother Yufeng, who were those people that just came outside? Yufeng spoke in a calm manner, describing the events that had just occurred at the courtyard door. You can't go. This is clearly ill-intentioned. Who knows what the city lord is really thinking? Fina chimed in. Sister Lingli is right. Brother Yufeng, you must not go. Yufeng was now in a dilemma. If he did not go, it would be tantamount to tearing his face with the city lord of Linfeng. Although he was confident he could escape unscathed in the city, he still had to consider the mobility-impaired Yu Lingli and Fina. What should he do? Ding, task detected for the host. An invitation to the banquet from the city lord of Linfeng Alley. Please attend alone and test the intensity of this otherworldly banquet. Accepting this task will grant an advance reward. System reward: 1 Thunder Pearl, 3 bottles of first-tier top-grade Qi Gathering Pills, a small system upgrade, and 100 silver coins. The Thunder Pearl is a one-time magical artifact. Its individual power is incredibly strong. No one below the 4th tier in the Izeran continent can withstand it. The system will undergo a small upgrade taking 12 hours. After completion, the host can check it. After seeing the system suddenly issue a task, Yufeng's previously hesitant heart instantly perked up. It's just attending a banquet at the city lord's mansion, right? Why not go? He had spent quite some time living in this city and had heard that the city lord's cultivation could not possibly exceed the 3rd tier. After accepting the task, in his heart a slew of rewards instantly appeared in the system space. Yufeng looked at Yu Lingli and Fina, his expression quite relaxed, and said, "You two don't need to worry. Tomorrow evening I will meet this city lord. Lingli, you and Fina stay at home. Don't go anywhere. I will return before dawn." Yu Lingli was shocked and puzzled upon hearing his decision. Are you crazy, Yufeng? At this moment you're still trying to be brave. Do you even realize? Yu Lingli's words were cut off by Yufeng. Lingli, you can rest easy. I have my methods to escape unscathed. You don't need to be too anxious. Yufeng, you. Humph. If you want to die, then go ahead. After saying that, Yu Lingli pushed her wheelchair back to her room, leaving Yufeng and Fina in the living room. Brother Yufeng, it seems Sister Lingli is angry. Fina had never seen Yu Lingli this angry before, and it had scared her quite a bit. Yufeng was also startled by her reaction. Why did it feel like the longer they interacted, the angrier Yu Lingli became? But for now, he first comforted Fina to go back to her room to sleep, then quietly approached Yu Lingli's room and gently knocked on the door. At this time, Yu Lingli had already climbed into bed, her face full of anger, fiercely punching a soft pillow. Damn Yufeng, why is he so annoying? I am clearly doing this for his own good, yet he doesn't appreciate it. I'm so mad. The little fragrant pillow beside her bore the brunt of her frustration. If it could speak, it would definitely be complaining. Why am I being blamed? Just last night, they were clearly very close, and today, they were at each other's throats. After venting for a while, Yu Lingli lay back down on the bed, introspectively murmuring to herself, what is wrong with me? Why did I suddenly get so angry outside just now? Unknowingly, she had become overly concerned about Yufeng, but her pride would not allow her to admit it. When she heard that Yufeng planned to attend the banquet alone, her heart felt a sharp pang. At that moment, her heart seemed to take over her brain. Despite her unwillingness to admit it, she truly did not want Yufeng to take such risks alone. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she could only return to her room and sulk. Just then a gentle knocking sound came from the door. She knew without thinking who it was, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Come in." She wanted to see how Yufeng would explain himself to her. Upon receiving permission from the room's occupant, Yufeng felt reassured, at least he was not being shut out completely. As soon as he entered, he saw Yu Lingli lying on her side in bed, not even wanting to glance at him. Instantly, he felt overwhelmed. He had never dated anyone before his reincarnation. He was utterly clueless about how to comfort a girl, so he could only force himself to sit beside the bed and gently ask, "Lingli, what made you suddenly so angry just now, eh?" Although Yu Lingli did not turn to look at him, her voice came through hesitant. "Angry? Where? How could I possibly be angry?" Upon hearing Yufeng's straightforward words, the little anger she had left. It's interesting how people often get angry with those they care about and are lenient towards themselves. Yufeng couldn't help but break into a cold sweat just from the tone of Yu Lingli's voice. Goodness, if you're not angry, who would be? However, it was fine to silently complain in his heart. After all, he didn't dare to say it out loud in front of Yu Ling, but he also didn't dare to preach any lofty principles or comfort the girl. If he were to reason with her, TSK, 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 then it seemed he thought of something, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. "Lingli, why do I feel you've changed a bit from how you used to be?" Yu Lingli had originally thought that Yufeng would share some profound insights, but instead he was completely She had planned to just respond with "oh and to whatever he said, but upon hearing his judgment of her, she couldn't help but turn around and retort, "How could that be? What has changed?" Seeing his scheme succeed, Yufeng steadied himself and continued, "You see, you weren't like this before. No matter what problems arose, you would always voice them immediately. Now, however, it seemed you've become somewhat insincere." Yu Lingli's face flushed slightly at his words, but her efforts to disguise her feelings were easily seen through by him. Feeling a bit annoyed, she raised her hand, intending to give Yufeng a few taps on the head to cover up her guilty. However, in the next second, Yufeng's face quickly drew near, and his large hands gently clasped her fists. She could distinctly feel his warm breath. His sincere gaze was fixed directly upon her. Her mind went blank for a moment, and her hands froze mid-motion. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Then she heard Yufeng's earnest voice, "Lingli, the reason I'm attending the banquet at the City Lord's mansion is not for any other reason, but to ensure you can focus on your recovery in the coming days. At first I didn't plan to go, but if I don't, it would be tantamount to tearing apart my relationship with the City Lord. In that case, don't even think about sending you home. Perhaps Fina would get involved because of this, so please forgive my impulsiveness this time. Moreover, I truly have confidence that even if the City Lord wishes me harm, he must weigh whether he is worthy." At this moment, Yu Lingli may not have taken much of Yufeng's words to heart, but his close proximity and sincere demeanor caused the flickering flame in her heart to gradually fade. After a while, Yu Lingli could no longer endure the ambiguous atmosphere. With her face flushed, she gently pushed Yufeng aside and said in a soft, trembling voice, "You're right, the elders of the Empire are indeed correct. Among all the races in the Acylon continent, humans are the most deceitful." Yufeng understood that despite her disdainful words, his previous comments had indeed calmed her down. His face, which had just been sincere, immediately returned to its usual mischievous demeanor. Then, "Dear elven lady, are you willing to be deceived by my kind-hearted lie just once?" Yu Lingli was already overwhelmed by his relentless teasing, but she still pretended to be aloof and turned her head away, saying, "Since you are so confident, then go ahead. When you return injured, I hope you can still be as carefree and jovial as you are now." Upon hearing her tone devoid of hostility, Yufeng secretly took out the hidden ring from his system space. It wasn't crafted from precious stones, but rather woven from some high-quality floral vines. Taking advantage of Yu Lingli turning her head, he gently placed the fragrant bracelet on her wrist. Yu Lingli felt a strange sensation on her wrist and curiously directed her gaze towards it. In an instant, she felt as if her entire body had been pressed by some pause button, her skin turning an unprecedented. Her entire face was flushed from her ears to her cheeks, radiating a deep crimson hue, showing no sign of fading. Her mind raced at one moment, shaking her head, then nodding, finally settling on some resolution, murmuring indistinctly, "Yufeng, have you thought this through?" At this moment, Yufeng was equally perplexed by her appearance. Wasn't he just giving her a bracelet to conceal? It was quite normal for Yufeng to be confused, as he was unaware of the elven custom that when an elf gifts a wearable item to someone of the opposite sex, it signifies their feelings, if the girl is willing to accept it. But unfortunately, Yufeng did not know and continued to explain the bracelet's significance earnestly. "Don't underestimate this bracelet. I worked hard to obtain it. You must wear it at all times and don't take it off without my permission. Yu Lingli's affection 10. And if anyone damages it in the future, I will definitely take them down. Yu Lingli's affection 30. With a joyful yet slightly proud expression, Yu Lingli said, "So you value this item so much? Then I'll reluctantly take care of it." Yufeng, still not fully grasping the situation, nodded vigorously, saying, "After all, it can help you conceal your elven identity, making the journey home much easier, without unnecessary trouble." Yu Lingli's previously sweet smile instantly vanished after hearing this, her face becoming eerily quiet. Suddenly she realized that Yufeng could not possibly know the unique customs of the elven race, and he was treating the gift so seriously. It turned out that from the very beginning he had no idea what giving this ring meant to her. At this moment she felt a mix of shame and anger. Yu Lingli's affection 100. Anger 200. Yufeng, oblivious to the change in her expression, continued to talk about the bracelet's uses. Instantly Yu Lingli's lips curled into a cold smile. "Yufeng, come here for a moment." "Huh? What is it?" "Oh, ouch. Please stop hitting me, Lingli." After a while Yufeng walked out of the room, or rather was once again forced out. He gently rubbed his aching face, confused about how he had ended up getting beaten again. What on earth had he done wrong? After a long night of hard work, had he managed to comfort her or not? On the other side, after driving Yufeng out of the room, Yu Lingli curled up in her blanket, feeling as if her emotions had been on a roller coaster. Fortunately, Yufeng didn't know why she suddenly wanted to hit him. If he understood, how could she face him again after such an irrational display? It must have been her imagination. How could she possibly have feelings for him? It must be due to her poor sleep these past few days. After running through a series of self-justifying thoughts, her emotions gradually calmed down. Reaching out of the covers, Yu Lingli showed no signs of sleepiness, with a faint blush on her face, simply staring blankly at the ceiling. It seemed she recalled something again, as a unique smile occasionally appeared at the corners of her mouth. After returning to his room, Yufeng did not immediately begin cultivating. Instead, he summoned the system and manually initiated a minor system upgrade, before gradually setting aside his wandering thoughts to focus on cultivation. Ding detected that the system is undergoing a minor upgrade. Estimated completion time, 12 hours. Before the system upgrade, he had already retrieved his cultivation pills. A bottle of first-grade Supreme Kigatharing pills containing 10 pills, enough to sustain his training for half a month. Now let me have a taste and see how effective these medicinal properties truly are. While Yufeng was quietly cultivating, a massive purge swept through all those in the entire Windfrost Pass who were connected to the Gale Bandit Brigade. Florin, after delivering the invitation to Yufeng, did not rush back, for he had some important matters to attend to. He had to bring Torin back alive to truly atone for his crimes and earn merit. Upon arriving at Torin's residence, the ruthless glint in his eyes made even the guards beside him feel a pang of pity for the family within. "Everyone hear my command. Once we charge and strike anyone you see. Kill those who resist on the spot, and throw everyone inside into the dungeon. As for the main culprit, Torin, who conspired with the Gale Bandit Brigade, sever his limbs. Then I will personally escort him to the City Lord to confess his crimes." Most of the men by Florin's side were elites trained in the City Lord's manner, many of whom possessed cultivation. Filled with fervor, they charged straight in. The group slammed open the courtyard gate with force. Before the people in the yard could even react, the City Lord's guards stormed in like a pack of tigers descending a mountain. Irresistible and unstoppable. Screams and curses rose and fell, but soon they all turned into wails of agony. Those who resisted fiercely were executed on the spot. Everyone in the courtyard was subdued, their hands and feet bound, and they were tossed aside as the guards prepared to arrest the main culprit first before throwing them all into the city's dungeon. Torin, who had been in the basement quietly attempting to break through his cultivation, heard the commotion above. Sensing that something was amiss, he hastily halted his cultivation and intended to go up and see which insolent fool dared to cause trouble at his residence. Just as he reached the middle of the staircase, a cacophony of chaotic footsteps approached him, and the stone door blocking the path was instantly blasted open. Torin was both shocked and enraged. He instinctively moved to resist, but upon seeing the leader, he recognized him all too well. "Florin, how could it be you? Breaking into my courtyard in the dead of night. Do you have any respect for the City Lord?" Having been in seclusion for days, he was completely oblivious to the outside world. Florin, seeing his stubborn attempts to argue, cupped his hands toward the leading guard. "Captain Song Nua, ill trouble you. Finding him and delivering him to the City Lord tonight will be a job well done." Torin's entire body stiffened at the sight of the leader, his hands frozen, not knowing where to place them. Why is he here too? He knew well that Song Nua was the City Lord's trusted confidant. He was about to ask what was happening, but Song Nua was a man of few words and gave him no chance to resist. In mere moments, Song Nua pressed him firmly against the cold ground, rendering him immobile. No matter how much he struggled or roared, it was all in vain. The guards showed no mercy, following the earlier orders to sever the meridians of his limbs without hesitation. Excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. Torin convulsed violently, his face turning deathly pale, stripped of all his former arrogance and tyranny, reduced to a helpless prisoner at others' mercy. Florin watched coldly from the side, then waved his hand and led everyone away. The morning light grew stronger, and the sun climbed to its zenith, marking the arrival of the following noon. Yu Feng also ceased his cultivation as the faint spiritual glow around him slowly faded. He had not rested a single moment since leaving Yu Lingli's room the previous night, cultivating continuously until now. Feeling that his cultivation base had solidified a bit more, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. The effects of these first-grade supreme Kigathering pills were truly remarkable. He estimated that after consuming the remaining 3 bottles his cultivation would likely reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement. If only I could get a few more. These few pills aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. As if hearing his thoughts, the system suddenly chimed in from the depths of his mind. Ding, system update complete. This update brings 2 new functions. The system now has a scanning function capable of presenting basic information about people or items to the host. The system adds a weekly limited time shop. Every 7 days, regardless of purchase, the items are refreshed at a fixed time, with the transaction currency being Aceland Continent gold coins. Other minor changes can be explored by the host on their own. System, you call this a minor upgrade? I'd believe it if you said you'd been completely overhauled. Please don't make a fuss, host. As long as you actively complete tasks, more functions will be unlocked in the future. Yu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the system's empty promises. Let me try out this scanning function first. I happened to pick up a strange stone outside a couple of days ago, and I can't identify it. Yu Feng took out the oddly shaped stone, placed it casually on the table, and silently commanded a scan. Ding, scanning item. Detected rare item Gung Gold. Gung Gold, also known as Gung Essence or Gung Gold Essence, it is a supreme metal treasure formed from the condensation of innate Gung Gold Qi between heaven and earth. It belongs to the metal element Origin's spiritual material. It is the ideal choice for crafting weapons and artifacts. Adding even a trace can exponentially increase the sharpness of flying swords or blades, easily severing the defensive artifacts, robes, or even bodies of cultivators at the same rank. Evaluation: an extremely precious metallic mineral. Yu Feng, who had been lounging casually in his chair, sat bolt upright at the system's introduction of Gung Gold, his eyes suddenly sharp and clear. He nearly jumped up on the spot. Gung Gold. The stone I picked up casually by the roadside turns out to be the top-tier material Gung Gold in the cultivation world. Though it was only the size of a fingernail, it was undoubtedly Gung Gold. Unable to contain himself, Yu Feng channeled spiritual energy into his fingertips, executed the Tai Su sword finger technique, and carefully peeled away the stone layer. After a long while, he finally extracted the fingernail-sized piece of Gung Gold from the stone. Holding it in his hand, he felt its essence. Though small, it contained an astonishing amount of metal element origin power. What a treasure indeed. He then solemnly stored it away in the system's space. For now, the ordinary craftsman in Windfrost Pass were incapable of fusing this precious Gung Gold with his flying sword. He would wait until he met a suitable craftsman in the future to ask for their help, or until the system granted him a reward related to learning the art of forging. Yu Feng casually tested the system's detection function as well. After confirming that none of his belongings held significant value, he opened the system's weekly shop. System weekly shop, 3 items refreshed weekly. First grade Supreme Kigathering Pill, bottle 1 gold coin. First grade Supreme Flying Artifact Spirit Boat, 100 gold coins. Foundation Establishment Spiritual Herb Thick Earth Ganoderma, 250 gold coins. Good heavens. Seeing the items in the shop, Yu Feng thought he had some spare cash for a shopping spree. But after buying the first 2 items, he was nearly broke with no remaining funds for the last one. Yet the Thick Earth Ganoderma was crucial to him. According to the description in the Tai Su Derivation Heart Sutra Mortal chapter, ordinary Foundation Establishment pills wouldn't work for cultivating this technique. He had to gather Foundation Establishment spiritual herbs of all 5 elements and supplement them with the trace of Tai Su Qi cultivated through the technique to step into the Foundation Establishment stage. He had already cultivated that Tai Su Qi, though only a tiny amount, but it was real. He had been worrying about where to find these 5-element spiritual items in the Aceland continent, but the system had just refreshed one for him. He absolutely couldn't let it slip away. He had to find a way to gather enough gold coins within this week. But how? The thought brought him a pang of frustration. Even in this other world, he was still plagued by financial troubles. A sword at the banquet. At this moment, Yu Lingli was in the living room teaching Fina her lessons when she noticed Yu Feng stepping out with a gloomy expression. He gently brushed aside the silver-white strands of hair near his ears, puzzled, and asked, "In just a single night, why does your face look like you owe someone money?" "Will I feel worse than someone who owes money?" Yu Feng sighed in distress and gulped down the water from the cup on the dining table. Completely oblivious to the girl beside him, a slight blush flickered across his face. When he turned to look at Yu Lingli, he immediately noticed some changes in her. At this moment, the hidden ring had begun to take effect. Yu Lingli's elf-like ears had transformed into a more human appearance, and even her aura had changed. Her little face seemed a bit redder than usual, but other than that there weren't any significant changes. After carefully examining her from head to toe, Yufeng softly said, "This ring works really well. I won't have to worry about my identity being exposed while walking on the streets anymore." "Umph. At least you have a bit of conscience considering these aspects. But I'm quite curious, where did you get this treasure?" Yu Lingli had also studied the ring for quite a while without any results. It clearly had no magical patterns, yet its effectiveness was surprisingly good. It's a secret. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingli rolled her eyes silently, but didn't pry further. She just quietly appreciated Yufeng's thoughtfulness. "One day I will repay you in kind. Brother Yufeng, when do you plan to attend the Lord's banquet?" Fina, finding a moment to be lazy, eagerly asked Yufeng. "It's still early, no rush. They'll bring back some good food later. The dishes at the Lord's mansion shouldn't be too bad." "Come on, it's already this time, and you still look so unconcerned. Aren't you going to prepare properly? If that Lord tries to pull a fast one on you, you won't even know it. Lingli, can't you have a bit of faith in me?" "Oh, I do, but I feel like you'll come back looking like a pig's head." Yufeng was momentarily speechless, left without a retort. The three of them sat together chatting idly, and as time passed the sun was preparing to clock out. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened considerably, and scattered lights began to flicker on the streets. The time for the banquet was quietly approaching. Yufeng knew it was time to set off, slowly getting up and walking to the door, glancing back at the two in the room. He left behind a casual remark, "Fina, take good care of your sister Lingli. Wait for my return." After saying this, he left without looking back. Sitting beside him, Fina noticed that Yu Lingli's expression seemed to dim significantly, as if her heart had left with Yufeng. "Sister Lingli, are we continuing to study tonight?" "No need, let's call it a day. You can wash up and go to bed, Fina. They'll just sit in the yard for a while." "Sister Lingli, are you planning to wait for brother Yufeng to come back?" Yu Lingli did not respond, but her eyes had already given a clear answer. On the other side of the street, Yufeng followed the direction in his memory, heading towards the largest building in the city. After spending some time passing through several main streets, he caught sight of the Lord's mansion nestled in the heart of the city. Florent had been waiting at the entrance for Yufeng. He had been quite troubled these past few days, but fortunately everything was now moving in a positive direction. Upon seeing Yufeng in the distance, he hurriedly approached to greet him, afraid of offending this formidable person. As he got closer, a polite smile spread across Florent's face, and he slightly bowed, clasping his hands. "Lord Yufeng, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The banquet is ready, and the Lord has been waiting inside for some time. He specifically instructed me to welcome you." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for Yufeng to enter, his posture extremely respectful, and his tone particularly flattering. "Please follow me inside." Yufeng was not one to be overly modest either. Following behind Florent, he observed the high walls and expansive courtyards, as well as the countless servants and guards. After passing through several courtyards, they quickly arrived at the entrance of an elegant banquet hall. "Lord Yufeng, the Lord is waiting for you inside. I, not being of appropriate status, will not accompany you in." Yufeng nodded slightly, said nothing more, raised his hand to gently push open the hall door, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the hall, his gaze swept across the entire venue, landing immediately on the main seat at the center. On both sides of the hall, several strong and imposing guards from the Lord's mansion stood silently, each brimming with vigilance, standing solemnly and focusing their gaze tightly on Yufeng as he entered, making the atmosphere instantly serious and subtle. At that moment, Sevian smiled faintly upon seeing the newcomer, as if everything was under his control. Yufeng, with a face that seemed to regard life and death lightly, was ready to fight back. With a hand gripping a flying sword, he strode forward, seemingly disregarding everyone inside. Sevian watched Yufeng, who appeared fearless, and internally admired him even more. He then spoke, "Someone hurry and offer this gentleman a seat. Today our Lord wishes to drink heartily with this young hero." Yufeng saw the person in the main seat speak and immediately activated his system scan on him. Name: Sevian Lauren, cultivation mid-stage, 3rd rank, battle master, identity Lord of Linfeng Pass in the Silver Orchid Empire. After briefly understanding the information, Yufeng was guided by a nearby attendant to a table below the Lord, now only a few steps away from the Lord's position. "Should I just take him out now?" "Forget it, he'll observe a bit longer. This is not the worst time yet. I am Yufeng, traveling alone across the continent, passing through Linfeng Pass. I am grateful for the Lord's warm invitation to the banquet." "Oh, Mr. Yufeng, there's no need to be so formal. There's no distinction of Lord here. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sevian Lauren. Speaking of which, you really helped me with a big problem. The Gale bandits outside the city have been quite a headache for me, and as the Lord I must thank you." Seeing that he had said this, Yufeng immediately took advantage of the situation. "Lord Sevian, there's no need for thanks. Just casually give me a few hundred gold coins, and that will suffice." Sevian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Yufeng to be so shameless. He was just making some polite remarks, and here Yufeng was directly asking for hundreds of gold coins. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. However, he still appreciated Yufeng's straightforwardness. It saved him from the trouble of saying so many polite, "Ha ha ha, mister. Yufeng truly surprises me. Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore." At once his aura shifted, and his eyes locked onto Yufeng. Are those Gale bandits really wiped out? As he spoke, his mid-stage third-rank battle chi surged towards Yufeng, intending to personally test how capable this young man was. Yufeng noticed that the aura Sevian released was not weak at all, yet he allowed it to settle upon him, his expression showing no signs of being affected. After taking a few bites of food, he slowly set down his utensils. His cold words instantly pushed the atmosphere of the entire dining hall to a climax. Even if I did it, so what? If it wasn't me, what could you Lord Sevian do about it? What an ignorant brat. How dare you speak insolently in the Lord's mansion? The guards beside Sevian could no longer hold their seats, their faces instantly filled with fury as they glared at him. As soon as the Lord gave the order, they were ready to rush forward and hack Yufeng into pieces. Sevian's face was as cold as ice at this moment, completely unable to comprehend how bold Yufeng was. However, he did not act immediately, as he genuinely found Yufeng hard to fathom. Even under his full power, Yufeng appeared so nonchalant. He first lightly raised his hands, signaling the guards beside him not to act yet, and then slowly stood up. Looking down at Yufeng, he spoke in a cold tone. "I have always preferred dealing with strong individuals, so let me be blunt. I invited you here today to test if you possess the strength. Oh, how does Lord Sevian plan to conduct this test? Please don't tell me it's relying on those guards beside you. I don't have the time to play house here with you." At this point, Sevian was too lazy to waste words. He picked up a spear beside him and directly gave an answer through action. With a powerful thrust, the spear infused with fighting spirit shot straight toward Yufeng. The spear tip glimmered coldly, showing no mercy, aimed solely at heavily injuring Yufeng. Fortunately, Yufeng had long been prepared for this. With a thought, a thick earthen wall suddenly surged up from the ground in front of him, firmly protecting him behind it. Sevian was startled, looking at the sudden appearance of the earthen wall, filled with questions in his mind. How could this kid use magic? Clang! The spear violently struck the earthen barrier, causing it to tremble fiercely. The sharp sound of collision echoed throughout the room, and the fierce force of the spear was completely blocked by Yufeng's earth-based spell, not even allowing it to come close to him. Before Sevian could react, Yufeng swiftly circled to his side, using the void step, delivering a simple, yet powerful punch straight towards Sevian's face. Sevian hurriedly blocked with his spear, filled with disdain. A mere mage dared to engage him in close combat, truly ignorant of how to write the word death. Quickly, he regretted his arrogance. A brutal force sent him flying, but relying on muscle memory, he quickly adjusted his position in midair to avoid being too embarrassed. Quickly, he regretted his arrogance. A brutal force sent him flying, but relying on muscle memory, he quickly adjusted his position. Though it did not pose a direct threat to him, an extraordinarily strange aura emanated from Yufeng. Feeling a tingling pain in his hand, he thought to himself. A full-force punch from the late stage of chi refinement had such limited effect on a third-level fighter. It seemed he had greatly underestimated the standards of a third-level grand fighter. Indeed, there was a significant divide between fighters and grand fighters. Not far away, Sevian had already adjusted his state and immediately activated his fighting spirit to unleash a third-level fighting technique, Sky-Shattering Spear. Charging towards Yufeng again this time, he would not underestimate him, determined to reclaim his honor. As long as he could close the distance, he was confident he could take Yufeng down in a very short time. However, Yufeng was not so easily thwarted. He quickly conjured 7 or 8 fireballs behind him, rushing towards Sevian. Seeing this, Sevian immediately reacted, swiftly dodging and nimbly avoiding several incoming fireballs. With a few remaining fireballs closing in, he rapidly flicked his wrist, and the spear moved with an almost sentient grace, accurately deflecting the remaining fireballs, causing explosions of fire. Before he could catch his breath, a mass of vines suddenly erupted from the ground, binding him tightly. Oh no! Seeing that his wood element spell from the 5 elements technique had taken effect, Yufeng swiftly drew his flying sword, which originally was just one, but in the blink of an eye it split into dozens, flying at different angles towards Sevian. Realizing he was about to be turned into a pincushion, Sevian immediately summoned all his fighting spirit, using the most exhausting and rudimentary method to violently shatter all the vines binding him. Just as he broke free, a series of piercing sounds rushed towards him. Sevian hurriedly positioned his spear in front of him, channeling the little fighting spirit he had left to protect himself, awkwardly swinging the spear to block left and right. The clanging sound of metal on metal rang out continuously. In a moment of chaos, he was forced to retreat quickly, his luxurious attire slashed by the sword energy, with blood seeping out, cold sweat beading on his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. The guards beside him, witnessing their lord being overwhelmed, wore expressions as exaggerated as they could manage. Who on earth is this person? How could he suddenly summon a sword to fly and then unleash a barrage of magic? To them, the 5 elements spells Yufeng had just cast all belonged to the category of magic. At this moment, Sevian was under tremendous pressure as the techniques Yufeng displayed were simply too bizarre. He was completely outmatched. Yufeng lightly scanned him with his unique eyes, noticing that Sevian's fighting spirit was nearly depleted. It was time to end this battle. Skillfully executing the Void Step, he propelled himself towards Sevian, channeling all his mana to unleash the Void Sword Finger. Sevian was still busy dealing with the flying swords Yufeng had summoned when he realized Yufeng was already right in front of him. My goodness, as a 3rd-level Grand Fighter, I am being attacked point-blank by a mage. He immediately grasped the spear's handle, the spear tip tracing a graceful arc in the air as he swung it down fiercely at Yufeng. Just as the spear was about to strike, Yufeng's finger unleashed a sharp sword energy, showing no fear of the incoming spear. With a crisp crack, the overwhelming power of the sword finger erupted, forcefully shattering the tip of Sevian's spear into pieces, scattering them across the room. Seeing the unwavering power in Yufeng's finger, Sevian thought he was doomed, but little did he expect that the finger, which seemed capable of tearing everything apart, halted right in front of his neck. A feeling of having survived a calamity swept over Sevian's entire body. Before he could even take 2 deep breaths, Yufeng's cold voice rang in his ears once more. Lord Sevian, are you satisfied with my strength? If you still have doubts, I would be more than willing to entertain you, but next time I cannot guarantee that you will still be able to stand and speak. Sevian's face turned as red as liver, yet he felt helpless. In this continent, only the strong are respected, and today being allowed to live was already incredibly fortunate. He immediately bowed deeply to Yufeng, performing a standard Silver Orchid Empire salute, and slowly said, I understand, Mr. Yufeng's words. I assure you no one will disturb you within the Linfeng Narrow City from now on. Hearing the satisfactory response, Yufeng immediately withdrew his spell and leisurely walked back to the dining table, savoring the food laid out before him. Showing no hint of politeness, he ate while directing others. This fish is well cooked, and these braised ribs are great. Lord Sevian, could you prepare a few more portions for me? I intend to take some back with me. Sevian was taken aback. After all, he was the lord of a city, and today he was expected to treat someone to a... However, given his current situation, he had no room to refute, signaling his subordinates to comply with Yufeng's request while he served beside him. The entire room was filled with an extraordinarily strange atmosphere. The lord, who should have been seated at the head, was now serving tea and pouring wine for someone else. If one were to ask why Yufeng did not kill him, it's simple. After all, he is the lord appointed by the Silver Orchid Empire. If he accidentally killed him, how would he send Yu Lingli back later? After all, he needed to cross the entire Silver Orchid Empire to reach the Violet Empire. While he was pondering, Sevian cautiously asked, Mr. Yufeng, I have another question if you don't mind. If you can clarify it for me, I would be willing to offer you 100 gold coins without charge. Hearing that one question could earn him 100 gold coins, Yufeng's eyes nearly popped out. Was this one-trick-minded lord truly struck dumb by his earlier defeat? However, it was good, as he genuinely needed a substantial sum of money, and he raised his hand, signaling Sevian to ask. Mr. Yufeng, are you dual cultivating martial arts and magic? After hearing the term dual cultivation of martial and magical arts again, Yufeng could hardly be bothered to think, and simply nodded lightly. This was because during his battle with Sevian, he had already used his chi concealment technique to disguise all his magical power as fighting spirit and magic. It was precisely to solidify the image of being a dual cultivator, as this would reduce many unnecessary troubles for him. Upon seeing Yufeng's acknowledgement, admiration immediately gleamed in Sevian's eyes, for it was known that the time and resources required for dual cultivation were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. To put it bluntly, only those with both wealth and influence along with innate talent could dare to engage in such practices. Otherwise, how could one possibly cultivate to such a level at a young age? In time, his name would surely resonate throughout the entire human empire. Yufeng looked at Sevian, who was beside him, with a look of admiration, and he realized he had successfully fooled another one. He then ignored him and focused on eliminating the enemies on the dining table. After Yufeng had eaten his fill, Sevian couldn't help but inquire. The selection for the genius competition of the 3 great empires is about to begin. Are you planning to participate? The genius competition of the 3 great empires. What is that? Yufeng asked, his face filled with confusion. Huh, you don't know about this. This competition is organized by the royal families of the 3 great empires to select all the young geniuses among humanity. Apart from gaining fame, the rewards are incredibly generous. With your strength, participating would surely place you in the top 100 of the empire, allowing you to represent the Yinlan Empire in the Violet Empire for this top-tier competition. Yufeng was immediately intrigued, gesturing for him to continue. The Yinlan Empire has a total of 72 main cities, and the preliminary rounds will take place within these 72 cities. The age limit is 25 years, with only 20 spots available in each main city. As long as you can represent your city in the imperial competition, you will be awarded the title of knight by the city lord along with a substantial sum of money unconditionally granted to the contestants for purchasing cultivation resources. Of course, you probably wouldn't be interested in these rewards as your stage is surely at the imperial capital. What do you mean by that? Look at this guy as he's speaking human language. Right now I am so poor that I would rather split a gold coin in half to you. Yufeng silently complained in his heart. He had really been frightened by his recent poverty. But I remember that some main cities are quite far from the imperial capital. When the selection results come out, are these people expected to walk to the imperial capital for the competition? Rest assured, Lord Yufeng. At such critical times, the teleportation arrays in the main cities and imperial capital are temporarily opened for the contestants. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, these teleportation arrays are seldom used. You need not worry about the journey. The Empire will arrange everything for you. As long as you have sufficient strength to represent the Inlan Empire in the Violet Empire for the competition, even the 7th level magical teleportation array in the Imperial capital will be opened freely for them. Upon hearing that participating in the competition would allow free use of the teleportation array, Yufeng's mind began to race. If that's the case, then I can save a lot of time on the way back while escorting you Lingli, and I can also experience the standards of geniuses from another world. Seeing that Yufeng seemed somewhat tempted, a sly glint flashed in Sevian's eyes. Lord Yufeng, even for the preliminary rounds, not everyone is eligible to participate. Someone must recommend you. Just so happens that we have one spot available in the Linfeng Isle City. If you are willing to represent us, that spot can only be yours. Seeing Sevian's eager demeanor, Yufeng thought to himself that if he performed well in the competition, the city lord would surely reap immense benefits. At that moment on the dining table, the large and small foxes each had their own calculations, clearly having just been in a fierce fight, but now appeared exceptionally calm. Indeed, in every world there are no eternal enemies, only interests at play. Yufeng did not immediately agree. He needed to return and discuss it with Lingli and the others. As for that, Lord Sevian, I feel I still need to think this over. Once I have news, Yufeng will certainly pay a visit. Sevian immediately responded, that's only right. I'll be waiting for you here at the city lord's mansion. There's still some time before the preliminary rounds, so there's no rush. By the way, I have already had that person named Tom who offended you captured. What do you plan to do about him? Yufeng looked at Sevian, who was trying to please him, and did not refuse as he had nothing to lose at the moment. After giving the other party a very sharp glance, Sevian immediately understood. Alright, the sky is getting late. I should be heading back. Lord Sevian, have you prepared what I asked for? He casually waved his hand at a nearby guard, and a bulging purse was respectfully handed over. This is the 100 gold coins promised for clearing my doubts. Please don't find it lacking, Lord Yufeng. Also, the chefs at the dining hall have prepared the food ready for you to take at any time. Yufeng took the heavy bag and looked at Sevian with more satisfaction in his eyes. Keeping his life was indeed a wise choice. Once the chef delivered the food box, Yufeng did not delay any further and strode towards the door, his expression as relaxed as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. After exiting the city lord's mansion, he leisurely walked towards his residence in the southern part of the city, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. After all, today he had nearly lost his life, but upon thinking that there was still a Tauren waiting for him to deal with, his mood lightened somewhat, for he finally had an outlet for his frustrations. Yufeng soon saw that their small courtyard was brightly lit, standing in stark contrast to the neighboring house. Clearly someone was waiting for him to return. Seeing this, he quickened his pace and headed towards his own yard. As soon as he pushed open the door, Fina rushed into his arms, shouting as she ran, "Brother Yufeng, you're finally..." Sister Lingli and I were so worried. If you came back any later, I was afraid Sister would come knocking on the door. Not far away, Lingli did not pay much attention to Fina's words. Instead, her purple eyes assessed Yufeng. After confirming he was fine, she let out a slow sigh of relief. "You reckless guy, thankfully you returned unharmed. But what do you have in your hands?" Yufeng immediately flaunted the food box in his hand, waving it in front of the two, causing a fragrant aroma to waft out. "Hee, we agreed earlier that I would bring you guys some late-night snacks. Fina, hurry and take it inside." Upon hearing there was food, Fina's steps quickened, her gluttonous nature fully on display. Lingli did not react as dramatically as Fina, but she still appreciated Yufeng's quality of keeping his promises, which was quite different from other humans. At this moment, Yufeng did not think too much. He gently pushed Lingli towards the living room. He increasingly liked his current environment, unlike before, when he was always alone on any given day. After a whole day of busy work, he would find no messages in his phone apart from work-related ones, and during those times he felt the world was utterly empty. For others, holidays are a reward, but for him it was merely a punishment of extreme loneliness. Fortunately, that damn fate had brought him here a life that was much better than before. Lingli, have you heard of the genius competition held by the three great human empires? Originally enjoying a meal at the table, Lingli pondered for a moment after hearing Yufeng's sudden question about herself. and with a hint of pride in her tone she replied, "Humph, you've asked the right person. Even though I grew up among the elves, I do know a thing or two about this matter. After all, only you humans can host an event as grand as the genius competition. No other races have the same charisma as you humans. But why did you suddenly bring this up?" Yufeng briefly described his experience of attending a banquet at the Lord's mansion today. Upon hearing that the top-ranking participants in the preliminary competition could use the magical teleportation array for free, Yuling Li immediately understood Yufeng's meaning. Participating in this competition meant that their journey back to the Elven Empire would be significantly shortened. While Yufeng and Yuling Li were discussing the feasibility of this matter, neither of them noticed Fina at the table. Fina had been quietly listening nearby, and upon hearing that Sister Ling Li was from the Elven clan, a look of realization appeared on her face. After all, the signature ears of the Elven clan had left a deep impression on Fina during their first meeting. Although she hadn't dared to ask too many questions back then, now that she finally had the answer, her heart felt much lighter. Compared to other matters, Fina didn't have many feelings, as she only knew where Yufeng went, and she would follow him. While the two were chatting excitedly, Yufeng returned to the room, retrieving a detailed map of Teyvat from the system. This map was divided into many sections and included the distributions of all the empires on the continent. Yufeng laid the map flat on the dining table, instantly capturing the attention of both. To participate in the genius competition, we must attend the preliminary competition. However, even the most basic preliminary competition requires us to go to the main city in the Silver Orchid Empire. However, the nearest main city to us is Iserland City, and even though it is the closest, it is still 300 kilometers away from Linfeng Pass. Yuling Li leaned against him, her eyes widened as she stared at the map filled with confusion, and asked, "Yufeng, where did you get this map? It depicts all the territories of the three great human empires, but isn't it a bit too detailed?" Is there a problem with casually taking it from the Lord's mansion?" Yufeng explained, somewhat sheepishly, thinking to himself, this is just the beginning. If it weren't for the system breaking the map of the Etherland continent into many sections, even if I took out this map today, I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Cough, cough, cough. The point is not this map, but when should we set off to Iserland City to participate in the preliminary selection and successfully obtain the qualification to go to the Silver Orchid Imperial capital for the competition? Seeing that he didn't intend to explain, Yuling Li felt that even if she pressed him, there would be no answer. She could only bury her doubts deep in her heart, somewhat frustrated. "I'm sure I will find out later. By then I will thoroughly investigate Yufeng's secrets. Why is he always so mysterious?" "So Yufeng, when do you plan to set off?" "This matter is not decided by me, but by Yuling Li." "Oh, why is it me?" Yufeng rolled his eyes slightly, and said with a mischievous tone, "After all, you are still considered a patient, and even if I want to set off now, it's quite unrealistic, right? Hee. Do you want me to carry you, a big girl, all the way to Iserland City?" Upon hearing this, Yuling Li exploded with anger, instantly entering her dragon mode, and her tone resembled that of someone puffing out air. "Yufeng, who are you calling a big girl? If you have the guts, don't stand so far away. Today, I will let you feel the consequences of speaking carelessly." A Katandog chase competition instantly unfolded in the living room. Fina watched the two chase each other and felt a slight sense of melancholy about her future, wondering why it felt like they were the real children. In the end, to prevent Yuling Li from getting overly tired from the scuffle, Yufeng pretended to accidentally be caught by her. After taking a few punches the size of buns, he squatted on the ground, drawing circles. Yuling Li looked at him, feeling that his discomfort had nearly dissipated along with her earlier anger. Just then Fina also came over. She had taken advantage of their scuffle to prepare the water for bathing. "Sister Ling Li, are you done? Let me take you for a nice bath so you'll sleep better tonight." Sure. "Fina is so considerate. If Yufeng dares to bully you in the future, I will definitely help you vent your anger." Yufeng watched the two leave the living room happily, and the discomfort he felt just moments ago vanished completely. He slowly stood up, dusted off his clothes, and then walked towards his room. Although his plans had seemed perfect, without strength, they were completely unfeasible. Yufeng had to take advantage of the time. He still had to quickly improve his cultivation, and he also needed to carefully study the Qingluo Xuanfu General Code. After all, it was related to whether he would have sufficient funds in the future, as the Adventurers Guild would collect anything practical. In contrast to the atmosphere of racing against time in Yufeng's room, Yuling Li and Fina appeared very relaxed and comfortable. In the bathroom, steam rose and warm water filled the large wooden tub, emitting a faint white mist. Fina was inside, carefully helping Yuling Li wipe her back and arms with a soft cloth. While wiping, she asked, "Sister Ling Li, are you comfortable? Do you need me to wipe again?" All right. Fina really knows how to take care of people. I wonder who will benefit from her kindness in the future." Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness crossed Fina's small face, and she could only weakly reply, I want Mary, just anyone." Yulingli looked at Fina's blushing face and couldn't help but rub. Water splashed in the tub, and with the faint mist surrounding them the scene became quite enchanting. After a struggle, Fina finally escaped from Yulingli's grasp. After being teased, she didn't get angry. Instead, she curiously asked Yulingli's sister Ling Li, do you have someone you like now? Someone I like. Upon hearing this, Yuling Li was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she had grown up in the palace and had limited interactions with the opposite sex. Moreover, with her proud personality, she hardly looked at anyone. She didn't know why, but as she thought about it, the image of her daily interactions with Yufeng suddenly surfaced in her mind. Remembering his gentle demeanor, always considering her, and that somewhat excessively handsome face, her cheeks turned bright red. She quickly shook her head and explained somewhat shyly, Sister, I have never liked anyone since I was born, and I probably won't in the future. But what about Yufeng? He treats you so well, don't you like him? Upon hearing Fina mention Yufeng, Yuling Li's face grew even more flustered. However, to maintain the facade she had just built, she stubbornly said, I definitely won't like him. He drives me crazy every day. After hearing her response, a strange smile appeared on Fina's face, and one couldn't tell what she was thinking. After freshening up, Fina returned Yuling Li to her room and went back to her little bed alone. However, no matter how she tossed and turned, she just couldn't fall asleep. She didn't know why, but after Yuling Li mentioned she didn't like Yufeng, the seed that had been planted in their little courtyard at home was sprouting vigorously. After a cursory glance at the Qing Luo Mystic Symbols Compendium, Yufeng suddenly thought of an excellent way. With his current cultivation, as long as he crazily drew some basic talismans, he could cooperate with the Adventurers Association behind Catherine. By the time he was capable of drawing higher quality talismans, earning a mere 50 gold coins would be a piece of cake. Moreover, he could rapidly improve his talisman crafting skills, truly a win-win situation. Yufeng wasted no time and picked out the 3 most practical basic talismans from the Qing Luo Mystic Symbols Compendium. Swift Wind Talisman slightly increases speed for a limited time. Mighty Strength Talisman slightly increases strength for a limited time. Body Protection Talisman creates a small shield of spiritual energy around the body. In the common cultivation world, Qi refinement cultivators typically stockpile a large number of these due to their affordability and practicality. Little did he know that coming to another world would turn this into a lucrative venture. He took out the prepared beast skin and quickly cut it into suitable sizes, gently picking up his brush to start trying his hand at creation. This attempt lasted from the night until dawn the next day. In the first half of the night, due to unstable control of his spiritual energy, there were very few finished products. However, by the latter half of the night, some products gradually emerged. After exhausting his spiritual energy from drawing, he would sit in meditation to recover, and after resting, well, he would immediately pick up the brush to continue. When the morning sun illuminated the entire room, although Yufeng's face was filled with fatigue, seeing the 9 finished products on the table made him feel that the weariness from last night was worth it. 3 types of talismans, each successfully drawn, 3 copies. Even without using spiritual energy, an ordinary person could activate them. However, the current quantity was still a bit too small. Once he had a few dozen, it would be much better to approach Catherine for cooperation. After all, his current success rate was quite low. Having even 1 successful talisman out of 10 was already, oh no, it's so hard for me. The time until the system's monthly market refresh is pressing, and it is far too difficult to earn a large amount of gold in this remote little town. Yufeng had no choice but to hang a sign at his room's door declaring that he was in seclusion to focus entirely on crafting talismans. When Yulingli and Fina saw the glaring sign, they did not disturb him further. All they could do now was help Yufeng maintain this little home, so he had fewer worries. While life was peaceful for them in the faraway extreme west, an invisible conspiracy was brewing. In the extreme west of the Acelon continent, dark clouds shrouded the sky year-round, and the howling wind never ceased. The soil on the ground was stained pitch black, exuding an aura of deathly silence and coldness. Deep within this dreaded land, an ancient abyssal palace, standing for eons, quietly resided in the endless darkness. In the very center of this palace sat a terrifying being, its complete form obscured. Abyssal magic surged around it, and the oppressive aura seemed to have pressed the entire extreme west into a state of pause. Below, a man dressed in a black robe, exuding a powerful aura, did not dare to show even a hint of arrogance at this moment. He knelt heavily on the cold stone floor, his usually proud head bowed deeply, not daring to breathe. After a long while, a voice that could suffocate one instantly resonated from the throne. Corundial, do you still have the face to return? You're telling me a mere 7th-tier insect from the elven race managed to slip away under the eyes of the abyssal god? You know how much the abyss has sacrificed to cooperate with your actions, don't you? Hearing the furious questioning from the throne, Corundial almost lost his footing and fell to the ground. My lord, it was my incompetence, though I did not anticipate that the elven empire would leave her a protective treasure, which led to the failure of the plan. But before she teleported, I placed an abyssal magic mark within her body. Even if she survives this calamity, how much of her cultivation can she still wield? As long as she dares to use magic openly, let alone the backlash pain from abyssal magic, even if she endures it, I will be able to sense her position immediately. Moreover, not long ago, I vaguely sensed a faint aura coming from the east. Please give me one last chance, my lord, and I will definitely bring this girl back to you. After the initial rage, the blurred figure on the throne regained some rationality upon hearing Corundial's series of measures. Is the aura confirmed to be in the east? I guarantee with my life that the general direction cannot be wrong. Corundial, I will give you one last chance. If I do not see her within 3 years, you will serve as nourishment for the... After all, that little insect is her only weakness. Corundial realized that he had a chance to survive this punishment, and the fear of death no longer loomed around him. Regaining a semblance of his former momentum, he bowed deeply to the figure on the throne in gratitude before slowly exiting the grand hall. After a while, Corundial arrived at a giant ancient altar constructed entirely from hard black magic. The altar's surface was wide and smooth, engraved with densely packed, twisted, and strange abyssal patterns through which dark and sinister abyssal magic flowed. Upon seeing that the visitor was Corundial, the priest hurriedly bowed and showed no signs of negligence. Greetings, great abyssal god. Enough of these formalities. I have only one purpose for coming here today. How many large-scale abyssal rifts can still be opened at the abyssal altar? In response to my lord, the altar can currently support a 6th-tier abyssal rift at most, but it is very unstable. After all, we just had a significant conflict with the Elven Empire, and the abyssal power is not what it used to be. It is currently in a recovery phase. A hint of irritation flashed across Corundial's dark face as he asked in a deep voice. If the rift is of a lower tier, the quantity shouldn't be too few, right? The Lord's idea is indeed feasible, but opening low-tier abyssal rifts is of little significance, isn't it? Upon hearing that the method was feasible, Corundial ignored the priest's comments and spoke in an authoritative tone. Just make it happen. Tier open at least 300 low-tier abyssal rifts in the east of the extreme west, and send a large number of abyssal beasts in. Though the priest had doubts, he did not dare to refute. After all, if he inadvertently displeased Corundial, his ordinary priestly status could not protect his life. After Corundial left, the priest could only helplessly go and gather people to start working, as creating a large number of low-tier abyssal rifts was not something he could accomplish alone. Even with help, it wouldn't be completed all at once. As Corundial walked along the path, he muttered to himself, "Damn little insect, I don't believe it. After being corroded by my abyssal magic, you can still hide well during this storm. As long as you dare to use a large amount of magic, I will be able to pinpoint your exact location. You better hide well this time." Hee. In the extreme west, the human kingdoms to the east will once again recall the terror of the abyss. Yu Lingli was completely unaware of the tremendous trouble she was about to bring to this human land. At this moment, she was still in the small courtyard of Linfeng, Aishing, quietly waiting for Yufeng to emerge. However, after a few days of waiting, she finally regained some feeling in her feet, and expected that in a few days she would be able to shed the label of being sick. That day, as usual, Yu Lingli was quietly basking in the sun in the courtyard, but her expression was filled with unease. Seeing Fina, who seemed unaffected, as always, created a stark contrast. "Fina, your brother Yufeng has been in seclusion for 5 days now. Why do you look completely unfazed?" "Sister Lingli, I trust brother Yufeng. He must have his reasons for doing this. I just need to wait for him quietly." After hearing her description, Yu Lingli couldn't help but feel a bit more anxious, unsure if it was because she hadn't seen that annoying figure for too long. Yufeng sat at the desk somewhat listless. The past few days of intense seclusion had placed a significant burden on both his body and mind. What the heck? How did I end up in another world, and why do I have to experience the pleasantness of working shifts again? Feeling the protests from his weary limbs, Yufeng had no choice but to put down his work and return to bed for a good rest. Although he was indeed exhausted these past few days, he had finally achieved his goal, with the success rate of the 3 talismans reaching over 50%, and he had also stockpiled quite a few finished products. When Yufeng finally fell asleep, it was as if he had closed his eyes for eternity. He felt like he had been working night shifts for a month, returning home to lie in bed like a living corpse. Fortunately, a cultivator's body is resilient. As night approached, Yufeng slowly got out of bed, though his mind seemed not yet fully awake. However, he seemed to smell the aroma of food wafting from outside the door, awakening something deep within him, and his brain suddenly became exceptionally clear. He opened the door to his room, which had been closed for a long time, and immediately spotted Yu Lingli absent-mindedly eating from her bowl in the living room, completely unaware of his presence behind her. Fina, on the other hand, was the first to see Yufeng, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Yufeng, you finally emerged. Come and eat, I've made a lot of delicious food today." Upon hearing Yufeng's name, Yu Lingli suddenly turned around, only to see Yufeng leaning towards her, his voice laced with mild reproach as he spoke. "Come on, I've only been in seclusion for a few days. Lingli, why have you suddenly become so uninterested in eating? Look at you, you've lost all the little softness on your body. As he complained, Yufeng picked up the meat soup from Yu Lingli's bowl that she had just been unable to eat, taking a wooden spoon and filling it to the brim. He carefully blew on it before offering it to her mouth. Hurry up and eat. You never give me a moment's peace. When Yu Lingli heard his slightly domineering tone and saw his actions, her delicate lips instinctively parted slightly, her cheeks flushing as she silently accepted his feeding. Her gaze also held a different hue compared to the previous days. She didn't understand why her emotions were so profoundly influenced by Yufeng. While accepting his feeding, Yu Lingli mumbled, I can do it myself. Besides, you're the one who never gives me peace. Fina, watching the two, noticed that the cheerful expression on her face had suddenly turned a bit stiff. Her small mouth slightly agape, she didn't know what to say, feeling a sense of discomfort in her heart. Indeed, smiles do not appear out of thin air, they simply transfer from one person's face to another. After taking care of Yu Lingli, Yufeng looked at the table filled with food and instantly knew who had prepared it. Reaching out to Fina beside him, he gently ruffled her bright red hair, continuously praising her. Our Fina is amazing, keeping this home in perfect order. What a virtuous little girl. Feeling the familiar touch on her head along with his words of approval, Fina's heart felt a bit better. Children's emotions are easily satisfied. She immediately returned to her usual cheerful self, continuously passing the delicious food from the table to Yufeng. Brother Yufeng, hurry up and try these. Fina has been experimenting with them for the past few days, and they taste great. With Yufeng's presence, the once quiet dining table was now filled with a completely different atmosphere. After Yufeng had eaten his fill, Fina proactively took on the cleaning task, humming a tune as she leisurely walked towards the kitchen. Only then did Yu Lingli speak up. You, this guy suddenly going into seclusion without telling us, being all mysterious every day. I just happened to feel something that day. It won't happen again. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to the Adventurers Association to gather some information about the genius competition. Just stay here with Fina and wait for me to come back. Upon hearing that Yufeng was going out tomorrow, Yu Lingli's purple eyes lit up gently as she cautiously asked him, Can I go out with you tomorrow? I've almost been sitting in this little courtyard for a month now, and am getting bored to death. I also want to see the humans. After thinking for a moment, Yufeng shook his head gently. No, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, and I have some important matters tomorrow, so let's wait a few days. When Yu Lingli saw her suggestion being rejected, her little mouth pouted to the side, her arms crossed, and her cheeks puffed up, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing her pouty face, Yufeng couldn't help but tease her, reaching out with both hands to gently pinch her chubby. Yufeng, what are you doing? Suddenly pinching my face. After being rubbed by Yufeng's hands, Yu Lingli's originally fair face turned a bright red. However, she didn't really mind such physical contact, at least not when it came to Yufeng. Lingli, be good, listen to me. Once you recover, I'll take you and Fina out to have a good time. For now, just stay here at home. Faced with this barrage of coaxing, Yu Lingli had no resistance and weakly said, I understand. Can you let go of your hand? Now, just as Yufeng was about to retract his hand, Yu Lingli seized the opportunity and grabbed Yufeng's right hand, gently biting down on the back of it with her small teeth, wanting to vent her dissatisfaction over his previous actions. Hiss, ouch. Yufeng instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but Yu Lingli held on to it tightly, and feeling the softness of her little body against his arm, he suddenly couldn't tell if it was good or bad. After a while, once Yu Lingli felt she had avenged herself, she gently released his hand, made a face at him, and lightly pushed herself away to walk towards the room. Yufeng looked at the clear bite mark on his arm, silently contemplating who really won this round. After a while, he went to greet Fina in the kitchen before returning to his room. To cultivate a strength is what truly matters. As night slowly passed, dawn gradually broke, and the morning sunlight streamed through the window. The entire city began to bustle with activity again, not pausing for anyone. Yufeng planned to visit the city lord's mansion first to confirm his participation in the preliminary competition, even though he felt a sense of being used. However, he could only say that everyone had their own needs. Besides, it was better to avoid owing anyone favors, as such things are the hardest to repay. Arriving once more at the familiar mansion entrance, Yufeng was just about to step inside when he was stopped by two. Who are you? This is the city lord's mansion. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Since this is your first offense, be quick and step aside. Otherwise, if the esteemed guests inside see you, you'll be in for it. Yufeng didn't expect to be blocked at the entrance. After a brief moment of shock, he spoke calmly. Are you sure you want to block me? How do you know I don't know those so-called important figures inside? The guard on the left suddenly lost confidence and quietly asked his companion on the other side. Brother, I think this guy seems quite confident. Did we block the wrong person? The other guard also didn't know how to respond. He felt embarrassed to let a kid who hadn't even grown hair yet intimidate him. How would he manage to lead people in the future? Just as he was about to scold Yufeng, a familiar voice echoed from afar. The person who arrived was Tsung Nua, the trusted leader of the city lord. Just as he was about to clock in for work, he saw the two reckless youths blocking Yufeng, who had leisurely left after beating the city lord that night outside the mansion. He hurriedly stepped forward and scolded, "What are you two fools doing? Do you know who this is? He is a distinguished guest of the city lord's manor. You two have been so arrogant, now get out of my way." Upon hearing Song Nua's words, the two guards couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, realizing that they had run into a tough situation today. In an instant, they became obedient like grandchildren, standing aside and no longer daring to look at Yufeng. Seeing someone intervene, Yufeng saved himself some trouble and quietly watched Song Nua's performance. Song Nua approached him respectfully. "My lord Yufeng, it seems that the people in the manor have been disrespectful. Please let it go this time." Then he glared fiercely at the two of them. "After work, you two will go to your captain for punishment, and your pay this month will be halved. If you don't open your eyes next time, get out of the city lord's manor." "My lord Yufeng, are you satisfied with this punishment?" "Alright, I came here to discuss something with your city lord. I don't want to waste time on those two." Seeing that Yufeng did not pursue the matter further, Song Nua quickly led him towards the city lord's study, fearing he might encounter more disrespectful individuals along the way. Yufeng followed him through several intricately designed courtyards until they arrived at a uniquely elegant room. He ignored Song Nua and walked directly into the room. Savin was currently handling various matters in the room. When he saw someone enter without knocking, he was about to give a reprimand, but upon recognizing the visitor, his expression instantly brightened. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Yufeng. Please have a seat. Would you like some pastries? I can have the servant bring some right away." Yufeng waved his hand, showing no intention of sitting down. "My apologies for the interruption, Lord Savin. They'll be brief today. I came here regarding the recommendation slot for the genius competition. Is what you mentioned before still valid?" Though his tone carried a hint of inquiry, Yufeng exuded an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Savin was not only unperturbed, but rather delighted. If Yufeng participated in the genius competition, given his strength, he would surely pass the qualifiers without a doubt. At that time, as the recommender, he might be able to leave this small city and develop elsewhere. Savin hurriedly took out a prepared letter from his desk and respectfully handed it to Yufeng. "Mr. Yufeng, this is a recommendation letter for Linfeng City. With it, you can participate in the qualifiers at any main city in the Silver Orchid Empire. There are still 3 months until the qualifiers, which should be ample time for you, Mr. Yufeng." Yufeng received the exquisitely crafted letter and pretended to tuck it into his pocket, but in reality, he quietly communicated with his system and stored it away. "Thank you so much, Lord Savin. I'll be heading to Yiceland City to participate in the competition soon. I hope we meet again in the future." After speaking, Yufeng did not linger any longer, as he was busy with a major business deal that could influence his future cultivation speed. Savin watched Yufeng leave, feeling all his recent worries dissipate, his face filled with anticipation for Yufeng's life after the competition. Once Yufeng exited the city lord's manor, he was deep in thought, feeling increasingly intrigued by his life in this other world. After traversing a few streets, he returned to the familiar location of the Adventurers Guild, but did not see Vaseline at the front desk. He wondered where she had gone. He casually approached a somewhat drowsy guild staff member at the counter, and after mentioning he was looking for Catherine, was led to a room. "Please wait a moment, sir. Miss Catherine will be here shortly. In the meantime, why not have a drink of water and rest?" Yufeng noticed that the quality of the staff had indeed improved significantly compared to before. After a while, a sharp and efficient businesswoman walked in. Upon seeing Yufeng, her previously cold demeanor melted into a bright smile. "Mr. Yufeng, what brings you here today? Were you planning to invite me to the tavern for a drink? But I am still on duty, so you'll have to wait a little longer." Seeing Catherine's playful expression, Yufeng couldn't help but retaliate, saying, "Miss Catherine, has anyone ever—" Such words can easily lead shy boys like me to misunderstand. If I accidentally fall into this, will Miss Catherine take full responsibility?" However, upon hearing Yufeng's words, Catherine's smile widened further. She had initially worried that Yufeng might not be able to keep up, but it turned out she was overthinking. "Mr. Yufeng is quite the joker. Is there a major deal waiting for us at the Adventurers Guild today? Or are you truly planning to take me out for a drink? Miss Catherine, you are truly sharp. I do have a significant business matter to discuss with your Adventurers Guild today." Yufeng deliberately emphasized the words Adventurers Guild, subtly indicating to Catherine that he was not here. Catherine immediately caught on. This mysterious Mr. Yufeng might just bring her a surprise today. "I understand what you mean, Mr. Yufeng." However, the branch president of the Linfeng City Adventurers Guild went to headquarters for a meeting a few days ago. "I can fully represent the guild in transactions with you now. It's always more pleasant to chat with smart people like you, Miss Catherine." While speaking, Yufeng took out the talismans he had prepared beforehand from a nearby bag and laid them out on the table. "Miss Catherine, these are the significant business offerings I brought for you. Are you familiar with these items?" Yufeng was unsure if there were similar items to his talismans on the Acylon continent, so he cautiously probed. Catherine leaned in, her gaze fixated on the talismans on the table. She had never seen such strange items before, seemingly crafted from beast hides adorned with winding red patterns, looking odd yet intriguing. Catherine, curious, furrowed her brow and leaned closer to examine them, reaching out to touch them only to retract her hand quickly, her face filled with confusion. Mister, you phoned these items you brought. I seem to have never seen them before. They don't resemble rune scrolls or magic diagrams, and they look quite peculiar. Upon hearing her words, Yufeng's initial nervousness began to dissipate, and he solemnly introduced the talismans on the table. Miss Catherine, these are called talismans. I discovered the method of making them in an ancient ruin and roughly created a few myself. Let me introduce their effects. Yufeng casually pointed to one of the talismans on the table. This one is called the Swift Wind Talisman, which can temporarily enhance a person's speed. I'm not sure how much it raises it, but I can guarantee that even an ordinary person can use it. Catherine was fascinated by this miraculous item. In her understanding, such effects were generally associated with. However, even the lowest level magical items were not something an ordinary person could use. She wondered just how much enhancement this strange paper talisman could provide. Mr. Yufeng, may I send someone to use this Swift Wind Talisman to confirm its value? Of course, Miss Catherine, feel free to verify. Whatever happens, Yufeng will take full responsibility. Catherine, being a proactive person, immediately walked towards the door upon hearing Yufeng's words, intending to find a few helpers for verification. Before long, 3 people were brought in, one of whom was the front desk lady who had just led Yufeng in. However, she no longer appeared drowsy, or instead, she looked quite energetic. Mr. Yufeng, these are staff members of our Adventurers Association. 2 of them have practiced combat chi while the other is an ordinary person. Can Mr. Yufeng start the testing now? Of course, using this talisman paper, you just need to gently stick it on your body, and it will take effect with a thought. The 3 people who came in with Catherine were still looking confused at this moment, but after recalling the promised reward from outside, they were already prepared. Ella, please follow Mr. Yufeng's instructions and give it a try. Catherine directed the front desk lady who had just received Yufeng. After gathering her courage, Ella gently picked up the wind talisman from the table and stuck it on herself, silently reciting a sentence to activate it, and then a miraculous scene occurred. The wind talisman transformed into streaks of starlight, drilling into Ella's body. She seemed to feel her body become significantly lighter. Just as she wanted to take a few steps, she discovered that her speed had increased considerably. From the initial discomfort, she gradually gained complete control over the changes occurring in her body and swiftly began to run around the spacious room. Her speed seemed to create afterimages, leaving the other 2 people in the room in a state of shock. Catherine estimated the speed of that figure in the room, noting that it had already reached the speed of an ordinary latest-stage combat master. The previously calm expression on her small face suddenly turned serious. It is important to note that Ella had never practiced combat chi. Initially, it was her good nature that led Catherine to take her in at the Adventurers Association for some income. Catherine instantly realized just how valuable the talisman papers brought by Yufeng were. Seeing the effects of the wind talisman, Yufeng's face was filled with satisfaction for his creation. Miss Catherine, this is not the limit of these talisman papers. In the future, I can create even more powerful talismans with better effects. Upon hearing Yufeng mention even better talisman papers, Catherine immediately placed even greater importance on this business. After about 10 minutes, Ella's figure finally came to a stop. Aside from feeling a bit tired, she did not experience any discomfort. Catherine stepped forward to inspect, and once again confirmed that this talisman paper would not bring any negative effects. She excitedly said to Yufeng, Mr. Yufeng, you have indeed brought me a great surprise today. No need to use any magical power or combat chi, allowing an ordinary person to achieve a speed comparable to that of a latest-stage combat master is simply miraculous. Seeing Miss Catherine's expression of satisfaction with these talisman papers, I also have 2 other types that have not been tested yet. Catherine then realized that she had just lost her composure. A slight blush flashed across her originally charming face, shocking Ella beside her. It is known that Catherine is praised as the icy beauty of the Adventurers Association, and on usual days, not to mention blushing, she rarely even wears a smile on her face, you know. Ella looked at the handsome Yufeng, and then at the slightly embarrassed Catherine, and for a moment, she became a shipper. Wow. However, this shipper was soon reprimanded along with the other 2 as they conducted various experiments in this room for an entire hour. Mr. Yufeng, the effects of the talisman papers you brought this time are almost comparable to some low-level magical tools. Especially that protective charm. It can actually withstand 3 full-force attacks from a latest-stage combat master. Moreover, the most important thing is that even ordinary people who have never practiced can use it normally. For those nobles who fear for their lives and have no cultivation to rely on, it is simply a prized possession. Additionally, she recalled what Yufeng had just said about being able to create even more powerful and practical talisman papers in the future. Catherine seemed to see a path to wealth filled with the scent of money, and with her rosy face, it was simply too. Yufeng pretended to be calm and cleared his throat. Since Miss Catherine believes that these talisman papers have great potential, I would like to discuss the cooperation with the Adventurers Association. Catherine knew that what Yufeng was about to say was the key point, and waved her hand towards the three exhausted people, signaling that they could leave. Once the room was left with only the two of them, Catherine eagerly asked, "What kind of cooperation does Mr. Yufeng intend to propose?" "Very simple. In the future, I will provide a large number of talismans to the Adventurers Association, but the Adventurers Association needs to provide me with the materials for their production. My talismans will offer a stable supply price to the Adventurers Association, and as for where you sell them, and for how much, that is entirely your business. I only require the Adventurers Association to keep my identity confidential and to exhibit the attitude appropriate for a long-term partnership." After careful consideration, Catherine's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. "Mr. Yufeng, this matter is too significant. I may not be able to make decisions regarding the subsequent cooperation. However, I can take responsibility for all the talisman papers you brought today. Additionally, I will immediately use the magical transmission array of the Adventurers Association to send it to headquarters. I believe it won't be long before I can provide Mr. Yufeng with an answer." Seeing Catherine's earnest expression, Yufeng thought to himself that his judgment had indeed not been mistaken. Just based on her ability to handle sudden events, she was far superior to many others. "I fully accept Miss Catherine's words. After all, this business is not a trivial matter. However, I am currently lacking some funds and hope to receive support from the Adventurers Association. The 60 talismans I brought today can serve as proof of my value. Mr. Yufeng is indeed very generous, but I wonder how much funding you plan to request from the Adventurers Association this time." Yufeng thought for a moment and extended a hand. The Adventurers Association needs to contribute 500 gold coins, indicating their attitude towards this business. "Mr. Yufeng, this is simply impossible. Not to mention that the total amount of gold coins stored by the Adventurers Association in Linfeng Valley City does not meet your standard. Even if you go to the main city of the Silver Orchid Empire to negotiate this business, the shrewd merchants inside will not easily advance such a large sum of gold coins without seeing enough goods and prospects." Yufeng certainly knew that the Adventurers Association in Linfeng Valley City could not have so much liquid capital, but in business it is often necessary to initially raise the price higher and then gradually lower it to one's expected figure to make it more acceptable to the other party. "Then, Miss Catherine, how many gold coins do you intend to spend to demonstrate the Adventurers Association's attitude? You must know that this city is not just the Adventurers Association that can handle this order. For example, the Lord of Silvervine City and Linfeng Valley City can fully represent the Silver Orchid Empire in signing this deal." Upon hearing Yufeng compare the Silver Orchid Empire with the Adventurers Association, Catherine quickly began to consider the pros and cons. "Mr. Yufeng, your cooperation with the Silver Orchid Empire is not as easy as you imagine. The secrets of your talisman crafting may very well lead to endless disputes. There are too many relationships involved here. Unlike our Adventurers Association, which is simple and won't overly restrain you, you will have more time to do what you want to do. However, I do have a proposal. The gold coins stored in our Adventurers Association can only take out a maximum of 300 coins, but if it is to demonstrate goodwill, it is completely beyond my authority. I can at most take out 100 gold coins as a gesture of intention for this cooperation with the Adventurers Association. If you are currently in urgent need of money, I do have an order. I wonder if Mr. Yufeng can handle it." Yufeng listened with growing interest to Catherine's words and raised his hand, signaling her to continue. "I can now issue you an order for talismans worth 200 gold coins on behalf of the Adventurers Association, and you need to repay the value of the 200 gold coins talismans to the Adventurers Association within a year. For you, repaying it within a year should not be a problem, right?" Yufeng gazed at Catherine, shrewd, poised, and impeccably composed, and a flicker of genuine admiration stirred within him. Her proposal not only offered a pragmatic resolution to his immediate financial crisis, but also conveyed profound sincerity. "I sense the sincerity you've shown, Miss Catherine. Thus I accept your proposal. May our partnership flourish." "Excellent. Please wait a moment while I draft the contract." Under Catherine's expedited handling, 2 exquisitely crafted contracts appeared on the table moments later. The Adventurers Guild assigned markedly different redemption values to the 3 talismans: Swiftwind Talisman, 10 silver coins per scroll; Might Boost Talisman, 15 silver coins per scroll; Guardian Talisman, 30 silver coins per scroll. Unlike the first 2, which temporarily enhanced combat prowess, the guild prized the life-preserving Guardian Talisman above all. After reviewing the terms, Yufeng signed his name without hesitation. Then, straightening his posture, he extended his right hand slowly toward Catherine, an offer of a handshake. Catherine, however, had no notion of its meaning. Puzzled by the strange gesture, a cascade of questions flamed. Yufeng held his hand suspended midair, paused for a beat. Then realization struck. This was not Blue Star, but the continent of Ethelran, its people knew nothing of handshakes. Miss Catherine, in my homeland, a handshake signifies mutual trust and the promise of fruitful collaboration. Ah, how delightfully unconventional your homeland must be, Mr. Euphone. Then let us seal our partnership with joy. With that, Catherine extended her slender, graceful hand and clasped Yufeng's palm, holding it just long enough to impart warmth before gently withdrawing, then teasingly tracing her fingertip across his palm. She followed it with a playful, mischievous expression, turning Yufeng's cheeks crimson and sending his thoughts into frantic inward protest. Unbelievable. This Catherine is utterly unfair. Flirting with me, a 21-year-old virgin. It's mortifying, absolutely mortifying. Mr. Yufeng, do you intend to remain in Frostwind Pass indefinitely? Have you considered expanding your horizons elsewhere? Not permanently. I've been contemplating participation in the Tri-Empire Genius Tournament. Of course, as one of humanity's most prestigious contests, its renown echoes even in remote corners, this modest city included. Then, are you truly planning to compete? Indeed. In due time I'll journey to the capital city of Ethelran to enter the preliminary rounds, though I wonder if this might disrupt our collaboration. Rest assured, Mr. Euphone, your mobility poses no obstacle. After all, the Adventurers Guild maintains branches in virtually every human city. Simply present this contract at any local chapter and your obligations will be honored seamlessly. Catherine effortlessly dissolved Yufeng's sole reservation, elevating his estimation of the Adventurers Guild considerably. Free, flexible, and refreshingly uncomplicated, Yufeng expressed renewed gratitude before accompanying Catherine to the Guild's treasury, where he collected the stipulated 300 gold coins, 1/3, as personal funding, the remaining 200 gold portion representing an official commission. Stepping beyond the Guild's threshold, Yufeng found himself ambivalent, relieved, yet unsettled. Though his immediate funds were secured, the weight of newfound obligations settled heavily upon him. He wiped a phantom bead of sweat from his brow. Mortgaged on Blue Star, now indebted in another world, a pang of shame washed over him. Truly, I've disgraced the entire transmigration cohort. Returning to his modest courtyard, he found Yu Lingli deeply engrossed, patiently instructing Feina with textbook knowledge. Just as he approached to strike up conversation, Yu Lingli's icy glance halted him cold. A silent, unmistakable dismissal. I'm occupied. Go amuse yourself elsewhere. Euphone. Defeated, he slunk back to his room and opened the system's monthly shop, determined to splurge lavishly and soothe his wounded pride. Peerless Chi accumulating pill for cultivators at the Chi refinement stage. Purchased. Peerless Spirit Vessel Cloud Skiff for aerial travel. Mere 100 gold coins. Purchased. Foundation Establishment Grade Spirit Herb, Earthy Mycelium. Bought outright. Gazing at the 3 newly acquired slots blooming in his system inventory, Yufeng felt a faint soothing balm settle over his spirit. Yet he had no intention of resuming talisman drafting. Not yet. Time remained generous, and to distinguish himself in the preliminaries, cultivation advancement was the unassailable truth. Having steadied his inner state, he retrieved the vial of Peerless Chi accumulating pills and began absorbing their essence in harmony with his cultivation manual. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away, outside the capital city of Ethelran, Varese lay exhausted in her private chamber within a secluded manor. Once radiant and commanding, she now resembled a golden songbird caged in gilded silence. Her hollow gaze drifted across the ceiling. She had returned to the Castell family estate days ago. That very evening, her father Cain Castell hosted a lavish banquet in her honor to welcome his daughter home. Yet the sight of 2 figures seated beside him at the feast, figures she loathed, sent a bitter, suffocating wave through her chest. At that moment, soft knocks echoed at her door, followed by a voice delicate and subdued drifting from the corridor. Sister, father requests your presence in his study. Hearing her half-sister Elina's voice, Varese instinctively recoiled, but the mention of her father compelled reluctant compliance. She rose from bed with visible reluctance, face impassive as stone, and opened the door with deliberate. Elina stood poised at the threshold, fingers twisting nervously, luminous pale gold hair cascading over shoulders, skin like moonlit porcelain. Even a passing dog would pause spellbound. Seeing Varese emerge, Elina dared hope, however faintly, that the chasm between them might narrow. She opened her mouth to speak, but Varese's voice, glacial and absolute, shattered that fragile hope. Elina, let me make this unequivocal once more. I am not your sister. Not now, not ever. With that, Varese turned and walked away, knowing full well Elina bore no guilt, yet unable to quell the deep-rooted prejudice festering in her heart. Her mother had barely been laid to rest when her father brought Elina and her mother into their home. Elina froze in place, fingers gripping the hem of her dress until her knuckles whitened, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The servants, long accustomed to such scenes, exchanged knowing, sardonic glances. though Prudence kept their scorn unspoken. Privately, however, their sentiment aligned. Within the Castell household there existed only one legitimate lady, Varese. Alina and her mother were viewed through lenses of suspicion and disdain. Though polygamy flourished among Silverland Empire nobles, clandestine mistresses and their daughters, never formally acknowledged, were rare indeed. Alina lingered motionless, then swallowed her sorrow and departed alone, shoulders bowed. She had done nothing wrong. Yet stepping into this so-called home transformed her overnight into a pariah branded with invisible sin. In a secluded study within the castle, Cain Castor sat as patriarch of the Castor family. His expression was bitter as he sat behind his desk watching his beloved daughter Valeth sit beside him with palpable impatience, refusing even to glance his way. He knew full well it was his own doing, how deeply he had failed her, yet he truly bore sorrowful burdens concerning Elena and her daughter. Each time he attempted to explain himself to Valeth, she would cut him off, citing her late mother's memory as unassailable justification. Though his exploits beyond the estate proved him a worthy patriarch, as a father he stood woefully inadequate. Valeth, seated nearby, waited in silence, then spoke with sharp sardonic irony. "O my illustrious, all-wise father, surely you summon me merely to gaze upon your precious daughter. Well, out with it. But if this is about your own tangled affairs, I couldn't care less." The tiger cub remained as fierce as ever, her tongue still razor-sharp even before her own father. "Daughter, can we not speak calmly?" Cain offered no resistance, utterly subdued, a devoted father enslaved by love. "I called you here not for household matters, but because the upcoming Talents Grand Tournament begins its preliminary selections in 3 months. I wish to know whether you'd consider participating. This year's tournament differs profoundly from past ones. The rewards alone are unprecedented in history. I hope you will represent House Castor at the pre-qualifiers in Isoran capital." At these words, Valetha's scowl softened, just slightly. "Old man, why single me out? There are dozens of cousins eager to compete. And until now, elders like you, and those of other houses, never treated this tournament with much seriousness." Cain's tone shifted instantly. Lightness vanished, replaced by grave solemnity. "True, we once dismissed it as mere pageantry. But peace is no longer our reality. The Orcish Empire has grown restless these past years. It appears poised to reignite racial war. Thus, this tournament is far more than a mere talent showcase. It is." Valeth paused, her expression shifting as she grasped its gravity, no longer resisting. "Fine, old man. Perhaps things aren't quite so dire, but I am intrigued. Register me." Without another word, she turned and strode out of the study. After Valeth departed, Cain Castor sighed softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. "May House Castor endure this time, especially with that audacious new Orcish king ascending the throne." Meanwhile, Euphone practiced the final tier of swordflight art in his modest courtyard. Balancing atop his flying sword, Euphone carefully channeled spiritual energy into its blade, determined not to crash headfirst into the floor again. With subtle adjustments, the sword steadied, increasing chi flow lifted it gently, hovering low over the courtyard in slow, graceful arcs. As mastery deepened, his fear receded, and his speed quickened. Faina watched, crimson eyes wide with wonder. Seeing Euphone wobble precariously atop the blade, she clenched her tiny fists, gasping softly, adorably anxious. Faina might not grasp the profundity of swordflight, but Yulingli certainly did. Watching Euphone soar effortlessly above the ground, her face fell into bewildered disbelief. "Who am I? Where am I? Wait, flying on a mere sword. Then what was my grueling ascent to 5th tier Archmage? All that painstaking flight magic training, for..." On the continent of Ethelran, whether cultivating Batlaki or arcane magic, one must reach 5th tier before mastering flight techniques. Euphone was a Pandora's box, drawing her irresistibly toward its mysteries. Yet the secrets within seemed endless. After mastering low-altitude flight, he finally dismounted. Faina rushed forward the moment he finished. "Brother Euphone, what was that technique? It looked incredible. Can I learn it too?" Euphone laughed. "That's my personal art, a secret passed down through generations. Not that I wouldn't teach you, but it demands rare specific conditions." "Oh, all right." He changed the subject. "Has Sister Lingli taught you any spells yet?" Before Faina could answer, Yulingli's voice drifted from afar. "She's only just reached 1st tier initiate, still learning to sense and shape her elemental affinity. Rushing her could level the entire house." Faina flushed, lowering her head, shyly, fingers twisting the hem of her sleeve. Euphone saw her embarrassment and gently ruffled her hair. "There's nothing to be ashamed of," he teased warmly. "I stumbled just like this when I began. Give it time. You'll master it soon enough. Come, today I'll dazzle you with culinary arts. I'll fatten you up beautifully." "No, I won't get fat." As Euphone and Faina walked off, Yulingli watched them, and memories surfaced, herself small and bright-eyed, trailing after her mother. Back then, joy came easily, until her mother vanished without farewell. Her smiles faded, her heart narrowed to a single resolve: to grow stronger and find her mother. Lost in reverie, she scarcely noticed Yufeng approaching, with Feina in tow, and grinning shamelessly. Lingli, why stand there dazed? The sun's nearly gone. If we don't get back to cook soon, my stomach will stage a coup against my brain. Ugh, always so irreverent. She turned her face away, feigning annoyance. Yet Yufeng ignored her protest, gripping the arms of her wooden chair and wheeling her briskly indoors. Yufeng, you're dead. Huh. Feina, let's go feast. Her earlier agitation dissolved beneath his relentless, unself-conscious warmth. What Lingli didn't know was that Yufeng had sensed her quiet distress the moment she drifted inward. Youthful sorrow rarely yields to simple comfort. To rush in with reassurance might invite rejection. So he chose quiet presence, instead silent, steady, and infinitely kinder than words. Yufeng wielded his culinary mastery, transforming an ordinary dinner into a banquet worthy of imperial courts. Lingli, try this sweet and sour spare rib. So delicious you'll swallow your own tongue. Though appetite had eluded her, Yufeng's cheerful persistence won her over. Her first bite flooded her mouth with tangy sweetness, and her eyes lit up like twin stars. Seeing her delight, Yufeng knew his craft had struck true, hurrying to serve each dish, ensuring Feina received equal attention. After dinner, at Lingli's request, Yufeng escorted her to her room. She confessed unusual fatigue, sleep overtaking her almost as dusk settled. Yufeng assumed her mood still needed time to mend, tucking her in gently before retreating to his chamber for cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, as Lingli slept, faint luminescent motes shimmered around her form, and the dark abyssal magic coiled within her grew subtly dimmer. Lingli felt herself gently enveloped by a warmth, her entire body beginning to relax as that warmth flowed through her limbs and bones. Her previously numb legs began to regain vitality under the influence of that warmth. The first rays of sunlight in the morning illuminated Lingli's small face, casting a soft golden glow upon her. As Lingli slowly awakened, she instinctively wanted to climb to the wooden chair by the bedside, but suddenly felt a long-lost sensation in her thigh. She tried to move her legs, and the previous discomfort of stiffness and numbness completely vanished. Her legs soon regained sensation, moving easily and freely. I am healed. The emotions that had been suppressed burst forth, and Lingli's eyes began to glimmer with a hint of red, even though she had sensed that recovery was near. But now that the moment had truly arrived, Lingli's heart could not contain its joy. She gently wiped her eyes and attempted to get out of bed, feeling her feet firmly on the ground, without any sign of weakness. The weight that had pressed upon her heart suddenly lifted, and a wave of joyous emotion surged forth. Although her own magical power had not fully recovered, she could finally move freely like an ordinary person. Lingli was now eager to find Yufeng to share her happiness. However, she suddenly recalled how Yufeng had taken advantage of her limited mobility, making life difficult for her. This time I will seize the opportunity and get my revenge. After resolving in her heart, Lingli quietly opened the door to her room, grateful that it was still early. In the living room, she did not see Feina's figure. She slowly approached the door of Yufeng's room, opening it cautiously like a thief. At that moment, Yufeng was soundly asleep in bed, when he should have been in a state of cultivation. However, for some unknown reason, after leaving Lingli's room last night, he had become obsessed with drawing talismans, and had worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning. Thinking he should balance work and rest, he decided not to continue cultivating and planned to sleep soundly instead. This allowed Lingli to sneak into his room. She looked at Yufeng, who was sleeping like a dead pig, secretly amused, and slowly crept closer to his bedside. Seeing that Yufeng showed no sign of waking up, after a while a smile crept onto his lips, and her courage seemed. Let me think, how should I prank him with such a good opportunity? Should I secretly place his socks on his face? No, that would be too unhygienic. Lingli suddenly felt troubled, for she had never pranked anyone before. She feared that she might not control the situation well, which could lead to trouble. What should I do? If I missed this opportunity, it would be much harder to get my revenge later. Lingli's gaze inadvertently swept over her long silver hair, cascading down her shoulder, and a clever idea popped into her head. She gently plucked a few strands of hair from her head, rubbed them together mischievously, and then bent down with a wicked smile. With both hands tightly gripping her hair, she quickly rubbed them near Yufeng's nose, each movement causing an itch. Yufeng seemed to sense the tickling at his nose, and he lightly raised his hand to rub it. Seeing this, Lingli instantly turned into a little devil and began to tease him fervently. Wanting to vent her dissatisfaction from being teased by Yufeng during this time, she played for a while, and her desire to prank him gradually faded. Lingli stopped her actions, quietly standing by the bed, her gaze fixed on Yufeng's peaceful sleeping face, simply watching him in silence. This annoying guy looks quite endearing when he's quiet, but unfortunately he usually makes too much noise. Recalling their earlier interactions when they were still somewhat awkward, she gradually found herself touched by his genuine concern. Gazing at his serene sleeping face, her heart, slightly warmed. A thought inexplicably arose. She couldn't help but want to lean in and give him a gentle kiss. At the thought of this, her cheeks turned extremely hot. Yulingli, are you crazy? How could you have the thought of kissing this? She had just wanted to suppress this absurd emotion, but memories of their past interactions flooded her mind, filled with laughter, playfulness, and mutual care. It was Yufeng who had extended a helping hand to her in her most desperate moments. Even after so many days, she could still feel the initial sincerity in him. Then, as if she had made a certain decision, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned down towards his face, softly pressing her lips against his cheek. The sensation was warm and soft, lingering for just a moment before Yulingli hurriedly straightened up, her ears instantly turning crimson. She raised her hand to touch her flushed cheek, murmuring softly, I just wanted to thank you, simply to reciprocate. I have no other thoughts. Seemingly finding a suitable reason for herself, Yulingli no longer hesitated and quietly left the room. However, little did Yulingli know that after she left, a faint smile appeared on Yufeng's familiar face for some unknown reason. Yufeng had already woken up when she had just pranked him initially, wanting to see how Yulingli planned to tease him. However, after waiting for a while, the tickling sensation he expected failed to arrive. Instead, he felt a soft warmth on his face accompanied by a faint fragrance. Upon feeling that unusual sensation, Yufeng was somewhat incredulous at first, because before his transmigration, he had never even held a girl's hand, let alone been kissed by one. After being kissed, he tried to control his body, not wanting Yulingli to notice any unusual signs. Then he heard Yulingli mumbling about her reason for kissing him, and only then did he feel that the situation made sense. Hey, day by day I'm just scaring myself. No girl would be so proactively affectionate without a reason. Yes, it must be. Right? After Yulingli left Yufeng's room, she did not idle either, as she had enjoyed quite a bit of his cooking during these days. Having never cooked before, she did not know why she suddenly wanted to showcase her culinary skills in front of him. Upon entering the kitchen, looking at the cabinets filled with various ingredients and seasonings, Yulingli momentarily felt at a loss. Breakfast definitely shouldn't be too greasy. How about I make a pot of clear soup? How do I cook these things? She tried to recall the ingredients Yufeng had served her in the clear soup, saliva almost escaping her mouth. Forget it, I'll add a little of each ingredient into the soup. Surely there will be something Yufeng likes. Should I also throw in some fruits? A little of everything should taste pretty good, right? Let's add a bit of meat too to balance the nutrition. Having decided, she began to prepare one of each ingredient. After clumsily starting a fire, she stared at the large iron pot on the stove, her expression beginning to look a bit dazed. When making soup, do I add the vegetables first or the water? Yufeng Sigma danger. After Yufeng and Yulingli left, it took almost an hour before he dared to slowly get up, feeling as if he had committed some wrongdoing. He adjusted his expression, pretending that nothing had happened, and slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, Yulingli had already placed the breakfast she had cooked on the table. Seeing Yufeng wake up, a mix of guilt and shyness surged in her heart. Upon seeing Yulingli, Yufeng acted dramatically and exclaimed with a hint of surprise, Lingli, your leg is healed. Of course, not only is my leg healed, but I even prepared breakfast. Hurry and wash up so we can eat. At this time, Feina was already sitting at the dining table, quietly waiting for the meal to start. She had woken up a little earlier than Yufeng and was about to make breakfast as usual when she heard some clattering sounds from the kitchen. At first, Feina thought there was a thief in the house, but she found out that the figure in the kitchen was actually Sister Lingli. It seemed that she was cooking, but she appeared to be a bit flustered. Feina wanted to help, but Yulingli insisted on doing it by herself, leaving her with no choice but to wait quietly in the living room. Lingli, you can cook. Really? Don't lie to me. Yufeng looked at Yulingli with wide eyes filled with skepticism. Upon hearing his words, Yulingli instantly became displeased. Pouting slightly, her tone was a mix of annoyance and playful reproach. What? Can I cook? I kindly got up early to cook for you, and you dare to doubt me. Although Yulingli feigned dissatisfaction, the blush on her cheeks, coupled with her lively eyes, showed no hint of menace. Instead, she appeared quite adorable. Lingli, it's not what you think. I was just a bit curious. Yes, just curious. Well, I'll go wash up first, you all eat. Yufeng quickly conceded, realizing that arguing with a girl over such matters was the most irrational, and he called it a strategic retreat. Watching him flee, Yulingli muttered quietly, you'd better be like that. Feina, let's not worry about Yufeng. Let me serve you a bowl. There's plenty more in the pot. Thank you, Sister Lingli. Feina, oblivious, realized she had spoken too soon. After a while, once Yufeng finished washing up and was about to enter the living room, he heard Yulingli's startled exclamation. Feina, are you alright? What happened? Don't scare me like this. A sense of foreboding suddenly struck Yufeng, and he quickened his pace towards the room. Upon entering, he saw Feina unconscious, lying on the table, her eyes vacant with a bit of soup dribbling from her mouth. She lay motionless, wearing a comical yet pitiful expression. Yulingli stood beside her, gently shaking Feina's arm, her voice filled with urgency and confusion as she quietly called out, Feina, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly collapse? Then she cast a pleading glance at Yufeng, appearing somewhat helpless. Yufeng glanced at the overturned wooden bowl on the table along with the soup at the corner of her mouth, and seemed to understand the cause of the situation. Good heavens, is this breakfast really that potent? Yufeng hurriedly approached, waving his hand in front of Feina's eyes. When she showed no response, he quickly picked her up and gently shook her little head. Feina felt as if she had just taken a trip to heaven, where she saw an angel who seemed to be smiling at her. After a while, as if sensing Yufeng's return, she gradually came back to her senses, revealing a smile that looked more painful than crying, and weakly said, "Yufeng. Brother, Feina wants to drink water." Yufeng quickly responded, helping the somewhat comical Feina to her feet and leading her to pour some water. After drinking several large bowls of water, Feina's frail body slowly recovered. "Feina, are you feeling better?" "Yes, Feina, you suddenly collapsed on the table and almost scared me to death." Feina, feeling weak, leaned against Yufeng's embrace and weakly said, "Yufeng, I worried you just now." She had suddenly felt discomfort in her stomach, causing her body to weaken and lose strength. "It's definitely not because of the breakfast Sister Lingli made." Though she said that the last sentence was clearly emphasized, and she stared at Yufeng with a look that suggested some unspeakable secret. Yufeng displayed an expression of "I knew it," but he didn't want to bring it up. After expressing a few words of concern, he refrained from further action. After checking Feina's condition once more and confirming that she was all right, Yu Lingli finally sighed in relief. "It's good that you're fine. Do you want me to serve you another bowl of soup? The one in your bowl got spilled." Upon hearing this, Feina nestled in Yufeng's embrace, shook her little head vigorously for a while, her eyes filled with a mix of awe and fear as she said, "Sister, no thanks. My stomach is uncomfortable today. Let's save the tasting of Sister Ling Li's cooking for another day." "Oh, I see. Well then, since you're not feeling well, you can finish the rest. I specially prepared these for you." Yufeng, who had been trying hard to stifle his laughter, instantly froze at Yu Lingli's words. His expression collapsed. He first glanced at the soup on the table, then looked at the Feina in his arms, and Yufeng admitted he felt a bit apprehensive. "Lingli, I feel like I'm not hungry at all. How about we save the soup for later?" Yufeng thought that as long as Yu Lingli agreed, he would quickly find a chance to secretly dispose of that pot of soup. But how could Yu Lingli easily agree? "Yufeng, what do you mean? I worked hard to prepare this for you early in the morning, and you don't even want to taste it." "Well, Lingli, I didn't. If you didn't hurry up and eat. You're a grown man, and you want me to feed you." With no other choice, Yufeng could only carry Feina back to the bed. Under Yu Lingli's pressure, he cautiously lifted the lid of the pot, only to be startled and left dumbfounded. What on earth is cooking in here? The soup is filled with all sorts of random ingredients. What are those black chunks? Is it pork? Why does it look so burnt? And why are there so many fruits in the soup? Meat chunks, fresh fruits, and various leafy vegetables were all mixed together, creating an indescribably bizarre combination. As he leaned closer, a fragrant, yet burnt smell wafted up, making the entire pot of soup look and smell exceptionally strange. Yu Lingli, unaware of the peculiar expression on Yufeng's face, picked up a wooden bowl from the dining table and filled it to the brim. "Here, Yufeng, try it. I wasn't sure what you all like to eat, so I added a bit of everything." Yu Lingli's purple eyes sparkled as she watched him, seemingly eager for him to taste this uniquely prepared. Yufeng looked at the bowl of mushy soup, instinctively rejecting it in his heart, but he felt he couldn't disappoint the genuine kindness of Yu Lingli. At this moment, reason and emotion were clashing fiercely in his mind. After a while, Yufeng cautiously picked up the wooden spoon and gently scooped a little. "This little bit shouldn't be too serious, right?" Then under Yu Lingli's expectant gaze, he slowly brought it to his mouth, and Yufeng's eyes instantly widened in shock. Is this a flavor that a human can create? Yufeng seemed to vaguely see the figure of his great-grandmother, feeling a hint of longing. His eyes were so wide. Could it be that he was quite satisfied with this dish? At this moment, Yu Lingli was still foolishly standing by, completely unaware of anything unusual. Yufeng could only forcefully suppress his discomfort and swallow the bizarre concoction. Then he uttered the most insincere words of his life, saying, It's okay, but making this kind of stuff must be really troublesome, so from now on let's leave it to me and Feina." After saying that, he felt exhausted and wished the world would just end right now. "You two are really strange today, talking about things I can't understand since morning." At this moment, Yu Lingli suddenly wanted to taste her masterpiece, filling a large bowl for herself and taking a small sip. As soon as the soup hit her throat, her face turned pale and her features scrunched together. Her throat churned, and she covered her mouth with both hands, adjusting her direction before hurriedly spitting out what was in her mouth, her face filled with discomfort as she waved her hands, saying, This is way too awful to drink." Seeing Yu Lingli's abstract expression, Yufeng, who had just barely restrained his expression earlier, finally couldn't hold back after she tasted it. The laughter he had been holding back burst forth as Yufeng leaned in with a mischievous grin and deliberately asked, "Did you taste it? How is it? Is it good?" Upon hearing Yufeng's teasing voice, Yu Lingli's cheeks turned as red as a monkey's bottom, feeling both embarrassed and angry. No wonder they were acting so strangely this morning, or it turned out her cooking was just too terrible. Yu Lingli hung her little head, not daring to look at Yufeng, feeling utterly humiliated. Later, of course, the cleaning duties fell to Yufeng, considering the culprit was sulking in the living room. After tidying up, Yufeng sat down beside her and deliberately softened his tone, saying, "Alright, it's no big deal. He'll teach you when you get the chance next time." Yu Lingli slightly raised her eyes a bit red, mumbling softly, "I just wanted to prepare a surprise for you. But it turned out like this. I must have made a fool of myself. Ha ha, who would dare make fun of you? This is at most a unique special breakfast. Just let me know next time you want to cook, and I'll help you out." Hearing this, she lifted her head, her purple eyes sparkling again, immediately forgetting her embarrassment as she proudly lifted her chin, saying, "Humph, next time I will definitely make something delicious. And you can't dodge then." Feina, who had just recovered, nodded repeatedly, her face full of eagerness, saying, "Go for it, Sister Lingli. But next time, let's keep the ingredients simpler." After hearing Feina's words, Yu Lingli felt a bit ashamed and shrank her little head back, feeling like she couldn't face anyone right now. "Alright, let's go out for a stroll this afternoon. I promised you earlier, and we'll also accompany Feina to buy a few things, and then go to her house to take a look." Feina nodded repeatedly upon hearing that Yufeng planned to take Yu Lingli home, her little head bobbing as her mouth curled into a smile radiating happiness. After all, it had been quite a while since she returned home. Yu Lingli's awkward feelings eased a bit upon hearing this, and she agreed wholeheartedly. "Okay, then, it's settled. Let's set off this afternoon. This time we will accompany Feina home and ask for her family's. After all, we are about to embark on a journey to a far-off place, and we don't know when we will be back. Brother Yufeng, I will definitely find a way to get my parents to agree." Now Feina also wanted to go out with them to see the outside world. She didn't want to be left behind. It seemed she felt her words weren't persuasive enough as she squeezed her small body closer to Yufeng. "Haha, Feina, there's no rush about that. Discuss it well with your family when the time comes. By the way, let me settle the payment for taking care of this little family over the past few days." Saying this, he pulled out a bulging little pouch from his bosom, which contained 100 silver coins he had prepared in advance. Although it wasn't a lot, it would definitely cover your family's expenses for a long while. Once your parents agree to let you go out with us, Feina won't have to worry about home anymore. Feina stared blankly at the pouch of silver coins in her hand, but this time, she didn't hesitate, and seriously said to Yufeng, "Brother Yufeng, I will definitely earn a lot of money in the future, and then I can support you. Ha ha, then I'll be relying on you, little rich girl." In an instant, the small courtyard was filled with laughter and joy, yet they were unaware that a disaster was about to sweep over the entire Linfeng Iching. Outside Linfeng Iching, in the black thorn wilderness, the sky suddenly tore open a pitch-black crack. The fissure slowly widened, and abyssal demonic energy began to surge wildly in all directions. Groups of abyssal monsters screamed as they rushed out, overwhelming the wilderness. The first to react were the highest-ranked beasts in this wasteland, which simultaneously emitted various warning signals of danger. However, for these emotionless, cold-blooded abyssal creatures, it had no effect whatsoever. The tide of monsters surged into the black thorn wilderness, immediately clashing with the original beasts in the forest, and both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The abyssal monsters were ferocious, leaving destruction in their wake, as all plants and creatures were swallowed by the black mist, and even the ground gradually lost its vitality. This is the most terrifying aspect. Wherever they passed, not a trace of life remained. Only after sweeping away everything that could be devoured would they relent. Although they generally had cultivations of levels 2 to 3, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the magical beasts of the Blackthorn Wilderness, which began to panic and scatter in all directions. As for the abyssal fissure deep within the forest, after being open for nearly an hour, it slowly began to close. Only a few hundred abyssal creatures remained, ravaging through the forest as a disaster began to spread slowly in all directions. Of course, this wasn't the only location. Throughout the territories of the three major human empires, numerous abyssal fissures were torn open, as if they had all coordinated. Yufeng was completely unaware of this, as he was currently accompanying Yu Lingli and the others on the bustling street, having grown accustomed to it. However, for Yu Lingli, as an elf, the streets filled with all sorts of novel items were fascinating. Why could Yufeng, who clearly had no magical power, breathe fire? Oh, that's because he had high-proof liquor in his mouth, which combined with the torch in his hand allowed him to do so. Yu Lingli nodded as if she understood, and after walking a bit further, she suddenly pointed at a dough figurine maker and tilted her head, asking, "How do those soft things turn into little animals in an instant?" Yufeng felt his head spin, and how did he end up bringing a curious little one out? In contrast, Feina beside Yu Lingli appeared much quieter and well-behaved, gently holding Yufeng's hand and following closely beside him, rarely speaking up. Yufeng accompanied the two as they wandered the street for quite a while, and seeing that Feina had finished buying what she needed for her family, he gently patted Yu Lingli's shoulder. "Lingli, it's time for us to go. I've already bought the things prepared for Feina's family." "Oh, is it already so soon?" Yu Lingli felt like she had just begun to stroll and was surprised they were leaving so quickly. However, there were still important matters at hand, so Yu Lingli had to suppress her thoughts of eating, drinking, and having. While Yu Feng and the others were shopping, some thugs in the city had already noticed the little beauty that was Yu Lingli and were planning to follow her. Hidden in the shadows, several figures quickly advanced, treating her like garbage, packing them away. Yu Feng had sensed the movement behind him with his divine sense and knew, without thinking, the background of those people in the shadows. It seems Lord Sevian is indeed a man of his word. After a moment of reflection, he continued to act as if nothing had happened, accompanying the two figures, one big and one small, as they walked towards the city outskirts. After exiting the gate of Biting Wind Fortress City, Yu Feng led the two little ones to a secluded spot and quietly retrieved a flying spirit boat from his system storage. He also wanted to test the flying speed of this spirit boat. Yu Lingli and Feina cast puzzled looks at the palm-sized wooden boat in Yu Feng's hand. Brother Yu Feng, what is this in your hand? A little toy. Compared to Feina's doubt, Yu Lingli vaguely sensed that this object was not simple. Although there were no magical arrays or fluctuations of mana on it, how could something taken out by Wu Feng be as ordinary as a mere toy? Yu Feng just smiled, without speaking, slowly channeling his own spiritual energy into the spirit boat, precisely controlling it with his divine sense. The spirit boat left his hand, originally only palm-sized. It began to enlarge, emitting wisps of spiritual energy along the boat's patterns, rippling circles of moist light in the air. In an instant, it transformed into a vessel capable of carrying 5 people. Its size vastly increased. Strangely, it did not land on the ground, but floated silently in midair. Yu Lingli revealed an expression of I knew it, her gaze fixed tightly on the spirit boat, as if seeking to uncover its mysteries. As for Feina, her face was full of astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes brimming with novelty. Yu Feng leaped lightly, landing steadily on the spirit boat, and turned to say to the two, Lingli, Feina, don't just stand there. Come on up. This is a travel tool I recently acquired. Today I want to test its speed. The spirit boat floated not very high, barely half a meter above the ground, and the two quickly boarded. Both of you sit tight. We're setting off now. After Yu Feng spoke, he slowly infused spiritual energy into the boat. They began to move forward, gently rising higher above the ground as their speed increased significantly. The spirit boat skimmed rapidly over the mountain forest trees on both sides, whizzing backward, yet no roaring wind sound reached their ears. After sensing carefully, Yu Feng couldn't help but silently praise this top-grade spiritual artifact. Was truly remarkable, even able to raise a small barrier of spiritual energy around the wooden boat. Not only did it block wind and sound, but it also possessed defensive capabilities, and the consumption of his own energy was minimal. Absolutely amazing. Indeed, system products are always of the finest quality. Yu Lingli looked at this seemingly crude wooden boat, yet its performance was exceptionally effective. Although its speed couldn't match flying magic or combat techniques, it was still a rare treasure on the Aeslon continent. Just as they flew safely over an area and were about to reach Herb Village, Yu Feng suddenly sensed something amiss ahead. He immediately halted the spirit boat in midair, gathering all his divine sense to scan forward. Yu Feng, why have you stopped? Yes, brother Yu Feng, we're almost at Feina's home. But soon they understood the reason, as a thunderous roar reached their ears, mixed with the frenzied cries of numerous magical beasts. The three looked down. The once quiet forest suddenly erupted with countless magical beasts surging like a tidal wave over the mountains below. Oh no, why are there so many magical beasts here? Yu Feng quickly raised the spirit boat higher, and dozens of spiritual swords condensed from his energy materialized around him. How could a beast wave suddenly appear out of nowhere? After observing for a moment, Yu Lingli immediately spoke. No, Yu Feng, this doesn't seem like a beast wave. Look at the fear in those beasts' eyes. Aren't they fleeing for their lives? Hearing this, Yu Feng slowly activated his double pupils to gaze at the herd below, confirming exactly what Yu Lingli had said. But what could terrify so many magical beasts? Just as Yu Feng and Yu Lingli were perplexed, Feina, as if recalling something, suddenly spoke with a tearful voice. Brother Yu Feng. Sister Lingli. The direction opposite to where those magical beasts charged is near my home. Could my father and they? The more she spoke, the more panicked she became, tears streaming down like beans as she crouched on the boat, sobbing, her heart full of worry. Feina, don't panic first. Things might not be that bad yet. Lingli, take care of Feina. We must go to her home to check the situation. Yu Feng hesitated, no longer controlling the spirit boat's direction and amplifying his spiritual energy output, flying rapidly in the opposite direction of the beast wave. Faster, we need to go even faster. If Feina's parents met with misfortune, the blow would be enough to utterly. When they sped up and arrived at Herb Village, the entire hamlet looked as if it had been plowed over. At a glance, there was hardly an intact house in sight. Corpses were strewn everywhere throughout the village. Most had been trampled to death by the beast wave, turning what was once a peaceful settlement into a vast pile of the dead. Yu Feng dared not look further, hastening toward Feina's family home. Though he already had an answer in his heart, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance he had to go. Arriving at Feina's former home, the once simple thatched cottage had been razed to the ground, surrounded by an eerily strange aura. Seeing the familiar environment, Feina jumped off the spirit boat and ran toward her old home. Father, Mother, where are you? Feina is back. Come out, please. As she desperately searched for her parents, an abyssal beast with dark, gloomy eyes, its blood-filled maw wide open, suddenly lunged at Feina from the shadows. But Yufeng was faster. In an instant, 5 spiritual swords flew like light toward the abyssal beast. The abyssal beast, unable to dodge in time, was pinned by Yufeng's swords against a tree trunk behind it, letting out a piercing shriek. By now, Yufeng had already pulled Feina into his arms, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Without the aid of his double pupils, even his divine sense alone would have failed to detect this sinister creature. System scan what this damned thing is. Ding, scanning in progress. Scan complete. Blood-sucking abyssal beast realm peak, first stage background, a low-grade beast unique to the abyss on the Aeslon continent, innately bloodthirsty. Once it locks onto prey, it swarms in to drain their essence blood before devouring flesh and bones. One of the most dreaded minions on the battlefield. Yufeng, this is terrible. What you just killed is an abyssal blood-sucking beast. For such a beast to appear here, even at the first stage, there must be an abyssal rift nearby. It's already very dangerous here. We need to return to the city quickly. If we delay any longer, we might not make it. Hearing Yu Lingli's warning, Yufeng looked down at Feina in his arms. She had already dissolved into tears, her body trembling intermittently. It seemed Feina had realized her parents might truly be gone forever. Now she could only cling helplessly to Yufeng, her warm tears soaking a large patch of his clothes. But Yufeng knew this was not the time for comfort. He quickly pulled Yu Lingli onto the spirit boat, wasting no time, as they flew swiftly toward Biting Wind Fortress City. Indeed, shortly after they left, dozens of blood-sucking beasts arrived at the scene. Upon seeing their companion's corpse, they showed no fear, but eagerly devoured it clean. Such were the abyssal beasts, devoid of any emotion, their very nature steeped in brutality. Wherever they passed on the Aeslon continent, everything would inevitably be consumed. After a while, they turned their gaze toward the distance, sensing that a free buffet lay not far away. Yufeng had already flown to a location not far from the city gate with Yu Lingli and the others. After securing the spirit state, he quickly ran towards the city gate with the 2 of them. The situation at the entrance of Linfeng Iching was also grim, as a large number of magical beasts surrounded the gate, seemingly intent on crashing into this paradise of humanity. The Lord of Sevian was leading the elite of the Lord's residents, engaging in fierce combat with a horde of magical beasts, and both humans and beasts had become bloodthirsty. Neither side was willing to back down. The magical beasts knew that if they retreated now, they would face unimaginable horrors. The defending troops in the city also understood the dire consequences of these beasts invading their homeland. Today was destined to be a life-and-death struggle. However, the magical beasts outnumbered and outclassed the city's defenses, putting the entire Linfeng Iching in jeopardy. At the city wall's entrance, Sevian thrust his spear and instantly took down a low-tier magical beast. Before he could regain his footing, a mid-tier rhinoceros-like magical beast charged at him, its horn piercing through his body and knocking him back with tremendous force. Sevian immediately spat out blood and crashed to the ground not far away, but he still held his spear tightly. Nearby, Tsang Nua's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he cried out in alarm, rushing over with his weapon. "My lord, are you all right? Hurry, someone take the lord to the priest's residence in the city." However, Sevian did not appreciate this gesture. "Tsang Nua, get away from me. I'm not dead, yet hurry and block those magical beasts. If you let even one into the city today, I will definitely chop off your head. But my lord, if your injuries are not treated quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable." Sevian seemed not to hear, gritting his teeth against the pain in his waist as he forced himself to stand with the spear. His eyes filled with blood, he stared fiercely at Tsang Nua. "Although I have lived a mediocre life, I carry the honor of the Luolan family. Do you want to bring shame upon my family?" While they were arguing incessantly, more and more elites from the Lord's residence fell at the city gate, and the gate was about to be breached. The Adventurers Association stationed in the city finally arrived at the battlefield with a large number of personnel, led by Catherine. She shed her luxurious attire from before, donned light combat gear, fastened a belt around her waist, wielding 2 long swords, and tied her long hair simply at the back, without any excess decorations. Without wasting words, she joined the fray, her fighting spirit instantly rising to that of a low-tier. As one of the few Tier 3 warriors in Linfeng Iching, she believed she had no reason to escape alone. Upon hearing the news of the beast tide attacking the city, she immediately summoned many idle members from the Adventurers Association and hurried to reinforce the gate. In an instant, the sounds of battle at the gate grew louder, with heroes falling to the ground every moment. When Yufeng arrived with Yu Lingli, the fighting at the gate had been going on for quite some time. He looked at the carnage below without the slightest hesitation in his heart. He handed Feina over to Yu Lingli and quickly instructed Lingli take Feina around the side and enter the city. I will help at the gate. But Yu Lingli wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded. After all, she could hardly exert much strength now. Oh, it was better to protect Feina and not become a burden to Yufeng. Just as Yufeng was about to get up and leave, he suddenly felt his clothing being tugged. He turned around to see Feina, her voice filled with sadness and despair, saying, "Brother Yufeng, you must come back. Feina has no family left, only you and Sister Lingli." Looking at Feina, who was shaking from crying but still clinging tightly to his clothes, terrified that after her parents' departure brother Yufeng would also meet with misfortune. Yufeng crouched down, gently hugging her, softly reassuring Feina, "Don't worry. Brother promises you I will definitely come back. Be a good girl and follow your sister Lingli. I will find you later." With that, he leaped onto his flying sword without hesitation. He sped towards the city gate, needing to clear out these beasts quickly as the real trouble lay behind him. Ding, detecting that the host has triggered an urgent mission. Detected attacks from the abyss and magical beasts. Please defend Linfeng Iching, protect the tens of thousands of ordinary people within, and eliminate through force or hold out until reinforcements from other cities arrive. Upon mission completion, rewards 1 storage ring of 100 cubic meters, 3 bottles of premium chi gathering pills, 1 drop of dragon blood, random acquisition of 3 time and space magic skills of tier 12, and 100 gold coins. What? Why is this system suddenly so generous? However, Yufeng had no time to think further. He silently accepted the mission in his heart and rushed to the battlefield below the gate. Catherine was wildly waving her twin swords at the base of the wall, no longer knowing how many magical beasts she had slain. Her fighting spirit was nearly depleted and her stamina was on the verge of exhaustion. The members of the Adventurers Association she brought were clearly no match for the elite of the Lord's residence, and more than half had fallen. Catherine's movements grew increasingly sluggish as several low-tier magical beasts seized the opportunity to surround her, preparing to tear her apart. Her eyes revealed a hint of fear of death as she planned to muster her last ounce of strength for a final struggle. Just as those magical beasts were about to pounce on her, dozens of spiritual swords swiftly descended from the sky. They stabbed fiercely into the bodies of those magical beasts. Although they did not kill them instantly, they managed to save her old acquaintance Catherine. Yufeng stepped onto his flying sword, quickly flying to Catherine's side, lifting her up, and then rapidly gliding to the city wall at the gate, where he set her down. After carefully checking her for serious injuries, he calmly said, "Thank you, Miss Catherine, for your hard work. We'll leave the rest to me." After speaking, Yufeng jumped down from the wall. Each step he took could potentially save another life. Catherine was stunned for a moment before realizing that she had just been saved by Yufeng and moved to a safe location. By the time she came to her senses, Yufeng had already rushed deep into the battlefield with 18 spiritual swords swirling around him. He moved through the crowd like a grim reaper, ruthlessly slaying countless magical beasts, forcibly tearing a path through the dense horde. One low-tier magical beast skilled in stealth attempted to sneak behind him for a fatal strike. However, in Yufeng's heavy pupil eyes, this seemed utterly futile and laughable. His body suddenly spun around, fingers pointing to condense a terrifying sword strike, and with the sound of bones shattering, the magical beast was cleaved in two, its remains collapsing to the ground. The blood of that magical beast splattered onto his face, painting him as a blood-soaked figure looking incredibly terrifying. With Yufeng's entry into the battlefield, the pressure on the crowd lessened significantly. Many had noticed Yufeng's reaper-like silhouette, each one invigorated, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline following in his footsteps. Brothers, follow that lord and kill all these damned magical beasts. Kill for the vengeance of our fallen brothers. Standing atop the city wall, Catherine looked at Yufeng drenched in blood, and found it hard to reconcile this image with the gentle and reserved figure she remembered. Initially, she thought Yufeng had good talent and strength, but she never expected him to be this powerful. At that moment, Yu Lingli had already taken advantage of the chaos to lead Feina to the city gate, witnessing Yufeng's rampage. The worry in her heart had finally lessened significantly, but the next moment, as if sensing something, she hurriedly shouted at the city gate, "Yufeng, danger. I sense a massive wave of abyssal magical beasts rushing towards us. You all need to get away now." Yufeng was weaving through the beast horde when he suddenly heard the heart-wrenching scream of Yu Lingli. He hurriedly executed the void step to distance himself from the beast swarm and fully activated his heavy eye to gaze into the distance. Hundreds of blood-sucking beasts charged in unison, their hooves pounding the ground like thunder, a vast dark mass rushing forward with ferocious roars echoing all around. Although most of them appeared small, under 1 meter in height, their speed in crawling was astonishingly fast. The beasts at the rear suffered first as a blood-sucking beast sank its sharp red teeth into the body of a black spiked boar. Within moments, the black boar began to rapidly wither away, as if even its bones were being drained dry. However, the blood-sucking beast seemed unsatisfied. With a putrid maw wide open, it devoured the second senior brother, like consuming jelly, leaving nothing behind. A few minutes later, the horde of abyssal beasts was already upon the soldiers at the gates of Linfeng Pass. They were merely a temporary militia assembled by Catherine, and against such bloodthirsty abyssal beasts, they had no power to resist. In an instant, their piercing shrieks could be clearly heard by the residents taking refuge inside the city. Those who considered themselves capable rushed to rescue their comrades, but as soon as they approached the blood-sucking beasts, their sharp teeth viciously pierced into their limbs and necks. Soon the entire person became emaciated, and with just a slight movement of the abyssal beast's mouth, the last remnants of flesh were torn to shreds. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with three races engaged in a brutal melee that resembled a small meat grinder. Yufeng hastily flew towards Yu Lingli and the others on his sword, realizing that he could no longer control the situation. Three blood-sucking beasts were already surrounding Yu Lingli and Fina. These creatures crouched low to the ground, their crimson eyes fixated on the two, continuously emitting hissing growls, blood mixed with saliva dripping from their sharp fangs. Fina had forgotten to cry in the face of this situation, holding tightly to Yu Lingli's clothing. One of the larger beasts could no longer contain itself, opening its gaping maw, followed closely by the other two as they charged at the duo. However, Yu Lingli was already prepared. Before it could pounce, she completed her incantation in her heart and raised her hand to unleash several arcs of silver lightning towards the three blood-sucking beasts. The lightning, moving at an incredibly fast speed, coiled around their limbs, tightly binding their bodies, the crackling sound of electricity resonating continuously. The three blood-sucking beasts stiffened and could no longer crawl forward, their bodies convulsing violently. A faint scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, mixed with a foul odor that made one feel nauseous. Though her magical power was pitifully low, she was not someone these lowly beasts could approach. The larger beast suddenly surged with abyssal energy, breaking through to a second-tier level. Yu Lingli had no choice but to increase her magical output, hoping to control it for a while longer, inwardly cursing this beast must have devoured a considerable amount of flesh just now, and now it is actually beginning to advance. She dared not expend too much magical energy, for not only was there the risk of being countered by the abyssal energy, but even if she withstood it, it would attract the attention of the abyssal mage calendar. Just as this danger loomed, Yufeng finally arrived above them on his flying sword, plunging down with momentum and channeling his spiritual energy to pierce through the beast's skull. He quickly withdrew the flying sword, and after a few flashes of cold light, the other two controlled blood-sucking beasts fell slowly to the ground. Lingli, are you all right? It's too chaotic here. Hurry and enter the city. Leave through the other gate. Yu Lingli did not heed his words, her brow furrowed as she pressed. What about you? What will you do? I have to find a way to keep them at bay outside the city. Oh, otherwise, if this horde of beasts rushes in Linfeng Pass, we'll surely become a dead city. I disagree. Yufeng, how can you still be a hero at a time like this? Do you think this is just a minor skirmish like before? Among these hundreds of first and second-tier abyssal beasts, there is certainly a peak third-tier leader. You currently lack the strength to handle this. It's the right choice to leave this dangerous place with us. Seeing the horrific state of the soldiers earlier, Yufeng's eyes reddened as he said, am I just to let these beasts devour the city clean? If I leave now, I will regret it for the rest of my life. So you don't need to persuade me anymore. You all hurry and leave as far as you can. While the two were arguing, the local beast horde at the gates of Linfeng Pass had already been completely devoured by the abyssal mongrels. A mid-tier third-level blood-sucking beast, upon spotting Yufeng and his group, suddenly unleashed its immense limbs, emitting a sharp roar as it charged towards them. The surrounding beasts that failed to dodge were knocked away, seemingly not wishing for their prey to be snatched. Feeling the overwhelming abyssal energy from it, Yufeng quickly gripped his flying sword and charged forward. He could not retreat now. Behind him were Yu Lingli, Fina, and all the residents in the city, and he had his own as the blood-sucking beast charged halfway, a stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground to prop it up. Before it could react, 7 or 8 massive fireballs struck its face. It was hurled back a great distance, crashing to the ground, but it merely shook its head, and after a moment stood back up with an even more ferocious expression. Though it had not suffered significant harm, it was clearly enraged, having been bitten by its own food, its blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on Yufeng. The blood-sucking beast's neck bulged slightly before opening its massive jaws. A dark red murky mist surged out, quickly enveloping him. The putrid blood mist spread out, emitting a pungent stench wherever it passed, and wherever the mist touched the ground it began to emit faint black smoke. Seeing that ball of blood mist, Yu Lingli anxiously warned Yufeng that his putrid blood poison mist quickly dodge. This mist can paralyze the nerves. If it sticks for too long, the skin will rapidly rot away. Hearing this, Yufeng did not dare to be careless. He enveloped his sword with spiritual energy, slashing several times at the ground ahead, and unleashing sharp sword chi. The sword chi struck the ground, fiercely kicking up thick dust and fog to block the advance of the blood mist, barely managing to contain its spread. Meanwhile, the blood-sucking beast sought to use the thick mist to conceal its figure and quickly move around to Yufeng's side for a deadly strike. However, all of this was clearly seen by Yufeng's heavy eye. He pretended not to notice its figure leaving an opening. In reality, he was secretly accumulating spiritual energy, ready to respond to the beast's attack at any moment. Yet the blood-sucking beast was completely unaware its movements clear to Yufeng as it chose a suitable position and forcefully lunged at him. Just as it thought it had succeeded in its sneak attack from behind, Yufeng swiftly adjusted his posture, channeling all his spiritual energy into the flying sword, delivering a powerful slash that cleaved the beast in two. The blood-sucking beast could not comprehend how it had been discovered until its last moment. As its two foul-smelling halves fell to the ground, Yufeng finally dared to let out a slight sigh of relief. Had it not been for his heavy eye, he might not have been able to slay it so easily. However, new troubles quickly arose. The soldiers at the base of Linfeng Pass had completely collapsed, with only about 300 of the originally thousands of defenders still standing. The surviving soldiers, having seen Yufeng slay a third-tier abyssal beast, appeared to see the last ray of hope. They quickly approached him, forming the final line of defense, none of them fleeing. They knew that their roots were here. If they left, none of their families within Linfeng Pass would escape. Fewer than 300 survivors instantly swarmed around Yufeng, their gazes fixed upon him as if awaiting his command. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, some even limped or were missing limbs. Yufeng immediately spotted Song Nuo, the commander of the city lord's mansion, bearing the unconscious Seiwayan city lord on his back. Blood pooled at their feet. The city lord's life hung by a thread. Kaiserlin descended from the battlements at that moment, standing in silence beside the remaining members of the adventurers' contingent. In an instant, Yufeng became the de facto leader of these survivors. They had been won over by the power he had just displayed. Now only by following him could Linfeng AI City hope for a sliver of survival. Not far off, the abyssal blood-sucking beasts had gathered into a compact mass. Their numbers had dwindled to roughly 200, yet their ferocity had not abated. Their leader stood ready to give the order, prepared to tear apart the fragile human defenses and surge into the city for a fresh feast of blood. Yufeng stood within the crowd, feeling every look upon him. He said little, only gliding to the front of the ring. At a time like this, empty words of encouragement meant nothing. Today would be decided by life or death. Yu Lingli, standing amid the people, had meant to step forward and restrain him, to dissuade him from rashness, but she could not bring herself to move. Even Feina, who usually hid behind Yu Lingli and Yufeng, had somehow procured a blood-stained one-handed sword and followed Yufeng with a gaze that would not relent. The loss of her parents had extinguished the bright, lively girl Feina had once been. Now all she wanted was vengeance for her family. Yu Lingli knew that no amount of pleading would change anything. Watching Yufeng's thin figure, she pressed her lips together until they were white. Arcs of electricity began to dance around her. She steeled herself for the worst. Even if invoking the abyssal power would backfire and kill her, she would do everything possible to save Yufeng and Feina. The two camps were only a few hundred meters apart, yet the air between them reeked of gunpowder and malice. A single misstep or gust could set the entire scene ablaze. With a shrill howl bursting from the mass of abyssal beasts, more than 200 bloodsuckers surged in a wave toward the gate of Linfeng AI City. Through his Chongtong, he spotted a distinctive figure within the horde of abyssal beasts, plainly their leader. Without turning back, he said to those behind him, "I will dive into the horde and try to kill their leader. Hold fast beneath the gate and do not charge. Miss Kaiserlin, please command them. If fortune favors us, I will buy a drink for every one of you." Several voices rose from the crowd before Kaiserlin could answer. "Sir, go without worry. We will hold this place with our last breath. Don't forget to bring us to that drink when this city is our home. Go, sir, and trust that we will hold the line." Kaiserlin watched Yufeng move, moved by a strange swell of emotion. Her previously taut features softened as she said in a low voice, "Becoming friends with you, mister. Yufeng was the best decision I have ever made. I will stand my post." Yufeng offered no reply, not from reluctance, but because the horde had already closed in upon him. His reserves of spiritual energy were nearly exhausted. He had to reach the side of the third-rank apex bloodsucker leader. The Tianlei Pearl was his only chance to With that thought, he swept his hand and cleaved several fierce sword chi in front of him, then blurred forward. The blade sliced the foremost beasts into scattered pieces. Seeing Yufeng charge, Kaiserlin shouted sharply, "Everyone advance and hold the formation. Entangle the beasts at the front and by Mr. Yufeng time." The others snapped to attention. The less grievously wounded shoved forward, clutching weapons with white-knuckled resolve, ready to fight to the death. After scattering the front ranks of abyssal beasts, Yufeng vaulted onto his flying sword and shot toward the heart of the horde. The leader at the center saw Yufeng approaching and showed no fear. Instead, it urged its ranks to surge onward. It intended to deal with this reckless human alone. Yufeng intended to drop the Tianlei pearl for a killing blow, but the beasts below seemed to sense the mortal menace radiating from him. They scattered and widened the distance. Seeing no opening to use the Tianlei pearl, Yufeng wove his remaining spiritual energy into a dozen spirit swords that lunged at the leader. The bloodsucker leader was no fool, but did not test its hide against Yufeng's assault. It blurred its body into a streak of red, dodging his strike with ease. It then opened its maw and launched dozens of razor-sharp bone spines condensed from a blood mist, aiming to shoot him from the sky. Yufeng was a moving target in midair. After narrowly evading several spines, he dropped to the ground and invoked the Earth Aspect Thousand Rock Bulwark from the 5 Elements spells. Thick walls erupted from the ground before him, just barely warding off the remaining bone spines. This could not continue. If he bled out his spiritual energy like this, it would be gone before long. He had to find a way to restrict the beast's movement. While Yufeng faltered, the situation beneath Linfeng AI City Gate was equally dire. Even though his earlier strike had disrupted the beast's formation, they could not withstand the onslaught. As their formation neared collapse, Yu Lingli finished chanting, and a mass of purple electrical arcs radiated outward from her, freezing a dozen or two bloodsuckers in place. The weaker ones were seared alive by her arcs. But the frequent use of magic began to backfire on Yu Lingli. Her body was consumed by the feedback. Hot blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Kaiselin moved through the crowd like a firefighter, dousing flare-ups wherever they broke out and barely holding the defensive line together. Yufeng, however, was mired in a quagmire. The beast's shadow was cunning, but clearly intended to drag him down rather than confront him head-on. Damn it, what could be done now? If things continued, even if he did not die, the gate would fall. A mass of abyssal beasts would surround him, and certain death would be the only outcome. Feina, left on the rear guard, had been scattered by the sheer number of beasts. Her weapon had vanished, and she could only watch as several bloodsuckers rushed toward her. Facing extreme mortal peril, 2 supreme currents of power began to stir within her. Yu Lingli wanted to rush to her aid, but several abyssal beasts blocked her path. No, Feina must not perish. This 12-year-old girl had already led a tragic life. Yu Lingli would not allow her to die like this, senselessly and alone. Yu Lingli could no longer mind the pain of backlash. As she prepared to marshal a torrent of magic and rush, Feina, trapped and desperate, was suddenly suffused with 2 supreme attributes of aura. The shapes of the bloodsuckers near her froze in midair, utterly immobile. Feina had no understanding of the change within her. Her eyes reflected only the hatred of a child who had lost her parents. Her body shook violently as she snarled, "You took my home. Die, all of you." At her cry, the bodies of those few suspended bloodsuckers were crushed apart, as if squeezed by the combined force of time and space. Yu Lingli stood aghast, watching from afar. She could feel Feina's magic spiraling out of control. What had been first-rank novice power had surged to peak first rank in an instant with no sign of stopping. This was dangerous. If it continued, Feina would be torn apart from within by those forces. Yu Lingli felt the violent magical power within Feina's body was about to break through to the second-tier mage. Yet she found herself utterly powerless to stop it, anxiously stamping her feet. Originally, Yufeng was pondering how to restrict the movements of the blood-sucking beast from a distance, but suddenly his divine sense was drawn to the enormous energy wave emanating from Feina behind him. Not good. Feina and the others were on the verge of collapse. Just as he momentarily dazed, the blood-sucking beast keenly sensed an opening in his defense. It lunged fiercely towards Yufeng, its sharp claws aiming to tear him apart, as if wanting to rip him in half. When Yufeng regained his senses, the beast was already in his face, and he hurriedly crossed his sword to block its attack, while quickly tossing out several protective talismans. The blood-red claws collided violently with the flying sword, producing a crisp sound, and then the sword began to shatter like glass. The remaining shockwave slammed into the energy shield created by the protective talismans around Yufeng. The violent inertia struck him, sending him flying dozens of meters away, and he had no idea where the sword hilt had gone. Although he barely managed to fend off the attack, Yufeng sustained significant internal injuries, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Damn it, I almost got caught by this beast. I didn't even have the chance to use the Thunder Pearl. Who would have thought this thing would be so cautious? It wouldn't be that it gained intelligence ahead of time, would it? On the ground, Yufeng quickly got up and saw the blood-red figure rapidly approaching him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn beast, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Damn it, whoever backs down today is a grandson. Oh, I'm going to blow you up." He pulled out the prepared Thunder Pearl just as he was about to make a trade. Feina emerged from the city gate unhindered. Finally breaking through the shackles, her magical power successfully advanced to the early second-tier mage. To have broken through from early first-tier to early second-tier in less than half an hour would certainly shock a great many people if it got out. One must know that the breakthrough speed of a mage is far inferior to that of a fighter, yet in Feina, it was utterly unreasonable. However, everything comes at a cost. Because her magical power surged too rapidly, Feina's small frame could barely keep up, and just as she was struggling to hold on, she suddenly saw her brother Yufeng at the brink of life and death. A blood-red figure was rapidly closing in on him, while Yufeng sat half-paralyzed on the ground, injured all over. Feina couldn't care less about the pain in her body, and shouted in a sorrowful tone, "No, don't. I've already lost the last family member in this world. I can't lose my brother Yufeng again." In that moment, Feina unleashed an incredibly strong will, and the chaotic magical energy within her body seemed to be forcibly restrained by something. Then the two forces were violently forced together, causing the surrounding air to ripple and creating faint blue. Feina fixed her gaze on the injured Yufeng on the ground, her teeth gritting together loudly. She poured all her spirit into firmly locking onto the blood-red figure not far away, using all her strength to hoarsely shout, "Stop, right there." The blood-sucking beast, which had been moving at lightning speed, suddenly felt as if it was trapped in a thick and heavy quagmire. Even its body felt a faint sense of being squeezed. It could no longer advance quickly. Every time it lifted a leg or moved, it became incredibly strenuous, and its speed plummeted to a crawl. Yufeng was still trying to figure out what had happened. However, seeing that the beast's speed had suddenly slowed to that of a snail, he realized his chance to turn the tide had come. Yufeng no longer hesitated. Using the last bit of strength he had, he infused the Thunder Pearl with a wisp of spiritual energy and hurled it at the blood-sucking beast. The Thunder Pearl shot out instantly, tracing a beautiful purple line in the air as it flew straight towards the beast's face. "Burn, you bastard, die." The blood-sucking beast displayed an unusual look of panic on its face. It frantically flailed its limbs trying to escape, but no matter how hard it struggled, its speed remained as slow as a snail. It could only watch helplessly as the deadly purple light point flew towards it. The Thunder Pearl, enveloped in spiritual energy, struck its face directly, followed by a thunderous explosion. The blinding purple lightning shot everywhere, and the immense power instantly engulfed the entire beast. It writhed in pain, its cries soon swallowed by the thunder, and under the impact of the purple lightning, its body continuously shattered. In no time, the entire beast was blown into charred fragments, completely vanishing from sight. Even Yufeng, who was nearby, was hurled far away by the shockwave, landing right in front of Feina. "Brother Yufeng." Feina stumbled towards him, tripping over stones several times before finally reaching Yufeng's side. She tightly embraced his head, leaning against him, tears flowing uncontrollably from her big eyes. Yufeng felt a few warm droplets hit his face, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing her so heartbroken, he gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears. With a slightly weak tone, he softly said, "Feina, even if I didn't die from the explosion just now, I'm about to be choked to death by you. Can you please let go for a moment?" Upon hearing her brother Yufeng's words, Feina hurriedly loosened her grip, but she was still reluctant to withdraw. Meanwhile, at the city gate, the previously precarious defense line, after a thunderous explosion, suddenly became chaotic. The remaining blood-sucking beast horde could no longer sense their leader's presence. They hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to launch an attack on the city gate's defense. Catherine and the others had yet to understand what had happened. After hearing a loud bang, the previously cold and bloodthirsty beasts retreated like a tide. Just as the remaining blood-sucking beasts were about to escape into the nearby forest, dozens of members dressed in elite Adventurer Association attire suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Leading them was Edmund, the vice president of the Linfeng Pass Adventurer Association. He had received a message from Catherine in the city a few days ago, drawn in by the lucrative potential of Yufeng's talisman business. He hurriedly returned from the main city of Iceland, only to discover a scene comparable to a hell on earth as he passed through a nearby village. He immediately realized that something significant had happened at Linfeng Pass and rushed back with his small team. Upon arriving, he saw a large group of beasts below the city wall suddenly change direction, seemingly preparing to flee for their lives. He decisively ordered the elite team of the Adventurer Association to eliminate the entire horde of beasts. Edmund displayed his full power as a mid-tier third-level battle master, wielding a giant hammer larger than an adult, charging into the blood-sucking beast horde. Wherever the giant hammer struck, the abyssal beasts were instantly smashed into puddles of blood. The elite adventurers of the Adventurer Association were all of at least second-tier strength, and there were virtually no casualties during the encirclement. The abyssal beast horde, which had been engaged in a fierce battle for a long time, had no capacity to resist against Edmund and his team, and the battle was resolved in just 10 minutes. After the last blood-sucking beast was reduced to mush by Edmund's hammer, the calamity that could have destroyed Linfeng Pass finally came to a dramatic conclusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the urgent task. Reward: 1 storage ring of 100 cubic meters, 3 bottles of top-grade Qi gathering pills, 1 drop of Jiao long blood randomly obtained 3 times, and space magic skills of levels 1 to 2, and 100 gold coins. The rewards are automatically stored in the system space. Please check host. Upon hearing the system announce the task completion, Yufeng could finally relax the tension he had been holding in. He silently cursed the system. How could this silly bird of a system suddenly be so generous? I almost lost my life here. Is there a way to report the system application? I need help urgently. Just as Yufeng was mumbling to himself, Yulingli rushed over from a distance feeling extremely anxious. She did not want to see any accidents happen to Yufeng and Feina, especially Yufeng. This bastard had unknowingly planted an indelible image in her heart long ago. As she approached, she shouted loudly, "Bastard Yufeng, always showing off. How did I end up with such an annoying guy? I must have been out of luck for 10 lifetimes." Though Yulingli said this, her actions were quite honest. She squatted beside Yufeng, her palm pressed against his chest. Her small mouth slightly opened as she softly recited a complex and obscure magic incantation. A water sphere slowly formed beneath her palm, gently merging into his body to help heal his minor injuries. As Yufeng felt the surging water elements flowing through his limbs, he immediately felt extremely comfortable. His minor skin injuries began to heal gradually, and he even regained some strength. He then grinned at Yulingli and said, "Lingli, you can't say that. Actually, just encountering me is enough for a lifetime of bad luck, haha." Yulingli couldn't be bothered to respond. She focused solely on controlling her magical energy output to alleviate his injuries. Meanwhile, Edmund led his elite team to the city gate, where a large number of corpses of magical beasts and humans lay mixed together, staining the entrance with deep red blood. Even though they were elites of the Adventurers Association, witnessing such a brutal scene caused cold sweat to trickle down their backs. They asked themselves how likely they would be to survive if they were present. The defense line at the city gate originally had over 300 people stationed, but now there were fewer than 100 left, all relying on the city wall to gasp for breath. Among them, severely injured personnel accounted for as much as 70, with many missing arms and legs. The severity of the situation was truly alarming. Upon seeing Catherine and the remaining adventurer members, Edmund hurriedly walked over. He had many questions to ask Catherine, as the situation at the city gate was far too dire. "Catherine, are you all? Carl, you guys hurry into the city to find people to help rescue." Edmund, thankfully you returned in time, otherwise those damned magical beasts would have escaped. Catherine clenched her silver teeth and said angrily, "Catherine, what on earth happened while I was away from the Linfeng?" Edmund asked his biggest question, knowing that he had never encountered anything similar in Linfeng Pass for decades. Then Catherine briefly described the situation, especially mentioning that Yufeng had led their ragtag group, not only defending Linfeng Pass, but also killing the leader of the beast horde under pressure. Edmund felt as if he was hearing things. He had certainly heard of Yufeng, as he had returned early, attracted by the talisman paper on him. He originally thought Yufeng was just a young lad with some adventures. Now Catherine was telling him that Yufeng had single-handedly defended the city, becoming a hero for tens of thousands of families behind it. "Catherine, you can't be joking with me, right? Is this the same Yufeng you mentioned in your previous message? His strength is actually this formidable." "Edmund, I am not lying to you. You can ask everyone present." The remaining survivors all shouted in unison, "Miss Catherine is right. If it weren't for Lord Yufeng leading us, we would have met our maker long ago. I always knew Lord Yufeng would succeed in dealing with the leader of the beast horde." "Hey, you brat, didn't say that before, did you? It must have been a misunderstanding." Upon hearing the unified praise of Yufeng from the remaining people, Edmund had no choice but to accept this fact. Catherine seemed to see something, raised her hand, pointing not far away, and said to Edmund, "Look over there, master. That man is our hero of Linfeng Pass, Mr. Yufeng." Edmund followed Catherine's finger and saw a young man being supported by two girls as he stood up. At this moment, Yufeng had finally regained some strength. He could have walked on his own, but he was unable to resist the support of the two girls beside him, so he was led towards the city gate. "Lingli, why don't you let go of my hands? I'm really fine now, it's unnecessary. Cut it out, you talk too much. You better behave, your body has just recovered a bit, and you are already taking it lightly, huh?" Yufeng was caught off guard by Yulingli's rebuke. Unable to say anything, he turned his head to the side, looking at Feina. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. "Brother Yufeng's sister Lingli is right. You should not move around too much." Yufeng looked at Feina, who usually always listened to him, and was surprised that she was also not cooperating with him at this moment, feeling unsure whether to laugh or cry. Thus Yufeng was slowly escorted by the two girls to the city gate. Catherine and the surviving people, upon seeing Yufeng return safely, all performed the standard gesture of respect from the Silver Orchid Empire. This was their heartfelt way of expressing their utmost respect for Yufeng. Even Edmund and the returning members behind him followed suit, offering their highest respects. Yufeng was momentarily at a loss, as he had never encountered such sincere recognition from so many people. After a brief moment of astonishment, he exchanged several subtle glances with Yulingli and Feina, and only then did they reluctantly release their hands from supporting Yufeng. Yufeng then appeared less awkward as he slowly walked forward, looking at the survivors. He gently raised his hand to signal everyone to rise, speaking in a calm and sincere tone, "Everyone please get up. I merely did what I was supposed to do. and you all are the true heroes of this event. Yufeng's words undoubtedly gained him immense recognition from those who already admired him. Eyes turned towards Yufeng filled with a hint of fervor. Edmund, holding his giant hammer, stood at the front of the crowd looking at the scarred figure before him, who was not carried away by victory, and retained his humble demeanor, filled with admiration. He laughed heartily, saying, "Ha, brother Yufeng, you truly suit my taste." He stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. "Brother Yufeng need not be too modest. Today's successful defense of the city depends entirely on your heroic efforts. Everyone in Linfeng Pass owes you a debt of gratitude." Yufeng looked at the towering man before him with some confusion. He seemed to recall not having seen him among this group of people. Catherine saw Yufeng's confused expression, and a hint of a smile involuntarily surged in her heart. She watched as Yufeng and President Edmund stood side by side exchanging bewildered looks. To avoid making them too awkward, she hurried forward to mediate, saying, "Mr. Yufeng, I forgot to introduce you. This beside you is our president of the Linfeng Iching Adventurers Association, Senior Edmund." Upon hearing her words, Yufeng finally reacted and quickly replied to Edmund, "President Edmund is being too modest. I merely contributed a small effort for Linfeng Iching. Even without me, I believe President Edmund could have handled those abyss beasts." Seeing Yufeng's humility, Edmund initially intended to say some words of comfort, but upon hearing abyss beasts, his expression instantly contorted with concern. "Abyss beasts? Yufeng, little brother, are you saying those beasts that attacked the city just now are abyss beasts?" Edmund's exclamatory tone immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It seemed that no one in the room had ever heard the term abyss beasts. Their faces all wore expressions of inquiry. Yufeng looked at Edmund's suddenly changed expression and asked with some confusion, "Is there something wrong, President Edmund?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Edmund wearing a melancholic expression, clearly indicating that he had some knowledge about the abyss beasts. To think that the tales passed down from those old men were true. If what little brother Yufeng said is indeed correct, then the plight of Linfeng Iching makes sense. If it weren't for the abyss beasts, how could the mere beasts near Linfeng Iching have nearly breached the entire city's defenses? Yufeng had never expected that someone in this remote little city would actually recognize the abyss beasts. Previously, Yu Lingli had mentioned that the abyss beasts hadn't appeared in human territories for at least 1,000 years. "President Edmund, do you also know about these abyss beasts?" Edmund glanced around at the surviving people, and seeing no outsiders, decided not to hide any longer. According to the ancient texts passed down by the Adventurers Association, the abyss beasts belong to the Abyss Forbidden Land located at the westernmost part of the continent, which breeds many bloodthirsty and merciless beasts whose instincts are to kill and devour. Over 1,000 years ago, the abyss beasts swept across the entire Etherland continent, having invaded every race. That war lasted for hundreds of years, and just when all the land's races were about to collapse, those beasts suddenly vanished without a trace. Later, it was rumored in other nations that they all gathered at the westernmost part of the continent. Back then, the human territory was not defined by the three great empires, but was instead the unified Valair Holy Empire. Over 1,000 years ago, the territory of the Valair Holy Empire was several times larger than the current human three great empires, filled with powerful figures. Even so, they were shattered by the rampant abyss beasts. It was only later that it gradually became the three great empires we see today. After Edmund finished speaking, an expression of nostalgia appeared on his face. Yu Lingli stood among the crowd, her face flashing with an indescribable emotion. Yufeng, upon hearing this, was also greatly surprised, but new questions surged to his lips. "President Edmund, I previously bought history books about the Etherland continent in the city. However, there is not a single record about the Valair Holy Empire." Catherine and the others stood by, nodding inadvertently in support of Yufeng's words. After all, they had never heard of any recorded history of the Valair Holy Empire. Edmund sighed lightly, simply waved his hand, and did not intend to continue speaking to everyone. He knew there were too many secrets involved that he could not dare to bring to light. "All right, Catherine, I trouble you to take over the scene's order. I must hurry back to the Adventurers Association in the city to report the news of the abyss beasts to headquarters using the magical sound transmission array." However, he was unaware that at that moment the abyss beasts had already ravaged parts of the three great empires' towns. Yufeng stood still, watching Edmund's anxious departure, his heart filled with deep confusion. He was filled with unprecedented curiosity about the so-called unified human empire, the Valair Holy Empire from 1,000 years ago. It wasn't until Fina came forward and tugged at his hand that Yufeng slowly came to his senses. Yu Lingli slightly lowered her eyes, her face devoid of expression, quietly standing behind Yufeng. Yet in her gaze lay hidden matters unlike her usual lively self, instead exuding a coldness, as if she had seen through the past. After chatting briefly with Catherine, Yufeng prepared to return to his small courtyard in the city to rest. Walking back from the blood-soaked city walls, he couldn't help but feel lost in thought. As soon as he returned to the familiar small courtyard, Fina could no longer contain her emotions and jumped fiercely into Yufeng's arms. She had been trying to control her aggrieved demeanor outside, only daring to release it upon returning to this small courtyard. At this moment, Fina could no longer control her shoulders, which began to shake violently. The suppressed cries were muffled in his clothing and tears streamed down in large drops. With her voice trembling, she said, Yufeng, brother Fina, has no family now. What should I do in the future? As she thought of her deceased parents and the destruction of her home, feeling all alone, her heart ached painfully, filled with despair and grievance, overwhelmed by sorrow. For a moment, Yufeng and Yu Lingli were at a loss for words on how to comfort her, knowing that this little girl had already endured too many tragedies. Yufeng simply held Fina close, gently patting her back, hoping that this silent companionship would ease some of her inner pain. After a while, Fina's cries gradually diminished and her body stopped trembling. Fina did not know when she fell asleep, she had gone through too much today, from losing her parents to walking back and forth at the gates of hell. After seeing Fina asleep, Yufeng carefully lifted her and carried her back to her bedroom. After using his spiritual energy to check that Fina was not in serious condition, he finally walked out of the room. At that moment, Yu Lingli sat silently at the table in the living room, lost in thought. As Yufeng approached, he said nothing but poured some cool water from a wooden jug and slowly handed it to her. Then, exhausted, he leaned back in the wooden chair, quietly watching Yu Lingli. The two sat in silence in the living room, not uttering a word. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Lingli slowly opened her mouth. Yufeng, do you have something you want to ask me? Yufeng merely nodded gently. He had too many questions today that needed the elven princess to clarify. Lingli, do you know about the human Velair Holy Empire that President Edmund mentioned today? I do. The records in the Elven Empire document all the history of the continent. In the past, when I was bored, I learned about the past of various races. Are you wondering why so few humans today remember that once glorious empire? Upon hearing her words, Yufeng instinctively scratched his head, because he indeed had such a thought. He simply couldn't understand why there was no description of the Velair Holy Empire in the current human historical records. Moreover, President Edmund's avoidance of the topic today only intensified his curiosity. Logically, the glorious empire that humans once possessed should have been recorded with due diligence. Why is it that now so few people know of it, and even those who do hesitate to reveal too much? A hint of a cold smile flashed across Yu Lingli's face. She certainly knew the reason behind it. With a teasing tone, she slowly said, because the royal families of the three great human empires today are the true culprits behind the destruction of the Velair, a holy empire 1,000 years ago. Yufeng froze upon hearing her words, momentarily stunned by their weight. A flicker of disbelief crossed his mind as he gazed at her, his voice dropping low and hoarse. The royal houses of the three empires, were they truly the architects of the Verlo Holy Dominion's annihilation? Yet why did Master Edmund claim the sacred realm crumbled under a century-long assault by abyssal beasts? Yu Lingli's expression hardened with disdain as she spoke unflinchingly. They are merely bandits, cloaking theft in the garb of justification. After all, human history is invariably inscribed by its victors. Their motive was simple: to consolidate control over stolen lands. Thus, the royal houses erased every record predating the Verlo Holy Dominion. Over time, the memory of that resplendent human empire faded into oblivion. Yufeng lowered his gaze. Confusion dissolved like mist, replaced by grim resolve. A cold, sharp curve tugged at his lips as his voice deepened. So, the cataclysm 1,000 years ago was from beginning to end an orchestrated deception. No wonder Master Edmund dared not speak openly of its hidden truths. He feared igniting a firestorm should the truth escape. Yu Lingli watched his reaction with quiet satisfaction and remarked approvingly, astute. Precisely so. That master likely glimpsed fragments of the truth, and thus dared utter nothing more. Had this conversation not arisen amid the abyssal beast discourse, he would never have broached the Verlo Holy Dominion at all. Lingli, does the Elven Empire's archive contain accounts of its fall? Yu Lingli rolled her eyes, her tone teasing, yet faintly petulant. How could we elves possibly know the intimate affairs of your human empires? Our chronicles merely preserve broad strokes of the continent's ancient past. According to what I know, the royal houses of today's three empires were once collateral vassal clans of the Verlo Holy Dominion. Elders in our tribe surmise they seized their chance during the abyssal scourge, betraying the Verlo Holy Dominion from within. Yu Lingli's face tightened with contempt. Intraracial strife is commonplace, but to stab one's own people in the back on the brink of extinction, she found it unforgivable. Thus, humans remain the most cunning and most treacherous race upon this continent. Yufeng flinched slightly at her scathing words, a flush of awkwardness coloring his cheeks. Yu Lingli, catching his expression, felt an unexpected surge of quiet triumph. Rare indeed to outwit him. Yet unwilling to let misunderstanding fester, she softened her tone. All right, Yufeng. I scorn only the present royal houses, not you, nor those like you. She had never before gone to such lengths to clarify herself. Yet with Yufeng she inexplicably cared, deeply, how he perceived her. Perhaps her intellect dulled slightly alongside her diminished stature. Restoring her original form, she mused, might sharpen her wits once more. In truth, Yufeng had barely registered her barbs. He felt no kinship with this continent's native peoples. He bore no emotional allegiance here. His heart remained steadfastly, unambiguously red. Seeing his silence, Yu Lingli mistakenly assumed he was wounded. Her proud little head drooped, and she peered up at him hesitantly. Was my phrasing wrong just now? I truly didn't mean it. Yufeng, who had been lost in quiet contemplation, couldn't help but smile inwardly at her sudden vulnerability. This Elven Empire's crown princess, so rich in inner drama, was utterly endearing in her naivety. Were she not beside him, she'd likely be sold before sunset. He teased, grinning mischievously. Then how shall this elven lady compensate me? Your words struck me quite. Yu Lingli stared at his smirk. Her instincts should have sparked immediate retort, but her mind replayed her earlier words, reconstructing them with newfound gravity. She knew well how deeply racial epithets could wound the soul. Yet Yufeng was no native, nor had he ever known gentle treatment. Having endured Zhuan's brutal tongue lashings, her words slid off him like rain off polished jade. At his demand for recompense, Yu Lingli faltered. Every possession she held now came from him. With nothing tangible to offer, she stood at an impasse. Then unbidden came the elder's words, echoing from elven lore. A maiden's kiss is the purest gift. If unsatisfactory, simply kiss again. The thought flooded her cheeks with crimson, her mind fracturing into warring factions. What she failed to recall, the elder had omitted the crucial caveat: such gestures hold meaning only between spouses or bonded partners. Far across the continent, in the elven imperial palace, an ancient elf dozed peacefully in his armchair, then erupted into a string of violent sneezes. Yufeng watched her face shift, flushed pale, flushed again, and stifled laughter. Oh, you dare challenge? Today you shall learn. You exist solely beneath me. Aspire to rule. Impossible. Just as Yufeng opened his mouth, Yu Lingli rose abruptly, as if steeling herself for sacrifice. Blushing fiercely, she advanced toward him, agonizingly slow. Yufeng recoiled, convinced his ruse had unraveled, and hastily confessed, Lingli, I was wrong. I wasn't angry, only teasing you. Halfway across the room she halted, her blush deepening impossibly further. This time it was fury, not shyness, that burned her cheeks. Her voice turned glacial. So you truly weren't angry, just playing with me. Yufeng, still clinging to the doctrine of confession brings leniency, spilled every detail. Certain absolution awaited him. 15 minutes later, Yu Lingli sat serenely at the table sipping juice, though a faint blush lingered on her cheek. Yufeng, meanwhile, had transformed from ordinary man to horned prodigy, massaging a swelling lump on his skull larger than his fist, thoughts churning. Tisk tsk, this defies logic. Don't novels decree honesty invites mercy? Why does my script diverge so wildly? Yu Lingli glared, radiating smug vindication. Behold, the price of deceit. She'd prepared to bestow upon him her most sacred gift, only to hear it dismissed as mere jest. Right fist clenched, left fist clenched. She unleashed both in furious, precise succession. The result, impeccable. Yet seeing the grotesque, swelling pity stirred. She summoned a delicate ice spell, conjuring a sizable block before him. Hurry, wrap it in cloth and press it to your head. That absurd lump offends my eyes, even more than yours. She turned away sharply, though her lips betrayed a subtle, involuntary curve. Yufeng dared utter no protest. Moments later, he wore the icy compress like a crown. Yu Lingli sat opposite him, biting back laughter at his ridiculous appearance, while Yufeng, attuned to her shifting aura, felt fresh embarrassment bloom. He swiftly redirected the conversation. If the three empires' royal houses orchestrated the Verlo Holy Dominion's fall, why did the abyss vanish entirely at that time? Why did it then retreat wholly to the continent's westernmost edge, and remain absent from human realms? Yu Lingli's innate affinities encompass light, shadow, wood, water, wind, thunder, and ice. Yu Lingli, upon hearing Yufeng's question, composed herself and struggled to suppress the smile that tugged at her. She then pretended to be serious and said, Isn't it thanks to our elven empire back then? Otherwise your kind would have been torn to shreds long ago. How could the three great human empires exist now? Or do you think the abyss suddenly vanished from the sight of all races, eh? Huh, so that's how it is. Yufeng was taken aback. He thought the abyss retreated due to a lack of strength, but it seems there was more to it. Suddenly Yufeng's thoughts shifted, and he stared intently at Yu Lingli, secretly thinking, what I have latched onto is not just a thigh, but a pure gold leg. Yu Lingli felt uneasy under his gaze, as if she were a little lamb being eyed by a starving wolf that hadn't eaten for 10 days. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking of something strange again? Her face slightly flushed as she huffed at Yufeng. Yufeng hurriedly averted his gaze, silently casting a spell on himself. He must ensure that Yu Lingli is safely sent back. He must return this golden leg. Lingli, is your elven empire really that strong? You managed to subdue the abyss which threatened the entire continent so thoroughly. You're practically invincible in the world. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingli couldn't help but lift her small head, clearly pleased with Yufeng's words. Of course. Moreover, for the past 1,000 years the abyss has been confined to the extreme west of the continent, with very few high-level abyssal monsters making trouble. According to the rules passed down from our ancestors, the abyss is the enemy of every elven empire. The thought of this made Yu Lingli even angrier. If it weren't for these disgusting creatures, how could she have fallen to this state? Moreover, her mother's disappearance is also closely related to the abyss. However, this encounter has not been without its benefits, as she has gained some clues about her mother's disappearance. Now she just wanted to return to the empire quickly to recover from her injuries, and then strive for the 8th or even 9th level of the mage realm. Yu Lingli had been separated from her mother for hundreds of years, and she couldn't bear to wait even a moment longer, eager to break through to the 9th level and find her mother. Yufeng, when do you plan to leave here for Iceland City? Oh, that. I plan to stay a few more days. After all, Fina's parents just left not long ago. I'll wait for her emotions to stabilize before we set off. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingli merely nodded without speaking. She understood the pain of Fina's parents' departure. After a while, she stood up from the chair, stretching her slender waist and yawning. All right, it's getting late. I will head back to my room to rest. You should wash up and go to bed early too. After all, being a great hero is not easy. Upon hearing the words great hero, Yufeng unconsciously touched his nose, chuckling to himself before deciding to wash up in the back room. At this moment, Yu Lingli couldn't be bothered with him and slowly walked back to her room, as she had overexerted her magical power today. Although the backlash from the abyssal magic wasn't particularly severe, she still needed to rest properly. However, Yu Lingli was unaware that her current position had been captured by Calendil thousands of miles away. Calendil had been in seclusion these past few days, fully focused on sensing the feedback of the abyssal magic from Yu Lingli. Suddenly, he frowned, his hands forming seals one after another, and then a sickly smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. I found it, I finally found it. Damn little bug, can your tail still be hidden? Although the feedback from the abyssal magic is very limited, Calendil is already certain. Yu Lingli is currently within the weakest of the 3 human empires, the Silver Orchid Empire. How can I capture her back? With his current cultivation, he simply could not leave this damned place quietly. It's all the fault of those damned elves. If it weren't for them, the Acelon continent would have long been reduced to the Abyss Garden. Just as Calendil was contemplating his strategy, a crisp, yet eerily enchanting voice came from outside the door. Father, I'm here to collect this year's training materials. And when can I finally leave this wretched place? Decades ago you said the time was drawing near. Why is there still no sign now? Upon hearing this voice, Calendil immediately thought of a perfect strategy. Haha, little bug, let's see how you escape this time. At the same time, hundreds of abyssal fissures appeared almost simultaneously in the territories of the 3 human empires. Some cities managed to hold on, while others unfortunately turned into vast ruins. News began to be reported layer by layer until it reached the hands of the rulers of the 3 empires. Although the monsters' ranks were not high, many who understood the past secrets could no longer sit still. What does the appearance of abyssal beasts represent? The last time they appeared, they destroyed a top-tier unified empire. Can humanity still have a spark to continue? In an instant, the 3 great empires began to stir with undercurrents, as the already turbulent surface of the lake was suddenly disturbed by the great stone of the abyss, creating ripples. However, Yufeng, one of the protagonists, was completely unaware and had slept like a dead pig in bed after a simple wash last night. He slept until the sun was high in the sky, reluctant to rise from his bed. Rubbing his slightly darkened eye sockets, he began to call out to the system in his heart. Open the system panel. Name Yufeng, physique, heavy eye development 0. 8. Cultivation Qi refinement level 7, side occupation Qi refinement period, spirit talisman, master cultivation, method Taishu, Yandao Heart Sutra, first layer spells, Taishu sword finger, void step, Qi gathering technique, sword control technique, 3rd layer, 5 elements minor spells, bag, Qinglu Xuanfu general record, detailed map of Acelon continent, storage ring, X1 dragon blood, X1, space attribute magic skill, random treasure box, X3, gold coins, X250, silver coins, X888. The system bag only lists important items, all unnecessary ones will be removed later. Seeing that the heavy eye development was still lacking a bit, Yufeng felt like a cat scratching at his heart. He couldn't wait to find out what it would be like when it reaches 1. With no other choice, he took out the spatial ring and slowly infused his spiritual power into it. Upon sensing the 100 cubic space inside, Yufeng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He would no longer have to carry people using the system space. This storage ring was quite convenient. He then took out a drop of dragon blood, and a faint aura began to spread throughout the room, causing the space to ripple slightly. It was just a drop of blood, yet it seemed as if a dormant dragon had suddenly emerged into the world, its dragon aura swirling and silently spreading throughout the room. What a treasure! This drop of dragon blood is perfect for activating the body refinement method in the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra. I was just worried about not finding a good catalyst to promote my body cultivation. There's no time like the present. Without even bothering to eat, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. According to the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra, the name of the body refinement method is Taishu Hunyuan Indestructible Sutra. This body refinement method is divided into 9 layers, each layer providing effects several times better than the previous one. It shares the same origin with the Taishu Yindao Heart Sutra, allowing for simultaneous cultivation of the heart and body, merging spirit and form refining until tribulation transcendence is complete, achieving an indestructible body capable of resisting heavenly tribulations, even allowing the cultivator to tear apart the chains of the Tao with their bare hands and ascend to immortality. However, cultivating this method requires not only the power of Taishu, but also a large amount of fierce beast blood and precious medicinal materials to refine the body. After familiarizing himself with the operation of the method, Yu Feng enveloped the room with his spiritual power to prevent Yu Lingli and the others from barging in suddenly. After a simple arrangement, he swiftly grasped the drop of dragon blood and swallowed it. As soon as the dragon blood entered his mouth, a tumultuous surge of blood energy began to crash around within him. Yu Feng dared not be careless and quickly activated the Taishu Hunyuan Indestructible Sutra to start cultivating the first layer. He used the spiritual power infused with some Taishu energy to firmly suppress the drop of dragon blood. Then he began to refine and guide it bit by bit. Using the magnificent essence of the dragon blood to nurture his flesh, bones, and muscles, he aimed to break through the first layer of the method. In less than an hour, Yu Feng completely absorbed the blood of the flood dragon. A warm and abundant power suddenly spread through his limbs and bones, and the pain from the previous collisions dissipated as his skin began to undergo a qualitative transformation under the dual refinement of the Taishu spiritual energy and the flood dragon's blood. A vast surge of blood energy radiated from Yu Feng, filling every corner of the room with this sudden influx. The first layer of the Taishu Hunyuan Immortal Sutra refining skin was perfectly broken through, and even his own cultivation level rose to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yu Feng carefully sensed the changes in his body, and after a while a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This flood dragon's blood is truly a treasure. Without it, he wouldn't have easily broken through the first layer. With his current body strength, regardless of speed, defense, or power, he could easily overpower 10 versions of his former self. Of course, this only applies to physical confrontations. After a brief period of adaptation, Yu Feng withdrew his spiritual power from the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yu Lingli anxiously pacing back and forth at his doorstep, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Yu Feng finally emerge, Yu Lingli rushed forward, as if she had found a pillar of support. Yu Feng, you finally came out. You should hurry and check on Fina. Her mental state is very poor right now, and she's been locking herself in her room, refusing to come out. She hasn't touched a drop of water or a morsel of food since last night. I'm worried that if this goes on for too long, her body won't be able to take it. After listening to Yu Lingli, Yu Feng reached out and gently pressed her shoulders, speaking in a calm voice. Don't worry, Lingli, I understand now. Fina's parents just passed away, as she surely needs some time to accept it. Let's give her a moment to calm down. But I'm afraid Fina won't be able to pull herself out of this. How about this? He'll cook some of Fina's favorite dishes later, and then he'll go in to talk to her. For now, let's give her. He'll step out for a bit. Lingli, please keep an eye on the house. Yu Lingli had no choice but to follow Yu Feng's plan, though deep down she remained extremely worried about Fina. After all, in a sense, Fina is also a student she brought out. Most importantly, her relationship with Yu Feng made her particularly concerned. If anything were to happen to Fina, Yu Feng would surely be devastated, and she did not want to witness that scene. After quickly washing up, Yu Feng strode toward the city outskirts, determined to find a few items crucial for Fina's recovery. Returning to the familiar gate despite only being gone for a night, the bloodstains at the entrance had been mostly cleaned up, making it hard to tell that a bloody battle had occurred here yesterday. However, it seemed the guards at the entrance had begun to seal the city gates for some reason. Coincidentally, the guard on duty today was his old acquaintance Karen. Yu Feng never expected to see him again. He called out loudly, "Captain Karen, how was everything yesterday?" Karen, who had been feeling somewhat down, suddenly heard someone call his name and turned his weary head. Upon recognizing it was Yu Feng, he quickly composed himself, adjusted his attire, and performed a standard nightly salute to Yu Feng. The guards behind Karen immediately followed suit, fearing they would fall behind. Seeing these odd gestures, Yu Feng quickly stepped forward and patted Karen, signaling that they didn't need to do this. "Lord Yu Feng, these are the things we ought to do. We all know about your heroic efforts in saving Linfeng City yesterday. As a member of Linfeng City, we wholeheartedly recognize you. Seeing Karen so serious, Yufeng felt it inappropriate to break the mood, and curiously asked, I noticed your team didn't suffer much loss, weren't you in the city yesterday? Karen explained with a bitter smile, Lord Yufeng, most of those guarding the city were skilled cultivators. We who just make a living were all sent by the city lord to maintain order inside the city. If it weren't for that, I might have been torn to pieces by those beasts yesterday. After Karen finished speaking, he couldn't help but recall the elite guards from yesterday. A less than 1 in 10 survived, and most were injured, causing him to break into a cold sweat. No wonder your team seems to have been unscathed, but it looks like the city gates are now sealed. Yes, Lord Yufeng, according to the discussions among the higher-ups, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos, the gates will be sealed for 2 days. Are you planning to leave the city? Yufeng nodded slightly. He needed to visit the herb shop again, as there were matters awaiting his attention. Seeing Yufeng's gesture, Karen quickly patted his chest, assuring him there would be no problem. If it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't let them out so easily. However, for this individual, he estimated that even the city lord Sevian would have a hard time denying him passage. As Yufeng left amidst the praises from Karen's team, he recalled how he wasn't as carefree when he first arrived in this city. Now with sufficient strength, everything began to change, and Yufeng was at a loss on how to judge them. It seemed every place was like this in Blue Star. As long as you had money, the world would revolve around you. Deep in Yufeng's heart, his obsession with becoming stronger deepened even further. While on the road, Yufeng discovered that after breaking through the first layer of the Tai Su Hun Yuan Immortal Sutra, his physical speed had increased more terrifyingly than he had anticipated. He was almost catching up to the speed he had when he first executed the Void Stride. If combined with his current movement techniques, his speed would easily surpass that of the Abyssal Beast leader from that day. Before long, Yufeng arrived at Fina's former home, now reduced to a pile of ruins. Yufeng slowly opened his heavy eyes and gazed toward a concealed dark area where 2 emaciated figures were carelessly discarded aside. Yufeng carefully gathered the bodies of Fina's parents. In fact, he had already discovered their remains when he returned. However, he didn't dare to uncover them in front of Fina, as they were in such a withered state, and Yufeng felt a pang of guilt. He then searched for 2 well-preserved ceramic jars nearby, performed the fire control technique, and burned the bodies into 2 portions to place in the jars. After carefully collecting them, Yufeng left without looking back. Today, he had come to give Fina an Meanwhile, in Linfeng City, Fina lay on the bed like a soulless corpse, motionless. Her crimson eyes no longer held the vibrant spirit of the past. They were now just a hollow void of. Fina's tears had long dried up, but she now felt that she had no reason to continue living. Originally, she believed that after meeting her brother Yufeng, she could support her impoverished family and build a larger house for her parents with her own hands. But why did her warm little home have to be shattered at this moment? Just thinking of this made her heart feel as if it were tightly gripped by a large hand, making it hard for her to breathe. She felt utterly useless now. If she had worked a bit harder to become stronger back, then would the outcome have been? At this moment, 2 forces within her began to stir restlessly, seemingly influenced by their master's emotions. If Yulingli were to see her current condition, she would immediately recognize it as a precursor to demonic deviation. In the Etherland continent, whether cultivating magic or fighting spirit, once demonic deviation occurs, it is almost impossible to recover. Fina had already lost the strength to care about her Bodhi's condition, just as her consciousness was on the verge of being. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Fina, may I come in? This seemingly ordinary question gradually calmed Fina, who was on the brink of losing her mind, and even her dim eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. She struggled to control her body, slowly climbing down from the bed and opening her door. The one knocking was Yufeng, who had hurried back with Yulingli standing not far behind him, cautiously observing the situation at Fina's door. Fortunately, the door was opened at that moment, and Yufeng immediately saw Fina's vacant expression, her fiery red hair and crimson pupils noticeably dimmed. Seeing her like a walking corpse, Yufeng felt a pang in his heart and carefully embraced Fina. He then gently carried her back to the bed, propping a few soft cushions behind her, placing Fina in a semi. Yulingli also entered Fina's room, yet none of the 3 spoke first, and the room fell into an almost complete silence. After a long while, Fina broke the silence, her voice tinged with tears, saying, Brother Yufeng, do you think Fina is useless? I couldn't even protect my own home. I had clearly started learning magic, but when my parents had their accident, I could do nothing. I could only watch helplessly as my home was lost, and my loved ones left me. I always thought about becoming stronger in the future to protect them, but when that moment truly arrived, I was still so weak and powerless. In times of crisis, I could only hide behind you, and I despise my cowardice. If I can't even protect the home I care about most, what use is my existence? As soon as she finished speaking, Fina instinctively curled up, wrapping her arms around her knees, burying her face deeply in her arms, and muffled sobs escaped intermittently from between her fingers. Fina was unwilling to raise her head, not daring to look at Yufeng, and Yulingli not wanting them to see her in such a disheveled and helpless state, letting sadness envelop her, self-reproach slowly consuming her. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Yufeng slowly extended his hand, gently stroking her hair. In a soft and soothing tone, he said, Fina, both I and your sister Lingli understand your pain, but this is not your fault. Don't take everything upon yourself. You have been taking care of this family since you were little, your father is proud of you, and there is no need to deny yourself. Even though Yufeng elaborated on this matter, Fina couldn't absorb a single word, the guilt in her heart. Yulingli, standing nearby, also felt anxious. She wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Yufeng was not surprised that his comforting words had no effect, for such words were the cheapest and hard to heal the scar in her heart. He then took out 2 exquisite porcelain jars from his storage ring and carefully placed them beside Fina. After doing all this, Yufeng began speaking to himself. Today, I went to the herb warehouse outside the city and found your parents' remains. Initially, Fina was engulfed in deep self-reproach, but suddenly hearing that Yufeng had retrieved her parents' remains made her pause. Her cries abruptly ceased as she slowly lifted her head, her red eyes staring blankly at Yufeng, her entire being frozen. After a moment, a fresh wave of sobs surged forth, and she pushed herself up from the ground, clutching her clothes tightly, her voice trembling with disbelief. Brother Yufeng, you mean? You found my father and mother? Yufeng nodded, trying to keep his tone gentle, fearing to frighten Fina. However, to avoid excessive decay, I took the liberty of cremating them. Yufeng told a small lie here. He dared not lay the harsh reality bare, as it would be too cruel for Fina. Fina's previously suppressed sorrow broke loose, her gaze fixed on Yufeng, her lips trembling as she said, cremated. Then where are they now? Seeing this, Yufeng gently pushed the 2 exquisite porcelain jars in front of her, speaking softly, with a touch of compassion inside. Are their ashes? I found clean jars for them, ensuring they were not wronged. Fina stared blankly at the 2 porcelain jars, no larger than a wine jar, containing her parents, whom she would never see again. She trembled as she extended her hands, cautiously cradling the cool porcelain surface. As her fingertips touched, tears fell onto the jar, creating small wet marks. Father, mother, she called out softly, her voice broken and hoarse as she leaned down, resting her forehead gently against the jar, and the suppressed cries finally erupted, no longer mere whimpers, but heart-wrenching wails filled with longing. Yulingli and Yufeng watched with heavy hearts, quietly standing by without interrupting. After a while, Yulingli turned her gaze to Yufeng, deep in thought. No wonder he rushed out right after leaving the room. It turned out it was for this. Just then, Fina got up from the bed and knelt directly towards Yufeng. In a hoarse voice, she said, Brother Yufeng, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even seen my father and mother for the last time, nor could I have given them a proper burial. From this moment on, Fina had completely placed her heart in Yufeng's hands. Even if she were chased away, now she would never leave his side. This brother Yufeng brought her a glimmer of hope. During her darkest moments, a kindness she did not know how to. Yufeng quickly helped her up from the cold ground, speaking earnestly, Fina, from now on you are my sister Yufeng. As long as I am alive, your family will not be scattered. Tonight you should rest well. Tomorrow Sister Lingli and I will accompany you to find a place to give our parents a good resting place. Upon hearing this, Fina felt warmth and sorrow in her heart, her nose twitching as she fought back tears. She looked up at Yufeng, nodding through her sobs. Thank you, brother. At that moment, Fina's once empty and crumbling heart felt as though it had been firmly caught by Yufeng. With his words, she was no longer alone. Yulingli, seeing Fina's emotions stabilize, slowly approached, gently patting her back, and softly comforted, Don't be too sad, I will be here with you. If Yufeng dares to bully you, I'll smash his head. Yufeng felt a bit awkward on the side, scratching his nose. Yulingli, normally cold and indifferent, now softened her gaze, standing quietly beside her, silently supporting Fina. At this moment, Fina felt fortunate to have met brother Yufeng and sister Lingli in her life. Perhaps this was God's compensation for her difficult past. After soothing Fina's emotions, Yufeng slowly made his way to the courtyard and sat cross-legged. He reflected on the events of the past month, which were far more exciting than his previous 20 years of life. Yufeng was uncertain about what the future held, but he was determined to carry on. However, this journey to another world had a crucial prerequisite: whether his strength could meet his aspirations. System, open the panel. Name Yufeng, Constitution double, pupils development 0. 9. Cultivation 8th layer of Qi refinement, 6th layer of skin refinement, secondary profession Qi refining, talismancer techniques Tai Su Yin, Dao Heart Sutra 1st layer, Tai Su Hun Yuan Immortal Sutra 1st layer spells, Tai Su Sword Finger, Void Step, Qi gathering and breath holding technique, Sword control technique 3rd layer, 5 elements minor spells, Backpack, Qing Lu Xian Fu general compilation. Detailed map of Acelon Continent Random Magic Skill Treasure Box, 3, Oi Premium. Chi Gathering Pills, 3 bottles gold coins, 250, silver coins, 888. Yufeng looked at the panel. The only significant change was an additional layer of 4th skin refinement, which should be within the scope of his cultivation of the Tai, Su Hun Yuan Immortal Sutra. Yufeng didn't dwell on it too much. He took out a premium Chi Gathering Pill from the system and casually poured one into his palm. Outwardly, it appeared white and unremarkable, but as he brought it closer to his nose, he could sense a strong herbal fragrance emanating from it. Let me give it a try and see how it goes. Yufeng tilted his head back and swallowed the pill in one gulp, silently operating his technique, as the pure medicinal power was rapidly shattered, transforming into streams of spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian. About 2 hours later, the residual medicinal power in his body was completely absorbed by Yufeng. Feeling the increase in spiritual energy within his dantian, Yufeng estimated that after consuming all 3 bottles of premium Qi Gathering Pills, breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement would be more than sufficient. Truly, it is worthy of being a product of the system. The quality is outstanding. He raised his hand to reward himself with another pill. If you ask whether consuming them consecutively would cause pill toxicity, no way. The Tai Su Yin Dao Heart Sutra can even convert it into a part of his cultivation. Yufeng continued to cultivate until morning and only stopped reluctantly when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the courtyard. The remaining half bottle of premium Qi Gathering Pills in his hand was all that was left after last night's cultivation. He patted the dust off his clothes and headed toward the kitchen, planning to prepare some delicious dishes while it was still early. Yufeng once again showcased his culinary skills, and soon the dining table was filled with dishes that had the familiar taste of home. Yu Lingli and Feina had already woken up, quietly waiting for the breakfast Yufeng prepared. Even Feina couldn't help but eat 2 more bowls, her condition significantly better than yesterday, which finally put Yufeng's mind at ease. After satisfying their hunger, it was rare for Yu Lingli to take the initiative to handle the cleaning task, allowing Yufeng to relax. Feina inquired, "Brother Yufeng, when are we setting off? I want my father and mother to rest in peace as soon as possible." Last night, she had guarded the 2 porcelain jars all night. Despite her reluctance, she had to make a decision. "Since you said so, once Sister Lingli finishes her tasks, we can leave the city. Have you thought about where to bury your parents?" Feina replied without hesitation, "Brother Yufeng, it doesn't need to be too complicated. Who just bury them in the small village near the herbal grove." Yufeng merely nodded and said nothing further. Yu Lingli was quick in her actions, and soon the 3 of them packed their belongings and headed toward the city gates. Feina watched the bustling street, filled with people, including families of 3 going out to buy groceries for breakfast. Her eyes were filled with loneliness, but she quickly rallied her spirits. This was not the time for sadness. On the way, Yufeng encountered a few people who had participated in defending the city with him. Upon seeing them, they immediately straightened up and showed him their respect. These actions attracted the attention of the ordinary citizens within the city, who were unaware that the person before them was Yufeng, the hero who had saved the entire Linfeng Pass. After humbly accepting their respect, Yufeng hurriedly led the 2 away, as if they had encountered some great. The gatekeeper was still the familiar face of Kalin. After a brief exchange, they left the Linfeng Pass smoothly. Yufeng expertly took out the spirit boat, preparing to leave early and return early. At this moment, Yu Lingli noticed that Yufeng had somehow procured a precious storage ring. Curiosity filled her mind about Yufeng's identity. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could acquire. What kind of person was he? Before Yu Lingli could ponder further, Yufeng urged her to get on, as the only one left on the spirit boat was. She began to mumble softly in her heart, "That big jerk Yufeng hides everything from me every day. Oh, it's infuriating." Not long after the 3 of them left, a strange merchant convoy arrived at the gates of Linfeng Pass. Their carts were not filled with simple goods, but with living people. However, they were now bound like livestock, their eyes long lost their luster. Among them were several half-beasts, some with sharp wolf ears and powerless tails drooping behind them, others with a single fox ear. Their heads hung low, heavy shackles around their necks tied with ropes. Like the others, their expressions numb as they were driven by whips. It was clear to any observer that this was a slave merchant convoy despised by ordinary people, but for the wealthy, it was undoubtedly an excellent warehouse for selecting playthings and acquiring labor. Leading the convoy was a plump, middle-aged man, his fingers adorned with extravagant gemstone rings, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. Kalin spotted them from afar and quickly approached to flatter, "Isn't this Lord Ali Nasir? What brings you to our Linfeng Pass to do business at this time?" Ali Nasir merely glanced at him sideways, then spoke in a defiant tone, "Why should I, a lord, report my business to a lowly peasant like you? If you know what's good for you, open the city gates quickly and don't delay the Nasir family's business. Otherwise, even if your city lord comes, he cannot save you." Even in the face of such humiliation, Kalin dared not show any other emotions. He hurriedly signaled his subordinates to clear a wide path. Ali Nasir looked down at their humble demeanor with contempt. As they prepared to enter the city, he glanced at Kalen standing nearby. A cruel smirk appeared on his lips, and before Kalen could react, a mouthful of thick phlegm was spat right onto his face. He looked down at Kalen with undisguised arrogance and disdain, saying, "Remember your place, peasant." Then he led his convoy swaggeringly into the city without a hint of concern. This was the confidence his family bestowed upon him. Kalen's face turned red as he stood there motionless, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. One of the younger subordinates, having witnessed the humiliation of their leader, couldn't help but speak up. "Captain, who was that person just now, coming to our territory and acting so arrogantly?" "Yes, Captain, should we give him a taste of our power later?" However, some veterans in the group appeared unfazed. Not. Kalen was irritated by the voices around him, and he shouted, "Are you done talking? If you don't want to die, shut your mouths. You only need to remember that person just now. Even the city lord of Savin must treat him with respect. Don't even think about causing trouble for him without weighing your own worth." The young recruits had intended to say more, but were quickly pulled aside by the veterans to stand guard. The atmosphere at the city gate turned oddly tense, and no one dared to say much. After a brief cleaning, Kalen quickly relayed the situation to the vice captain, and then ran towards the city lord's mansion to report. After all, the person who came today was not an easy match. This difficult character would surely be a headache for the city lord. Yufeng and his companions soon arrived at the herb village, but the settlement was now deserted. Its inhabitants had either perished from beast attacks or fled to other lands to start anew. Faina clutched 2 small porcelain jars tightly against her chest as she walked across the land where she had lived most of her life. Though it used to take her only 5 or 6 minutes to return home, her steps were now unbearably slow, as if she wished to etch every remaining scene into her memory. After an unknown time, Faina reached a higher ground within the village where she intended to bury her father. This spot offered a panoramic view of the entire herb village, a decision she had pondered throughout the brother Yufeng's sister Lung Li. "Let's do it here. I think father and mother would like this place." Though Faina spoke thus, her eyes involuntarily reddened. Yufeng said nothing, gently taking the porcelain jars from Faina. Before long, 2 neat little mounds stood silently on the slope. He casually split a nearby granite block into 2 upright cross-shaped tombstones and firmly planted them before the graves. A simple yet solemn resting place was thus formed. Yulong Li stood aside, carefully casting several wood element spells. Instantly, the barren earthen slopes were covered with Simbunai, the flowers of mourning across the Iceland continent. Simbunai was universally recognized as the flower of mourning throughout Iceland. Nearly every race used it to honor the departed. Faina slowly knelt, gently plucking a white Simbunai, its petals soft and cool. She carefully placed this little flower of remembrance beneath the cold stone cross. Her fingers trembled, slightly afraid to press too hard, lest she disturb her sleeping parents. "Father, Mother Faina can no longer stay by your side to care for you. I hope you have no more worries in heaven. Rest assured, Faina will live on, though I cannot visit you often. Let these Simbunai flowers accompany you in." After speaking, Faina stood before the grave's, hands clasped together as if in prayer. Then she rubbed her sore eyes and turned away, reluctant to leave. She walked slowly toward where Yufeng stood, her small hands gripping his arm tightly, as she murmured, "Brother Yufeng, let's go back. Faina, don't you want to stay a little longer?" After all, Yufeng would soon take her away from this place, and who knew when they might return. "Brother Yufeng, no need. My only wish is now fulfilled. Let's return early and prepare for our departure." Seeing her resolve, Yufeng said no more. He retrieved a spirit boat from his storage ring, and with the 2 of them aboard, they transformed into a streak of light and departed. After they left the white flowers before the tombstones swayed gently in the breeze, their pure petals touched by the sorrowful chill of parting. All was silent save for the low chirping of insects, keeping company with the 2 who slumbered, eternally guarding the land they had lived on all their lives. In another part of the city of Bitterwind Pass, Ali Nasir led his slave caravan, striding arrogantly down the streets while cursing incessantly. "This Bitterwind Pass is nothing but a godforsaken backwater. If not for the family's orders, I wouldn't set." His reason was simple: he despised the poverty of the locals. Every time he came, he sold far fewer slaves than in other cities. Arriving at a square in Bitterwind Pass, Ali Nasir reluctantly dismounted from his carriage. Seeing the uncertain expressions on the townsfolk's faces, clearly unwelcoming, he felt a surge of anger. "What are you worthless rabble staring at?" he roared. "A bunch of despicable ants dare to look at me like that. If I catch any of you looking again, I'll gouge out your eyes." The nearby residents dared not linger, knowing he was not one to make empty threats. Someone had once defied him with a glance. His vicious guards had brutally murdered that man in the street, and his wife, who stood by, was kidnapped and sold as a new slave. Most people in Bitterwind Pass harbored deep resentment toward Ali Nasir and his caravan. Seeing the rabble disperse, Ali Nasir finally wore a satisfied expression. "Garuk, what are you standing there for? Unload my goods at once." If they die before we sell them, you know the consequences. Garuk, the caravan's strongest fighter, a latest-stage 3-star Grand Warrior, was shown no respect. Gnashing his teeth, he quickly ordered his men to start unloading. Wooden cages were roughly dragged from the carriages and slammed onto the stone slabs of the square, producing dull thuds. Inside the cages were slaves for sale. Men, women, and children huddled in cramped spaces, hands and feet bound with thick ropes, their bodies covered in dust and wounds. Some groaned from the jostling, others kept their heads down, not daring to look up. Under the complex gazes of passers-by, they were unloaded one by one and lined up in the cold center of the square. Just then the town official Florin, having received a message from Karen, rushed to the scene, anxious not to slight Ali Nasir. Such matters were usually handled personally by Lord Sevian, the city lord, but he had recently suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. Thus Florin, the nominal second-in-command of Bitterwind Pass, had to temporarily take over. Florin bowed deeply, his tone respectful, yet tinged with deliberate humility. So it's a distinguished guest from the Viscount's estate, arriving from afar. Please forgive my inadequate preparations. Ali Nasir glanced at him. He had seen Florin before, but had no particular impression of him. He asked coldly, "Where is your Lord Sevian? Why are you receiving me?" Florin's face stiffened. He quickly bowed, his expression troubled and fearful, and replied in a low voice, "My lord, 2 days ago Bitterwind Pass was attacked by a beast tide. The city lord was severely wounded and is still unconscious. So I have been tasked to receive you. Though my rank is low, I am well versed in the necessary procedures. Rest assured no one will disturb your business during your stay. I have already sent word to the wealthy families on the outskirts of the city. By tomorrow a large sum of gold coins." Hearing this, Ali Nasir's expression softened. He waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. I don't care about your city lord's fate. As long as my goods can be sold smoothly. Find a spacious place for my caravan. I've been traveling for days and am exhausted. Also assign your own men to watch these beasts tonight. If even one escapes, he'll throw you in to fill the quota." Florin quickly agreed, eager to please the noble. Soon the square was left with only a few hundred bound slaves and a handful of guards keeping watch. Before sunset, Yufeng returned to the entrance of Linfeng Aiching. Compared to the atmosphere during his departure, the return journey was noticeably much more relaxed. I really haven't thought about that. Maybe by then Ling Li Jie won't want me to leave and will want me to stay with her. Beside them, Ling Li's ears instantly turned a light shade of red, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was both shy and angry, maintaining a haughty expression while reaching out to tightly pinch Yufeng's ear, gently twisting it as she glared at him and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you saying? Who would be reluctant to have you? Stop being so self-indulgent. Besides, the one who should be reluctant is you." Yufeng grimaced in pain, instinctively tilting his head back as he begged for mercy. Hey. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ling Li, ease up. I was just joking, just joking. Faina beside them was also covering her mouth and chuckling at the two's playful banter. Their light-hearted and cheerful atmosphere only began to dissipate as they approached the city wall. However, Yufeng quickly sensed something was off. The air at the city gate felt particularly oppressive and heavy, as if a weighty stone was pressing down. When Karen saw them return, he wore an expression more difficult to bear than crying. Although he tried hard to conceal his inner dissatisfaction, Yufeng clearly captured all the details. "Captain Karen, what's going on with you all? Did something happen? Why does everyone look so downcast?" Seeing he couldn't hide it any longer, Karen sighed and slowly explained, "It's not a big issue, just that a slave caravan entered the city recently, and some unpleasantness occurred during their arrival." A slave caravan? When did such a caravan come to Linfeng Aiching? Why didn't I hear about it before when I came? Having been here for a while, Yufeng had never seen a scene of slaves being sold in the city, and he was momentarily curious. Lord Yufeng, Linfeng Aiching is too poor and small for anyone to engage in that line of work. The slave caravan that came today is from Yiselin's main city. They occasionally send us some cheap slaves, mostly ordinary people, but the prices are beyond our means. The targets of sale are mainly wealthy individuals in the city, and they also rest here for a couple of days. Ling Li listened coldly from the side, feeling nothing but indifference and disdain towards this so-called slave caravan, yet she felt helpless inside. Even in the Elven Empire there are plenty of people engaged in the slave trade, and she had long since become accustomed. By the way, Lord Yufeng, according to news from the brothers in the city, there will be a 2-day slave sale at the city square tomorrow. If you're interested, you can go take a look. However, the leader among them has a particularly bad temper, so be careful not to get into a conflict. Yufeng, however, replied nonchalantly, "Even if a conflict arises, who knows who would win?" Karen, upon hearing this, quickly looked around to confirm that there were no suspicious individuals nearby, before lowering his voice to advise, "Lord Yufeng, am not joking with you. The leader inside is a member of the Nazaire family, a noble house from Yiselin's main city." A noble? Nazaire family? Yufeng had yet to familiarize himself with this, so he was quite unfamiliar with these terms. My lord, you shouldn't be unaware of the situation in Yiselin's main city, right? Without thinking, Yufeng shook his head at Karen. He had only been here for a short time, most of which he spent within Lin. Karen, seeing his gesture, understood that Yufeng's situation was as he imagined, and proceeded to explain, My lord, I happen to know a bit about it. Yiselin's main city, as one of the 108 main cities of the Silver Orchid Empire, governs around 20 cities similar in scale to Linfeng Aiqing. Compared to other main cities, it can be said to be lacking in some respects, while somewhat sufficient in others. What's most important is that this main city is jointly managed by the local lord and two noble families, with the Nazaire family being one of them. Their power is not to be underestimated, and if one inadvertently provokes them, the consequences could indeed. After hearing Karen's description, Yufeng gained a general understanding of the city he was about to head to and gently patted his shoulder. Captain Karen, I understand everything you just said. Although their family has a massive backing, I, Yufeng, am not easily frightened. If they dare to provoke me, I will turn their slave caravan upside down. After saying this, Yufeng led Yuling, Li, and Feina into the city. Karen for a moment didn't know what to say. If it had been anyone else, they would have been more boastful. However, with this person it was hard to say. He could only pray that nothing major would happen tomorrow. After reaching a street corner, Yufeng turned around and said to Yuling Li, Ling Li, I'm going to the Adventurers Guild for a bit. You take Feina home first, and I'll return later. Yuling Li furrowed her brow and said, It's almost dark now. Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? Yes, Yufeng Gidge, let's go together tomorrow. Yufeng smiled, then reached out to pat Feina's head, speaking in a calm tone. This time I'm just going to gather some information and buy some materials. He'll be back home soon. After bidding farewell to the two, Yufeng strode towards the Adventurers Guild. What he had just said was half true and half false. After all, it was so late that the Adventurers Guild was about to close, and it wouldn't be the right time to buy materials. Yufeng estimated the time arriving just as the Adventurers Guild was about to close. He noticed a tall, cold, and capable woman stepping out. It could only be Miss Catherine. When Catherine walked out, she was gently rubbing her temples with her fingertips, her brows carrying an unmistakable weariness. Yufeng was somewhat surprised. Had she not had any rest during this time? But now that he was here, he had to go up and ask if there were any results. Miss Catherine, are you off work? Would you be interested in accompanying me to the tavern for a drink? Catherine was walking slowly down the street when she suddenly heard a mischievous voice from behind, seemingly inviting her to have a drink. She was already too exhausted to deal with anyone and instinctively wanted to refuse, but as the words reached her lips, her brain suddenly recognized that familiar voice. She quickly turned around. She saw Yufeng standing behind her with a wicked grin, exaggeratingly saying, Miss Catherine, were the words you said before meant to deceive a child? I feel like my pure heart has shattered. Where should I go to have it repaired? Originally somewhat tired, Catherine was amused by Yufeng's sudden playful remarks, her brows and eyes relaxing as she prepared to retaliate. Mr. Yufeng, your words make it sound like I've committed some grave wrongdoing. As for the repair, I happen to know. Yufeng and Catherine exchanged knowing smiles, and the two of them walked towards a well-known tavern in the city. The warm yellow light from the tavern's entrance spilled through the wooden windows, and faint sounds of laughter and chatter could be heard inside. As the heavy wooden door swung open, a wave of the scent of malt beer and roasted meat rushed towards them. The two entered one after the other, avoiding the noisy crowd and finding a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Jack, please bring me 2 roasted lamb legs and 2 pots of malt beer, thank you. Jack, who was originally moving around the tavern, suddenly heard someone calling his name and instinctively looked up. He saw Catherine with her eyes slightly squinted in a smile, accompanied by a stranger, and was momentarily surprised. In his impression, Miss Catherine hadn't come out to drink with a man alone before. Was today a rare occasion? However, Jack quickly composed himself and replied, I thought I recognized someone. So it's Miss Catherine. Just a moment on the roasted lamb legs. The malt beer will be up shortly. They'll take the initiative to send you a large plate of peanuts. In the bustling tavern, Yufeng clinked his wine glass with Catherine, both downing their drinks in hearty gulps. The rich malt aroma, mixed with the smoky air, spread throughout the place. Yufeng tilted his head back and took a large gulp, the amber-colored malt beer sliding down his throat, accompanied by a slightly sweet, grainy fragrance with a faint hint of alcohol lingering in the aftertaste. Catherine held her ceramic cup, her fingertips resting against the cool rim, taking small sips of the malt beer. She then looked up at Yufeng, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. With a playful tone, she said, Mr. Yufeng, what brings you here to drink with me today? I remember those 2 girls who were following you a few days ago. They are certainly not inferior to me. By all accounts, it shouldn't be my turn, right? Yufeng nearly choked on his drink at Catherine's bold words, the malt beer he had just swallowed coming back up. Goodness, if Catherine were back in his hometown, she would undoubtedly be a seasoned tease and a skilled driver. Coupled with her enticing and proud figure, she would be the stern mother that Xiao Chunin feared the most. Yufeng, not daring to spar verbally with her any more, feigned calmness and said, Miss Catherine, it's not what you think. They are just my friends and younger sisters. I came to find you today to ask for a favor and to make up for the drink I owe you. Catherine clearly saw through his forced demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. After taking another large sip of malt beer, she gazed at Yufeng with a seductive look as if trying to see through him completely. Since Mr. Yufeng is being so sincere, would it be wrong if I didn't agree? As long as it's not something strange, I will agree. After hearing this, Yufeng found himself in an awkward position, not knowing whether to sit or stand, realizing that Catherine seemed to be floating after just a couple of drinks. She was bold enough to say anything which was simply outrageous. Catherine, Yufeng, this strange atmosphere lingered until Jack brought over the roasted leg of lamb. At this point, Catherine's face had turned rosy from the alcohol. Looking at the flustered Yufeng across from her, her earlier worries faded significantly, and she stopped teasing him intentionally. Ahem, Mr. Yufeng, you were a bit rude earlier. If you have something to say, please go ahead. I promise I won't act like— Yufeng sighed in relief at her words, the blush on his face still lingering. He awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, avoiding her tipsy gaze. It's nothing serious. I just plan to leave Linfeng Iching in the next few days to attend the genius competition in Yizelin main city. Originally, I had promised to drink with those fellows under the city wall that day, but now it seems there might not be enough, so I would like to trouble you to help me cover the drink I owe, and I will take care of the expenses once they recover. Catherine, who was slightly tipsy, looked at him in surprise. She knew this very well, but she assumed Yufeng was just saying it to uplift morale at the moment. However, she didn't expect that Yufeng was about to leave, and still remembered the promise he made. Even for such a small matter, it was clearly on his mind. This quality, even for someone like Catherine who had seen countless people, was something she had never encountered before. Should she call him foolish or say that Yufeng's character was exceptionally commendable? Nevertheless, without a second thought, Catherine agreed, her favorability towards Yufeng increasing significantly. Now that the serious matter is settled, let's not dwell on those worries for now. Saying this, she picked up the ceramic cup on the table and poured more rich malt beer into Yufeng's glass. She raised her cup, her brows and eyes softened by the effects of the alcohol, and clinked it with his, signaling him to continue drinking. After several rounds of malt beer, the ceramic cups went from empty to full, then back to empty again. The two of them chatted about the interesting happenings in the city, while Yufeng occasionally inquired about various news from Yizelin main city. Throughout the process, Yufeng continuously used his spiritual energy to help alleviate the effects of intoxication, so he didn't appear too disheveled, while Catherine was completely tipsy. She lounged back in her wooden chair, her ample curves standing upright, her eyes slightly reddened, and her long lashes drooping. She seemed soft and defenseless, lacking the previous cunning, replaced only by the charming cuteness brought on by the alcohol. Seeing this, Yufeng felt a slight warmth in his nose, experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. After adjusting his state, he waved at Jack, who was not far away, signaling him to come over. Jack, who had been leisurely snacking at the front desk, rushed over after noticing Yufeng's gesture. "This guest, would you like to order more dishes, or are you ready to settle the bill?" Yufeng glanced at the unconscious Catherine, took out a gold coin indicating that change wasn't necessary. Then he carefully helped Catherine to her feet and walked toward the tavern's exit amidst Jack's praises. As the evening breeze brushed against them, Yufeng felt significantly better, gently shaking Catherine beside him. "Miss Catherine, wake up. Where is your home? It's quite late. I should take you back first." Catherine groggily lifted her head, her eyes hazy and cheeks flushed. Her head swayed slightly, and she mumbled her address indistinctly, leaning against him, exuding a strong scent of alcohol. Seeing her like this, Yufeng had no choice but to bend down and carry her on his back, heading towards a small alley. After considerable effort locating her home, Yufeng carefully helped Catherine inside, tucked her in with a blanket, and placed a cup of warm water by her bedside. After confirming there were no mishaps, Yufeng cautiously closed the door behind him and left. However, shortly after he left, the formerly unconscious Catherine slowly opened her eyes. It turned out she had been pretending to be drunk all along, but for what purpose? Hee. Catherine downed the warm water beside the bed and muttered softly, "Mr. Yufeng is truly becoming more and more satisfying, to the point that I don't know what to do anymore. You still want to run off to Yizelin main city by yourself, leaving me with a mess to clean up? Dream on." Saying this, she pulled out a delicate recommendation letter from her pocket, detailing her transfer information. Catherine's strength had always been outstanding, and her excellent management performance over the past few years in Linfeng Iching had long led to her recommendation by Edmund. As for the city she was being transferred to, it just so happened to be the Adventurers Association in Yizelin main city for training. If her future performance was excellent, she might even work in the capital of the Silver Orchid Empire. Thinking of this, Catherine's mood instantly brightened. With a relaxed and smiling face, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, on his way home, Yufeng was unaware that he had just been subtly outmaneuvered by Catherine. He looked up at the moonlight, realizing that he was a bit late compared to the promise he made to Ling Li. However, at this time Ling Li and the others should already be asleep. Surely his handsome face wouldn't be subjected to another round of torment. Sure enough, as he approached the familiar gate, he found that the lights in the house were already out, shrouded in darkness. Yufeng, feeling like a thief, tiptoed to open the gate, intending to return to his room without waking them. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. As soon as he walked into the living room, he found that Yuling Li was still awake, waiting for his return. Seeing Yufeng finally back, Yuling Li flashed a cold smile, her demeanor eerily quiet. Yufeng swallowed nervously. He never expected that Yuling Li would still be awake so late into the night. And this damned sense of guilt weighing on him, what was going on? He should have used his divine sense to scan the situation inside first. As Yuling Li's nose twitched slightly, she caught a strong whiff of alcohol from Yufeng, and her anger surged anew. Yufeng, you said you were going to gather information, yet you ended up drinking alone. Have you been so idle lately that you found the time to go out and fool around? Facing her accusation, Yufeng hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. Ling Li, it's not what you think. I was really just gathering information, and I happened to say goodbye to a friend. I absolutely didn't go out to fool around. I scoff. Yufeng, I don't believe a single word you're saying. After angrily finishing her words, Yuling Li stood up and left the living room without looking back, returning to her room. Yufeng felt as if he had swallowed bitter gall. He had no way to express his grievances. What on earth is happening today? He saw that Yuling Li was unwilling to listen to his explanation for the time being, so he decided to take a shower first and talk to her properly tomorrow. Meanwhile, in her room, Yuling Li lay on her bed, feeling agitated. Upon seeing Yufeng return with a strong smell of alcohol, an inexplicable fire of anger surged within her. She herself didn't know why. Clearly, no matter what Yufeng did, she had no legitimate grounds to criticize him. Yet she simply couldn't control her emotions, just now unsure whether it was due to Yufeng's deceit or something else. In any case, Yuling Li was feeling very irritated, ready to slap any passing dog. But thinking about how Yufeng returned in such a drunken state made her heart soften inexplicably. Yuling Li covered her little head with the quilt and murmured softly, he must be feeling very uncomfortable after drinking, right? But I was so fierce just now. Oh, would it seem particularly strange if I suddenly went out to check on him? Ugh, it's all Yufeng's fault, that big jerk. After a moment of internal conflict, Yuling Li seemed to think of a good idea and slowly crawled out of the quilt. Yufeng was completely unaware of this. At that moment, he lay in the bathtub with a sorrowful expression, reflecting on whether the things he did today were a bit inappropriate. However, he found it hard to dislike this feeling of being cared for. It was the first time in his life he had ever experienced such a sensation. Thus, in the small matters at home, he always accommodated Yuling Li, as if he had developed different feelings for this elfin princess. Thinking of this, Yufeng shook his head vigorously, then splashed water all over his face with his hands. Damn, how much have I drunk? How could such thoughts suddenly surface? Yufeng was startled by this sudden idea, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he planned to return to his room to rest. However, as he passed through the living room, he noticed a large cup of warm milk on the table, and there seemed to be a small note pressed beneath the cup. How strange, where did the warm milk come from so late at night? Yufeng gently picked up the small note from beneath the cup. After reading it carefully, the gloomy expression on his face brightened significantly, and even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Then, without caring that the milk was hot, he gulped it all down, and his mood improved even more. Yufeng glanced at the pen on the table, casually picked it up, wrote a few lines on the small note, pressed it down with the cup, and happily returned to his room to begin his cultivation. In another room, Yuling Li, hearing that the living room had been quiet for a long time, cautiously pushed open her door and walked toward the living room. When she saw that the cup of warm milk she had carefully prepared had been completely drunk, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yufeng, at least you know what's good for you. Just as Yuling Li was preparing to leave, she suddenly noticed that the small note she had left for Yufeng seemed to have some new handwriting. She stopped in her tracks, reached for the note, and carefully examined the new words added to it. Yuling Li, although I was very angry about what happened today, I am not unreasonable. Remember this as a lesson. As for the cup of warm milk on the table, I prepared it because I was thirsty and happened to leave you a cup. It wasn't specifically prepared for you. Yufeng, I shall heed the young lad's command, and I will never sneak off to drink again. Also, the warm milk was very tasty. Will there be any more tomorrow morning? After reading this, Yuling Li felt both angry and amused. She never expected that even at this moment Yufeng could still climb higher on the stick. He truly embodied the essence of being shameless. Still want milk? Dream on, you smelly Yufeng. After murmuring to herself, Yuling Li tucked the note away and turned back to her room. However, what she didn't know was that in another dark corner, a pair of crimson eyes had witnessed everything that transpired that night. Even the contents of the note had been clearly observed during a moment of opportunity. The shadow in the darkness paused for a moment before slowly disappearing from the living room as if it had never appeared. Time passed quickly. The night gradually faded and dawn broke on the horizon, the morning light breaking through the dark night, heralding the arrival of a new day. Yufeng had already stopped his cultivation early. At this moment he was enjoying a lavish breakfast at the dining table with Yu Lingli and Fina. However, he occasionally shot Yu Lingli sly glances wearing a cheeky expression. Yu Lingli naturally noticed his mischievous expression, but for some unknown psychological reason her cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, not wanting to pay him any mind. At this moment Fina broke the silence slowly, saying, "Yufeng Gidge, where did you go yesterday? Fina waited for so long and didn't see you come back." "Oh, that. I just took a bit longer gathering information. By the time I returned you were all asleep." Yufeng spoke without a hint of embarrassment, clearly not wanting to disclose what had happened last night. After all, sneaking out to drink and getting caught by Yu Lingli wasn't exactly a glorious affair. "Oh, I see. I was worried that something had happened to you last night," Fina said before lowering her head to continue eating breakfast, though a hint of unidentifiable emotion flickered in her eyes. Yu Lingli simply watched silently from the side. She didn't expose Yufeng's earlier words, thinking to let him maintain some dignity in front of Fina. "By the way, Lingli, now that Fina has reached the early stage of the second tier of magical power, when do you plan to teach her magic cultivation?" Upon hearing Yufeng's question, Yu Lingli spoke with a hint of worry. "I am also troubled by this issue. I only know a few subpar time and space magic skills. For daily use it's not a problem, but if we take it to the battlefield, it won't be lethal at all." This wasn't Yu Lingli's fault. Although she had been exposed to various types of magic throughout her life, she felt helpless when it came to the precious skills of time and space magic. Fina, hearing that there weren't any practical spells suitable for her to cultivate, couldn't help but feel disheartened. This meant that she couldn't provide effective help to Yufeng in the short term. She could only continue to be a burden, as she always had. In contrast to the worried expressions on the faces of the two, Yufeng maintained a demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. After finishing his words, Yufeng swiftly returned to his room to communicate with the system. "Ding, the system is opening for you. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a second-tier time magic temporal stasis. It can slow down the target's time flow in a small area, causing enemies to act sluggishly for 3 seconds with no spatial displacement, involved serving as crowd control assistance. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a special prize. A third-tier space-time hybrid magic. Time-space collapse. It can compress the time and space of a small area, causing the surrounding space to collapse inward, injuring the target's physical body through spatial compression, while the struck individual becomes temporarily trapped in a time-space fracture, unable to move." Yufeng looked at the rewards just drawn by the system in his room, feeling curious, and asked the system. "System, didn't you say it was a random draw for first to second tier? What's up with giving me a third tier?" "Ding, the magic skill gift box is purely random. It's just that this time the host got incredibly lucky and drew a hidden reward. However, considering the host's sincere remarks, the system will repair this hidden behavior as a thought bug, guaranteeing similar situations will not occur in the future." Yufeng was stunned upon hearing the system's response. This was worse than not asking at all. "What? Did this dumb system just fix me as a bug? System, can we negotiate something? Could you act like I never said that just now? System." Yufeng waited for a long time, but received no response from the system, feeling anxious and pacing around the room. After quite a while of fussing about, Yufeng reluctantly accepted the fact that the system ignored him. With no choice, he could only take out the 3 magic skill books he had just drawn from the system space, and slowly walked out of the room. Then, with a dejected expression, he handed the 3 precious magic skill books to Yu Lingli. "Lingli, can you see if these can be cultivated by Fina?" Yu Lingli, filled with disbelief, took the 3 magic skill books. She knew that time and space-type magic skills, even the lowest grade ones, were not something ordinary people could come by. However, Yu Lingli did not expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. She casually opened one, and was deeply attracted to the contents inside. After flipping through several pages, she seemed a bit skeptical, and carefully read the other 2 from start to finish. The runes on the pages were neatly connected, and the deductions of time and space magic had no flaws at all, designed exceptionally perfectly. Her eyelids twitched, full of astonishment, as her fingers unconsciously poked at the pages, her heart shaken once again by Yufeng, because she had never seen such a pleasing spell structure. Yu Lingli then asked Yufeng with a face full of confusion and surprise, "Yufeng, where did you get these magic skill books?" Even Fina, who was beside them, couldn't help but take a curious glance at him. Although she couldn't understand the structure inside, she felt that these skill books must be particularly powerful. Yufeng observed the astonished expressions on both of their faces and smiled broadly. He then began to fabricate, saying, "Lingli, do you think I went somewhere last night? Of course I got these skill books back last night. You don't know how much I suffered just to obtain these items last night." Facing this kind of statement, Yu Lingli felt as if she was being treated like a fool. She couldn't help but retort, "Yufeng, do you take me for a fool? How could a small place like Linfeng Aiqing have such sophisticated magic skill books, especially such precious time and space attributes?" "Well, about that. Anyway, Lingli, you don't need to worry about it. I have my own channels. Oh, just tell me if Feina can learn these magic skill books. Seeing that his lie was about to be exposed, Yufeng quickly changed the subject. After all, even if he mentioned having a system, Yu Lingli would never believe him. Yu Lingli frowned, originally planning to dig deeper, but she was diverted to another topic by him forcing her word. She didn't believe in any special channels, but looking at the impressive spells in the book, her thoughts were gradually captured. Yu Lingli had no choice but to give up the questioning, flipping through the book. These magic skill books are exceptionally well made, and the attributes fit Feina very well. If she couldn't learn these, there wouldn't be many other books suitable for Feina on this Iselan continent. Yufeng nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Although the system sometimes caused trouble, the products it produced were still of good quality. Then you both study at home for now. Oh, I'll go out to the city for a while. Yufeng hadn't forgotten what Karen had told him yesterday, that there would be slave sales in the city today. He had never seen such a scene that only existed in history, so he couldn't help but want to take a look. Feina unusually did not cling to Yufeng to go out together. At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind: to become stronger as quickly as possible. Yu Lingli was now completely captivated by the few magic skill books and waved her hand casually. Got it, just remember to come back early, we still have to pack our things later. She had previously discussed with Yufeng that tomorrow would be the day they leave Linfeng Iching and head towards the main city of Iceland. Otherwise, Yufeng wouldn't have rushed to find Catherine that night to ask her to handle those matters. After giving his instructions, Yufeng turned and pushed the door to leave the courtyard. As he walked down the street, he calculated in his mind, thinking about buying some necessary supplies for the journey ahead. As for the slave market, Yufeng wasn't in a hurry, as he had never intended to purchase a slave. He soon arrived at a large trading market in the city, casually acquiring a large amount of rice and flour, along with some essential living resources. Just as Yufeng planned to head to the next location, he saw a scruffy, middle-aged man binding a 15 or 16-year-old girl's hands with a coarse rope. He was cursing incessantly. "You little brat, don't be ungrateful. Today I'll sell you to the noble lords in the city. At least you can eat a decent meal instead of starving at home with me." Yufeng ultimately did not step forward to intervene, for he had no reason to do so, even though he was not short of money to spare for that unfortunate girl's family. However, he could not guarantee that after that girl's scoundrel father spent his money, he would not consider selling his daughter. If that were truly the case, then everything he did today would undoubtedly be a joke. The girl's father was certainly detestable, but the most detestable was this predatory world. In his previous world, such a situation would never have occurred. After pausing for a moment, Yufeng glanced at the ample supplies within his storage ring, and then turned to walk towards the city square. On his way, Yufeng noticed several wealthy individuals in the city adorned in gold and jewels, their luxurious attire making it easy to discern that they were not lacking in money. Yufeng guessed that their destination was also the city square where slaves were sold. After passing through several streets, he finally arrived at the slave market in the city square, where numerous people bound hand and foot knelt in the center, allowing others to choose them for sale. He even saw many half-beasts among them, and Yufeng was deeply impacted by the scene in the square. Next to a wooden sign indicating purchases, a crowd had gathered, many of whom had 1 or 2 children with them, hoping to sell them for a good price. In that noisy crowd, Yufeng spotted the scoundrel father who had intended to sell his own daughter. Gru was at the front, loudly introducing to the buyer in the merchant caravan, "My lord, please take a closer look. Although my daughter is a bit thin, she is absolutely diligent when it comes to work. I beg you to be generous and offer a bit more." The buyer impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Just 2 silver coins. That's the price for a regular girl. Take it or leave it. Are you selling or not? If you're not selling, don't waste the time of those behind you." Gru steeled himself and decisively pushed his daughter towards the buyer, leaving without looking back after receiving the silver coin. As he left, more people rushed towards the buyer, and chaos immediately ensued. More and more children were being sold by their parents, standing behind the buyer with their eyes gradually losing their luster, seemingly realizing that their future would be exceedingly tragic. Clearly, these individuals had resigned themselves to their fate, while others, a bit bolder, began to contemplate how to escape. The myriad of human emotions was fully displayed in this square. Among them, a girl somehow managed to break free from the ropes binding her hands and feet, and desperately ran towards a nearby alley. However, she had barely run a short distance before being forcefully pinned to the ground by the guards of the slave caravan, enduring a flurry of punches and kicks along the way. Ali Nasir watched the scene clearly from a high platform in the square, then slowly set down the fine wine in his hand and walked towards the direction she fled. Ali Nasir approached the girl, looking down at her, and spoke without a hint of emotion. "Every time we purchase, you lowly peasants, some always think of escaping. Do you think you are clever enough to get away? Open your eyes and take a good look. From the moment you are sold to me, your lives no longer belong to you. They belong to me, Ali Nasir, and to the entire Nasir family." A deep silence fell over the square, with no one daring to voice a rebuttal, for they knew the Nasir family was not something they could provoke. Seeing he had created the necessary intimidation, Ali Nasir shot a murderous glance at Garuk standing beside. Garuk reluctantly lifted the knight's sword in his hand and slowly walked towards the girl. Ali Nasir shouted loudly, "You lowly peasants, listen carefully. Since you have been sold to me, you must abide by the rules here. If you dare to escape again, your fate will be the same as this little wretch." After saying this, he stepped back, slightly looking at the girl with a cruel expression. Yufeng, standing in the crowd, had witnessed the entire process clearly. He had wanted to turn away several times, but each time he could not bring himself to do so, contemplating whether to go up and rescue a few. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Garuk was now less than 5 steps away from the girl, and the sword was slowly being drawn from its sheath. Clearly the girl was intended to be used as an example. Yufeng could no longer sit still. The people here were simply beasts. How could such a child's life be so ambiguously brought to an end? The excuses he had made for himself were all cast aside as he rushed towards the girl. This was not a manifestation of a bleeding heart, but rather a reflection of Yufeng's own passionate heart. No matter where he went, the red within him would never fade. At the center of the square, Garuk held the hilt of his sword with both hands, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the girl's neck. Just as the blade was about to touch the girl's neck, it was deflected by a sudden surge of sword energy. Garuk quickly looked beside him, only to see a fist rushing towards him at incredible speed. He hurriedly crossed his sword to block the attack, but clearly underestimated the power of that fist. The long sword was violently knocked back, and Garuk staggered back several steps, his hands numb, and nearly losing his grip on the sword. Garuk looked in surprise at the suddenly appearing Yufeng, not understanding where this person had come from. With his own cultivation level, he had not sensed him in advance, and this person was definitely not an ordinary individual. A warning bell rang in his mind, and he hurriedly stepped back, shielding Ali Nasir behind him, eyeing Yufeng's unusually youthful face with vigilance. The girl even believed she was doomed, but feeling no pain for a long time, she timidly raised her little. In front of her, a tall figure appeared, and a glimmer of hope inexplicably flashed in her heart. Ali Nasir, after a moment of shock, finally reacted and shouted angrily at Yufeng, "Who are you to dare attack the Nasir family's caravan? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, the Nasir family will definitely not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards of the caravan, originally scattered throughout the square, quickly surrounded Yufeng in the middle of the square. They fixed their gazes on this reckless figure ready to swarm and capture Yufeng. Yufeng, however, nonchalantly shook his fists and coldly said, "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? When you disregard human lives, why don't you consider giving them an explanation? I came here today with no other purpose. I simply need a few servants, and this girl happened to catch my eye." Yufeng's words were merely to confuse them. After all, he did not yet possess the strength to openly confront the Nasir family, otherwise he would not bother with such nonsense. Upon hearing his words, Ali Nasir's expression instantly turned somewhat playful. "Ha, you damn brat, still have the mood to buy slaves. Since you dare to attack our Nasir family's caravan, you might as well prepare to lose your life. Garuk, capture this ignorant little brat. Do not let him die too easily. Oh, I want him to know the consequences of provoking the Nasir family." Garuk, upon receiving the order, rushed towards Yufeng without hesitation. Compared to killing ordinary people, he preferred to spar with strong opponents, clearly categorizing Yufeng as someone with notable strength. As for being repelled earlier, it was merely due to a moment of carelessness. He swung his knight's sword enveloped in a thick fighting spirit and struck fiercely at Yufeng. Yufeng faced Galuk's attack with complete composure, as he was eager to test the strength of his physical body. He took a gentle step back, clenching his right hand tightly as the blood and chi within him surged wildly, merging with a substantial amount of spiritual energy that gathered at his fist. The combined momentum instantly overshadowed Galuk's assault. Galuk felt a tremendous pressure rising, yet he had already charged face-to-face with Yufeng. If he retreated now, how could he continue to survive in the Nasir family's merchant group? Impulsiveness momentarily overwhelmed his reason, and today he had to spar with Yufeng. Yufeng stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading, merely unleashing a straightforward punch. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding erupted in the square as the knight's sword struck his fist, though he was not sent flying. However, under the immense impact, Galuk's tiger mouth split open, blood oozing down the sword's handle, his arm growing numb and nearly unable to grip the weapon. In contrast, Yufeng seemed unscathed. Aside from a significant energy expenditure, he faced no other drawbacks. He slowly opened his eyes, observing the openings in Galuk's defense, and took a step forward. Galuk watched as Yufeng, who had been just a few steps away, suddenly vanished from sight, instinctively turning his. He saw a fist enlarging infinitely in his vision, and before he could summon his fighting spirit for protection, his head was brutally slammed into the stone ground of the square. Before Galuk could react, Yufeng seized his foot and hurled him skyward, leaping into the air to follow up. Yufeng intended to take advantage of Galuk's incomplete gathering of fighting spirit to crush him completely. In midair, his arms swung rapidly, and with each punch he threw, the onlookers in the square gasped in unison. Who is that guy? So fierce. No way, don't you know? Who saved us from the beast tied a few days ago? Are you talking about the ruthless hero Yufeng? But how did he end up clashing with the Nasir family's merchant group? Upon witnessing this scene, members of different factions in the city hurried back to report to their superiors. At the same time, Ali Nasir watched from behind, anxiously observing Galuk being relentlessly beaten by Yufeng. Feelings of worry and fear surging within him, but even more so was his anger. Damn it, where did this wild brat come from? If I don't take him down today, how will I face anyone in the future? Just as he was contemplating his strategy, a figure rushed toward him from a distance. Startled, Ali Nasir scrambled to escape. The crowd heard a violent crash and saw Galuk sprawled on the cracked stone surface, the surrounding slabs cracking like a spider's web, spreading in all directions. Galuk lay helplessly in the stone pit, feeling sore and powerless. He tried to push himself up with one hand, but as soon as he exerted force, it triggered his internal injuries, causing him to cough uncontrollably. His sword had long since rolled aside, devoid of any trace of his previous arrogance. After beating Galuk to near death, Yufeng paid him no further mind, slowly walking towards Ali Nasir. Upon seeing the Grim Reaper approach, Ali Nasir's legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet he continued to shout defiantly, "You little brat, what do you want? If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Nasir family will never let you off." Yufeng couldn't be bothered to exchange words, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the square. Both the city's residents and the slaves kneeling on the ground widened their eyes at this satisfying scene. At that moment, Ali Nasir could hardly believe that he was being thoroughly humiliated by a mere brat in front of everyone. But Yufeng did not cease his actions, his hands swiftly moving until he had slapped Ali Nasir into a pig's head before he was willing to stop. During the process, none of the guards dared to step forward to stop Yufeng, merely allowing him to act as he pleased. Yufeng was doing his best to restrain himself, though otherwise facing such scum. There was no way he would still be alive right now. However, given the bustling city, if he recklessly killed Ali Nasir, it would undoubtedly provoke the Nasir family. Yufeng had discussed the situation of the Nasir family while drinking with Catherine that night. Typically, such a noble family would have a fifth-tier powerhouse stationed to guard them. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not easily take Ali Nasir's life. After releasing the pent-up anger within him, Yufeng gradually ceased his actions, looking at him with a mocking expression. "My lord, how do you find my massage technique? Would you like to experience it again? I guarantee it will leave you wanting more." At this point, Ali Nasir was utterly deflated, shaking his head frantically. Seeing that he had achieved the intimidation, he saw Yufeng quickly assumed a harmless demeanor and said to him, "Given this, am I now qualified to purchase them from you today? My lord, feel free to take anyone you desire today, though I, Ali Nasir, will not utter a single word of Ali Nasir's desire to survive was at an all-time high, and he just wanted to get this Grim Reaper out of his life quickly. Yufeng pulled a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it at his feet, disregarding him afterward. He walked to the center of the square, scanning the crowd of those branded with slave tags, then resolutely declared, "Anyone under 18 present, if you wish to live, stand up." Soon some 30 individuals began to rise, most of them sold by their parents today in the Linfeng narrow city. After a moment, seeing no one else standing, Yufeng slowly released his spiritual energy, transforming it into sharp blades that swiftly cut through the ropes, binding their hands and feet. This action left the onlookers somewhat baffled. They could not fathom Yufeng's intentions. Yufeng, however, had no time to consider their thoughts. After gathering those 30 individuals together, he led them toward the square's exit. Before long, they had vanished from the square, leaving only devastation in their wake. After witnessing Yufeng's departure, Ali Nasir's expression twisted into a snarl, yet he did not immediately react. Only one of his subordinates pulled Galuk from the pit, their faces dark as they disappeared from the square. It was evident to all that Ali Nasir would not easily let this matter rest. After the earlier commotion, the number of people looking to purchase slaves had dwindled. The square gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, Yufeng had brought the 30-odd little ones to the Adventurers Guild in the city, intending to ask Catherine to help find them a means of livelihood. This was the best he could do. After all, he was about to head to the island capital to participate in the competition and could not take them with him. If he only saved them without any further support, how many of those little ones he just rescued would survive? If they chose to return home, they might be sold back into slavery again, making his actions today utterly meaningless. As for why he didn't buy all the slaves, Yufeng could only express his powerlessness. Being able to accommodate these young ones was already his limit. Yufeng turned to them and said, "Now I give you two choices. First, come to me for a silver coin, and then fend for yourselves. Second, I will find a way to secure you a job that will feed you until you come of age." "What? But we are your purchased slaves, why? Asked one bold young boy among the 30 innocent faces. Yu Feng watched as the boy struggled to articulate his final words, and simply decided to speak up himself. Why buy you, and then grant you freedom, even offering you a way to survive? You don't need to think too much about this, just remember to live well for yourselves in the future. The boy wanted to say more, but Yu Feng's penetrating gaze silenced him. Alright, I will give you 1 minute to consider your future path. Soon the 30 or so people split into two groups, one on the left, and one on the right standing beside Yu Feng. Yu Feng observed that slightly more people chose the latter option than the former. After confirming the numbers, Yu Feng first distributed silver coins to those 10 or so individuals, and then allowed them to leave on their own, as most of them had just been sold today and did not yet possess their slave contracts. They departed quickly, each bowing deeply to Yu Feng 3 times before slowly merging into the bustling crowd on the street. They did not know the reasons behind it. They only knew that from this moment on someone had brought them a brand new life. Yu Feng addressed the remaining individuals. You all please wait for me at the entrance. I will go in and see if I can find a place for you to eat. Without waiting for their response, he walked deeper into the Adventurers Guild. Yu Feng intended to find Catherine to help the group of youngsters outside secure some menial work. Most of the staff in the Adventurers Guild recognized him and did not dare to be negligent, leading Yu Feng into a lavish private room. Before long, Catherine pushed the door open and walked into the room. Upon seeing Yu Feng, her face revealed an incredibly radiant smile. Mr. Yu Feng, shouldn't you be busy preparing to pack your luggage right now? How do you have time to come here again? Yu Feng, feeling somewhat agitated, did not engage in banter with Catherine, but spoke quickly. Miss Catherine, I may need to trouble you once more today. Is the Adventurers Guild in need of any servants? Catherine was momentarily taken aback, unable to process his question, wondering why Yu Feng would ask this. Seeing the expression on her face, Yu Feng explained the reasoning behind his inquiry, recounting his recent actions truthfully. Catherine, initially shocked and confused, felt a wave of emotion wash over her upon hearing that Yu Feng intended to find a job for those poor children at the Adventurers Guild. Miss Catherine, that is the situation. Do you have any need for additional hands? After finishing his explanation, Yu Feng once again inquired about her response. Catherine did not respond immediately, but looked at him deeply, her tone emotionless as she asked, Mr. Yu Feng, before we proceed, could you answer me one question? Do you think what you did today all for those few children was worth it when you've created a formidable enemy for yourself? Yu Feng clearly did not expect Catherine to ask such a question suddenly, but he quickly responded with determination. Miss Catherine, throughout my life, I only seek to act with a clear conscience. Perhaps you see my decisions today as foolish, but I have no regrets. To me, they are just a bunch of children. If they must endure such inhumane lives at such a young age, then what was I fighting to protect at the city gate? I simply wish to alleviate their suffering, to do my small part. Catherine was deeply moved by Yu Feng's words, her previous concerns dissipating. Seeing Yu Feng, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. Just as she was about to agree, the resounding voice of President Edmund came from the entrance. Well said, young brother Yu Feng. I, Edmund, have lived for most of my life, yet I find myself less transparent than you, who is constantly calculating gains and losses, losing sight of the original intent. Upon seeing Edmund, Yu Feng quickly stood up to bow. Edmund waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formality, and found a place to sit down. Before coming here, his subordinates had reported Yu Feng's recent actions to him accurately. Initially, he was puzzled about Yu Feng's motives, but when he reached the entrance and heard Yu Feng's deafening statements to Catherine, he had the heartfelt monologue he just expressed. Young brother Yu Feng, I have a general understanding of today's events. Later I will announce that the Adventurers Guild is in need of manpower and will entrust you with acquiring those children. I believe that Ali Nassar, unless he is very foolish, will not easily take any adverse actions. After all, even if the Nassar family is powerful, they will not tear apart their relationship with the Adventurers Guild for him. Catherine, on the side, did not expect her president would go to such lengths for Yu Feng. Her initial worries for Yu Feng's situation vanished with Edmund's words. Yu Feng also did not anticipate that he would merely seek a place for the children to eat, yet it resulted in some protection from the Adventurers Guild. He sincerely expressed his respect to Edmund. Thank you, President Edmund, on behalf of those children, for extending your helping hand today. What I've done is insignificant compared to young brother Yu Feng. As you just said, it's merely doing my part. By the way, Miss Catherine, please go outside and settle those children down first. Let them familiarize themselves with the Adventurers Guild for a few days before arranging for work. After all, they are children from Linfeng City, so there's no need to be too harsh. Let's take it slow. Yu Feng felt warmth in his heart, realizing how righteous the Adventurers Guild was. After watching Catherine settle the children one by one, Yu Feng felt relieved. He expressed his gratitude to both of them before slowly leaving the Adventurers Guild. Catherine stood there lost in thought as she watched his departing figure, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Yufeng was the most extraordinary person she had ever met, acting without regard for profit or reward, driven solely by his conscience. In her heart, she had already admitted that she was profoundly attracted to his remarkable charisma. Her thoughts about that night became even more resolute. After processing her emotions, Catherine returned to the Adventurers Guild to fully handle the matters Yufeng had initiated today. Before long, news spread throughout Linfeng City that the Adventurers Guild had entrusted Yufeng with acquiring. Furthermore, it was stated that Yufeng was a distinguished guest of the Adventurers Guild, and anyone wishing to harm him must first consult the Adventurers Guild. The news quickly reached the ears of the Nassar family's guards, whose faces instantly darkened, and they hurried to report to Ali Nassar. Ali Nazar carefully wiped his bruised face in a large courtyard in the city. Every time he caught a glimpse of his swollen visage, his hatred for Yufeng deepened. This damned commoner actually dared to strike at me. Once I return to my family, I will ensure he has no place. Just as Ali Nazar contemplated how to torment Yufeng, an urgent knock sounded at the door. After opening the door, he looked at his anxious subordinate and impatiently said, "What's all this fuss about? Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? I'm giving you a chance to explain what has you so flustered. If you don't provide me with a satisfactory answer, I will have you minced and feed you to the dogs." The guard was clearly taken aback by Ali Nazar's words, inwardly lamenting. These Nazar family members are truly hard to serve. Clearly, he ordered that any news of Yufeng be reported immediately. Now he is being treated with disdain. My lord Ali Nazar, I have exerted great effort and finally learned of today's news about that person. I rushed here to relay it to you. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Upon hearing that his subordinate had actually managed to gather information about today's person so quickly, Ali Nazar no longer pressed him. Instead, he anxiously asked, "Are you sure it was that person today? Quickly explain the details to me." The guard dared not delay and recounted every detail he had gathered about Yufeng without missing a word. When Ali Nazar heard that Yufeng had almost single-handedly saved the entire Linfeng Iching from the beast tied a few days ago, he still wore a look of disdain. In his mind, Yufeng was merely an ordinary person with some strength, and the Nazar family was not lacking in strong individuals. Once he returned to his family, he could easily use some wealth to command the family stewards to capture this person alive. Just when he thought it was over, he heard the guard report the news released by the Adventurers Association. After finishing, the cold sweat on his back had completely soaked through his lining, fearing that Ali Nazar would take him as a tool for venting his anger. As expected, just as he had predicted, Ali Nazar's anger surged once more upon hearing that the Adventurers Association intended to protect Yufeng. Ali Nazar shouted at the top of his lungs, his fury reaching a boiling point. How dare those mud-legged association members go so far for that commoner? During his furious outburst, he kicked over the table, shattering cups and jars on the floor, spilling wine everywhere. He also seized decorations and books from the shelves and violently threw them against the wall, lifting chairs and smashing them to the ground, breaking the wooden legs. Though the Adventurers Association had branches in every city to every noble, it was merely a garbage organization composed of a bunch of commoners. Despite their wide influence, they were held in contempt by the nobles. But if those nobles truly tore their faces with the Adventurers Association, most would end up with nothing to gain. This was the source of Ali Nazar's apprehension. Since the Adventurers Association chose to help Yufeng, he could do nothing to him for the time being. At least on the surface, he and the forces behind him could not act rashly. After wreaking havoc in the room, he stood in the chaotic space and viciously declared, "Yufeng, you better stay in Linfeng Iching for the rest of your life. If you dare to leave this city, I have countless ways to make you disappear without a trace. Even if the Adventurers Association investigates later, as long as I firmly assert that it has nothing to do with me, without evidence those mud-legged members will not go to great lengths for a dead person." After leaving the Adventurers Association, Yufeng had no mood to wander outside and went straight back home. At that moment, Feina, under the careful guidance of Yu Lingli, had already begun attempting to cast the magical skills that Yufeng had acquired from the system in the small courtyard. However, due to Feina's sudden surge in magical power, she struggled to control it properly. After a day of study, she had not successfully cast a single magical skill. Feina, feeling somewhat dejected, said to Yu Lingli, "Sister Lingli, I have been very serious about learning, but why does my magical power always go wild at critical moments?" "That's because you have not yet fully mastered the control of your own magical power. It's alright, just practice a few more days, and you'll be fine." Yu Lingli pointed out Feina's shortcomings, stating that practicing magic was never easy. It required a lot of time to gradually hone, and such things could not be rushed. Just as Feina was feeling a bit down, Yufeng happened to push open the yard door and return home. The little girl Feina, upon seeing Yufeng, leaped towards him. "Brother Yufeng, you finally came back." Before Yufeng could react, Feina had already hung on his neck, putting on a pitiful look. "Feina, what's wrong? Why do you seem so unhappy?" Feina, hanging on his neck, blushed slightly and stammered, unable to speak a complete sentence. Yu Lingli chuckled softly from the side, explaining Feina's situation. Feina has been practicing magic at home for almost a day, but she hasn't successfully cast it even once, so she ended up like this. Feina's face turned crimson, burying her head in Yufeng's shoulder, tugging at the edge of his clothes, unable to utter a single coherent sentence for a long time. After hearing Yu Lingli's explanation, Yufeng gently stroked Feina's fiery red hair, speaking in a gentle tone. I thought it was something serious. Feina has just started learning magic. It's perfectly normal for the process to be slow. Let's stop practicing for today. I'll go prepare some delicious food to reward you. Feina instantly transformed into a little chick pecking at rice, wildly nodding her little head in enthusiastic agreement with Yufeng's words. Coincidentally, Yu Lingli was also somewhat craving Yufeng's cooking, so she followed behind them back to the living room, eagerly awaiting his culinary offerings for the day. After finishing dinner, Yu Lingli and Feina did not immediately return to their rooms to rest. Instead, they sat in the living room and began chatting. Yufeng, on the other hand, sat quietly beside them, not participating in their conversation, appearing particularly quiet. At that moment, Feina curiously asked Yufeng, "Brother Yufeng, what did you do today? You seem to have come back a bit late." Yufeng seemed somewhat lost in thought, and did not answer Feina's question immediately. He began to hesitate. Yu Lingli also noticed that he was acting a bit unusual today, sensing that after he returned from outside, his mood had become considerably gloomy, unlike his usual cheerful self. "Yufeng, did you encounter something today when you went out?" Although Yu Lingli was inquiring, her tone was filled with certainty, as if she had already seen through the truth. After all, she had spent quite a bit of time with Yufeng. Just earlier, he had seemed sullen during their meal, and by now there was no sign of improvement. Something must have happened. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Yufeng had no choice but to briefly recount his actions from today to the... After listening, both Yu Lingli and Feina fell into silence, as they had never imagined that Yufeng would wade through the murky waters of the Nazaire family for the sake of those unfamiliar children. After a while, Yu Lingli seriously said to Yufeng, "Although I do not understand why you would go to such lengths for those children, I only want to ask you one thing. Do you regret your actions today?" Yufeng shook his head repeatedly. Everything he had done came from the depths of his heart, and the word regret did not exist for him. Since he had no regrets, there was nothing to worry about. It's just a mere Nazaire family. Even if you poke a huge hole in the royal family of the Yinlan Empire, I will face it together with you. Although Yu Lingli's words made Yufeng feel appreciated, they were not the reason for his gloomy mood today. "Lingli, thank you, but I'm not really worried about the retaliation from the Nazaire family. I merely felt a bit unsettled after witnessing the children's plight today, or it's not as bad as you think. Brother Yufeng, you haven't done anything wrong. If blame is to be placed, it should be on their fathers, mothers, and those slave traders." Feina sat beside Yufeng, hoping to ease his heart with her words. This was the best method she could come up with. Yufeng reached out and ruffled Feina's hair, feeling warmth in his heart. Before he met the two of them, he usually handled everything on his own, but everything changed after coming here. Yufeng quite liked his current situation, and his inner turmoil dissipated significantly. "Alright, do you think I am that fragile in your eyes?" "Of course not, brother. Yufeng is quite tough." Yu Lingli watched him put on a brave front and couldn't help but chuckle, though this time she refrained from undermining Yufeng. After they finished discussing, the night outside had completely darkened, and most of the houses in the alley had extinguished their lights. Yufeng stood up and stretched. After a day of hustle, let's head back to our rooms and rest early. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. Feina let out a small yawn, feeling sleepy, and obediently got up. Yu Lingli nodded gently, and the three of them parted ways, returning to their respective rooms at the inn. Once he closed the door, Yufeng sat on the bed, quickly overwhelmed by mental fatigue. For once he did not cultivate, but fell asleep early. He slept soundly through the night, without a hint of nightmares. As dawn gradually brightened outside, it was only when the sounds of street vendors calling out and pedestrians moving slowly filtered into the room that Yufeng rubbed his sleepy eyes and woke up. When he stepped out of the room, he saw that the two had already packed their things and were waiting for him in the living room. "Lingli, why didn't you both rest a little longer? Why are you up so early?" Yu Lingli was annoyed that he was complaining about her getting up early when he himself had woken up late. "Do you think everyone is like you, sleeping until noon? Besides, I've been waiting to leave for quite some time now. Brother Yufeng, I always get up early, okay?" After hearing their words, Yufeng couldn't help but smile wryly. After a quick wash, he stored some of their heavier luggage into his storage ring. The three of them slowly walked toward the city gate, but after leaving this time, they weren't sure when they would be back. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, Yufeng spotted Miss Catherine standing far away beneath the city wall, seemingly waiting for him. Indeed, when Catherine saw Yufeng, a charming smile immediately spread across her face, and she leisurely walked in his direction. "Mr. Yufeng, you've made me wait quite a while. I thought you weren't planning to set off today." Yufeng scratched his head awkwardly. "I just woke up a bit late today, but Miss Catherine, you've specially waited for me for so long. Is there something important you need to tell me?" "Why does it have to be something important for you to come find me, Mr. Yufeng?" Catherine replied, somewhat displeased, putting on a pitiful expression. Yu Lingli, upon hearing Catherine's slightly spoiled tone, cast a disapproving glance at Yufeng. Yu Lingli had seen Catherine before, but did not expect Yufeng to be so familiar with her, which made her feel a knot in her heart. She felt as if something important was about to be stolen away from her. Feina, on the other hand, curiously shifted her gaze between Yu Lingli and Catherine, her little mind pondering something. At this moment, Yufeng's attention was fully on Catherine, completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. Catherine's words left Yufeng a bit speechless, and he chuckled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. I was just surprised you came all this way so early without any other intentions. Catherine, with a slight squint in her eyes, knew that Yufeng's questions had no other meaning, as she simply wanted to. However, upon seeing Yu Lingli behind Yufeng with her face clearly showing a look of sourness, a hint of surprise flashed across Catherine's face. Catherine had not expected a rival to appear so quickly, but according to what Yufeng had said before, their relationship seemed not to have reached the level she thought. She let out a sigh of relief, her gaze returning to Yufeng. The reason I came today is not for any other reason, but simply on my personal behalf to send you off, Mr. Yufeng. After all, Mr. Yufeng is my best friend. As Catherine finished her sentence, she deliberately emphasized the phrase best friend and turned her gaze to Yu Lingli, seemingly wanting to see her reaction. Yu Lingli, already in a bad mood, felt even angrier after hearing Catherine's words. Her brows furrowed, and the atmosphere around her became tense. She remained silent, quietly standing there, shooting a cold glare at Catherine, her eyes revealing no sign of. Feina cautiously glanced at Catherine, then at the visibly upset Yu Lingli, and quietly edged closer to Yufeng, still unaware of any discomfort, earnestly replied, haha, Miss Catherine's words certainly make sense, but really you don't have to go out of your way to send me off. Catherine, upon hearing this, glanced at Yu Lingli with a victorious glint in her eyes, then turned away from her to calmly bid farewell to Yufeng. Seeing that she was being ignored, Yu Lingli felt a surge of discomfort in her heart. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Helpless, she could only redirect all the frustration she had just felt onto Yufeng. It was all his fault. After bidding farewell to Catherine, Yufeng left the cold wind pass, reflecting on how the events of the past time felt like a dream. During his departure, Yu Lingli gently tugged at the corner of his garment, speaking somewhat awkwardly, Yufeng, that Catherine clearly seems to like you. Do you like her too? At this moment, Yu Lingli eagerly awaited an answer, realizing that keeping certain thoughts bottled up was more. Yufeng froze, standing still in shock, his eyes wide with unexpected astonishment. He never anticipated that Yu Lingli would suddenly ask such a question. After a few seconds of daze, he regained his composure, noticing her delicate fingers gripping the corner of his clothing, his ears slightly burning, as he helplessly softened his tone. Lingli, I am not quite sure about Miss Catherine's feelings, but I can clearly tell you that I regard her merely as a good friend. After hearing this, the heavy stone in Yu Lingli's heart finally lifted. Her ears flushed red, and she turned her head to feign interest in the trees beside her, insisting, I was just asking casually, who cares about your situation? However, she soon found herself dumbfounded as Yufeng abruptly changed his tone, but if you insist on asking if I have someone I like, then indeed there is, and she is both far away and right in front of me. Yu Lingli froze on the spot, her eyes widening in disbelief. She struggled to comprehend Yufeng's words. What did it mean to indeed have someone he liked? Moreover, this person was both far away and right in front of him. Then, as if struck by a realization, her face instantly turned crimson, her mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a single word, her heart racing wildly. With a trembling voice, she said, Yufeng. What do you mean by that? Yufeng found her reaction somewhat amusing, yet he chose not to elaborate further, gently pulling Yu Lingli into his embrace to demonstrate the meaning behind his earlier words. Feina, standing aside, quickly perceived the situation between the two, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. She tactfully stepped back a few paces, creating some distance to avoid interrupting them, and turned to leisurely enjoy the scenery by the roadside, pretending not to see anything. Years later, Yufeng stood beneath the mother tree of the Elven Empire, gently holding the elegantly dressed Yu Lingli's hand, surrounded by friends' blessings and witnesses joyfully tying the knot. Later, the two worked together and finally found Yu Lingli's mother in the farthest west of the continent. Feina was no longer the frail figure she once was. She had grown into a graceful and beautiful young woman, her features exquisite and striking, remarkably handsome. With her talent in time and space magic, she made a name for herself in the Azurlan continent. Time and space sorceress Celefina. The end of the story. Apologies to all the readers who reached this point. Huanyao did not intend for such a hasty conclusion. However, as a first-time author, there were too many pitfalls in the beginning, and the book's performance has been exceptionally poor. Moreover, Huanyao has been writing while working, needing to devote a significant amount of rest time to each writing session. Without receiving good feedback, the hopes in her heart have nearly been worn down. So let this book conclude here. If I plan to write a new book in the future, it will likely be of a more light-hearted nature, and I certainly won't let the pacing drag on like this again. Until we meet again, may we cross paths again when Huanyao passes the third driving test and prepares to start a new book. Farewell, dear readers.